Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter had devilish mystic soul? Before we start, Part 1. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Chapter 1. Guardian Angels. The Gardiner family, of Greece, had been visiting England for a day. Selina Gardiner, the mother, Jacques Gardiner, the father and the head Theos of the Gardiner line, and last, their recently 5-year-old son, and heir to the family line, Krynos Gardiner. They did have 3 other children, 5-year-old Melody, Krynos' twin sister, 7-year-old Black, and 10-year-old Red. The 3 were being babysat back in Greece. The 3 Gardiners were in a small park near Surrey and Little Whinging. They looked like a perfectly normal family, but what was beyond the surface was completely different. Since the time of ancient Greece, the Gardiner family has been a very magical line. Yeah, you heard me. Magic. For those that don't know, magic is 100% real. From spells and incantations to potions and mystical creatures. But there are different types. The Gardiner family are mystic souls, which means that their magical cores are fit for magic of larger feats. Powers like elemental control, creature summoning, telepathy, armor and weapon calling, etc. But for places like magical England, their magic is wand magic, meaning that the witches and wizards of that kind have to use wands in order to use their magic. Feats like wandless or wordless magic require lots of energy and is very rare. But our story doesn't start with the mystic souls of Greece. It begins with a certain English wizard, even if he is just 5 years old. Harry Potter was only 5. Ever since his parents had died in a car accident, when he was 15 months old, he's lived with the last of his blood family. His Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, and Cousin Dudley. The Dursley family has an irrational need to be normal. They think anyone that's different is a freak and is nothing compared to them. But being compared to them isn't exactly high up on the flattery scale. Petunia is like a human horse. Vernon could make a whale look like an ant by comparison, and Dudley is basically more walrus than human. And the one thing they have in common, besides horrible personalities and a hatred for magic, is the hate of Harry Potter. Sure, Harry is the son of a witch and wizard. That makes him one, as well. But just because he wasn't a muggle, doesn't give them the right to hate him for no real reason. But they do hate him, and he knows it. They only hide the hatred in public, to protect their normal family image. They keep a lot of stuff from their nephew, including that his parents were killed by an evil wizard, Lord Voldemort, and not by a simple muggle car crash. They told him his parents were drunks and drug users, and that they didn't even want him. Lies, of course. Anyone that would describe James and Lily Potter would say only amazing things. They'd say how James was one of the best Aurors there ever was, and that he was a wonderful father. They'd say Lily was very kind, gentle, yet had a temper that could rattle the earth. Harry doesn't know anything about his parents. He doesn't even know his own name. All the Dursleys ever call him is Freak or Boy. Now is one of the few times that they even let him out of the house. Usually, they keep him locked up in his bedroom, aka the cupboard under the stairs. But the supposed normal family was in a park. Dudley was playing on the sandbox with his best friend, Piers. Harry was just sitting by a tree, away from everyone else. He was reading a children's book of fairy tales. Most might be surprised that a 4, almost 5-year-old could read. But Harry was wiser beyond his years. When he was able to, he'd always go to the library and lose himself among the children's section. The library was his sanctuary away from the neglect and insults. Not to mention Dudley's constant bullying about his lack of parents and being a freak. He only looked up when a shadow came over him. He looked up, a little scared as he expected to see Dudley. What he got was a bright smile of a boy his age. "Gia," he greeted, his voice having a slight accent. "Do you spend a lot of time reading under trees?" Harry cocked to the side. Was this kid talking to him? And what does Gia mean? But then the kid sat next to him. "Sorry, Mama and Bampa say I talk before I think," the kid chuckled. "I am not from here. Where I came from, Gia means hi." Harry nodded, still a little shocked at this kid. "My name's Krynos. What's yours?" the newly named Krynos asked. "Freak," Harry answered. Then going back to his book, you could practically see the light drain from Krenos' silver eyes. It was not a secret that mystic souls hated non-magicals because of how they treat those that are different. He hated anything and everything that had to do bullying. But this was more than just a simple case of bullying. The look in this young boy's eyes made it clear that he really did think his name was Freak. That isn't right. That can't be right, Krenos smiled. Everyone has a name and a reason behind it. Back home, my name means lily, like the water lily flower. Harry looked up from his fairy tales. Something about the name Lily got to him. He did remember some of his aunt's rants about her freak of a sister. He was sure that he called her by that name. That's what Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia call me, Harry says. Either that or just shouting boy. That's not nice, Krenos frowned. They need a timeout or parenting classes. Harry cocked his head again, confused. Made sense though, as most kids don't know about things like that. You don't look like a freak, Krenos smiled. And even if you were, what's so bad about that? Harry stared at the strange kid in front of him. Krenos plopped himself next to him, still smiling. If that's not my name, then what is it? Harry asked. Do I look like I know the names of everyone I meet? Krenos raised an eyebrow, and showing he is way mature for a 5-year-old. No, but it never hurts to ask, Harry smiled back. He was starting to like this kid. So, like fairy tales? Krenos asked, pointing at the book he was holding. They're my favorite thing to read, Harry responded. Uncle Vernon says magic isn't real, but what's so bad about fairy tales? Mama and Bampas always tell me that life would be very boring without a little magic in it, Krenos giggled. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia says it's best to be normal, Harry said, fiddling with his hands. As Mama and Bampas say, being normal is vastly overrated, Krenos smiled. Whatever that means. Adults are strange. Harry laughed at that. He really liked this kid now. What are you doing with him? A mean man's voice asked. Krenos saw Harry flinch at the sound of the man. He knows the signs. Harry looked up from Krenos and saw Vernon and Petunia. They were mad, but seemed to be more looking at Krenos. Talking to me or him? He asked, gesturing from himself to Harry. You, Vernon snapped, not getting much of a reaction from Krenos. Why are you with him? Petunia asked, barely waving a hand in Harry's direction. Why wouldn't I be? Krenos asked. He was alone and could have used some company. He's nice. He flashed them his bright smile. Not that their rudeness made him think that they deserved it. They didn't notice him touch the ground with his hand. A small green glow coming from the connection. How about you go play with my son, Dudley? Petunia says, pointing to her very overweight son in the sandbox. He's already playing with his friend, Krenos stated, becoming a very annoyed 5-year-old. And I want to stay with? Can you tell me his name? 'Cause he doesn't seem to know. You don't need to know, Vernon glared, getting angry at this disobedient child. Now go play with Dudley. No, Krenos said, crossing his arms. The adult Dursleys looked at the small child like he just grew a second head. It soon turned to anger. What did you just say? Petunia snapped. I said no, Krenos stated. You're not my parents, and I don't know you. So you can't tell me what to do. I'm fine, right here, getting told off by a 5-year-old. Not what the Dursleys wanted to happen. Most of the children in the area tend to stay away from Harry because of the lies they spread. That, and the fact that Dudley beats up anyone that tries to talk to him. Obey your betters, boy, Vernon yelled. Children need to listen to adults. I don't see any adults, Krenos smirked. Just 2 giant toddlers throwing a tantrum because they're not getting their way. Vernon turned a shade of purple. He was so angry. Harry couldn't help but let his jaw drop at how Krenos stood his ground. Anyone that talked back to them, or showed up Dudley, usually left with a few bruises, but they could tell that they were getting nowhere with the kid. So the whale and horsewoman looked at Harry. Again, the flinch being noticed by Krenos. He clutched the ground tighter. On the other side of the park, a woman with the same silver eyes as Krenos was there with a man with the same black hair as him, as well. A green stone hung from the woman's neck. It glowed, and she put her hand on it. What is it, dear? Jax asked his wife. Krenos, Selena answered. He's using his powers to communicate through nature. He's saying something about a mean walrus and a stupid horsewoman. He's also adding in that it is an insult to walruses and horses. Remind me to praise him for the advanced magic at his age, Jax says, the two walking toward where they sensed their son. He is magically gifted, isn't he? Selena says. I can't wait for him to grow up and finally inherit the amulet. I never have been able to fully access its power. Krynos is a smart kid. He'll figure it out, Jack said. And then, I'll be able to pass on my own amulet to Melody. Around his neck was a golden pendant. It had gold pecks, like claws. The main pendant was like a wolf head, but with no real detail. Melody seems to be more towards sound, not animals, Selena reminded. Krynos may have inherited my powers, but the amulets sometimes are inherited through magic and not blood. I know, Jack says. But a father can dream. You little brat, they heard Vernon yell. Do as you're told. The husband and wife looked toward the yelling. Vernon was screaming at their son. From what they could tell, the mundane couple did not like someone being with this other boy. As proud as they were for their son standing up for his new friend, the two adults did not seem like the type not to hit children. And the way they saw Harry flinch away from the two, they knew the signs. Stop yelling at my son, Jack shouted. The Dursleys looked at the two parents. Krynos grabbed Harry's hand and took him over to them. Mama, Bampas, these people are mean, Krynos told them. Want me to play with Fat Boy when I don't? Krynos, Selena scolded. That is no way to talk about others. These two insult my new friend, Krynos countered. Watch. He turned back to Harry. What's your name? He asked. Freak, Harry answered. Like it was the most obvious thing in the world. You could see the anger flash in the eyes of the adult Gardiners. Literally, as their eyes seemed to glow for a second. As the parents of 4 children, they know how precious they are. They turned to the Dursleys. Pardon us, but would you mind telling us this young boy's name? Selena asked, sweetly. Why do you want to know? Vernon sneered. He's just a freak. He's lucky we didn't just drop him on the side of the road somewhere. The Gardiner family was utterly shocked and disgusted. Obviously, these people never hear the phrase, children are our future. From what they could see of Harry, he seemed like a sweet kid. He and Krynos had just looked like they had been talking when the Dursleys interrupted, and even before their son had showed up, it looked like Harry had just been reading. Surprising for a kid his age. What type of people are you? Selena gasped. This is a child you're talking about, yet you just talk like he's not human. He's a freak, and that's all you need to know, Petunia snapped. How dare you call a child a freak? Jax yelled. He is 5 years old. What in the name of Zeus could a 5-year-old possibly have done? From the looks of things, he was just sitting here, reading, which's really impressive for someone your age, young man. Thank you, Harry squeaked out. No problem, sweetie, Selena smiled. She's nice, Harry quietly says to Krynos. That's my mama, Krynos chuckled. As sweet as the smell of the flowers in our garden. You're probably just freaks, like him, Vernon yelled at them. Do you yell at everyone, like this? Jax crossed his arms. You're not very good at making first impressions, are you? Harry was surprised at these people. He's never seen anyone stand up to his aunt and uncle before. When it's either them yelling, or Dudley throwing one of his tantrums, but they always get their way. We don't have to take this, Vernon sneered. Boy, let's go. Harry flinched again, all the Gardiners noticing. Vernon made a grab for him, but Krynos stood in front of Harry. He did not look happy. For a kid that was only about a third his size, he sure stood strong. Leave him alone, he yelled. Above them, the tree branches seemed to react to the boy's anger. The tree actually looked like it was about to punch the Dursleys. You could see the slight glint of pride in Selena's eyes. I'd do as the little tyke says if I was you, Jax smirked. That evil look in his eyes says that he's about to go wild. And you just let him, Petunia tried to scold. One thing about my son is that nothing gets in his way when it comes to those he sees as friends, Selena says. My suggestion, tell us his name and then leave us alone. Purple-faced Vernon and horse-faced Petunia looked ready to burst. Most cower at their threats or obey them because of a bribe. Hard slap of reality time. People, we're leaving, freak, Vernon snapped. Harry looked at the Gardiner family, sorrow in his eyes. He then stood up, clutching the book of fairy tales, and slowly walked toward the Dursleys. Krynos was looking at his parents with a face that obviously screams, "What do we do?" His silver eyes seemed to flash, literally. Harry, who seemed to be moving too slow for his uncle's taste, was grabbed on his arm. Let's go, already, he snapped again. Harry ended up falling when Vernon pulled his arm even harder. Forgetting that there were other people there, Vernon got even more angry. Can't even walk right. You freak, he yelled. You are a burden on this family, trying to ruin our normal lives with your freakiness. We should have let you freeze to death when you were left on our doorstep. That's what snapped any composure left in the youngest of the Gardiner bunch. Krenos then looked up, and a tree branch shot down and nailed Vernon in the head. It was like the tree had slapped him. Guess even Demeter doesn't like how you treat a child, Selena smirked. At least there's one god that knows how to punish humans without blowing them up, Jax snickered. We mean you, Zeus, Krenos said, looking at the sky. Vernon stood back up, and he somehow was angrier than before. And it didn't help that he was soon tripped again as he tried to move toward Harry. Looking at his ankle, it was wrapped in grass almost like vines. I tried to tell you, Jax smirked. You're freaks, just like the boy, Petunia screamed. Get lost before we call the police and have you arrested. Go ahead, Selena crosses her arms. I'm sure your mundane police people would love to hear how you treat a young boy. Only a fool wouldn't see the obvious signs of abuse. He flinches when you yell, tries to back away when you are nearby, doesn't look adults in the eye, Jax listed. Do I even need to bring up the fact that it's the beginning of July, hot as Hades, and he has on long sleeves he's obviously using to hide bruises? Harry was timidly holding his book to his chest. He knew he was going to get seriously punished when he got back to Private Drive. He just didn't know how. Locked in the cupboard for 2 months, only being fed every 3 weeks. Being beaten to a pulp by Dudley's gang. Nobody ever asking why a 5-year-old already has a gang. Vernon whipping him with his belt and then beating him. Petunia hitting him with her frying pan. So, are you going to tell us his name? Or are we going to have to do this the hard way? Jax threatened. Between a 5-year-old with glowing eyes, 2 parents whose glares sent chills down their spines, and the shining charms around their necks, things were not looking up for the Dursleys. Course you freaks would stick together, Vernon sneered. I've had just about enough of you, Selena snapped. For those who want the truth revealed, open hearts and secrets unsealed. The 2 adults got a slight swirl of white light balls around them. Selena smirked at them. While all mystic souls have their own specific powers, spells are a general thing they all can use. Usually just rhyming couplets. What the Gardiner matriarch just cast was a truth spell. Tell us this nice boy's name, Jax ordered. The freak's name is Harry Potter, and he's unfortunately my nephew, Petunia snapped, then looked shocked with herself for saying that. What did you do to us? Truth spell, Selena smirked. You can't help but answer truthfully to anything we ask you. Now, why is your nephew with you? Jax asked. His freak of a mother and worthless excuse of a freak father got themselves blown up. Petunia was forced to tell. Harry shot his head up, unbelievably shocked. They always told him that his parents were drunk drug users that died in a car accident. His 5-year-old mind had very little idea on what was going on. But he trusted the Gardiner trio, way more than his supposed family. Potter, Krenos mumbled, thinking he had heard that name somewhere or had read about it in one of the books in the Gardiner library. Well, since you obviously have no love for this kind young man, we'll be taking him, Jax told the Mundanes. Again, Harry's head shot in his direction. Somebody wanted him, wanted to love him. And all of this because the silver-eyed 5-year-old didn't want to play with Dudley. The world works in funny ways. Chapter 2, Life in Greece. Almost 6 years later, Harry Potter Gardiner wasn't what the world expected. His untamable black hair was mostly hidden by a safari-like hat, helped to also cover up his lightning bolt-shaped scar. His entire outfit showed more uniquely wild style for a kid about to turn 11. He wore a jungle design t-shirt under a khaki vest with his jeans and tan boots. On his wrists were brown leather cuff bracelets. Around his neck was the same wolf charm that belonged to Jax Gardiner. Speaking of Harry's adoptive family, how you doing, oh adoptive brother of mine? Krenos asked. Looking for Sophia, Harry answered, looking around a tree. She and Lion have been out here for a while, and you know how she can get wild. She's a shapeshifter. It's literally in her nature, Krenos says. And if there's anyone that knows about nature, it's me. Krenos had grown up, finding his own natural style. He wore a hunter-type outfit. He had short black hair with a jean vest, brown pants, and archer boot. He also wore a green jungle design shirt under his vest. A green archer poncho cloak hybrid was over his shoulders, a gold belt around his waist. He also had gold fingerless gloves. Around his neck was his mother's emerald amulet. But there's still the fact that she can go a little too wild, Harry reminded. There is a reason why most animals are considered dangerous. We've faced more dangerous stuff here on a daily basis, Krynos chuckled. And I'm not talking about the demons. I'm talking about my twin sister. I heard that, a girl's voice yelled. Curse her siren hearing. Krynos swore, Harry bursting into laughter. Can't get away with anything with her around? Better believe it. The same girl says, walking up. She was similar to Krynos, but still as a girl. Her style was a red, pink, and purple dawn-colored dress with gold flats. She had pink streaked black hair with butterflies in it. On her wrists were diamond rose cuff bracelets. The most surprising part was that she had elegant blue bird wings coming out of a belt she wore around her waist. Around her neck was an amethyst lyre pendant. I know you like to listen in on conversations, but it gets really annoying sometimes, Harry told her. Not my fault I can't control my hearing, Melody fake pouted. I'm just happy I'm no longer hearing flies breaking wind in Australia. Give me a couple more years and I'll have it under full control. It better be, Krynos says. You keep butting in on my mirror calls. Like it's my fault you have a big mouth, Melody countered. Sometimes, you two act more like an old married couple than you do twins, Harry snickered. Well, I never. Both twins fake being offended. You two are strange, Harry shook his head. Been a Gardiner for nearly 6 years, and you're just figuring that out, Krynos smirked. Harry laughed at the antics. After the Dursleys, Krynos and Melody had to work hard to decommission him from everything those mundanes had done to him. Harry had quickly learned how truly loving a family can be. Krynos and Melody were the closest people to him. The three practiced their magic together often. They lived in the magic school for mystic souls. Crystal Rose Academy was its name. Unlike most schools, Crystal Rose had students from all over the world. Most mystic souls from England, Greece, Italy, and Australia go to the school. The school is often called one of the most beautiful parts of magical Greece. There was a large castle with a forest on one side and a lake on the other. The forest was made of oak, pine, cherry blossom, and willow trees. There were all types of animals running free in the trees and on the grounds. The lake looked so clean you could probably see your reflection. There were sea and water animals playing in the water. The castle was the most amazing part. The castle was about 3 times the size of either Hogwarts in England or Ilvermorny in America. The whole castle was made of silver cement blocks that were glistening with protective enchantments. The windows were lined with gold bricks. In front was a large set of doors made from maple wood. There were a few towers, and also a few turrets coming from the roof of the castle. There were statues of different magical creatures dotted around the whole building. There were large stables on one side of the castle, and the top of a glass dome near the back of the castle. It's nearly your 11th birthday, Harry, Melody reminded. That's a special age from where you came from, you know? Still don't understand why, Harry said. Neither do we, Melody admitted. Apparently, it's a thing over there. What do you guys usually do when a mage comes of their special age? Harry asked. Well, being of age means that the heir of a family becomes the Theos or Thea of the line, Krynos explained. As for a special age, we don't have one. But for the sake of your English heritage, we'll be honoring this day. We'll still be doing it the mystic soul way, right? Harry asked. You know what we say, Melody giggled. When in Greece, do as the Greeks do. Time to get you a familiar. Harry's face lit up. Most of the older mystic souls they know, at the academy, don't have familiars. Animals are very particular on who they choose to bond with, and magical creatures are even more picky. Off to the stables we go, Krynos called, marching away. Did he forget that I was out here to search for Sophia and Lion? Harry asked his sister, who just shrugged. Krynos is a lot of things. Forgetful is not one, Melody giggled. He just easily jumps from one topic to another. Past topics usually come to mind a little later. As if on cue, Krynos appeared in front of them. It almost slipped my mind that you were looking for Sophia and Lion before we interrupted you, he said. Told you so, Melody smirked, looking at Harry. Give me a break, Harry protested. He's your twin, not mine. Lucky me, Melody groaned. Harry turned one way. He had heard something. I think, in about 5 seconds, we need to duck, he informed. The three immediately ducked down as a bird flew over their heads. It was a Hudson Valley hawk. The bird crashed into the branches of a nearby tree. Another second later, a girl fell out of it. "Ow," she said. She was wild, like Krinos. She is tan-skinned and at a medium height, with hazel eyes. She has reddish-brown wavy hair that goes slightly past her shoulders. She wore a black bodysuit with the shirt having a golden vest-like piece of clothing. She also wore gold high-heel boots with the boots reaching her knees. "Found Sophia," Krinos smiled. "Cheetah speed. I have control of." Sophia shook herself off. "Flying. That is a load of trouble all on its own." "Where's Lion?" Harry asked the shapeshifter. "Out there. Somewhere," Sophia shrugged. "You lost him, didn't you?" Melody asked. "Hey, it's not like I can put him on a leash," Sophia protested, then got a thinking face. "Now, there's an idea. You're not putting Lion on a leash," Melody deadpanned. "You're no fun," Sophia fake pouted. "We were about to see if any of the animals in the stable's nursery would choose Harry to bond with," Krinos says. "A special birthday present. Wanna come?" "I would, but leave Lion to his own devices for too long, and it all goes downhill from there," Sophia giggled. "You are very weird animal witch," Harry chuckled. "Tell me something I don't know," Sophia smirked. "Hawk is about 30 paces due east," Melody said. They all looked in that direction, then shrugged. "Siren hearing, always fun," Sophia giggled. The three siblings walked away, waving goodbye to their shapeshifter friend. They made their way to the stables. The stables are one of the three prides and joys of the Academy. The stables, garden, and artifacts chambers are the three most important parts of Crystal Rose. The stables house about a little over a dozen different magical creatures. There was even upper rafters for the flying creatures, like phoenixes, thunderbirds, griffins, and even dragons. The ground stables are for the land creatures, like hellhounds, Nemean lions, unicorns, Pegasi, Cretan bulls, a single rainbow serpent, and a slightly temperamental manticore. There are deeper parts of the stables for the even rarer creatures. They sometimes get very annoying visits from a few imps, gremlins, or ogres. But none of them are familiar material, as they are just pests. There were also quite a few regular animals. Mostly wolves, rabbits, deer, foxes, bears, dogs, jungle cats, and the occasional hawk, eagle, or falcon. One of the best parts of the stables is the nursery, where all the newborn mystical creatures are kept. They are taken care of by the most gentle and kind of the Academy students. Unicorns just learning to walk, griffins first trying their wings, and even a few times of trying to stop the lion cubs and hellhound puppies from eating each other. On the bright side, it's good practice for parenthood. "I can't wait to see which animal chooses you to bond with," Krinos says, excited. The bond between a mage and their familiar is a very special one. "You'd think he'd be the one getting a familiar," Harry laughed at his brother's antics. "Krinos, as a nature mage, is natural is the only word I can use," Melody says. "He does what he does, and that's who he is. Besides, can't we get familiars while here as well?" Krinos asks innocently. "Gotta love that guy." Harry shook his head. The three went around to the pens, looking at all the baby animals and mystical creatures. Melody cooed over the puppies. "Hey guys," a girl greeted. The girl looked like the kindest among them. She had long dark brown hair that, with tan skin to match. She was in a pink dress with gold bands wrapped up her legs and attached to her heels. Tied to her neck was a red cloak that went down to her shins. She also had a pink scarf around her neck. A tiara of daisies was in her hair. "Hey, Hestia," Krinos smiled. "I thought it was Valia's shift. She had to handle an instrument issue in the music room," Hestia says. "There was something about a stubborn trombone and a temperamental trumpet." "Haley has her hands full, doesn't she?" Melody asked. "You know her, always wanting to finish what she starts before moving on," Harry reminded. "How did the instruments go wild, anyway? Who wants to bet that it was caused by Wyatt blowing up another cauldron and shaking the whole school again?" Krinos joked. "He really needs to learn that some experiments aren't worth risking his life for." Melody shook her head. "We should just be glad he hasn't mixed eye of newt and burdock root," Harry says. "We'd be looking to replace that entire lab if he did that." "So, what can I do you for?" Hestia asked. "Wanna cuddle some puppies?" Watch the griffins try to fly. See the unicorns shoot rainbows at random times? Just getting Harry a familiar for his birthday, Krenos tells her. It's a part of his wizarding English heritage. I have heard 11 is a special age over there, Hestia says. And getting your familiar is one of the most special things that can happen to a magical being. The bond between mage and familiar is a truly incredible and envied thing. It is rare for mundane zoomkeepers, snake wranglers, or breeders to even come close to such a thing. Sure, add to the pressure. Why don't you? Harry snickered. There is no pressure, dear brother, Krenos said to him. If one of them choose to bond with you, then you bond. If you are not chosen by any of them, then it is only by the will of the gods. Not that even Artemis or Hades could ever hate you. Harry went around to the pins. The animals reacted to him excitedly. He knew how his powers as a mystic soul made him very popular among those of the wild. Animals are one of the 9 sacred power strongholds of their kind. The other 8 were air, fire, water, earth/nature, sound, ice, light, and darkness/death. Since coming to the academy, animals flocked to Harry like metal to a magnet. It was as if he was known across the entire animal kingdom, even at the age of 5. His gift with them grew into his mystic soul power, called Jungle Soul. Animals are his life, his extended family, one of his greatest joys in life. He cared for any animal in need, even if the animal could kill him without a second thought. There was just something to him that calmed down even the most wild of beasts. Melody may be the musician among them, but music is not what soothes the savage beasts for his case. He loves animals like an extension of himself. Let your heart guide you, Harry, Hestia advised. Magic is a matter of the heart. Like we say, your power comes from your emotions. Harry felt a pull. He went toward where he felt it coming from. He ended up at one of the young unicorns. This one was one of the more tragic stories. The mystical creature was a rare moonlace unicorn. The moonlace are a very coveted race of unicorn. Their horns can harness the power of moonlight to heal almost any type of injury. Their mane and tail hair have never been used for wand cores, but they are also known as the peacekeepers of magic. Their aura is known for its calming effect, but they were hunted to near extinction by dark mages so that their auras couldn't affect them. The one the roses have in the nursery is one of the few left in the world. In total, there's only a dozen left across the globe. This young unicorn was rescued by a few crystal rose students that had been in the Amazon at the time, from some mystic poachers. The pony's mother was killed, so they took in the few days old creature. It now only 3 years old. Hey, buddy, Harry smiled to the baby creature. I can feel how you went through something like I did. I lost my parents before I could remember them, like you. No one should ever have to go through that, be it human or magical creature. The unicorn cocked its head to the side. Its eyes locked with Harry's. The amulet around Harry's neck glowed blue. It caused his eyes to also turn blue. There was a sudden connection. Looks like someone found his familiar, Melody says. Harry looked at his 2 siblings, noticing they also had familiars. Krenos had a white wolf pup in his arms. Melody had a northern goshawk, which they all call the winter hawk, on her head. A unicorn familiar on its own is almost completely unheard of, Krenos said. Especially a moonlace unicorn. You just keep surprising us. Never want to do things halfway, are you? Melody giggled. Not my fault, Harry stated. So, what are you gonna name her? Krenos asked his brother. After the first ever goddess of the moon, Selene, Harry answered. It's a beautiful name, Melody smiled. What about you two? Harry asked. Winter Falcon, a bird of prey in the season of winter, a bird of hope and elegance, and a white wolf, a wild dog known as a pack leader. The wolf is a fierce warrior and loyal to a fault. You and your animal knowledge, Melody snickered, like a walking encyclopedia of the wild. With my powers, what do you expect? Harry smirked. I think I'll name him Wolf, Krenos says. Keep it simple, you know? Sure, I get that, Harry accepted. Besides, you're a nature type. Animals are my thing. You come up with the more unique names when it comes to flowers and trees. What about you, Melody? I was gonna name him Frost, Melody shrugged. Does anyone else find it weird that we all have familiars that are white? It's magic, sis, Krenos says. No one knows how it works. and I'm pretty sure that no one wants to. He's got you there, Harry chuckled. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As usual, Professor Minerva McGonagall was in charge of the letters for incoming students, most getting their letters when they turn 11. She, and the other heads of houses, were in charge of all orientation of the Muggle-born and Muggle-raised. They were the ones that needed the most help, but one letter then caught her eye. Well, 3 letters to be precise. The names intrigued her. Krenos Gardiner, Melody Gardiner, and to her immense surprise was Harry Potter Gardiner. She remembered James and Lily. If James hadn't been an Auror, he could have taken over her Transfiguration professor job, and Lily could have done the same, but with charms. They were her 2 top students. James would have done better, but he was too busy pulling pranks with his friends Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. Then, she noticed the address. She immediately went to the office of Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. "Bonbons," she said, the gargoyle stepping aside. She still doesn't get his obsession with Muggle sweets. "Hello, Minerva," the old man greeted happily. "Lemon drop?" "No, thank you, Albus," Minerva refused. "I was going over the acceptance letters and found something quite interesting. It involves Harry Potter." "And how is Mr. Potter?" Albus asked. "Former Minister Bagnold never did listen when we warned her about the Dursleys." "That's the thing, Albus," Minerva says. "I don't think he's with them anymore. Look at these acceptance letters. More specifically, the names and address." Dumbledore looked at the letters. The signature sparkle in his eyes seemed to shine with curiosity. "It seems that our young Mr. Potter has made his way to Greece," Albus said, "and also away from the Dursleys. There is a reason why registered magic haters don't ever get custody of magical children." "It's more than that," Minerva pointed out. "The address is Crystal Rose Academy in Athens, Greece." "That's the school for mystic souls," Albus finished. "Looks like Mr. Potter has more power than any of us gave him credit for." "And what of these other 2? Minerva asks. "From what little I know of magical Greece, the Gardiner family is one of the most ancient and noble there," Albus says. "From the 12 Olympian mages' time is how far back their lineage can be tracked." "For 1,000 years," Minerva gasped. "That's more than every pureblood bloodline in England. That's how many mystic soul families are like," Albus tells his friend. "Especially Greece, where the mages had originally been from." "Have mystic souls ever attended Hogwarts before?" Minerva asked. "I'm not sure, as their kind has always been very secretive," Albus admitted. "If they've been accepted and they agree to attend, they can. And let's not forget that the Potters are an English family." "Who shall we send to take them to Diagon Alley then?" Minerva asked. "As they already know about magic, maybe we appeal to their kindness," Albus suggests. "How about Hagrid?" "You really think that's a smart idea?" Minerva asked, concerned. "Hagrid isn't a teacher and is pretty biased toward Gryffindors and against Slytherins. But he is a kind man, and he can appeal to the nature of also being a wizard with abnormal blood," Albus reasoned. "I see your reasons, and I agree," Minerva says. "Let's just hope that they have fast ways of getting from Greece to England." Chapter 3. "I sense owls," Harry said, his head shooting up. His other hand was petting Celine. Krenos and Wolf were lying in the shade of a nearby willow tree. Melody was playing the lyre with Frost, swaying his head to the tune. The 4 all looked at him. "I don't recall any owls being in the stables or nursery," Krenos says, Wolf jogging after his bonded. "Because there aren't," Melody said. Harry looked up, his siblings following his gaze. 2 owls were flying their way. They looked like normal barn owls. One had a single letter, while the other had 2. "Doesn't magical England use owls to deliver mail?" Harry remembered. "How primitive," Krenos says. "We use terror mail for long distance and delivering to non-mystic souls, while mirror mail is between our kind. We have always said that they're about 200 years behind on magical updates," Melody snickered. "We still uphold traditions, but we do create things to make ourselves look less primitive. Between all our variations on magic mirrors, the enchantments lined with specific pieces of clothing, and our types of transportation, we're a lot farther along than mundanes." The owls dropped the letters in their hands. They then settled next to Harry, his animal magnetism at work. "You poor dears," he sighed. "You've flown a long way, haven't you?" "They most definitely have. According to where these letters have come from," Melody says, looking at her letter. "These are acceptance letters to Hogwarts, the top magic school in England and Scotland, Harry raised an eyebrow. Do they even deliver letters this far? It may be because of you, Krenos guessed. The Potters are one of the ancient and noble families of magical England. Your parents most likely attended there. Why mess with tradition? Harry shrugged. Most mystic souls aren't very fond of England. They find English wizards far too prejudiced and selfish. Any English mages that discover their powers usually hightail it out of the country before they're hunted like deer. The only mystic souls from England at Crystal Rose, currently, were Benjamin, Buzz, Prince, and Valia Avery. Nowadays they go by Buzz Wasp and Valia Fly, ridding themselves of their English names. They hate England with a passion, as do almost every mystic soul in the world. While Hogwarts was a great school for wand users, most schools like that are not equipped to handle the emotion-based power that mystic souls possess. They're taught from a young age that their power comes from their emotions. When Krenos first developed his powers, they came from his happiness. Melody had bursts of magic whenever she got excited, and Harry's first started appearing in moments of anger. But it is a school for wand users, Harry asked. Will we even be able to do those types of spells? I have heard of several mystic souls that have attended wand-using schools, Melody says. You've already met students from Durmstrang, Beauxbatons, and Salem. All we would need is the items on this list, mostly our own wands, and we'll be all set for their world, Krenos said. But, of course, I ain't using no parchment. Paper is harmful to trees. I will spread the word. Nature mages, always with the preservation of the wild. Melody shook her head. Do you expect anything less? Harry smirked, getting a head shake in response. So, are we gonna send back our yes? Melody asked. Not until tomorrow, Harry says, stroking the owls. These owls have just flown from England to Greece. We can give them a day to rest. Harry let the owls step onto his hands and carried them to the stables. He'd have to have some words with the hellhounds, rainbow serpent, Nemean lions, and Cretan bulls not to eat them. He made professional zoologists and zookeepers pale in comparison to his skill with the animal kingdom. The next day, the three siblings sent back their replies with the owls. And now we wait for a man or woman in 3-century-old robes to show up, Krenos said, his twin and brother bursting into laughter. Time skipped to a giant. Anyone know who is even gonna come? Melody wondered out loud. Or even how, Harry added. Not like the Academy is on any map, magical or not. Our barriers keep our any and all locator spells, scrying, and even blood-to-blood spells. If owls can get through, they could find us, Krenos says. Besides, we'll just let them through the wards. The three siblings were in the front hall of the school. It had just been breakfast, and the student body was leaving the great hall. Even as young as they were, most mystic souls are sorted into their houses by, at least, age 7. The oldest a mystic soul has been when they've come to the school was 13. There are 7 houses at the academy. Unicorn House, for the pure, kind, and gentle. Dragon House, for the strong, brave, and a little bit of a temper. Mermaid House, for the wise, adaptive, and patient. Griffin House, for the loyal, cunning, and chival. Siren House, for the creative, outgoing, and ambitious. Dryad House, for the hard-headed, witful, and secretive. Winterwolf House, for those of a cool mind, free soul, and fierce spirit. Krenos was a part of Unicorn House. Melody was a top student of Mermaid, and Harry was a member of Winterwolf. Unlike most schools that have houses, the students are sorted by their inner personalities and not their families or desires. And they flourish in the house they get in, even if they throw a tantrum at first. It's after midnight, your birthday, and our replies would have made it back by now, Melody says. Have patience, Mel, Harry told his sister. We don't want, or need, a Category 5 earthquake caused by your frustration. I have control of that. Thank you very much. Melody crossed her arms. To tell you guys the truth, I wonder what magical England will react when they see what we can do, Krenos says. I know the staff will need to know, but the mystic souls fled England because of the prejudiced people that think our kind is threats. Valia and Buzz have made that very clear by now. Harry crossed his arms. Valia and Buzz were 2 of the only English mystic souls at the academy. They had come together just to get away from the very bias, hypocritical, prejudice, and downright corrupted English Ministry of Magic. They hated having English blood with a passion. They had had enough of their blood purity nonsense, almost non-existent law system, and the fact they were 2 centuries behind every other magical country. Giant! The scream echoed throughout the entire academy. Everyone started running in different directions. They were starting to panic. How is this even possible? Melody freaked. The 3 siblings running out the doors. Giants haven't been attacked our kind in over a century, and don't forget that every time they did, our kind gets massacred, Krinos reminded. Mystic souls were lucky enough to survive the first war with them. Somebody's about to get disemboweled by a lion, Harry growled. The siblings ran down the path, toward the front gates of the school. They had been built a little bit away from the actual academy. They looked around the front gate grounds, but the columns that hold the Golden Gate, the gate itself, and the few statues around were 100% intact. If a giant had come, where is all the destruction? Krinos wondered. Harry felt a familiar sense, like a long-lost memory. It made him look up, and his eyeballs nearly shot out of his head. Guys, you might want to look up, he told the Gardiner twins. They did, nearly fainting in response. What in the name of the Garden of the Hesperides? Krinos swore. Is that a flying motorcycle? Melody gasped. With a giant riding on the back. It was true. A large motorcycle was flying right toward them. On the back of it was a man larger than all 3 of the Gardiner siblings put together. He seemed to be able to stand more than 5 feet over their heads. The loud-noised motorcycle came almost falling from the sky. One looked to each other, and the Gardiner siblings scattered as the cycle crashed through the gates. They got a better look at the giant. He had a long mane of shaggy black hair and a beard that covered most of his face. His hands were as big as dustbin lids, and his feet in boots that were like baby dolphins. He had dark eyes that glinted like black beetles. His size makes it obvious that it's difficult for him to enter rooms or buildings designed for ordinary-sized people. He also wore a large leather coat with many pockets. He also had a large brown shirt with a red belt, a metal ring at the center of it. He also had extra large pants. There was a slight boom as he got off the bike. Harry, is that really you? The giant said. All 3 of them got into battle stances. Melody's hands were glowing purple with glowing musical notes. Shining roses were held in Krinos's hands with his arms crossed. Harry looked ready to pounce, his hand over the amulet around his neck. We do not take your kind here, Melody growled. You may be smaller than most giants, but we know the destruction your kind caused ours. I'm sorry, but you must have me confused with someone else, the giant said. You're a giant, Krinos glared. A few thousand years ago, it was your kind that massacred ours and nearly had caused our extinction. Giants are the bane of mystic souls. Harry looked at the man in front of him. The motorcycle, this man's face, the sense of familiarity. There was something about all this that was getting to him. You work for Hogwarts, don't you? He asked. His 2 siblings nearly fell over in shock. They looked at him like he had suddenly turned into a girl. Say what? They both gasped. He's right, the giant says, making the 3 turn to him. Name's Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. The twins were lost for words. If it helps, I'm only elf giant, Hagrid said. Me mum was a giant, Dad was a wizard. That calmed down the 3, a little. They all made mental notes to not think too much on how a giant and human wizard could even have a child together. It was just a little too confusing for their 11-year-old minds. Krinos and Melody dropped their hands. Our apologies, Krinos says. Giants and mystic souls are like oil and water, never to be mixed. Our kinds have been enemies since ancient times. I understand, Hagrid said. Most don't take kindly to giants, especially after they joined up with you-know-o. No, we don't know who, Melody slightly smirked. We're not exactly on the subscription list for your country's newspaper. Good thing, Hagrid told her. Bunch of rubbish and lies, if you ask me. You-know-o is just what they call the man that led that last war. He's the one that killed my parents, right? Harry asked. The Dursleys tried telling me they died in a car crash while drunk, but that night has haunted me my entire life. Krinos put his hand on Harry's shoulder, comforting him. Remember what happened? Hagrid asked, shocked. We're barely over a year old. I could fit you in only one, and Harry used to have nightmares a lot. When we were little, Melody explained. There was a spell in our sacred silver book of spells. It helps a person deal with painful memories. When we cast it, Harry remembered everything. It helped me deal with the loss and the pain, Harry says. I may never have known my birth parents, but I am thankful to be a Gardiner. Couldn't Ave said it better meself, Hagrid smiled. But we do Ave a schedule to keep. Can't spend, much time doodling. Ave to get back, so we can get your supplies. Don't know how we're all gonna get back. Oof. Krinos couldn't help but smirk. Leave that up to me, he said, waving his hand near a patch of grass. Nature's teleportation. Instantly, a giant sunflower sprouted from the ground. The whole thing opened up and was wide enough for even the half-giant. I haven't mastered floral swirling, so this is the next best thing, Krinos explained. You just step on the flower, and it will take you where I summoned it to take you. Just tell me where, so I can add the proper enchantment. The leaky cauldron in London would do fine, Hagrid told him. Coming right up, Krinos grinned and made the flower glow with another wave of his hand. All set. All right then, Hagrid accepted. Let's be off now. They all stepped onto the flower. In a poof of pollen, they vanished. Boom. The entire building was most likely shaking on its foundation when Hagrid landed with the three mages. The three had a look around. It was a dark and dimly lit pub filled with people. They all seemed to be fairly happy. When they landed, most of the pub turned to them, but soon went back to their business. Hello, Hagrid, the bartender greeted. Want your usual? Not today, Tom, Hagrid answered. Came ta take it'll Airy, Krinos, and Melody here for their supplies. They're startin' at Hogwarts soon. It can't be, Tom gasped. Harry Potter? It's Potter Gardiner, Harry said. The crowd seemed to ignore what Harry said. The whole pub went silent, all the occupants staring at them. Did I miss the memo that it was stare at the 11-year-old's day? Melody raised an eyebrow. They were instantly swarmed by the people. It was like being surrounded by annoying mosquitoes. Bless my soul, whispered the old bartender. Harry Potter, what an honor. He hurried out from behind the bar, rushed toward Harry and seized his hand, tears in his eyes. Welcome back, Mr. Potter. Welcome back, he said. Harry didn't know what to say. Everyone was looking at them like they were some kind of trophy. An old woman with the pipe was puffing on it without realizing it had gone out. Hagrid was beaming. Then there was a great scraping of chairs, and the next moment, Harry found himself shaking hands with everyone in the leaky cauldron. Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter. Can't believe I'm meeting you at last. So proud, Mr. Potter. I'm just so proud. Always wanted to shake your hand. I'm all of a flutter. Delighted, Mr. Potter. Just can't tell you. Diggle's the name, Daedalus Diggle. I've seen you before, said Harry, as Daedalus Diggle's top hat fell off in his excitement. You bowed to me once in a shop when I was 4. Krinos and Melody looked at him with weird eyes. He just shrugged. Course, they knew about his amazing memory, as it was a trait of the Gardiner family. Even by adoption. He remembers, cried Daedalus Diggle, looking around at everyone. Did you hear that? He remembers me. Harry shook hands again and again, even some of the same people. Doris Crockford kept coming back for more. A pale young man then made his way forward, very nervously. One of his eyes was twitching. Professor Quirrell, said Hagrid. Harry, Krinos, Melody, Professor Quirrell will be one of your teachers at Hogwarts. P.P. Potter, stammered Professor Quirrell, grasping Harry's hand. See can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you. What sort of magic do you teach, Professor Quirrell? Melody asked. Defense against the dark arts, muttered Professor Quirrell, as though he'd rather not think about it. And not that you need it, P.P. Potter? He laughed nervously. This man seriously caused the hairs on the backs of their necks to stand on end. Out of pure reflex, they reached for their amulets. They never did trust anyone that caused them to react like that. You'll be getting all your equipment, I suppose, he asked. I've got to pick up a new book on vampires and myself. He looked terrified at the very thought. But the others wouldn't let Professor Quirrell keep Harry to himself. It took almost 10 minutes to get away from them all. At last, Hagrid managed to make himself heard over the babble. Must get on, lots ter buy. Come on, you three, he said. Doris Crockford shook Harry's hand one last time, and Hagrid led them through the bar and out into a small, walled courtyard, where there was nothing but a trash can and a few weeds. Hagrid grinned at Harry, Krinos, and Melody. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley. That was kind of disturbing, Melody admitted. Should have told ya, Hagrid says. Harry is mighty famous around here. We can tell, Krenos said. What was that all about, Hagrid? Harry asked. Does this have something to do with the dark wizard that killed my parents? How do you remember that? Hagrid asked. When Harry was brought into the Gardiner family, he got a few of our trademark traits, Krenos explained. His eyes turned silver, like ours. His hair went from a lighter shade of black to our pitch black. But the main part is our amazing memory. When he got it, memories came back in flashes. Melody took over. When we were little, he got a lot of nightmares about that night on All Hallows Eve. None of us could really piece the whole thing together, so we cast a spell to help ease painful memories. We all saw it happen. You have a spell that can do that, Hagrid gasped. Greece is a lot different than many other magical communities, Krenos said. We have different spells, potions, rituals, artifacts, the whole 9 yards. All 9 what? Hagrid asked, confused. Sorry, we use a lot of American expressions, Harry slightly laughed. It just means we have everything. All right, Hagrid accepted. Hagrid pulled out a pink umbrella. He tapped it on the brick wall, 3 up and 2 across. The bricks moved aside, revealing a doorway. Welcome, you 3, to Diagon Alley, he introduced. Inside the alley is an assortment of restaurants, shops, and other sites. Some even have tables out front with colored umbrellas. During these days, most likely the ones during the days or weeks before school starts at Hogwarts, the location is packed with witches and wizards. The shops seem to be open year-round as witches and wizards travel to the location for various goods. The shops include many school supply locations. There are also many locations important to the wizarding world, like one grand building near the center of the alley. It struck them as a type of bank. Reminds me of Olympia way back home, but a lot smaller, Melody said, then got elbowed in the ribs by Harry. Pretty homey, Krenos says. Crowded, but homey. It's like this a lot in the summer, Hagrid told them. First things, we gotta get OU money. I could go back home to get some from the family vault, Krenos offered. Wish we were smart enough to collect some before we left. No need for that, Hagrid says. We can just go there, Gringotts. The wizarding bank in England, run by goblins. Say what? The 3 siblings gasped. How can a bank be run by those little green troublemakers? Krenos said. I've vanquished my fair share of them whenever they try to ruin my garden. Other than gremlins, they are known as the troublemakers of the enchanted forest. Melody shook her head. Drives us mystic souls nuts. Might be surprised when OU go inside, Hagrid tells them. Walking into the bank, the 3 were definitely surprised. The goblins looked more like little people, and skin with their goblin-wide noses, ears, and warts. They were all in banking suits. In short, they looked nothing like the goblins they were used to. I see what you mean now, Hagrid, Krenos says. The 4 of them walked up to the desk. The goblin took a minute, but he eventually saw they were standing there. Can I help you? He grumbled. I'm heir to take young Potter to his vault, Hagrid tells the clerk. It's Potter Gardiner, Harry said for the 2nd time that day, the goblin raising an eyebrow. The goblin looked over his desk, eyeing the 3 kids next to the half-giant. He did notice the different type of clothing they wear, much more different than any witch or wizard in England. But he also noticed the lack of green eyes, which everyone in England thought he had. And does Mr. Potter Gardiner have his key? The goblin clerk asked, shocking the 3 mystic souls. Must be heir somewhere, Hagrid mumbled. After rummaging through his coat's absurd amount of pockets, he pulled out a small golden key. Other things he pulled out looked to be sausages, moldy dog biscuits, and another letter. The goblin took the key in hand, then called over another. Griphook shall take you to your vault, the clerk told them. I also have this letter from Dumbledore, Hagrid says, handing over the other letter. It's about you-know-what in Vault 713. Looking over the letter, he nodded to Griphook. Follow me, Griphook instructed. The 4 followed the goblin around the clerk desk. They walked through a door, and the light almost completely went away. It was so dim and dark that you could barely see 2 feet in front of your face. Griphook carried a lantern with him as he hung it at the front of a black car. When their eyes adjusted, they were just in time to stop themselves from falling over the edge. They saw a nearly bottomless cavern with metal rods for the carts to move on. There were torches on the walls in random places, making the whole cavern very dim and dark. The cavern as a whole looked like a dark version of the Mount Everest ride at Disney, only 10 times as big. The three siblings were slightly afraid that they'd fall into the abyss below. "I've never been a big fan of roller coasters," Melody mumbled nervously as they all climbed into the cart. "I have a feeling I'm to get very SIHHH." Krinos screamed as the cart jetted down the track. The cart dived, rose, and swerved around the track. Melody was right to compare it to a roller coaster. But this one was worse than anything from Six Flags, Disney, or Universal put together. In fact, as they rode, Harry and Krinos could have sworn that their sister was turning a little green. Harry, on the other hand, was just about having the time of his life. Soon, they came to a stop in front of a big metal door. Griphook took out the small key he got from Hagrid. He unlocked the vault. When the vault door opened, the three were mildly impressed by the size of the money piles. They were taller than all three of them. There was plenty of gold coins, a little less of the silver coins, and the bronze coins were of the smallest amount. Krinos couldn't help but whistle at the height of the gold piles. "That's a lot of gold," he said. "I've seen the jewel piles of our vault, but this is nice too," Melody says. "Just not as shiny or sparkly." "It definitely isn't the family vault," Krinos said.
"Who? Harry?
"This is probably just a trust vault," Krinos explained. "A family vault would have more than just money. There would also be heirlooms, furniture from old houses, any weapons or armor, ancient tombs, family spell books, paintings, you get the idea. Everything a family, like the Potters, would have." Understandable," Harry admitted. "I would never have noticed any of that. Seems that I need to work on my observation skills. Nothing is worse than an animal unaware of their surroundings." The three quickly took a few handfuls of each type of coin and got back in the cart with Hagrid and Griphook. With that, the cart took off to another part of the bank. It was deeper into the bank than Harry's trust vault. Griphook opened the door and inside was only a single small package. Hagrid took it and put it in his pocket. "What's that, Hagrid?" Harry asked. "Just some Hogwarts business," the half-giant answered, getting back in the cart. But when he got back in, their amulets reacted to something. The lyre around Melody's neck, the wolf around Harry's, and the emerald around Krinos's. The three immediately touched their pendants, making them stop. The siblings shared a look. Luckily, only the goblins seemed to take notice. They rode back to the top, all of them feeling a little queasy. "Mr. Griphook," Harry asked, "could we ask you something?" The goblins seemed taken back by the politeness of the young mystic soul. Many see goblins as less than dirt, like all other creatures. But the way these three kids looked at him, they were not a part of those. "That do." "What is it?" Griphook asked. "Would you know if there are any other types of goblins?" Melody asks. "We only ask because the types of goblins back home don't look anything like you." "What do your goblins look like?" Griphook asked. Melody took out her mirror pad and typed in a few commands. A hologram appeared over her screen. It was of a greedy-looking figure only about 3 feet tall. It had green skin with sharp-looking fingers and toes with pointed ears and a bald head. It wore only a loincloth. Griphook eyed the image like someone just showed him a person with a donkey's head for their own. "Didn't think there were any more of them left," he said. "Excuse me," the mystic souls asked. "These are known as mischief goblins," Griphook explained. "While the rest of us handle the money of the magical world, mischief goblins create chaos. That is their only goal. Chaos is what they strive for. That, and a hatred for fairies. They really do hate them," Krinos snickered. "Though, I do hope that I didn't vanquish any of your relatives. If you did, good riddance to those chaos creators," Griphook grumbled. Hagrid led the three out of the bank. They took out their lists to see what to get first. "I think, you three ould go Madam Malkin's for our robes," Hagrid suggested. "I need, go the leaky cauldron to settle my stomach. I ate them Gringotts carts." Hagrid went off to soothe his stomach. The three went to get their robes. "You can't blame him," Melody says, holding her own stomach. "I'm still feeling a little sick myself." Madam Malkin was actually a very sweet lady, but was also one of those no-nonsense type people. She had all of them stand up for their measurements one by one so she could get perfect robes for them. The three had planned for Melody to buy all their robes, Krinos to buy the books, and Harry to buy their wands and messenger owl. "I still can't believe people here still wear robes," Harry said. "It's not the 1600s anymore. So why are they still pretending it's still that time? I think it's just easier for them to live in the past, Krinos says. Advancing means working hard, taking the hard road, dealing with a lot of potential issues. They are just too simple-minded. Wearing these are gonna make me feel old, Melody sighed. No offense to Madame Malkin, but I prefer musical style. At least they can't force us to remove our amulets, Harry pointed out. It is a part of our heritage and traditions. They can change our style, but robes are part of their culture. But if one person tries to take my amulet, they will lose a hand. With you there, his siblings agreed. After they got their robes for the year, including winter robes, they left. They did tell Madame Malkin that if Hagrid came looking for them, she could tell him they went to buy their books. She sweetly told them she would, and that she agreed with them about the primitive nature of magical England. She also didn't take offense about what they said about robes. The three walked into the bookstore, Flourish and Blots, and were happy to see that it wasn't very crowded right now. Hogwarts first years, Mr. Flourish asked them. They nodded. Here you go. 3 sets of Hogwarts first-year books. He collected 3 sets of books that he put together to help the first years get what they need faster. As Melody and Krinos looked over the books to make sure that they were all there, Harry browsed the rest of the store. There were a lot of books, and he wanted to see what the English knew. But what he noticed was the lack of the information on areas beyond England and Scotland. But then, he came across a certain kind of book series that deeply disturbed him. Guys, he called. What in the name of Zeus is this? Krinos and Melody went over to the books that Harry was looking at. One look at the titles, and they were mortified. Every one of the books they were looking at were all about Harry, and none of them were true. They ranged from Harry Potter is battling horde of vampires in Transylvania to Harry Potter has been battling trolls since he was 5. The tales they told were both insane and about as true as a vampire that doesn't drink blood. You've got to be kidding me, Krinos swore. Is there no such thing as privacy in England? This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever read in my life, Harry says, flipping through a book. No matter how small a troll is, a 5-year-old facing one is not very possible. Where did they even get permission to use your name? Melody wondered. It's against the law to use minors in books or newspaper without the permission of their legal guardian. England, oy vey, Krinos complained. There was a knock at the window. The 3 turned and saw Hagrid standing there. Smiling, he held up a cage, and an owl was inside. It was a beautiful and elegant-looking snowy owl with amber eyes. The 3 paid for their books and left the store. I figured to get you a birthday present, Hagrid told them, smiling. How very kind of you, Harry thanked. You didn't have to, especially after we almost vanquished you. Oh, said our kind as a bad history with giants, Hagrid said. I understand, owl. Oh, you might be uneasy round me. You're very kind, Hagrid, Melody smiled. May the gods grant you good fortune. So, what do you 3 have left? Hagrid asked. The 3 looked at their lists. Just our wands, Harry says. Usually, mystic souls don't use wands, but we know quite a few of our kind that go to schools for wand users and practice their own powers on their own. Ollivander's the best place to get wands in Diagon Alley, Hagrid told them, leading them down the walkway. If it's only the best place in this alley, does that mean there are others? Krinos asked his siblings. Good catch, Nos, Harry said. We'll have to find out later. The 3 mages walked into a shop. The shop had shelves and shelves of boxes that contained wands. It was like a library, only with long rectangular boxes. Well, a voice says. Mr. Potter, I've been expecting you. It's Potter Gardiner, Harry sighed. I've only said it 3 times today. Out of the shadows came a very old-looking man in robes. His white hair was of the messy variety and had a look of awe on his face. No, a man that knows part of your name coming out of the shadows isn't creepy at all, Krinos commented. Melody then elbowed him in the ribs, making him quiet down the sarcasm. Potter Gardiner, how interesting, Mr. Ollivander said. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. Mr. Ollivander moved closer to Harry. The 3 siblings wished he would blink. Those gray eyes were a bit creepy. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. While I say your father favored it, It's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. Mr. Ollivander had come so close that he and Harry were almost nose to nose. Harry could see himself reflected in those misty eyes. And that's where Mr. Ollivander touched the lightning scar on Harry's forehead with a long, white finger. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful and in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do. He shook his head and then, to Harry's relief, spotted Hagrid. He was seriously starting to creep them out. Rubeus. Rubeus Hagrid. How nice to see you again. Oak. 16 inches. Rather bendy, wasn't it? It was, sir, yes, said Hagrid. Good wand, that one. But I suppose they snapped it in half when you got expelled, said Mr. Ollivander, suddenly stern. The three kids looked at Hagrid in surprise. They didn't know he had been expelled. Since he worked at Hogwarts, they just thought that he had graduated from there. Yes, they did, yes, said Hagrid, shuffling his feet. I've still got the pieces, though. But you don't use them, said Mr. Ollivander sharply. Oh, no, sir, said Hagrid quickly. The three kids, noticing him, gripped his pink umbrella very tightly as he spoke. Said Mr. Ollivander, giving Hagrid a piercing look. Well, now, Mr. Potter, let me see. He pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. Which is your wand arm? Well, I'm right-handed, said Harry. And it's Potter Gardiner. Hold out your arm. That's it. He measured Harry from shoulder to finger, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and round his head. As he measured, he said, every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. We use unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two Ollivander wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get such good results with another wizard's wand. It's Pot. I give up, Harry said. Krenos and Melody looked at each other. It was one thing to just forget that Harry's last name was hyphened, but this guy just seemed to ignore the fact that he was also a Gardiner and not just a Potter. That really got under their skin. That will do, he said, and the tape measure crumpled into a heap on the floor. Right then, Mr. Potter. Try this wand. But no sooner than the wand was put in his hand, Ollivander swiped it from his hand. No, that one won't do, he shook his head. It went on just like that. Ollivander would give Harry one of the wands, then something bad would happen, and he'd then take the wand away. Harry had just caused the chair that Krenos was sitting on to collapse, and a 25th wand joined his ever-growing pile. He tried wand after wand, but none of them worked. Ollivander then seemed to get an idea, and he went back a little farther into the shop. Pulling out another wand, he presented it to Harry. Holly and phoenix feather, he said. But when Harry reached over to take it, his amulet glowed and the wand shot in a different direction. It was away from them. I guess that wand really didn't like you, Ollivander says. He noticed the amulets around each of their necks. Mystic souls are quite rare in England. Any that were discovered quickly disappeared. The last recorded ones were a pair in insect-like mages, a bumblebee and a butterfly. They had been the kids of two feuding pureblood families. Nobody knows what happened to them. Some say they ran away, Romeo and Juliet style. Others say that their families killed them because they didn't want mystic souls in their homes. The least thought theory was that magic herself took them away. Hardly anyone believed that mumbo-jumbo. Ollivander started thinking. Perhaps you three would follow me to the back? The three looked up at their half-giant guide. He gave them a nod, telling them that it was okay to go. They followed the wand maker. So, we're following a seemingly crazy person that likes to lurk in shadows into the back of his store, Krenos said. What could possibly go wrong? Melody elbowed him in the ribs to shut him up, even if she did slightly agree with her twin. But Krenos didn't have to know that. Back here is where I keep my more unique wands, Ollivander told them. Specifically for magic users like you three. Mystic souls, those that got their creature inheritance, or even magical creatures themselves. The siblings looked around at some of the visible wands. When reading what they were made of, and what they had for cores, they were shocked. There were some abnormal woods used, like winterwood, whomping willow, lacewood, and other unique wood. Abnormal cores were along the lines of Pegasus feather, acromantula silk, and even Nemean lion fur. Some even had focus gems in them. The wand always chooses the wizard, Ollivander explained. As mystic souls, you'll be drawn to wands that will suit your powers. Closing their eyes, each of the Gardiner siblings allowed their magic to guide them. It felt similar to when they found their familiars. They soon all had a wand in their hands. Ollivander checked each of them out. He looked at Krenos's 10.5 inches, wood from a tree in the eternal spring, core of blood orchid petals, topped with a rose quartz focus gem, he evaluated. Rose quartz is the focus gem that chooses those who've lost a great love. Krenos looked away after getting his wand back. He hated it whenever their loss was brought up. Ollivander then looked at Melody's 9.5 inches, lotus tree wood, core of siren feather, he examined. A very nice and stable wand for the more harmonic of magicals. Melody took her wand back. It did make sense for her to have a siren feather core, as she was a music mage. Plus, she knew how misunderstood real sirens were. Most magical creatures were misunderstood in one way or another. And last was Harry's wand. 10.5 inches, wood from the jungle of mayhem, core of Nemean lion fur, diamond focus gem, Ollivander says. Diamond is for those with a good soul. Now that they all had their wands, Harry paid for them, and they went back to Hagrid. Nice, okaying wands. Oh, you three got, the gentle giant complimented. Need anything else? Nope, we got everything, Harry says. We need to get back to the academy soon, anyway. It's my turn in the nursery, right? Krenos remembered. We'll need to remember to work on changing that schedule since we'll only be there during vacation for the next few years. You might also want to send Hagrid's motorcycle back too, Melody reminded. Oh, Hades, I knew I was forgetting something, Krenos swore. Inorganic things are always more difficult to teleport than people or plants. Chapter 5. Platform 9 3/4. Chapter 5. Platform 9 3/4. The three Gardiner siblings spent a month learning what they could from what they had, especially how to work with their wands when they had their mystic soul powers as well. Harry was the one most intrigued by wizard magic, as it was the type of magic his parents had used. Don't get him wrong, he loves being a mystic soul and everything that comes with his gift. But wizard magic was his heritage, and he wasn't going to abandon it. He thought that if his parents had lived, he would have probably been raised around it and never even have known that he was a mystic soul. In truth, that was the case with a lot of witches and wizards in England that don't know about their powers. But according to Buzz and Valia, it's better that way. Krenos and Melody was a little more cautious than their brother. England was a dangerous place for mystic souls. Buzz and Valia had barely escaped with their lives when they were found out. They were going to make sure their brother was safe from the maniacs that seemed to run that insane country. Right now, it was the day before they had to catch the train to their new school. They had all read through their books, even corrected a few errors they saw in them. They did think the first-year knowledge was a bit basic, and as if it was being held back for some odd reason. Any 7- or 8-year-old mystic soul could brew a boil-curing potion. They had their own revision of it for the teenage mages to get rid of pimples. I still don't like this, Krenos says to Melody, watching Harry practice wand movements from one of his books as Celine watched him. Nature doesn't feel right over there. I know you're protective of us, but he wants to honor his birth parents, Melody reminded him. Wolf was standing by his bonded, Krenos' hand on his head. Frost was, as always, comfortably sitting on Melody's head. She never seemed to mind, as it was always her head, her shoulder, or right next to her that Frost always seemed to be. I'm not saying he shouldn't, Krenos said. His birth parents were as much his parents as Mama and Bampa's were. I would never come between any connection he could have with them. I know I'd do the same thing in an instant if it was a connection to Mama and Bampa's. I get it now, Melody nodded her head, understanding. You don't want our world exposed to England. You want to protect Harry and our home. Mystic souls aren't supposed to be secret, but that country has tried hunting us on multiple occasions, Krenos almost growled. We're going into the belly of the beast, attending Hogwarts, and I'll be sent to Tartarus before I let my brother and my fellow mystic souls be in such danger. You may be too noble for your own good, Melody giggled. I'm not a member of Unicorn for nothing, Krenos smirked. We may be pure, but our horns are as sharp as a dagger. You should put that on a sign to hang above the door to Unicorn Hall, Melody suggested, giggling. Who says I don't already have one? but enchanted to only be seen by members of the house, Krenos teased. If you think you're being funny, it's not happening, Melody said. The snowy owl that Hagrid got them, Harry naming her Hedwig, then landed on Harry's head. She hooted something to him as she looked at the book. Couldn't have put it better myself, girl, Harry responded. What did she say? Melody asked, the twins sitting next to their brother. That wand movements are a waste of time when all you need to do is focus on what the spell does, Harry told them. The twins smirked. Harry's ability to talk to animals was always an entertaining sight, mostly when it's around those that doesn't know he has it. They also thought that Hedwig was 100% correct. There is a reason why Athena chose owls as her sacred animal, Krenos chuckled. They are indeed wise creatures. Hedwig almost seemed to puff out her feathered chest in pride. She is right, Harry said, closing his book. Complex wand movements. What a bunch of nothing. If Greece and England ever went to war, we'd win in less than 10 minutes. The Magic Council is way too smart to go to war with anyone, Melody reminded. The last war we had was against the giants. We haven't had any wars against fellow mages in over a millennia. Still doesn't stop them from being idiots every now and again, Krenos says. I hope that Olivia knows what she's getting into. The Magic Council is the main form of the government in magical Greece. They're run by 12 elected officials, representing the 12 Olympian gods. They run the higher-up levels of magical Greece, including how well the schools are doing and the safety of the students. The other parts of the government are run by the department heads at the council's headquarters or by the Theos and Thea of the more powerful Greek families. Olivia Gardiner is the cousin of the 3 siblings, the daughter of the sister of Jax Gardiner. She was a user of time magic, making her the biggest history buff in the world. She prided herself on being a well-knowledged girl that cares about her home. She had just turned 20 and was planning on running for a position on the council as soon as she could. She had been a member of Mermaid House during her time at Crystal Rose. What's up, Gardiner Trio? A girl's voice called. The siblings smiled as their friend, Abby Gold, literally glided over to them. Abby was a member of Winterwolf with Harry. She held a special brand of ice magic known as Enchanted Sapphire. It did reflect in her style of a sky blue winter sweatshirt and skirt with a winter forest design and white fur lining the skirt bottom, hood, and sleeves. She also has matching boots. Hey, Abby, Harry greeted, smiling at his housemate. Nothing much. Just going over this very boring material. I've known 7-year-olds that can do more advanced stuff than this junk. It's England. What do you expect? Abby shrugged. Quite literally, every other magical community in the world are more advanced than they are. Even Malaysia and the Philippines are more advanced, and they're both really small countries. Abby is their resident expert on global history. She has vast knowledge of the different cultures of magic around the world from her travels as a little girl before she came to Crystal Rose. She loved learning about the different mystic cultures and how they were different from one another. It was the reason she was top of the class in international magic. But while she was Greek by blood and by heart, she never made her culture seem more important than the cultures of those around her when on her travels. To her, it isn't right. You can be as religious as you want, but never downgrade the culture of another just to make your own seem better. So, ever been to England during any of your explorations? Melody asked their friend. Unfortunately, yes, Abby says, sitting down. Frost gave her a soft cuddle. Animals like winter hawks always attracted to her ice magic. It was the same for white wolves, penguins, polar bears, and any other winter or Arctic animals. Britain is basically the definition of a magically, educationally, and historically behind civilization, Abby told them. Hogwarts may be considered one of the best wizarding schools in the world, but even that school has its flaws. Most of how behind they are dealing with their first-generation witches and wizards. Yeah, we heard that over there. They're called Muggleborns, Harry says. They seriously refer to mundanes as muggles. What a degrading word. I'm with you there, Krenos said. Mundane is an actual word. They just made muggle up. It's disgusting. How do they deal with the first generation? Well, first they only visit them after their 10th birthday to tell them that they're a witch or wizard, Abby explained. Then, they just throw them into the magical world at 11 with little knowledge of magical culture and laws. Sure, their parents got to ask questions over the years so they could feel more comfortable with their child in the magical world, but there are no books or lessons given in how to act. England is one of the few countries that still use blood terms to describe a witch or wizard. Places like Greece, Argentina, Japan, and Russia use other terms. First-generation mages are witches and wizards that are born to two non-magic parents. Second generation is a mage born to one magic parent and one non-magic parent. And third generation is a mage born from an all-magic family, or simply just two magical parents. Well, that is one of the most ridiculous I have ever heard, Melody says. And I hear a lot. Here, anyone that shows signs of magic are first observed and then visited after their magic is shown to be constant. The oldest first-generation mage to get a visit was 6. It gives them time to adjust and educated before they enter the full magic world. England must like doing things the easy way, and not the right way, Krinos said. Nobody ever does it the right way when an easy way presents itself. Couldn't have put it better myself, Abby continued. Blood supremacy rules in that country. Everyone is judged and basically have their whole lives planned almost completely by their blood type. By blood type, I'm sure you mean Muggle-born, half-blood, and pure-blood, correct? Harry asked. Got it in one, Abby answered. Apparently, purebloods are the only ones that have any real chance of success. Half-bloods only have a chance if their magic parent was a pureblood lord or lady. And if you're Muggle-born, then you're pretty much out of luck. The first generation are looked down on. Over there. How despicable, Krinos said. Britain, man. Melody shook her head. I'm actually wondering about your familiars, Abby says. I know owls are pretty common in England, so Hedwig would be fine. But what about Celine, Frost, and Wolf? We did some checking so that we could still feel comfortable in a new magical environment, Harry told her. The only lets allowed are owls, toads, and cats, but any student with a familiar is allowed to bring them, regardless of what type of animal or creature they are. It was a relief, Krinos said. Especially since a separated bonded and familiar causes damage to one's core. And it's also illegal to separate us. No kidding, relief, Abby breathed. Pretty sure I would turn them into an ice statue if they tried to take my familiar, if I had one. They all laughed. Time jumped to September 1 st. Are you guys sure you have everything? Hestia asked, making a fuss over them. Hestia, quit with the mother hen act. Krinos slapped her hand away from his hair. For crying out loud, you're our age. I'm a healer. What do you expect from me? Hestia shrugged. The 3 Gardiner siblings were standing in the garden at the back of the school. They all had fully packed trunks with their clothes, books, mirror pads and phones, potion ingredients, and everything else they'd need. They made sure to pack their crystal rose cloaks so that they still had bits of their traditions. Okay, so it's 12:30 here, meaning that it's about 10:30 in England, Sophia says. And your tickets say the train leaves at 11? The 3 nodded. My nature's teleportation will get us there is a flash, Krinos snickered. Quite literally, I add. I'd floral swirl us there, but I'm barely strong enough to teleport myself, let alone 3 people. Just make sure to beware, Abby reminded. If they find out you're all mystic souls, they will kill you. We get it, Abby, Harry says, patting her on the back. We'll be fine, unless they try to take my amulet. Then, it will be a bloodbath. And it won't be our blood. Most of them rolled their eyes at that. After a few more hugs, and Hestia fussing over them, Krinos opened up his flower portal. Frost placed himself on Melody's shoulder, his cage in her hand. Wolf jumped into his bondit's arms, his tiny wolf body cuddling into Krinos' chest. Celine followed Harry, right by his side. The 3 walked into the giant flower. They disappeared. Waving. The 3 mages and their familiars appeared in an alley. Frost and Wolf were hidden in their enchanted cage and crate so that they looked like a regular pet bird and dog. It was the same with Celine's. Leash made her look like a poodle. Do we have anything to shrink these things? Melody asked, their trunks being fairly heavy. She and Harry looked at Krinos. His floral enchantment spells had a variety of effects that came quite useful when needed. Fine, Krinos says. A button mum spell will shrink them, and then another one will reverse it. Waving his hand over their trunks, blue pollen sprinkled over them. They then instantly shrunk to the size of a matchbox. They pocketed the shrunken trunks, then went into the train station. They checked their tickets. 9 3/4. Harry raised an eyebrow. Obviously, the pathway is cloaked or glamored. Magicals would have a way there. But this way must be for first generation and the mundane race students. At that moment, a group of people passed just behind him, and they caught a few words of what they were saying. Packed with muggles, of course. The three swung round. The speaker was a plump woman who was talking to four boys, all with flaming red hair. Each of them was pushing a trunk like theirs in front of them, and they had an owl. The siblings went after them. They stopped, and so did the three, just near enough to hear what they were saying. "Now, what's the platform number?" asked the boy's mother. 9 3/4, piped a small girl, also red-headed, who was holding her hand. "Mom, can I go?" "You're not old enough, Ginny. Now be quiet." "All right, Percy, you go first." What looked like the oldest boy marched toward platforms 9 and 10. Harry watched, careful not to blink in case he missed it. Just as the boy reached the dividing barrier between the two platforms, the boy had vanished, as if he went right through it. "Fred, you next," the plump woman said. "I'm not Fred. I'm George," said the boy. "Honestly, woman, you call yourself our mother? Can't you tell I'm George?" "Sorry, George, dear. Only joking. I am Fred," said the boy, and off he went. His twin called after him to hurry up, and he must have done so, because a second later, he had gone. Now the third brother was walking briskly toward the barrier. He was almost there, and then, quite suddenly, he wasn't anywhere. There was nothing else for it. "I like those two," Krinos chuckled. "Excuse us," Harry said, them going up to the plump woman. "Hello, dears," she said. "First time at Hogwarts?" Ron's new, too. She pointed at the last and youngest of her sons. He was tall, thin, and gangling, with freckles, big hands and feet, and a long nose. But something didn't feel right about him to the siblings. "Yes," said Harry. The thing is, we don't know how to get onto the platform," she asked, and they nodded. "Not to worry," she said. "All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, and don't be scared you'll crash into it. That's very important. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Go on. Go now before Ron." Okay," Melody says. The three collected themselves, clinging their familiars to them. Celine in particular was nervous about running into a wall. "You'll be okay, my sweet little corn," Harry comforted her. "It is magic, after all." They all ran at the dividing pillar. When they thought that they were about to run into the stone pillar, they just kept going. It felt like a rush of magic around them. When they finally opened their eyes, they were in a whole new place. There, a look back at the barrier reveals it is instead a wrought iron archway with the words "Platform 9 3/4, and over the scarlet steam train billowing smoke. A sign announces that the Hogwarts Express departs at 11 o'clock. The platform also has a distinct smell, one which lifts the spirits of young wizards who look forward each summer to the start of term. "Sweet Circe," Harry swore. "My reaction exactly," Krinos and Melody agreed. Chapter 6. The Hogwarts Express. Chapter 6. The Hogwarts Express. There they were, three mystic souls staring at a big red train. The founders must have really liked red. Krinos broke the silence. Harry and Melody looked at each other, then burst into hysterical laughter. Leave it to Krinos to say the first thing that comes to mind. "What?" Krinos asked, confused. "Oh, for the love of..." Melody shook her head. "How are you one of the most observant mystic souls I know, yet still so oblivious?" Krinos just shrugged his shoulders. They looked at the clock, seeing that it was almost 11. They went aboard the train. They quickly found an empty compartment near the front of the train. Frost and Wolf were let out, letting them stretch their wings/legs. And Celine was let off her leash, much to her relief. Those people didn't look like first-generation wizards, Melody noticed. Harry and Krinos just looked at her. "The redheads," she clarified. "Now, most first-generation mages maybe are one or two to non-magical parents. But there were 4 wizards we know of in that family. My best guess is 3rd generation. So, they would have no reason to be on the mundane side of the platform." Krinos got what she was saying. They would have just arrived there the magical way, whichever way there is in this country. As the train began to leave, they looked out the window. They saw the redhead girl from before trying to run alongside the train, but quickly fall behind and disappear when they rounded the corner. But then why be on the mundane side in the first place? Harry wondered. "Well, there is you," Krinos guessed.
"Who?" "Harry, do it."
"Think about it," Krinos explained. "You're famous for supposedly defeating that Lord Voldemort guy. There gotta be quite a lot of people that would want to be friends with the boy who lived. Who came up with that title anyway? It's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard. I have to agree with Krinos in this one, Melody said, on both the fame and the title. But I doubt that they knew it was you. With all those books saying he has messy black hair, emerald eyes, and that lightning bolt scar, they'd never know you were Harry Potter, Krinos says. While Harry knew that his eyes had come from his birth mother, but he was proud to have the signature Gardiner silver eyes. He also knew that parents don't just show in their child's looks. And he also had the perk of magically inheriting his adoptive father's amulet. And he was glad his hat and hair hid his scar. He hated it. A constant reminder of being an orphan was forever on his forehead. Someone then knocked on their compartment door. The three turned to it as it opened. In the doorway was the pair of redheads from before. And the fact that they were twins was as clear as day. "Greetings, little first eyes," they greeted. "Any of you," the first twin started, "happen to see," the second twin continued, "a black boy with short dreadlocks," twin 1. "Walking around with a tarantula," twin 2. "Did you?" twin 1 finished. "Nope, sorry," they all answered. "A tarantula," Melody raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious? Please tell me that Spider Demon isn't still running around," Krinos complained. "Didn't we vanquish her already?" Considering the Grimlocks came back that one All Hallows Eve, who even knows at this point? Harry rubbed his temples. "Nobody ever stays dead anymore, do they? Forgive him. He has a bad sense of humor," Melody told the redheads. "I'm Melody Gardiner, and these are my brothers Krinos and Harry. We are the spectacular, twin 1, devious, twin 2, and brilliant, twin 1, Fred and George, twin 2, otherwise known as Gred and Forge, twin 1, Weasley, twin 2. "I like you too," Harry chuckled. "Wanna sit?" "Why not?" the twins shrugged. "Lee always finds us anyway." That's when they noticed the animals in the compartment, especially Celine, who was munching on some cotton candy Harry made sure to bring her. "Is that a unicorn, Fred?" or George gasped. "This is Celine, one of the last remaining Moonlace unicorns," Harry told them. "I named her after the Titaness of the moon. My siblings also have familiars. Krinos's is his white wolf named Wolf, and Melody's is a winter hawk named Frost." "A wolf," Fred or George started. "Named Wolf, George or Fred finished. "Again, I do plants, not animals." Krinos crossed his arms, slightly pouting. "He really does," Melody admitted. "You're gonna do great," George or Fred started. "In herbology class," Fred or George finished. "With how much time he spends in the garden, he could probably teach the class," Harry chuckled. "By the way, which one of you is which?" "We don't tell," the twins stated. Krinos and Melody shared a smirk. "Challenge accepted," they stated, smiling. That was when the redheads finally seemed to get the type of similarities they shared with the two silver-eyed mystic souls. They sat down next to them, putting their arms around their shoulders. "Welcome to Hogwarts, fellow twins," they announced proudly. "You know we aren't at the actual school yet, right?" Krinos asked them. "Details, details." The twins waved off. The compartment door suddenly opened. "So this is where you two disappeared to," a voice cheerfully said. The twins smiled at the new arrival. He was a teen that was about 2 heads smaller than the Weasleys. He had dark skin with neck-length black dreadlocks. In his hands was a small glass cage containing a tarantula. "You must be the friend with a tarantula the twins were looking for," Melody said. "Sorry for stealing them from you. Trust me, anyone that can handle these two are fine by me," the teen says, chuckling. "I'm surprised they haven't pranked. Why? Is that a wolf, hawk, and unicorn?" "Yeah, these are our familiars," Harry told him. "Come on in," Lee, Fred, or George greeted. "Hi, Fred. Hi, George," Lee grinned, sitting down. "Yes, now we know who is who," Melody quietly smirked. The three teens noticed the uncomfortable shifts the coming first years gave in their seats upon seeing the spider. "Don't tell us that," Fred started. "You're afraid of spiders," George finished. "Spiders, not really," Krinos says. "But after you run into a sadistic spider demon that tries to literally suck the life out of you, spiders tend to make you uncomfortable." "I blame the source," Melody muttered. "I should probably introduce myself," Lee suddenly realized, helping to escape the awkwardness they all felt. "Lee Jordan, at your service." "I'm Harry." Harry shook his hand. This is my unicorn familiar, Celine, and my owl, Hedwig. These are my siblings Krinos and Melody, and their familiars Wolf and Frost. 3 familiars in a single year, Lee starred in awe. That is so cool. And the type of animals they are is awesome. Unicorns only bond to the pure of heart. Hawks bond to the wise and patient. And wolves are only for those of free nature and fierce spirit. The 3 roses all gaped at the knowledge. Harry was ever the only one that had so much familiar and animal smarts, but that was mostly because of his powers. We always joke that Lee should have been a Ravenclaw, Fred explained. He's smart like that. So what house are you in? Krinos asked. We are proud Gryffindors, the 3 announced proudly. So, the House of Bravery and Chivalry, Harry asked, and they nodded. What house do 3? Fred started. Want to be in, George finished. Truthfully, I see myself in Slytherin, Hufflepuff, or Gryffindor, Harry says. My friends always describe me as sneaky as a camouflaged chameleon, as loyal as an alpha wolf, and as brave as raging rhino. In other words, the best qualities of the animal kingdom. I'd be perfectly fine with Ravenclaw, Melody said. I'm far from being the smartest witch in the world, but I value knowledge. Though, Slytherin would be a nice fit for my sneakiness quite nicely. Hufflepuff seems like the best choice for me, Krinos told them. Loyalty is a powerful thing, especially when you have a person's full trust, just as long as it isn't blindly. Blind trust can be a dangerous thing. Are you guys sure you're 11? Lee asked. You don't sound like it. Where we come from, maturity is an asset, Melody explained. Mostly because of the annoying demon attacks. And where do you? George tried to ask. But the compartment door was slammed open and they looked at who it was. What do you? Fred started. Want? Ron, George finished. It didn't escape the trio how annoyed the Weasley twins had sounded. They saw that the one that slammed the door open was the youngest redhead boy that his mother had introduced them to. The one they got a bad feeling from. And when you're a mystic soul's being constantly hunted by the underworld, you need to pay attention to bad feelings. I'm looking for Harry Potter, the newly named Ron said, almost annoyed. Did you 2 already corrupt my best friend? That caught the attention of the trio. Looking at each other, then the twins looking at Harry. He held his hands up in a, I have never seen him before in my life, kind of way. And it only proved Krinos's point about people only wanting to know Harry or be his friend, just because he was famous. Gold-digging wizards that they now have to, unfortunately, spend the next 7 school years with. No Harry Potter in this compartment, Harry stated. So just go away before your stupidity rubs off on us intelligent mages. Fred, George, and Lee all burst into laughter. Krinos and Melody also looked to be snickering behind their hands. Who do you think you are to insult me? Ron yelled at Harry. Harry Gardiner. And these are my siblings Krinos and Melody, Harry said. You talk funny, Ron bluntly says. We're from Greece, what's your excuse? Krinos crossed his arms. Never heard the name Gardiner before. Must be Muggle-born. Ron narrowed his eyes at them and basically ignored the fact that they were foreign. Muggle. What a horrible term for those of the mundane world, Melody scoffed. We're Greek, not English, so it's only natural that you don't know our family. But back home, we're one of 12 of the most ancient families in the country. We're third-generation mages. In the olden terms of England, we're purebloods. Ron, obviously missing the jab at England's old words, just huffed and left. He your brother? Melody asked the twins. Unfortunately, they answered. No offense, but he's an idiot, Krinos says. We know, and none taken, they answered together again. So, you 3 are purebloods from Greece, Lee clarified. The 3 nodded. Why come all the way to England for school, then? Doesn't Greece have their own school system? All in due time, my new friends, Krinos smirked. All in due time. You 3 are strange, Fred grinned. We like that, George smiled. The compartment door was, once again, slammed open. Could we be any more popular? Melody complained, covering her eyes in annoyance. In the doorway this time were another 2 first-year-to-be. The first one was a girl with bushy, curly, brown hair and slight buck teeth. She was already in her school uniform and robes. Right away was that bad feeling again. Next to her was a shy-looking boy with short blonde hair so dark that it was almost brown. He seemed slightly overweight, but no way were they going to say that. He couldn't meet their eyes. Have any of you seen a toad? The girl asked, her voice bossy and annoying. Neville here has lost one. They all looked at the shy boy next to her. He avoided eye contact, telling something about his self-confidence. Our apologies, but we haven't, Harry says, but directed it at the shy boy. Are you Neville? Melody asked gently, getting a small nod in response. Maybe we can help you. What's your toad's name? Trevor. Neville timidly responded. My gran gave him to me. She took out her wand. Shall I, boys? She smirked toward her brothers. Go for it, sis, they said. Accio Trevor the toad, Melody cast. They waited for a few seconds, and then a green and brown toad came flying through the door and into Melody's hand. I believe this is yours, she said, handing the amphibian over. Trevor, Neville cheered, happily taking back his animal friend. Thanks. If you want to keep him from running, or rather hopping, away, make a cage with leaves and vines covering it and keep it moist, Harry told him. Amphibians like to be wet, so I also advise to have water in the cage, like an amphibian aquarium. Neville nodded, thanking him again. How'd you do that spell? The girl next to him demanded. I know for a fact that isn't in any of the first-year books. I've read them all. Maybe because Accio is a fourth-year spell, Krenos told her. Then how do you know it? She demanded again. You can't be more than a first-year like me. And I've read all the first-year books, and that spell isn't in any of them. The library back home has a whole section on wizarding spells, traditions, and laws, Krenos said. And my sister spends a lot of time in the library. That, and I do practice, Melody smirked. This wand chose me for a reason. You're not allowed to do magic outside of school, the girl glared at Melody. You could get expelled. It may be against the law in England, but we're from Greece and still live there, Harry told her. Back home, magic is practiced openly by all the magical children. We just have to make sure no mundanes see us. Statute of secrecy and all that jazz. That isn't fair, the girl shrieked. You shouldn't be allowed to do magic until you are 17 like the rest of us, regardless of where you live. Why do you get special permission? You disabled or something? She seemed to then look them over. It isn't special treatment, Krenos crossed his arms. We just have different laws and traditions than England. Not our fault that this country is behind on how to handle magical children. The girl looked like they just popped her bubble, but she soon turned back to her half-girl half-banshee self. How dare you? She yelled. England is loads better than that country of ruins with make-believe gods. And that is your K to leave, Melody says, almost growling. You do not insult our culture. Boys. With a slight glow to their eyes, going unnoticed by all, the door slammed closed in her face. Neville, who had been inside, was quite shocked. They all dismissed it as Melody's work since her wand was still out. Saying the Olympians are fake, who does she think she is? Krenos said. I hope Zeus zaps that bushy hair right off her head. Aphrodite wouldn't be very happy with him, but it'd be worth it, Harry snickered. Here, Neville, Krenos said, moving Wolf off of the seat next to him. Take a seat next to me. The shy boy sat down, now a little nervous because he had finally taken notice of the familiars in the compartment. They're our familiars, Melody comforted. They won't hurt you. Unless you try to hurt one of us, anyway. That seemed to relax Neville. So, who was that bossy girl? Melody asked. S.H., she told him. Me her in. Name was H. Hermione Granger, Neville stuttered. ID. Didn't even ask F. For her H. Help. She had J. Just SD. Stood up and D. Declared that S. She was H. Helping him. Me. Granger. Name doesn't sound familiar. Must be a muggle-born, Lee says. But you're the heir to Longbottom, right? Neville nodded in response. But to his surprise, none of them laughed or even snickered at his name. What house do you think you'll be in, Neville? Harry asked. My G. Gran wants M. Me in Gryffindor. Like M. My P. Parents, Neville said. B. But I'm in. Not fit T. To B. B in Gryffindor. Gran W. Would be disappointed I. If I'm in A. Another H. House. Well, your Gran isn't here, is she? Melody says. Just looked at Fred and George. They're both in Gryffindor, but also seem like they could have been in either Hufflepuff or even Slytherin. Besides, I think you could make a fine Gryffindor, Harry said. There is more to you than meets the eye. I can tell. I plan on going to Hufflepuff myself, Krenos told him. The things they value are what are most helpful in life. not to mention friendship. Loyalty, Fred started. Hard work, George continued. And kindness, Fred finished. That's Hufflepuff. They cheered together. That seemed to cheer Neville up a little. He thought that would be the house he ended up in. Krenos looked out the window. Touching his amulet, he senses how close they were getting to the castle. Feels it through the ground and through nature. We better change, he told the rest of them. We seem to be getting close to Hogwarts. Not really questioning the silver-eyed 11-year-old, they all took turns going to the bathroom to change. Chapter 7. Sorting. Chapter 7. Sorting. The train came to a stop as they reached the station. They all exited the train. Harry, Krenos, and Melody all had on their crystal rose cloaks. They were also careful to hide their amulets, in case they weren't allowed to wear them. Anyone that noticed the three simply thought that their robes just looked different in the dark. They waved goodbye to the twins, and Lee as the upper years went to the carriages. First years over air, they heard a familiar voice. Looking over, they saw Hagrid waving over the first-year students. The lantern he was holding made his giant form even more visible, even though everyone would have seen him even without it. Neville seemed a little scared by his size. Relax, Neville, Harry tells him. Hagrid is the groundskeeper. He's actually really nice. He was the one that took me and my siblings shopping. That seemed to calm the timid boy down. Hello, Harry, Krenos, Melody, the gentle giant greeted, giving a smile. Trust you at a good trip on the train? We had a run-in with a bossy girl and an annoying pest, but otherwise it was fine, Harry said. Good to hear, Hagrid smiled at them. First ears, follow me. The 11-year-olds all followed the Keeper of Keys down a path to the lake. There were a number of boats waiting for them. Only 4 boat, Hagrid told the first years. The trio got into a boat with Neville. They took notice of a blonde boy looking rather annoyed that he was sharing a boat with that Ron kid. They also heard that Granger girl spouting off about how many spells she's read about. Well, she's a Ravenclaw just waiting to happen, Harry mumbled. Great, so I'm stuck with her as a housemate, Melody complained, covering her eyes in annoyance. You could end up in Slytherin, so there's still a chance, Krenos tried to assure his sister. All right, Hagrid called. Up front. Forward. The boats all moved in their own, gliding on the water. As they crossed the lake, Hagrid started talking to them all. Ye all get your furs Cyto Hogwarts in a sec, Hagrid called over his shoulder. Just round this bend here. There was a loud. The narrow path had opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black take, perched atop a high mountain on the other side. Its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. It was one hell of a sight. Hades has a more impressive palace, Krenos said. And Atlantis is also a sight to behold, Harry says. We've definitely seen better, Melody agreed. They all ducked their heads as they made it to the last part of the ride. They had stopped in some sort of underground harbor. Hagrid led them all up a flight of stone steps, coming to the front of the school. The door swung open at once. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald-green robes stood there. She had a very stern face, and the trio's first thought was that this was not someone to cross. The Furs years, Professor McGonagall, said Hagrid. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here, she responded. She pulled the door wide. The entrance hall was so big it could match the hall size back at Crystal Rose. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches like the ones at Gringotts. The ceiling was too high to make out, and a magnificent marble staircase facing them led to the upper floors. They followed Professor McGonagall across the flagged stone floor. Harry could hear the drone of hundreds of voices from a doorway to the right. The rest of the school must already be here. Welcome to Hogwarts, said Professor McGonagall. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory, and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history, and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule-breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. She soon left the room, going into the Great Hall. She seemed to take a second to recognize the cloaks on the Gardiner siblings. How do you recon they sort here? Melody wondered. Since the houses are all personality-based, I say some sort of orb that shows your color, and you go to the house that has that color, Krenos guessed. I say sorting powder. Like they have back home, Harry put in. Easy and fast. What about you, Neville? Any ideas? Their shy new friend just shrugged in response. He had no clue. Ron Weasley, who had been rudely listening in on their conversation, opened his big mouth. My twin brothers say it hurts a lot, he said. They told me that we had to fight a troll. I think that red hair had seeped into his brain, Harry commented, Krenos and Melody trying hard not to laugh. Or maybe he's using dye, and that's what messed up his head. At that point, the twin mystics had to literally bite their lips to keep from laughing and causing a scene. But Weasley had only noticed the snort that came from the blonde boy that had been in the same boat as him. Something funny, Malfoy. He glared at the boy. The trio turned to see a boy with platinum blonde, almost white, hair. His hair also seemed to have been greased back with more grease than a pan of freshly cooked bacon. And they definitely got a bad feeling from him. Dear gods, he smells like death, Harry says, covering his nose. And I mean like literally death, like we're visiting Hades or someone from the Lion family. I sure hope none of that family have integrated to England over the years, Melody tried to joke. Okay, that is so not funny, Krenos told her. It seems that the more children your parents have, the more dumb each one gets, the blonde insulted the redhead. After we're sorted, Harry and I will put all of you filthy snakes in your place, Ron sneered. Slytherins are nothing but dark wizards and Harry will make sure that all of you are wiped out. The trio gasped, looking at each other. Harry had a look of utter disgust and horror on his face. He didn't know this kid. He didn't want to wipe out Slytherin House. If anything, he wanted to use his time at Hogwarts to help unite the houses. They may have different houses at Crystal Rose, but house rivalry is almost non-existent. The only houses that don't really get along are Winter Wolf and Dryad, but that's mostly because the creatures themselves can't stand each other. Like you even know Harry Potter, Malfoy glared at the redhead. He'd never lower himself to hang with blood traitors, like you. Their disgust continued to grow at these two. Neither of them know Harry, and they sure as hell didn't get to decide things for him. I doubt either of you know him, Krenos finally spoke up. Hasn't he been in hiding since he was a baby to stop dark wizards from finding him? Since he has, both of you lose any idea or right you think you have to talk about him, or try to dictate who he should be. We met Mr. Loudmouth in the train. But who are you? Harry asked the blonde. Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, he pompously answered. And you? Bond, James Bond, Harry joked, trying to imitate the classic character. Krenos and Melody snickered, but Malfoy and Weasley looked like they thought that was his actual name. Never heard the name Bond before, Ron stupidly said. And obviously, sarcasm has not reached England, Krenos says, the trio having face-bombed. He wasn't being serious. At the lack of response, the siblings just rolled their eyes. The name is actually Harry, Harry Gardiner, Harry told the two. And these are my siblings, Krenos and Melody. Gardiner, never heard of you, Draco sneered. Couple of them. You never heard of us because you've most likely never been to Greece before, Melody interrupted. Born and raised in Athens. McGonagall came back through the doors before Malfoy could open his mouth again. Just coming into the room got everyone's attention. The sorting shall soon begin, she told the small crowd. First years, form a line and enter the Great Hall. They had never even imagined such a strange and splendid place. It was lit by thousands and thousands of candles that were floating in midair over 4 long tables, where the rest of the students were sitting. The tables were laid with glittering golden plates and goblets. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers were sitting. Professor McGonagall led the first years up here, so that they came to a halt in a line facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. The hundreds of faces staring at them looked like pale lanterns in the flickering candlelight. Dotted here and there among the students, ghosts shone misty silver. Mainly to avoid all the staring eyes, the siblings looked upward and saw a velvety black ceiling dotted with stars. They heard that Hermione girl whisper, "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside." I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. It was hard to believe there was a ceiling there at all. and that the Great Hall didn't simply open onto the heavens. The trio quickly looked down again as Professor McGonagall silently placed a four-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool, she put a pointed wizard's hat. This hat was patched and frayed and extremely dirty. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall, for I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat, and I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see, so try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none, for I'm a thinking cap." The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song. It bowed to each of the four tables, and then became quite still again. "So it's a talking hat," Melody said, barely fazed. "Sorting powder's better." Both Harry and Krenos nodded in agreement as McGonagall stood next to the stool. She was holding a scroll with a list of the first year's names. She was going to call them up one by one. Hannah Abbott, a blonde girl, timidly approached the stool. Professor McGonagall placed the hat on her head. After about 10 seconds, Hufflepuff, her robes changed to have yellow on it and a badger crest on the area over her heart. She walked to table of yellow and black as they cheered for her.
Susan Bones.
Next was another redhead, but a girl. The hat was placed on her head. Hufflepuff. Susan scurried to sit next to Hannah as the house cheered again. Terry Boot. Ravenclaw. The House of Blue and Bronze cheered for their new housemate. Several shook hands with Terry. Mandy Brocklehurst went to Ravenclaw as well, while Lavender Brown became the first Gryffindor. After Millicent Bulstrode was sorted to Slytherin and Justin Finch-Fletchley went a Hufflepuff, the trio started to tune the sorting out. Looking around, they saw the Weasley twins and Lee over at the Gryffindor table with wide grins in their faces and happy to have new housemates. And over at the Ravenclaw table was another redhead that had similar features to the twins and Ron. How many Weasleys are there? They all thought. They were only brought out of their daze by the sorting getting to the G's. Hermione Granger, the bushy-haired bossy girl, seemed to basically run up to the stool and jammed the hat on her head herself. She then made a face, like she was arguing with someone. "Gryffindor," was finally shouted. The trio heard Ron groan behind them. They had a feeling that he wanted to be in Gryffindor as well, but just not with her. Melody Gardiner. Giving her a smile, the two boys gave their sister some confidence. As she walked up to the stool, they noticed some whispers from the other students. They seemed to have noticed her cloak. Even the staff took notice of the crystal rose attire. McGonagall placed the hat on her head. "Well, well, well, look at what we have here," said a voice in her head. "A young mystic soul. Haven't seen any of your kind at Hogwarts for a long time." "You must be the sorting hat," Melody thought back. "What's it like being a hat? Can get rather boring, I suspect." "A very Ravenclaw question with Hufflepuff compassion," the sorting hat said. "As for the answer, it can get quite boring. But I have portraits and a phoenix to keep me company when the headmaster's too busy to chat. I have a feeling most think that you spend most of the year coming up with a new song for the opening feast," Melody thought, smirking. "You are a wise girl," the hat told her. "I know just the place for you." "Ravenclaw," Melody smiled as her robes changed to blue and the raven crest appeared on her chest. Her new table cheered as she sat next to the red-haired boy they thought was another Weasley. He felt nice to her. Krenos Gardiner, again with the whispers. Most seemed to be from those that each of the siblings thought were third-generation mages. They would have, at least, some knowledge of foreign pureblood families, even if it was the bare minimum. McGonagall put the hat on his head. "Another one," the hat said. "Wow. Your mind's just as interesting as your sister's. The siblings of famous Harry Potter. Or rather, Potter Gardiner. People better remember the hyphen," Krenos softly thought. "Harry's always wanted to represent both sides of his family. Mama always taught us that blood does not make a family. Love does." "You are a very kind-hearted boy," the hat told him. A wonder you are. No 5-year-old should have seen what you did. In celebration of your kindness, I know where you will be sorted. Hufflepuff. Krenos gave a small smile as he sat down near Hannah and Susan. They gave him shy smiles and congratulations. The rest of the first years are shocked when Harry's name isn't called next. They all heard that the three were siblings back in the hallway, so didn't understand why Harry wasn't sorted right after his siblings. Harry's only response to the confused looks was a smirk in their direction. Neville was called up, and he shyly went up to the stool. He looked nervous as hell. After McGonagall places the hat on his head, he looked over at his three potential new friends. They gave him encouraging nods as the hat started talking to him. In about 30 seconds, the hat shouted, "Gryffindor." Neville nearly ran off with the hat still on his head. He sat down next to Seamus Finnegan. He saw the pride evident in the eyes of all three Gardiners. He smiled back at them. Draco Malfoy, the pompous blonde brat, swaggered up to the stool. The hat barely touched his head when it shouted, "Slytherin." He looked rather pleased with himself as he sat next to two gorilla-like boys that had also been sorted into the house. Not many kids were left to be sorted. Gryffindor got 2 more, Hufflepuff got and Ravenclaw both got 1, and Slytherin got 2. Then, Harry got his moment. Harry Potter Gardiner. Harry spared on glance at the remaining first years, especially the shocked look on Ron's face. He smirked once again, brushing aside his bangs to show a hint of the famous scar, before heading up to the stool. As he went up, the whispers started. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? What's with the Potter Gardiner thing?" He did say those two were his siblings. Professor McGonagall put the hat in his head. "Mr. Potter Gardiner," the hat says. "Now this is the head I've been waiting for." A talking hat, Harry thought. To be honest, I've seen weirder. No offense. Yes, you have. And none taken, the hat responded. How many mystic souls are coming to this school? But I have to admit, I have never seen someone that could fit into all houses before. Maybe 2, but never all 4. Krenos and Melody have always said that I never do things halfway, Harry chuckled. No, you do not, the hat agreed. You are cunning, like a Slytherin. Kind and loyal, like a Hufflepuff. Brave and honorable, like a Gryffindor. Wise like a Ravenclaw. You are a perfect mix of all the houses, yet there are still things that set you apart. Job. It is your job to sort the students, Harry thought to the hat. By all means, tell me and do your. I like you, you're quirky, the hat snickered. Well, you're ambitious, but won't stab someone else. In the back to move forward, which is Slytherin. You're kind, but not a pushover that most believe. Hufflepuffs would be. You like knowledge. But know that there are things not found in books unlike what most Ravenclaws believe. You're brave, but have none of the famous Gryffindor recklessness. What to do, what to do. I trust you to make the best decision you can make, Harry said. Better be.
Gryffindor.
The table of gold and red burst into cheers. The lion crest and red appeared on his robes. He sat down next to Neville and Seamus Finnegan, the Weasley twins across from them. He was able to make eye contact with both of his siblings. They both smiled proudly at him. Krenos quietly chatted with some older years and Melody watched the rest of the sorting. Harry could see the high table properly now. At the end nearest him sat Hagrid, who caught his eye and gave him the thumbs up. Harry grinned back. And in the center of the high table, in a large gold chair, sat Albus Dumbledore. Harry recognized him at once from the card he'd gotten out of the chocolate frog on the train. Dumbledore's silver hair was the only thing in the whole hall that shone as brightly as the ghosts he's seen before. Harry spotted Professor Quirrell, too. He was looking very peculiar in a large purple turban. Ron was made a Gryffindor and Blaise Zabini made Slytherin, finishing the sorting. Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Albus Dumbledore had gotten to his feet. He was beaming at the students, his arms opened wide, as if nothing could have pleased him more than to see them all there. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you." He sat back down. Everybody clapped and cheered. Harry didn't know whether to laugh or not. "Is he a bit mad?" he asked an older student nearby. The boy, who he learned was named Oliver Wood, slightly laughed. "He is, just a bit," he told Harry. "Most of the best wizards are." Harry just nodded, accepting that. In front of the students, all the tables then filled up with food. Harry helped himself to some lamb chops and mashed potatoes. But he really wished he had some of the food he was used to. One of the few downsides about this school being in England, you can't get good traditional food beyond English food, Harry said. What do you mean, Harry? Seamus asked. Guess I should just come out and say it before the questions really start, Harry says. I was raised in Athens, Greece since I was 5. That explains the accent, Oliver says. Live somewhere for 6 years, you tend to adapt to those around you, Harry told them. And that's including the food. I really want some moussaka or spanakopita right now. So, do you really have the… Ron started to ask. The what? Harry snapped a little, annoyed at the redhead. The scar, Ron failed to whisper. The twins shot glares at their brother. Harry didn't seem fazed. In fact, he didn't even seem to care. I have plenty of scars. Comes with the demon hunting, Harry said. Whether a harpy's claw, fireball gone wild, an energy ball or two. But they all met the same fiery vanquish. This is the 4th time, Fred started. We've heard you mention, George continued. Demons, Fred finished. Yeah, what's up with that? Lee asked. Nothing for you to be concerned about, Harry avoided the question. They only go after you if you go after them. They don't like England anyway. Nobody really knows why. That seemed to be enough for them. But Ron still pressed. I meant the scar you got from you-know-who, he asked, annoyed. Right here, where it's always been, Harry said, pointing at his forehead. Not like I want to have it on display. There's a reason why I mostly wear my safari hat. But it's the proof that you killed you-know-who, Ron argued. That's what it may be to you. But not me, Harry snapped. The only thing this scar is a reminder that my parents were killed by a raging psychopath with a Hitler complex. Over at the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables, Krenos and Melody were facing their own barrage of questions. Would you all give it a rest? Melody snapped at the ones around her. But you're the sister of the Harry Potter, a student said. So what? Melody snapped again. Does that give you the right to demand information about our personal lives? No, it doesn't. And I'd stop asking before I put this one to good use. And it's Potter, Gardiner. Her threat didn't really take. But he's the boy who lived, another student argued. And he's also a human being, entitled to a private life just as much as the rest of us, Melody said. And I'm pretty sure that kid just learned that from my dear brother. Some of the Ravenclaws looked at the Hufflepuff table to see that Krenos had dumped a plate of mashed potato onto the head of a really pompous-looking kid across from him. Krenos puts on a calm demeanor, but the family motto always says that our personalities have a calm and a storm, Melody says. It takes a lot to make Krenos crack. So that kid must have made him really mad. After the desserts came and went, Professor Dumbledore got to his feet again. The hall fell silent. Ahern, just a few more words now that we are all fed and watered. I have a few start-of-term notices to give you. First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all pupils. And a few of our older students would do well to remember that as well. Dumbledore's twinkling eyes flashed in the direction of the Weasley twins. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you all that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors. Quidditch trials will be held in the 2nd week of the term. Anyone interested in playing for their house teams should contact Madam Hooch. And finally, I must tell you that this year, the 3rd floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry laughed, but he was one of the few who did. He's not serious, he muttered to Oliver. Must be, said Oliver, frowning. It's odd, because he usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed to go somewhere. The forest's full of dangerous beasts. Everyone knows that. I do think he might have told the prefects, at least. And now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, Dumbledore said. Dumbledore gave his wand a little flick, as if he was trying to get a fly off the end, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself into words. Everyone pick their favorite tune, said Dumbledore, and off we go. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts. Teach us something, please. Whether we be old and bald or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff. For now they're bare and full of air, dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we forgot. Just do your best. We'll do the rest and learn until our brains all rot. Everybody finished the song at different times. At last, Only the Weasley twins were left singing along to a very slow funeral march. Dumbledore conducted their last few lines with his wand, and when they had finished, he was one of those who clapped loudest. Trot. Ah, music, he says, wiping his eyes. A magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime. Off you. The students all followed their prefects to their dorms. The Gardiner trio had a last-minute talk before separating. That was music, Melody said. I've heard better things from a tone-deaf mermaid, and they just sound like they're screaming. The boys just laughed. Chapter 8. Meeting the Headmaster. Chapter 8. Meeting the Headmaster. Harry had settled into Gryffindor Tower quite nicely. His dorm mates were Neville, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and unfortunately Ron Weasley. Luckily, he had a bed at the end of the room and Neville was next to him. The redhead was really starting to annoy him. Krenos, in the Hufflepuff dorms, was quite comfortable. He was rooming with the kid he dumped potatoes on, Zacharias Smith, along with Justin Finch Fletchley, Wayne Hopkins, and Ernie McMillan. And after what Krenos did to Smith, the other boys didn't even try to mess with him. Melody probably had the easiest time in Ravenclaw Tower. The other students were quiet and didn't bother her with any more questions. She roomed with Padma Patil, Sue Lee, and Lisa Turpin. The girls didn't bother her, but also seemed to be keeping themselves at arm's length after seeing what her brother was capable of. All in all, it was a pretty good first night. Come morning, Krenos and Melody stood outside of the Fat Lady portrait. They were waiting for Harry, and pretty soon, the painting swung open and their brother jumped out. Portrait doorways, handy aren't they? He smiled. The three now heading down to breakfast. Definitely unique, Krenos said. Passwords quite simple to remember. Thank the gods. Ravenclaws have to answer a riddle, Melody told them. Guess they want the House of Intelligence to always be kept on our toes. That's different, Krenos says. With Hufflepuff, we may be a little near the dungeons, but rumor has it that we're close to the kitchens. Gryffindor Tower definitely isn't for the students afraid of heights. I'll give you that, Harry said. Every room has windows with a view that would terrify anyone afraid of heights. How was rooming with the redhead loudmouth? Melody asked. I am seriously about go full-on bull or lion, just to get him to shut up, Harry complained. All he talks about is chess and that English sport, Quidditch. Not to mention the constant complaining about how poor his family is. He's a whiny little brat, that's what he is. Lucky he wasn't born in Greece then, Krenos says. Plutus, as the god of wealth, would be furious about a kid that gets to go to an amazing school like this yet complains about his family's money. He needs to appreciate what he has. Couldn't have said it. One voice starts. Better ourselves, another finished. The three siblings were nearly scared out of their skins. The Weasley twins had appeared out of nowhere. Are you trying to give 3 11-year-olds heart attacks? Melody scolded. 'Cause I'd like to live to see 12. Thank you very much. What's the harm? Fred started. In having a little fun, George continued. After all, Fred started. We are pranksters extraordinaire, George finished. Oh boy, Krenos shook his head. Though, I am not very surprised. You two do seem like the type to love to cause mischief. Remind me to give them some illusion blossoms later. Oh, Professor Sprout, Fred started, is gonna love you, George finished. The twins joined them in their walk to the Great Hall. So, you didn't tell us, Fred started, that you were Harry Potter, George continued. We feel cheated, both finished. They entered the Great Hall, sitting at the Gryffindor table. Fred and George didn't even mind the Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw being at their house's table. After getting swarmed at the Leaky Cauldron, we did not want to have to deal with that again, Melody told them. This boy who lived stuff is nothing but a load of Minotaur dung. For crying out loud, I was a baby, Harry said, helping himself to a muffin. What sane person thinks a baby is able to defeat an evil wizard? Babies making force fields, yes, Krenos says. Babies levitating toys, child's play, self-healing, done in the womb. Literally. But vanquishing an evil wizard. Not sure how anyone thinks that's possible. You three must be, Fred started. The only people to think that, George finished. You two talking is like watching a tennis match, Melody giggled. Don't pretend that we don't twin speak every once in a while. Krenos smirked at his sister. By the gods of Olympus, Harry swore, rubbing his head. Between these two pairs of twins, I'm gonna get a lot of headaches this year. Oi! The Weasley twins protested. We resent that, The Gardiner twins protested at the same time. Harry burst out laughing. Other students then filed into the Great Hall. Neville came in and sat down across from the Gardiner siblings, next to the Weasley twins. The three smiled at their new friend. The four heads of houses then started handing out the student schedules. McGonagall, Sprout, and Flitwick handed the trio their schedules. "So, what do you guys have?" Harry asked. "Transfiguration, taught by Professor McGonagall," Krenos said, looking at his schedule. "History of Magic with Professor Binns," Melody told him. "What about you?" "Looks like me and Neville have potions with Slytherin," Harry says. "Potions with Snape. Bad luck, ickle first eyes." The twins sigh. "Is something wrong with him?" Krenos asked the older students. "Why the hostility?" "Snape's known as," Fred started. "The dungeon bat," George says. "He hates Gryffindors," Fred said, "and favors his Slytherins," George finished. "Oh great," Harry face-palmed. "Just remember to keep your temper in check, Harry," Melody warned. "The last thing we need is for you to go wild in the middle of class." "I can handle myself just fine, thank you very much," Harry told his sister. "Even if I think I'm about to go wild, I do have my amulet to help control it." "Good," Krenos said. "Me and Melody will probably need ours for control as well." "I get how you'd need control to stop plants from going out of control, but what would I need control for?" Melody asked, crossing her arms. "For starters, keeping your hearing to yourself," Krenos says. "And if this Snape guy is as bad as the twins say, we do not need you causing an earthquake if this guy gives Harry or me a hard time." All right, you made your point," Melody gave in. "Never argue with me, 'cause you will lose," Krenos smirked. "We love you guys," Fred and George say, laughing. A note then appeared in front of Harry. Looking at it, it was a note from Dumbledore asking for him and his siblings to meet with him in his office before class starts. "Looks like the three of us will have to make a pit stop," Harry says. "The headmaster wants to see us so early in the year," Fred said. "What you three do?" George curiously asked. "We live in Greece, so he probably just wants to help us adapt to a new country," Melody told them. "Don't be cheeky." The twins laughed as the trio got up and walked out of the Great Hall. Harry openly ignored Ron as he passed them. They walked toward they hoped the headmaster's office would be. "We really need a map to this place," Krenos says, the three of them almost falling as the staircase moved. Who would even think that moving staircases is a good idea? "Apparently, the four founders," Harry said. Since they had no idea where the office was, a simple return to sender spell did the trick. The paper floated away, going back to the office where its writer currently was. They soon came to a gargoyle statue in a doorway. "Not too big on subtleties, is he?" Melody giggled. "Did the note didn't say anything about a password?" Picking the note out of the air, Harry went over it again. "It says he likes lemon drops," he read, raising an eyebrow. "You mean that mundane candy?" Melody trailed off. The gargoyle, in front of them, moved aside to reveal a door. The trio looked at each other and shrugged. Harry knocked on the door. "Come in," said a voice on the other side. They opened the door and went inside. The headmaster's office itself is a large circular room with many windows and many portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses. The portrait of the immediate predecessor of the current headmaster or headmistress hangs behind the head's desk. The sorting hat was on a shelf on the other side of the headmaster's desk. A bird's perch was near the desk as well. "This room gives me ideas for what Headmistress Jaiway should do during one of her interior design kicks," Harry joked. "Ah, Madam Jaiway," a grandfather voice says, scaring the three silly. "And how is my old friend?" Headmaster Dumbledore appeared, having been on the second floor of the office. He went down and took a seat at his desk. "Well, for one thing, she would say that she's not that old," Melody stated, smiling. "And second, she's fine." "Thank you for asking, Headmaster." The siblings each took a seat. "I find that I'm surprised that you three wanted to attend Hogwarts," Dumbledore told them. "Especially when your acceptance letters said that you live at Crystal Rose Academy. That is said to be the finest school for mystic souls in the world. While we do respect our powers, this is more of a chance to honor my parents by being here," Harry said. "Mystic souls have the ability to use wands, but most just tend not to. And we'll be going back home for summer and holidays anyway. You may look like your father, Mr. Potter Gardiner, but you definitely have your mother's heart," Dumbledore says. Anyone that knew Lily Potter would all say the same thing, that she was sweet as can be, but also had a temper that could rattle the earth. He smiled fondly at the memory of his past student. "So that's where Harry gets that from," Melody giggled. "No wonder he likes channeling a bull so much. They are a pretty temperamental animal." "I resent that statement." Harry crosses his arms. "Channeling a bull?" Dumbledore asked, confused. "If you don't mind my asking, what are your powers?" "We don't mind at all," Krenos says. "As the headmaster, it is your job to know things about the students that could potentially harm other students, even if we have control of our powers. My powers are called nature's heart. Plants bend to my will, and is only limited by my own imagination. Mine are known as siren harmony," Melody told the headmaster. "I hold the power of music and sound at my fingertips. People have often mistaken me for a real-life siren, but I am neither part fish or bird." "My power is jungle soul," Harry explained. "I am able to channel the spirits of animals and obtain their abilities and their instincts, like the speed of a cheetah, the weight of an elephant, flight of a hawk. You get the idea?" "You are some mighty fine mystic souls," Dumbledore complimented. "Now, enough with the pleasantries. Since you three are from another country, the staff and I feel that some rules should be bent for you." "While we appreciate the gesture, Headmaster, we don't want special treatment," Harry said. "I get enough unwanted attention as it is." "My apologies, but you misunderstood what I meant," Dumbledore told them. "This isn't special treatment. I understand how you three must have grown up with different traditions, rules, laws, and most certainly different teachings. We don't really get many foreign students. Really, you're the first. And we don't want you to feel like you have to abandon your traditions even if you're not in your home country." "Thank you very much, Headmaster," Krenos says. "To be honest, we were worried about not being able to handle being away from our traditions." "We thought you would be," Dumbledore responded. "So, what rules will be different for us?" Melody asked. "For starters, we noticed that you three brought your cloaks from Crystal Rose," Dumbledore started. "You are free to wear them instead of school robes, but they will have to represent your houses." The three nodded, feeling overjoyed that they'll be able to avoid those olden-time robes. To them, they went out of style 2 centuries ago. "Also, we understand that you would want to keep your powers a secret. Our ministry not really one for mystic souls," Dumbledore continued. "There are plenty of abandoned classrooms around the castle, or you ask Professor Flitwick for access to the dueling chambers." Again, they nodded. Magical England was known, among mystic souls, as the place to avoid if you're one of their kind. The English tended to be afraid of their powers, and had often tried to put them in jail or try to take their powers for the most ludicrous of reasons. Little did they know that most mystic souls would need an army of wand users to take down just one of them. Not that any of them would ever tell them that. "And last, there is the matter of your amulets," Dumbledore finished. "We are aware of the importance amulets can have to others. While we don't have the details on yours, most amulets that are worn are of great importance to their owners. You have permission to wear them. Here are notes you can give your teachers so they are aware of your cloaks and amulets. I will be holding a staff meeting today, anyway, to discuss the first school day, and will fill in the rest of the staff and your heads of houses as well." "Thank you, Headmaster," Harry said. "We appreciate you doing all this to make sure we're comfortable here. You three have agreed to attend a school that doesn't even teach your type of magic, just so you can honor your parents, Mr. Potter Gardiner," Dumbledore said. "The least we can do is help you feel like you're not abandoning your culture." The three took the notes he gave them. They thanked him again before they left. The gargoyle moved back into place behind them. "Anyone else miss Pappas while talking to him?" Krenos asked. Chapter 9. First day of classes. After leaving the headmaster's office, the siblings all waved goodbye as they went their separate ways for their first classes. History of magic for Melody, Transfiguration for Krenos, and Potions for Harry. While they didn't have time to change into their cloaks for today's classes, they were definitely gonna wear them from now on. To say that Melody was bored would be the understatement of the century. Professor Binns turned out to be a ghost, and he was by far one of the most boring professors on the face of magical education. Professor Binns had been very old indeed when he had fallen asleep in front of the staff room fire and got up next morning to teach, leaving his body behind him. Binns droned on and on while they scribbled down names and dates and got Emetic the Evil and Uric the Oddball mixed up. But his favorite topic seemed to be goblin rebellions. Melody was thinking that if she had a drachma for every time the ghost brought the subject back to goblin rebellions and goblin wars, she'd have an entire vault full by the end of her first class. Now, Melody loves to learn, as she does spend most of her time in the library back home. But even her education-driven mind was nearly put to sleep by Binns. All he did was drone on, never looking away from the board. Melody even noticed how one student even went to the bathroom without telling him and came back, all without him even noticing because he didn't even turn around. He didn't even get their names right. He called her Melanie Garden during attendance. A close but no cigar situation. Melody had a strong feeling that she and her brothers were gonna have to do some self-studying for history class. Krenos was actually enjoying himself quite nicely in Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall was again different. He had been quite right to think she wasn't a teacher to cross. Strict and clever, she gave them a talking to the moment they sat down in her first class. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. Then she changed her desk into a pig and back again. Krenos was impressed with how he saw that she did that with hardly any concentration. The class were also very impressed and couldn't wait to get started, but soon realized they weren't going to be changing the furniture into animals for a while. After taking a lot of complicated notes, they were each given a match and started trying to turn it into a needle. By the end of the lesson, only Krenos had made his match turn into a needle. The match was made of wood, so it quite easy for him with his nature abilities. Professor McGonagall showed the class how it had gone all silver and pointy and gave him a rare smile. Krenos' only problem was trying to adapt to hiding his mystic soul powers. Back home, he would have just waved his hand over the match and he'd have an instant needle. But while here, he had to use a wand. But he did quite like the feeling the wand gave him. It made total sense for him to have total natural elements for it. Between the blood orchid core and the eternal spring wood, he could feel the nature in it. In truth, he wondered what would happen if he combined one of his mystic soul spells with the use of his wand. He'll have to test that theory later with his siblings. Harry, however, was in the dungeons for potions. Potions lessons took place down in one of the dungeons. It was colder here than up in the main castle, and would have been quite creepy enough without the pickled animals floating in glass jars all around the walls. Snape started the class by taking the roll call, and he paused at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. "It's Potter Gardiner," Harry stated, annoyed. Snape ignored him and finished calling the names and looked up at the class. His eyes were black like Hagrid's, but they had none of Hagrid's warmth. They were cold and empty and made you think of dark tunnels. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word Snape had said. "As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnare the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stop her death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." More silence followed this little speech. Harry and Neville exchanged looks with raised eyebrows. Though, Neville looked a tad bit terrified by the dark professor. Hermione Granger was on the edge of her seat and looked desperate to start proving that she wasn't a dunderhead. "Potter," said Snape suddenly, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry knew what he was trying to do. Those types of questions aren't for any first year, other than Granger, who had her hand in the air. "You get a sleeping potion so powerful that it's called the Drought of the Living Dead," he answered. "And it's Potter Gardiner." Snape sneered at him. How unprofessional, Harry thought. He ignored Hermione's hand. "Let's see if you know this, Potter. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Hermione stretched her hand as high into the air as it would go without her leaving her seat. He tried not to look at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were shaking with laughter. "The stomach of a goat," Harry answered again. "It can save you from most poisons." And again, "It's Potter Gardiner." Again, Snape ignored that last part. His sneer seemed to increase when it became clear that Harry had some brains to him. Snape was still ignoring Hermione's quivering hand. "What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane?" At this, Hermione stood up, her hand stretching toward the dungeon ceiling. Harry almost smirked at this. When you have Krenos as a brother, you either get plants right or you get away from him. Not even. The goddess of nature, Demeter, takes plants as seriously as he did. There is no difference, and they are also both known as aconite, Harry told him. They are essential ingredients for the Wolfsbane potion. Not even Malfoy dared to even try to snicker after that. Wolfsbane is not even in the Hogwarts curriculum, and he somehow knew about it. Snape, however, was not impressed. If anything, he was more mad than before. "Sit down, Granger," Snape first snapped at Hermione. And 5 points from Gryffindor for showing off, Potter. That was the 4th time that Snape had completely ignored the fact that his last name was hyphenated. Next to him, Neville could have sworn that his eyes were those of some sort of lion or snake for a moment. They looked like slits. He chose to out it on the back burner as a simple trick of the dark classroom. Things didn't improve for the Gryffindors as the potions lesson continued. Snape put them all into pairs and set them to mixing up a simple potion to cure boils. He swept around in his long black cloak, watching them weigh dried nettles and crush snake fangs, criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to like. He was just telling everyone to look at the perfect way Malfoy had stewed his horn slugs when Harry then just tuned the man out so that he could actually focus. He was so thankful that he was paired with Neville and not the red-headed loudmouth or the bushy-haired Noah. He noticed Neville about to drop in the porcupine quills, and he immediately grabbed his wrist. Neville looked at him, shocked, but he just shook his head. "The cauldron's still on the heat," Harry told him. "If you added those quills now, the entire cauldron would melt." Harry took the cauldron off of the heat quickly. Neville was then able to add the quills to the potion. "Thanks, Harry," Neville said, quietly. "But how'd you know that?" "Back home, our friend Wyatt loves to experiment with potions and alchemy." Harry smiled at the memory. "But his experiments also tend to the rest of us having to clean the potions lab about 3 to 4 times a week and also have an almost unlimited supply of cauldrons. We know his disasters all too well." "Is that cool or dangerous?" Neville asked. "We haven't decided yet," Harry admitted, chuckling. "Get back to us a few years, and then we'll see if it's still happening, and then we'll talk." The rest of the class was pretty much the same as the beginning. Snape would belittle the Gryffindors and praise the Slytherins. Malfoy seemed to be his favorite in the class, making it seem like he was some type of genius. Harry saw his potion. At most, it was acceptable, but not perfect like the way the professor was praising him. When Snape had got around to looking at the Gryffindor potions, even Harry had to admit that there were few good ones. He was in the middle of sneering at Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown's potion. Boom! Ron and Seamus's cauldron was melted and potion was spilling all over the floor. Their potion was seeping across the stone floor, burning holes in people's shoes. Within seconds, the whole class was standing on their stools. Ron and Seamus had red-hot boils that sprang up all over their arms and legs. "Idiot boy!" snarled Snape, clearing the spilled potion away with one wave of his wand. "I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire?" Seamus looked, at least, a little ashamed with himself as boils started to pop up all over his nose. But Ron was just glaring at the professor. "Take them up to the hospital wing." Snape spat at Parvati and Lavender, then rounded on Harry and Neville for who knows why. "You, Potter, why didn't you tell them not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's another 5 points you've lost for Gryffindor." Okay, that time Neville could have sworn Harry's eyes were slits like a lion or snake. His teeth also seemed to sharpen with a slight growl. His knuckles turned white from how hard he was gripping their workbench. As soon as class ended, he was out the door before he did something that he would regret later. Neville raced after him, not wanting to be in the same room as the dark professor any more than he did. Harry was raging all the way to herbology, which he happened to share with Hufflepuff. Krenos quickly took notice of his brother's rage face as they were approaching the greenhouses. "What has your vines in a twist?" he asked. "Snape," Harry said through clenched teeth. "The Furies are nicer than that stupid dungeon bat. I have a feeling that there are now some very offended vampires out there." Krenos chuckled. "What did he do?" "For starters, he asked me questions where 2 of them were level for the 6th and 7th years," Harry listed. "Then, he had the audacity to take points from me for showing off when I answered correctly. He openly ignored the fact that my last name is hyphenated, only calling me Potter. saying it like it was some sort of disease. And then you have the red-headed loudmouth mess up and blow up his cauldron, and that so-called professor had the cheek to take points from me and say that I let them blow it up to try and make myself look good by letting others fail. Me and Neville were at the bench in front of them. How could we tell what they were doing while also focusing on our own potion? A rose, one with a lot of thorns, instantly sprouted from Krenos's hand. It was as if it was to be used as a weapon. Not again, Krenos sighed. Making a little show of waving his wand over the rose, had secretly used his own powers to make it vanish. When it was gone, he got back his upset face for what Harry just told him. That man is unbelievable, Krenos snapped. He's just met you, yet he somehow thinks he can just treat you like that. Do I need to call Olivia and have the council pull us from this school? Krenos. Harry stopped his brother mid-rant. It's one mean professor. We've dealt with worse. We're related to worse. We don't need to bring cousin Olivia and the council into this. Krenos sighed, taking a deep breath. Okay, the nature mage says. But if he continues being like this, I say we speak with your head of house. Neville, you've been awfully quiet. Harry noticed their new friend being silent next to them. Professor S.N. Snape just scares me, he stuttered in response. Least you have Harry with you, Krenos pointed out. And the twins weren't kidding when they said that he favors his snakes, Harry said. Not a minute went by when he didn't praise or help one of the Slytherins, yet only sneer at and insult the Gryffindors. Jess, unprofessional much. Krenos crossed his arms. And this comes from the kid whose cousin once told him that an ice wraith once possessed one of her teachers. I forgot that she once dealt with that. Harry snickered at the memory. We aimed a lot of ice cream jokes at her for close to a year. The brothers shared a laugh. Poor Neville felt a little left out of the inside joke. The three then made it to the greenhouse their classes were taking place in. But upon opening the door, all the plants seemed to face toward Krenos. Oh, Hades! Krenos swore, realizing what his nature mage aura was doing to them. The plants then seemed to tackle him, you no longer seeing the person beneath the flora. Harry couldn't help but burst into laughter at his brother predicament. I hate you, Harry, Krenos's muffled voice said. Chapter 10. Flying Chaos. Chapter 10. Flying Chaos. It was Friday, and according to the notice boards in the common rooms of all the houses, it would be the day for first years to have flying lessons. The trio were, as usual, sitting with the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table. I'm still having a hard time with wizard magic when both of my feet are in the ground, Harry said. Now I'm supposed to fly. I've seen you on a flying carpet while in India, Krenos says. How much different can a broom be? For one thing, less room for your behind, Harry pointed out. Though, it definitely explains why. American mundanes still think witches and wizards ride around on brooms all day in black robes and pointed hats. As much as I love America, some mundanes are just so stereotypical. Melody shook her head. You rode on a, Fred started. Flying carpet, George finished, excited. Of course, Harry said, smiling at the memory. It was a blast. Flying carpets are one of the main aspects of magic in India, like flying carriages in France, Greek flying chariots in Pegasi, removable wings in America, or even the Shangaroo in Australia. Shanga what? The Weasley twins asked, confused. Why isn't there an international magic class, or a global culture course, or something? Melody wondered. We have a class like at the Greece school. Our friend Abby is looking to apprentice with the teacher. You have a school in Greece, Fred started. Yet you're attending Hogwarts, George finished, confused. The Potters have been attending Hogwarts for 500 years, Harry said. Why mess with tradition? I may not live in Britain, but I still have English blood. As for our school, other than Crystal Rose Academy, there is the Delphi School of the Mystic Arts, Krenos told them. Crystal Rose and Delphi are considered stars in the education field. We thought that Hogwarts, Fred started, was the best in the world, George finished. One of the best, Krenos corrected. The rankings are constantly changing, and anyone who has common sense knows that there is always someone better than you. You sure you guys are 11? Both Weasleys asked. The trio smirked, making the twin Weasleys like them even more. What are you wearing? Demanded a bossy voice behind them. The siblings turned around and saw Hermione Granger standing there with her arms crossed. Even though it had hardly been a week into school, all three Gardiners have grown to really not like her. She was bossy, loud, a know-it-all, and didn't like it when others disagreed with her. Not to mention how even when she was not called on to answer a question, she would shout out the answer and not give other students the chance to. Harry had seen her actually hit other students in Gryffindor for not agreeing with what she was saying. "Excuse us," Melody raised an eyebrow. "Why are wearing those cloaks? They aren't part of the uniform." Hermione glared at the siblings. The Gardiners were wearing their cloaks, and have been since they learned Dumbledore told them they could. They did change them a little to show their houses. Now, instead of their rose symbol, they all had their house crests on the backs. The rest was their normal uniform. It wasn't like they advertised the exceptions the headmaster gave them. They feared being shunned if others believed they're getting special treatment. They're traditional cloaks worn by Greek mages, Krinos explained, though not really wanting to. "We did have to modify them a little to represent our houses. They are not part of the uniform. You'll be in trouble and lose points if you wear them." Hermione crosses her arms. "Go and change into your real uniforms." She just stood there, as if she actually believed that they would do as she said just because she demanded it. None of the three siblings moved, but Melody could see that Harry's hand seemed to be itching to get to his wand or amulet just to shut the girl up. "Let me make this perfectly clear," Harry said, forcing himself not to hex the annoying witch into next week. "You are not our mother. You are not our superior. You are not the boss of us in any way, shape, or form. So go and bother someone else. Besides, the headmaster told us that he is allowing us to wear our cloaks so that we can honor our own traditions," Melody added. "Why do you get special treatment?" Hermione demanded. "It isn't special treatment," Krinos says. "Headmaster Dumbledore simply allows us to hold on to our traditions and customs from home. We aren't from England, remember?" "Harry is," Hermione argued. "I do not believe I gave you permission to call me by my first name." Harry narrowed his eyes at her. "It's Potter Gardiner to you, Granger." Hermione was definitely taken back by this. She read all about Harry Potter in books. He was supposed to be some great hero, fighting against the forces of evil. She never expected this. "And before you go on about thinking you know me just because you've read those books about me, don't," Harry said, as if reading her mind. "All those books are nothing but lies. The Magic Council, back home, is in the process of suing the cloaks off their authors. Also, Harry may have been born in Britain, but he has Greek in his blood just as much as he is English." Krinos crossed his arms. "He chooses to honor his Greek heritage, and there is nothing you can say or do to change that." "Well said, brother dear," Melody praised, smirking at the bossy girl. "So do us all a favor and go away," Harry snapped at Granger. Hermione basically stomped away, seeing as she was going to get nowhere with the siblings. "I suddenly feel bad for all other girls in Gryffindor," Krinos said, his siblings and even Fred and George agreeing with him. Neville soon joined them at the table. He didn't seem as joyed as the other boys were about flying. Malfoy certainly did talk about flying a lot. He complained loudly about first years never getting on the house Quidditch teams and told long, boastful stories that always seemed to end with him narrowly escaping muggles and helicopters. The trio never believed him, going as far as to tell other students that probably didn't even know what a helicopter was. He wasn't the only one, though. The way Seamus Finnegan told it, he'd spent most of his childhood zooming around the countryside on his broomstick. Even Ron would tell anyone who'd listen about the time he'd almost hit a hang glider on his brother, Charlie's, old broom. Everyone from wizarding families talked about Quidditch constantly, but Ron would take it too far and not shut up about it. Ron already had a big argument with Dean Thomas, who shared the Gryffindor dormitory, about soccer. Ron couldn't see what was exciting about a game with only one ball where no one was allowed to fly. Dean was a first-generation wizard. It wasn't his fault he liked a mundane sport over a magical one. He wasn't raised around them. Harry had caught Ron prodding Dean's poster of West Ham soccer team, trying to make the players move. He tried so hard not to laugh at his face in fear of another of his loudmouth yelling. The trio felt bad for Neville, though. The poor kid looked just about ready to faint. He had told the siblings how his gran would never allow him on a broom. Harry sort of felt that was a good choice on the gran's part. No offense to their friend, but Neville had a hard enough time on the ground. "Neville, just take a deep breath," Melody instructed. "You're going to give yourself a nervous breakdown." "I don't like flying," their shy friend admitted. "It's not like you're the only one," Krinos tried to comfort. "There are lots of people that are scared of flying, or heights for that matter. Either fear is actually very common." It's just a shame the school doesn't give permission for students with fears like yours. We'd never force anyone like that back home, Melody said. Headmistress Jaiwei always makes sure to exempt students with fears like that. Oh well, Harry shrugged. Guess it's to each his own. Owl chirps were heard above the students' heads. Mail was here. Owls soon started flying through the open windows. Hedwig flew in, though she didn't seem to have any mail. Hello, girl, Harry greeted, petting her head. Seeing the bird kind of rung a few bells for the Weasley twins. Hey, you guys, Fred started. Where are Wolf, Celine, and Frost? George finished the question. The trio simply shrugged. They're around, Harry said. Animals, whether magical creatures or not, aren't meant to be cooped up in any place. Celine and Wolf seem to have taken to the greenhouses and forest while Frost just likes to fly. They'll be around if we need them. That is how familiars work. Basically, Neville's family owl soon flew in carrying a package. It dropped the box and flew away before it could get any treats or pets for a job well done. When the shy kid opened the box, he took out a small crystal ball-like thing. It's a remembrall, he gasped. A what? Melody asked. I thought it was a crystal ball. Gran known I forget things, Neville explained. When the smoke inside turns red, it means you've forgotten something. You mean like that? Krenos asked, pointing. Sure enough, the remembrall filled with gray smoke. It then turned a dark shade of scarlet. Exactly like that, Neville said. Except, I can't remember what I've forgotten. Maybe that's it, Harry joked. You forgot what you've forgotten. They all shared a laugh, and even Neville managed a small smile at Harry's attempt to brighten the mood. But the attempt was soon shot down when Harry's hand shot out and grabbed another hand that was reaching for the remembrall. His two siblings immediately took out their wands, pointing at none other than Draco Malfoy. As usual, he was flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. Don't attempt to take things that don't belong to you, Malfoy, Harry says in a scary calm way. It's not nice. Malfoy pulled his hand back, scowling. Like I'd want something a useless squib has, he responded insultingly. At least he knows how to respect other people, Melody threw back. He'd respect you, but bullies aren't people. Malfoy just stood there dumbfounded. He was a Malfoy. No one ever talked to a Malfoy like that. All he could think was that these three needed to learn their place. Malfoy scowled at them before walking away. Pathetic. Harry shook his head. How'd he even get into Slytherin? He doesn't seem ambitious or cunning. Just a jerk. The English locals simply shrugged in response. When the afternoon hit, the four houses' first years went outside for flying class. The trio saw it was more than Neville that was nervous. Most of the first-generation witches and wizards seemed just as anxious, some even more so. The class was run by the flying instructor, Madame Hooch, which seemed like an appropriate name for her. She had short gray hair that was spiked up and yellow eyes like a hawk's. Melody slightly wondered if Frost had taken a liking to her. Well, what are you waiting for? She barked at everyone. Everyone stand by a broom. Hurry up, now. All the first years stood next to one of the brooms lying on the ground. But none of them seemed to be in the best of shape. Splinters were sticking out on the handles, and the tails had twigs sticking out in odd directions. This time, Harry saw Krenos get a little nervous, which he understood perfectly well. As a nature mage, Krenos would never be comfortable in the air. Being away from solid ground makes him weak. Stick out your hand over your broom, Madame Hooch called. Then say up. Up, everyone shouted. Harry's broom shot right up into his hand. It was one of the few that did. Melody had to shout 3 times to get it. Krenos's was hovering from the ground to his hand and not really letting him grab it. Neville's wouldn't leave the ground at all. The trio did have to hold in their laughter when Ron's hit him in the face like in old cartoons where a rake gets stepped on and hit them square in the face. As soon as everyone mounted their brooms, some just having to pick them up, Hooch went around to help others with their grips. The trio shared smirks when she told Malfoy that he had been doing it wrong for years. When I blow my whistle, you kick off the ground hard, Madame Hooch instructed. Keep your broom steady and only hover a few feet from the ground. All right. 1, 2. Neville, already nervous enough, kicked off early before the whistle reached her lips. He started climbing. Come back, boy, Hooch shouted. Neville rose up higher and higher, all the way to 30 feet. The broom went wild with him on it. The broom dived down, all the students having to run out of the way. I don't think he can, Melody said. Harry picked up his own broom and mounted it. Harry, are you sure? Melody asked, worried. Nobody else seems to be doing anything, Harry stated, agitated that no one was trying to help poor Neville. This may not be because of my powers, but flying is flying. I hope. Kicking off the ground, Harry zoomed up and after Neville. He instantly fell in love with the rush of wind that came with shooting into the air. The adrenaline and freedom was nothing like Held ever felt before. Flying after Neville, he saw that his fellow Gryffindor could not hold on for much longer. Below them, Krenos and Melody had their wands out, so that if either of them fall, the two could fake wizard magic so that their mystic soul powers to help them. And it was a good thing they did, because as Harry neared Neville, their friend crashed right into the castle wall and fell off his broom. Harry immediately went into a strong and steep dive. Doing a quick pull-up before he hit the ground, he caught Neville before he became a very unfortunate pancake. Then both ended up getting a soft landing in a pile of rose petals. Guess my petal dance spell also works for a petal pile, Krenos smirked. Both boys popped their heads out of the flower petals. They came out, shaking them off. Madame Hooch ran forward, the other students going around them. She did a look over of both of the boys. That was extremely risky, Mr. Potter, she scolded. But very admirable of you to help your friend. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. And it's Potter Gardiner, Harry Potter. His heart sank faster than he just dived. Professor McGonagall was running toward them. Never, in all my time at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall was almost speechless with shock, and her glasses flashed furiously. How dare you? Might have broken your neck. Potter, follow me, now. Harry caught sight of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle's triumphant faces as he left, walking numbly in Professor McGonagall's wake as she strode toward the castle. But he also saw his siblings aim their wands at the platinum blonde, which made him grin. Time jump. What? The Gardiner twins gasped as they were sitting at the Gryffindor table for dinner. Yep, you're looking at the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Harry smiled at his siblings. I thought first years never get on the team, Melody gawked. You must have really impressed. McGonagall. Technically, first years are allowed on the team, Harry pointed out. They just aren't allowed brooms. Nobody seems to ever remember that technicality. Their good mood was ruined by Malfoy and his goons walking up to them. Having a last meal, Potter, Malfoy sneered. It's Potter Gardiner, Harry reminded. Better remember that since in terms of families, the Potters are above the Malfoys. And since the Gardiners are one of the most powerful families in Greece, we're 2 for 2, and you are still nothing. I'd take you on any time on my own, said Malfoy. Tonight, if you want. Wizards duel. Wands only, no contact. We would, but dueling is against school rules. Harry crossed his arms. A coward. Should have known that was what you were, Potter. Malfoy insulted him again. Not a coward, smart. Melody stepped in. Your plan is as obvious as the sun is bright. You challenge my brother to a duel after curfew. Think he's going to be a reckless Gryffindor, tell a teacher or Filch that students are going to be in the trophy room. Then you don't show up and we get in trouble. Nice try, Malfoy. Krenos shook his head. Not. How'd you end up in the House of the Cunning with such a lousy attempt at trickery? Malfoy stared at them dumbfounded. They figured out his plan as if it was nothing. He would have to find a way to show them not to mess with a Malfoy. Bye, Malfoy, the siblings smirked. Malfoy took his cronies and walked away, defeated. Greeks won. Annoying English 0, Krenos said, making them all laugh. Chapter 11. Of Trolls and Cerberus. Chapter 11. Of Trolls and Cerberus. As Halloween approached, it was a time for the trio to see if they would be able to also celebrate the way they do back home. Halloween, Krenos sighed. It's like this country isn't even trying to be magical anymore. Disgusting. No kidding, Melody agreed, as they sat down for breakfast. It's like they're trying to ruin the magical world. The Weasley twins and Neville soon joined them. What has your? Fred started. Wands and a twist, George finished. Halloween, all 3 Gardiners answered. Guess it does make sense, Neville quietly says, but has all 5 others looking at him. Well, Harry's parents were killed on Halloween. To the surprise of the Weasley twins and Neville, Harry looked like he was just reminded of something. Weirdly enough, I did not think of that, Harry said. The 3 English wizards stared at them, gobsmacked. They figured Harry wouldn't want to celebrate Halloween because that'd be like celebrating the murder of his parents. The fact that he didn't even think about that was a little daunting. If not for your parents, Fred started. Then why hate Halloween? George asked. Halloween is a mundane holiday, Krenos says. To celebrate it is disrespectful to magical culture. Back home, we honor the dead and magic with All Hallows Eve. What's that? The twins asked. Seeing Neville give them an equally confused look nearly made them all groan over English stupidity. Melody them spotted someone her house, and she waved him over to join. Percy, she called. Over here. The guy she waved over came over to them. Harry and Krenos recognized him as the older redhead they saw the night of the sorting, the one they thought was yet another Weasley. And looking between him and the twins, the resemblance was uncanny. Hello, Melody, he greeted politely. And these must be the brothers you talk so highly about. Gia, the boys greeted him. Hey, Perce, the twins smiled. Fred, George, Percy smiled back. From what Melody had learned, Percy was unlike most others in his family. He had went into Ravenclaw when no other Weasley has been in anything but Gryffindor for over 200 years. And while Percy's older brothers and the twins were proud that he was different, their mother was less than pleased. He might not have told her outright, but Melody could tell that she took every opportunity to try and force Percy to try and get resorted into Gryffindor. Hope you welcomed Ickle Melody, Fred started. Into Ravenclaw properly, big brother, George finished. Especially with these two, Fred started. Being her brothers, George finished. Harry and Krenos cracked their knuckles and did the whole, I'm watching you, hand gestures. It was their way to try and be the scary and protective brothers type. But only being 11 did not work in their favor. So, what are you guys talking about? Percy asked, sitting next to his brothers. All Hallows Eve, Krenos answered.
Who?
Okay, now the Greek mages were annoyed. Even a Ravenclaw didn't know what it was. Harry had to suppress the urge to hit his head against the table. Looks like we have our work cut out for us, boys, Melody says, her brothers agreeing. Time for Magic Culture 101. The three Weasley boys and Neville all looked at the three in anticipation. Where we come from, All Hallows Eve is a day of remembrance and honoring the dead and magic, Krenos explained. For as long as magic was a part of life in Greece, we took the day to honor the power that magic granted us. All Hallows Eve is the day meant for that. And Greece isn't the only place that has a holiday like that, Harry says. Both in the Americas, Australia, and Africa are where All Hallows Eve is also celebrated. Mexico and Spain have their own version called Dia de los Muertos, otherwise known as the Day of the Dead. And I believe England, Britain, Ireland, and other countries in Europe are supposed to have Samhain. All our holidays, Sabbats as they are known in the magical world, that are meant to honor the dead and magic with the rituals involved with them. I don't understand, Neville spoke up. The metaphor we use is like this, Melody said. Think of the magical world as a village, and magic is the lake where all the villagers go to get water from. Day in and day out, more of the water is used up. We like to say how Sabbats and their rituals are like the rain that refill the lake. They help replenish our cores and help us with our power control. Most magical children that celebrate these Sabbats and have families that use these rituals often have less bursts of accidental magic, and they're less destructive, Harry continued. Trust me when I say that I had a lot of uncontrollable magical bursts before I started. Mostly spontaneous teleportation and turning one teacher's hair blue. If these rituals do that, then why don't we know about them? Percy asked. There must be a reason. While not mundane, witches and wizards are still human, Harry says. And what humans don't understand, they fear. But Britain seems to take it to the extreme. They believe these rituals are evil and dark. So they discredit them up to the point where only third generations still celebrate. What seemed to be out of instinct, the Weasleys and Neville all looked over at the Slytherin table. The house was famous for being entirely made of purebloods, at least until half-blood Tracy Davis entered the house at the start of the year. While we do know about Slytherin's reputation, it isn't just the ones in that house that are third generation, you know, Melody crossed her arms. She has a point, Krenos agreed. I might know a few kids in my house that could be practicers of the old ways. Any of them happen to be they, Fred started, smirking. Kid you dumped potatoes on, George finished, smirking as well. Krenos stood up from the table. I plead the fifth, he stated, then walked away. The English wizards looked at the other two foreigners, wanting a translation for what Krenos just said. It's an American saying, Harry told them. The next class was charms that Gryffindor was having with Ravenclaw. Harry, Neville, and Melody walked there together. Krenos was having history of magic. Melody made sure to tell him to bring his own history book so he could self-study the subject instead of nearly falling asleep from binge drowning in and on. Professor Flitwick was teaching them the levitation charm, the ability to make objects fly. That was one of the reasons why Melody liked him so much. Phileas Flitwick was this fun and energetic teacher that she suspected of being half-goblin. He was her head of house and seemed very attentive to his ravens. She valued how he shared his wide range of knowledge with his students, especially with how he described the levitation charm, as most always get levitation and telekinesis mixed up. When the practical portion of the class started, every student was given a feather to levitate. Unfortunately for the three, loudmouth Ron Weasley and know-it-all Hermione Granger were in the seats behind them. A double dose of annoyance. "Now, don't forget that nice wrist movement we've been practicing," squeaked Professor Flitwick, perched on top of his pile of books as usual. Swish and flick, remember, swish and flick. It was not very difficult, at least to the siblings. Harry and Melody swished and flicked, and their feathers were sent skyward. Professor Flitwick smiled proudly at them, awarding them both 10 points. Harry looked how his housemate, Seamus, got so impatient that he prodded it with his wand and set fire to it. We might need a new feather over here, Professor," Harry says. Ron, at the table behind them, wasn't having much more luck. "Wingardium Leviosa," he shouted, waving his long arms like a windmill. "You're saying it wrong," Harry heard Hermione snap. "It's Wingardium Leviosa. Make the gar nice and long." She put emphasis on the gar and O to tell him how to say it. "You do it then, if you're so clever," Ron snarled at the bossy girl. Hermione rolled up the sleeves of her gown, flicked her wand, and said the spell. Her feather rose off the desk and hovered about 4 feet above their heads. "Oh, well done," cried Professor Flitwick, clapping. "Everyone see here, Miss Granger's done it." Ron was in a very bad mood by the end of the class. Harry and Melody quickly got Neville out of the line of fire, the shy kid an easy target for bullies and their temper. "It's no wonder no one can stand her," they heard him say, as he pushed his way into the crowded corridor. "She's a nightmare, honestly." Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past him. It was Hermione. Harry caught a glimpse of her face and was startled to see that she was in tears. While they were also annoyed with her attitude, no one deserved to be insulted like that. "I may sound British for a moment, but you're a right git," Harry glared at the red-headed bully. "Can't blame for telling the truth," Ron scoffed. "1, it was your opinion, not the truth," Harry says. "And 2, you were insulting her, not stating the truth. Which brings me to 3, you're nothing but a bully." "How can you say that?" Ron gawked at him. "We're supposed to be best mates and go on adventures together." "We're not supposed to be anything," Harry glared again, making other students back away. "I make my own choices, not you. And if you continue being the bully that you are, you'd be lucky to even be considered an acquaintance by me." Harry turned on his heels and left, Melody and Neville not far behind him. Neville was actually impressed by what Harry did. Since the day he met Harry, he's done nothing but prove that he is his own person and not what other people want him to be. He was also very kind and protective, but only to those that who he knew would treat him with the same type of respect. From what he's witnessed, only Ronald and Hermione have not made that list. "I think we should ask a professor to see if we can do our ritual," Krenos suggested. "The Halloween feast isn't even mandatory if we have a good enough reason, and I think honoring the dead is a pretty good one. Except for the fact that Britain does not celebrate their own holiday of Samhain," Melody frowned. "Why would any of them care about All Hallows' Eve?" "Melody, I think it's at least worth a shot," Harry says. "Besides, you've met Professor Sprout. You really think she'd be cruel to deny anyone anything they hold dear?" Melody opened her mouth, but couldn't come up with an argument. Professor Sprout was the kindest and most gentle of all the teachers at Hogwarts, though after her first lesson with Snape, the bar wasn't exactly high. The siblings decided to all ask their heads of houses. Harry to McGonagall, Melody to Flitwick, and Krenos to Sprout. Krenos entered the greenhouse he knew his househead would be in. "Hello, Mr. Gardiner," Sprout greeted kindly. "Is there something I can do for you?" Professor Sprout had taken quite the liking to Krenos. He had a talent with her plants that she's never seen before. While Neville, she discovered, is a herbology prodigy, Krinos almost looked like he could literally talk to plants. Well, it's All Hallows Eve, Krinos started. Our home's version of Samhain. Me and my siblings wanted a chance to honor our holiday tonight. To honor the dead. I do believe, Mr. Gardiner, that can be arranged. Sprout smiled at him. I find it lovely how yourself and your siblings want to bring your heritage with you, even when in a different country. Over in the Charms classroom, Melody was having a very similar conversation with Professor Flitwick. We've been doing this for as far as we can remember, Melody said, fondly. All Hallows Eve is a very sacred part of our culture and history. If I could award you points for culture honoring, I would. Flitwick grinned at his student. It does sadden me how most of magical England has seemed to forget the old ways and how special they are to magic. Being part goblin must give you a better understanding of how truly wonderful the old ways are, Melody says. How do you know that? Flitwick asked her. It's not exactly a secret, but it's also not well known. Where I come from, mages with creature blood proudly present their heritage, Melody explained. When you live your whole life around them, you can sense things like that. Most people there often think, I'm a siren. Anyway, the twins met up at the astronomy tower that night. They were setting up their altar when Harry basically stormed up to the tower. He did not look happy, if the slits for pupils were any useful sign of his emotions. The nerve of that woman, he growled, nearly knocking over a candle when he joined his siblings. I take it your talk with McGonagall didn't go as well as our talks with Sprout and Flitwick did, Melody assumed. She didn't even try to listen, Harry started ranting. First, she accused me of trying to use my fame to get what I want. Then, she said I was taking advantage of the headmaster's kindness. She hardly let me get a word in edgewise. So I just yelled at her that I didn't want to celebrate the day my parents died and left immediately after that. Wow, just wow, Krinos said. Yeah, but can we just do this already? Harry says, setting up more of the altar. If I continue ranting, my anger will ruin the ritual. Mystic souls may have strong powers, but the old ways are very important to them. They help them keep in touch with the very gift they have and with all the love, honor, and knowledge of their ancestors. Their altar was a stand with a circle of herbs, apples, crystals, wheat, and stones with a pointed black hat at the center. They took turns lighting the candles, feeling the magic of their holiday all around them. They put their hands together and started chanting. We call on the dreams of creature and mortal to heal the wound that worlds divide. From now on, we each can create a portal, and each of us our own path decide. Hear these words, hear our cry, spirits from the other side. Come to me, we summon thee. On this the night of All Hallows Eve, each of their amulets glowed. They smiled as the ritual took effect. I always feel so at peace after the ritual, Krinos sighed. I had a lovely chat with Giagia, Melody smiled. I didn't know that she had a thing for baklava made with chocolate phyllo pastry. I got to have a talk with my biological dad's mother, Doria, Harry said, happy. She told the most romantic tale about how my grandfather, Charles, proposed to her underneath the northern lights on a getaway they had. Oh, how beautiful, wow, Melody gasped, the staircase they were on beginning to move. Seriously, who thought moving stairs was a good idea? No one I know, Krinos chuckled. As the staircase stopped moving, the three ran up the stairs, just in case it moved again. All they had been trying to do was get back to their respected houses. They still got lost every once in a while, so they just entered the nearest door to them and prayed it would lead them somewhere. But the corridor they entered was most definitely not where they needed to go. The whole hallway was covered in cobwebs and was pitch dark other than the torch that lit when they went in. They even coughed a little from the dust that was in the air. It was the most unkempt place in Hogwarts they've seen so far. We definitely took a wrong turn, Harry said, using his hand to fan away the dust in the air. We need a map, Krinos says. They walked down the corridor, hoping another door would lead them to a known hallway or something. They ended up coming to a locked door at the end of the hall. Melody took out her wand and pointed it at the door. Alohomora, she cast. There was click as the door was unlocked. When Harry went to open the door, his amulet glowed. I think we might have accidentally gone into the forbidden corridor the headmaster was talking about, he said. What makes you say that? Krinos asked, opening the door when Harry didn't seem to continue to do so. But the three then ended up with the shock of their 11-year-old lives. They came face to three faces, literally. In front of them was a giant dog. But not just a giant dog, it was a 20-foot-tall Rottweiler with 3 heads. Now it made sense why Harry's amulet glowed. "I think we just found Cerberus's lost cub," Krynos whispered. "And I think we need to back away slowly and quietly," Harry suggested. "Agree." The twins whisper in agreement. They all slowly put on foot in back of the other. When they made it out the door, they shut it right back up and bolted out of the corridor the way they came in. They were way out of breath by the time they stopped. "What in the name of Hades?" Krynos swore. "For the absolute love of all things Olympian. By Zeus's freaking thunderbolt." "Krynos," Melody warned, though a little shocked at 3 swears in a row like that. "A Cerberus," Harry gasped. "How on earth did they get one? Let alone get one into that room?" "Whatever it is, I pray we never have to go in there again," Melody says. "At least not until we can return him, her, it, to the underworld." They rounded a corner, near a girl's bathroom. But they were immediately struck with a horrible smell. They covered their mouths and noses, trying to shield themselves and not lose their lunch. "Okay, this bathroom needs fixing," Melody coughed. "And cleaning," her brothers added. They turned to go the other way, but found their path blocked. They were staring at a set of large green feet with 2 toes each. Looking up, they found a fat figure about 15 feet tall. It had swamp green skin and wore a dirty brown cloth. In one of its 3-fingered hands was a big wooden club. "You have got to be kidding me," all 3 swore. They all took up positions. As the monster looked down at them, he brought down his club on them. "Nature's shield," Krynos cast. Holding up how hands, a giant glowing daisy formed over them. As the club made contact with the shield with a bang, the flower held strong. But the sound caught the attention of a few teachers that were in a nearby hall. Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick all started running in that direction. They saw the 3 students fighting the creature. "What are they doing there?" McGonagall gasped. "They could be killed. Little brats are probably so arrogant they thought they could take the troll on by themselves," Snape sneered. "To be quite honest, I'm more worried for the troll than them," Dumbledore says, his eyes twinkling. "Albus," McGonagall gasped. "I do believe, Minerva, that we're about to see mystic souls in action," Dumbledore said. "Hey P-Brain," Melody yelled. The troll looked her way. The girl got glowing purple eyes. "Harmony Discord," she cast. Bright red musical notes shot from her hand. The monster gave off what seemed to be its version of a scream as it covered its ears. "Nature's Entanglement," Krynos cast. "Jungle Soul, Gorilla," Harry followed. A green mist flowed from Krynos' hands as he made strong vines grow from the floor. He made sure to use ones as strong as steel. They wrapped around the creature's legs. Harry touched his amulet, making it glow. The spirit of a gorilla surrounded him, granting its strength and agility to the young mage. While Krynos' vines made it unbalanced and Melody's music confused the creature, Harry got to work. With the gorilla's abilities, he climbed up one of the wall and jumped at the monster. He crashed into it, sending it crashing through the closed door of the bathroom and falling onto its back. An instant KO. The Gardiner siblings stood around the creature, disgusted by it. Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, and Flitwick all ran into the bathroom. "Someone want to tell us how an ogre got into this school?" Melody asked. Chapter 12. First Quidditch Match. Chapter Summary. For any of you that recognize the passage in this chapter, it belongs to Zeropolis 79 of fanfiction. He is an amazing writer, at least I think he's a he, and you should check out his stories. "You faced the troll," the Weasley twins yelled. It was only that morning after All Hallows Eve. The siblings had told the twins, Percy and Neville, what went on the night before. And boy were they shocked. "Why does everyone think it was a troll?" Melody asked. "What we fought was an ogre if I've ever seen one. A mountain ogre, but an ogre all the same." Professor Quirrell came running in during the feast, Percy told them. "He was screaming about a troll in the dungeon. He is said to have a way with them." "Him fainting has," Fred started. "Us doubting that," George chuckled. "This is a troll," Krynos told them. He got out his mirror pad, much to the confusion of the English wizards. While the 3 had been using their mirror pads and phones for their work and notes, they didn't advertise what they had or what they were. To them, they looked only like bluish rectangles of glass surrounded by picture frame-like frames decorated with silver, gold, and symbols of each of their magic powers. "What is that anyway?" Percy asked. I've seen Melody use one in the common room. Never seen anything like it. These are known as mirror pads, Harry explained, taking out his own. Back home, they are actually very common. Invented in Greece, they're like magic mirrors, only more advanced. We use them to write our papers, take notes, search the worldwide wizard web, and also do research. As well as the occasion cute puppy video. We have no idea, Fred started. What most of that means, George continued. But we'll just take, Fred continues, your words for it, George finished. I guess to put it into the most simple terms possible, Melody says. It's basically the magical version of a mundane computer. All they got were blank stares in return. Just try your best to stay with us, Krenos told them. Krenos then clicked a few times on his pad, and a holographic image appeared over the screen. It showed a tiny man, hardly even a foot tall, in a dark medieval outfit. His face looked like a cross between the mundane version of a witch and a goblin. The snaggle tooth and many warts were very visible on his face. That thing is, Fred started. Bloody ugly, George finished. That's a troll for you, Krenos says. Residents of the dark forest and mortal enemies of fairies. Fast, mischievous, and super annoying. Another thing, Melody added. That hologram is life-size. Trolls are only like a foot tall where we come from. Must be another difference between Greek and English magic, Percy suggested. The creatures must also differ with the countries. We should have expected as much, Harry rolled his eyes. So, how did you, Fred started. Beat the ogre, George asked. The Gardiner siblings dud, not wanting to blow their secrets so soon. The owls then came flying, saving the three. While they wanted to keep their secret safe, they didn't really want to lie to their friends. They do it to make sure that their fellow mystic souls were safe, but that didn't mean they had to like it. Hedwig flew in, the snowy owl very visible among the other darker owls. She held a long and thin package. She dropped it into the waiting hands of Harry and the twins. The owl snuggled close to Harry, sitting on his shoulder. Nice job, girl, Harry dotted on his owl friend. Want some bacon? He fed the owl some of the bacon from his plate. Both sets of twins at the table eyed the package, wanting to know what it is. We don't use owls back home, Melody says. Who could this be from? Let's open it and find out, Harry said. He first opened the note attached to it. Do not open the parcel at the table. It contains your new Nimbus 2000, but I don't want everybody knowing you've got a broomstick, or they'll all want one. Oliver Wood will meet you tonight on the Quidditch field at 7 o'clock for your first training session. Professor McGonagall. Harry had difficulty hiding his glee as he handed the note to the Weasley twins to read. A Nimbus 2000. They cheered, excited. They waved goodbye to Percy and left the hall quickly, wanting to unwrap the broomstick in private before their first class. But halfway across the entrance hall, they found the way upstairs barred by Crabbe and Goyle. Malfoy seized the package from Harry and felt it. That's a broomstick, he said, throwing it back to Harry with a mixture of jealousy and spite on his face. You'll be in for it this time, Potter. First years aren't allowed them. The Gardiner twins started to slip their hands toward their wands. It's not any old broomstick, Fred said. It's a Nimbus 2000, George says. What did you say you've got at home, Malfoy? A Comet 260, Fred smirked. Comets look flashy, but they're not in the same league as the Nimbus, George finished. What would you know about it, Weasley? You couldn't afford half the handle, Malfoy snapped back. I suppose you and your brothers have to save up twig by twig. Before either twin could answer, Professor Flitwick appeared at Malfoy's elbow. Not arguing, I hope, boys, he squeaked. Potter's been sent a broomstick, Professor, said Malfoy quickly. Yes, that's right, said Professor Flitwick, beaming at Harry. Professor McGonagall told me all about the special circumstances, Potter. And what model is it? A Nimbus 2000, sir, said Harry, fighting not to laugh at the look of horror on Malfoy's face. Brilliant. Flitwick slightly cheered. Walking off, Fred and George took the 4 first years to the Quidditch field so that the broom could be opened and Harry could take it for a test ride. The siblings tore off the wrapping and paper. It was a broomstick, sleek and shiny, with a mahogany handle. It had a long tail of neat, straight twigs and Nimbus 2000 written in gold near the top. Even though none of the 3 Greek mages knew anything about brooms, they did think it was quite a good-looking piece of wood. You gonna try it out, Harry? Neville asked. Considering that I've only been on a broom once in my life, I need the practice, Harry snickered. Harry climbed onto his new broom, kicking the ground hard. Should we be worried that Harry might start preferring a broom over his powers? Krenos whispered to his sister. This may be the magic of his parents, but Harry loves being a mystic soul, Melody assured. Besides, we both know that he'd never abandon the animal kingdom for a place like Britain. The first Quidditch match fast approached. Harry, while confident with his animal skills, was not as comfortable on a broom as he was with a wild lion. He sat at his house table, nervously pushing his eggs around his plate. Krenos and Melody both tried reminding him that he was amazing on a broom and that his training with his captain, Oliver Wood, had been very well. Oliver had been training him very well for the game. Oliver at first was reluctant to let the two watch Harry's practices, but he was reminded that sibling love trumps house loyalties. While not very familiar with Quidditch, there is nothing a good adrenaline rush doesn't solve every now and again. The siblings were eating breakfast with Neville and the three Weasleys when the post owls flew in. An elderly owl dropped a red letter in front of him, as well as crashing into the bowl of granola. The Weasley twins looked very embarrassed to see the owl and the letter. "Who would be sending you a howler?" Neville asked. "Search me," Harry answered. "I don't even know what a howler is." "Yeah, what is a howler?" Melody asked. They soon found out as a voice of a woman started screaming as soon as the envelope was opened. "Harry Potter, how dare you take a spot on the Gryffindor Quidditch team? How dare you break the rules and receive a broomstick? URTO, go to Professor McGonagall at once and tell her you want to resign from the team so my Ronnie can take your place. And URTO, give your broom to him right now, otherwise the consequences will not be pleasant." The letter then tore itself to shreds. Percy and the twins looked very embarrassed. Professor McGonagall walked over to them. "That was the voice of one Molly Weasley," she said. "I suggest ignoring her. She can't do anything." As McGonagall walked away, the Greek mages got disgusted looks on their faces. "A howler!" Krenos glared at the shredded letter. "Why would anyone invent something that is basically a tool for verbal abuse? Something like that back home would be illegal," Melody says. "You should probably get your broom before anything else happens," Percy advised Harry. "You could also get some extra practice in before the game." "Congratulations, Harrykins," the twins cheered. "You got Percy to show a slight interest in Gryffindor winning the Quidditch House Cup. More like, I don't want to see what happens when a Gardiner gets angry after Krenos' little display at the welcoming feast," Percy told them. "Am I going to be known as the kid that dumped potatoes on someone for my entire time here?" Krenos asked, making everyone laugh. Harry then went to the tower to collect his broom for a quick practice session, only to find it missing. He went over to Ron's area of the dorm to find the broom on his bed. Harry took the broom only to be caught by Ron. "What are you doing with my broom?" Ron asked/demanded. "What are you doing with my broom?" Harry asked, putting the emphasis on my. Ron started to shout, and Harry refused to let him have the broom. Suddenly, Ron started crying. Harry was reminded of crocodile tears from mundane cartoons. Ron stormed out of the common room. He returned 10 minutes later with Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Weasley, why did you steal Mr. Potter's broom?" she asked, not believing the youngest male for a second after that howler. "He stole it from me," Ron said. "You heard Mum's letter. He was to give it to me." "Listen here, Mr. Weasley," McGonagall said. "Your mother does not control what Mr. Potter does. Detention for the whole of next week for stealing and 20 points from Gryffindor." Harry had to desperately try and hide his smirk as he left the tower, with his head of house still giving the idiot a talking to. He met the Weasley twins at the pitch before the game started. "Your brother is seriously an idiot," he told them. "We know," they agreed. Wood cleared his throat for silence. "Okay, men," he said. "And women," said Chaser Angelina Johnson. "And women," Wood agreed. "This is it. The big one," Fred said. "The one we've all been waiting for," said George. "We know Oliver's speech by heart," Fred told Harry. "We were on the team last year." "Shut up, you two," said Wood. "This is the best team Gryffindor's had in years. We're going to win. I know it. Or else." Harry followed Fred and George out of the locker room and, hoping his knees weren't going to give way, walked onto the field to loud cheers. Madame Hooch was refereeing. She stood in the middle of the field waiting for the two teams, her broom in her hand. "Now, I want a nice fair game. All of you," she said, once they were all gathered around her. Harry noticed that she seemed to be speaking particularly to the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, a 6th year. Harry thought Flint looked as if he had some troll blood in him. Mount your brooms, please. Harry clambered onto his Nimbus 2000. Madam Hooch gave a loud blast on her silver whistle. 15 brooms rose up, high into the air. They were off, and the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too. Jordan, sorry, Professor. The Weasley twins' friend, Lee, was doing the commentary for the match, closely watched by Professor McGonagall. But the three Gardiners thought he was a riot, and she's really belting along up there. A neat pass to Alicia Spinnet, a good find of Oliver Woods, last year only a reserve. Back to Johnson and, no, the Slytherins have taken the quaffle. Slytherin captain Marcus Flint gains the quaffle and off he goes. Flint flying like an eagle up there. He's going to see no. Stopped by an excellent move by Gryffindor keeper Wood, and the Gryffindors take the quaffle. That's chaser Katie Bell of Gryffindor there. Nice dive around Flint. Off up the field and, ouch. That must have hurt. Hit in the back of the head by a bludger. Quaffle taken by the Slytherins. That's Adrian Pusey speeding off toward the goal posts. But he's blocked by a second bludger, sent his way by Fred or George Weasley. Can't tell which. Nice play by the Gryffindor beater. Anyway, and Johnson back in possession of the quaffle. A clear field ahead and off she goes. She's really flying. Dodges a speeding bludger. The goal posts are ahead. Come on, now, Angelina. Keeper Bletchley dives. Misses. Gryffindors score. Gryffindor cheers filled the cold air, with howls and moans from the Slytherins. Budge up there. Move along. Hagrid. Krenos and Melody squeezed together to give Hagrid enough space to join them. Been watchin' from me hut, said Hagrid, patting a large pair of binoculars around his neck. But it isn't the same as bein' in the crowd. No sign of the snitch yet, eh? Nope, Krenos told him. Harry hasn't had much to do yet. I know I have difficulty with things not on solid ground. Kept out of trouble, though that's something, said Hagrid, raising his binoculars and peering skyward at the speck that was Harry. Way up above them, Harry was gliding over the game, squinting about for some sign of the snitch. This was part of his and Wood's game plan. Keep out of the way until you catch sight of the snitch, Wood had said. We don't want you attacked before you have to be. When Angelina had scored, Harry had done a couple of loop-the-loops to let off his feelings. Now he was back to staring around for the snitch. Once he caught sight of a flash of gold, but it was just a reflection from one of the Weasleys' wristwatches. Once, a bludger decided to come pelting his way, more like a cannonball than anything, but Harry dodged it and Fred came chasing after it. All right there, Harry, he had time to yell, as he beat the bludger furiously toward Flint. Slytherin in possession, Lee Jordan was saying. Chaser Pusey ducks 2 bludgers, 2 Weasleys, and Chaser Bell, and speeds toward the— Wait a moment, was that the snitch? A murmur ran through the crowd as Adrian Pusey dropped the quaffle, too busy looking over his shoulder at the flash of gold that had passed his left ear. Harry saw it. In a great rush of excitement, he dived downward after the streak of gold. Slytherin seeker, Terrence Higgs, had seen it, too. Neck and neck they hurtled toward the snitch. All the chasers seemed to have forgotten what they were supposed to be doing as they hung in midair to watch. Harry was faster than Higgs. He could see the little round ball, wings fluttering, darting up ahead. He put on an extra spurt of speed. Wham! A roar of rage echoed from the Gryffindors below. Flint had blocked Harry on purpose, and Harry's broom spun off course, Harry holding on for dear life. Foul! Screamed the Gryffindors, and even a few Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. Madam Hooch spoke angrily to Flint and then ordered a free shot at the goalpost for Gryffindor. But in all the confusion, of course, the snitch had disappeared from sight again. Down in the stands, Dean Thomas was yelling. Send him off, ref. Red card. Wrong game, Dean, said Melody. This isn't soccer. Lee Jordan was finding it difficult not to take sides. So, after that obvious and disgusting bit of cheating, Jordan, growled Professor McGonagall. I mean, after that open and revolting foul, Jordan. I'm warning you. All right. Flint nearly kills the Gryffindor seeker, which could happen to anyone, I'm sure. So a penalty to Gryffindor, taken by Spinner, who puts it away. No trouble, and we continue play. Gryffindor still in possession. Harry could see both of his siblings laughing at Lee's remarks and attempts to insult the Slytherin team. Lee may be a raven in lion's clothing, but he made people smile. It was no wonder he was friends with the twins. It was as Harry dodged another bludger, which went spinning dangerously past his head, that it happened. His broom gave a sudden, frightening lurch. For a split second, he thought he was going to fall. He gripped the broom tightly with both his hands and knees. He never felt anything like that. It happened again. It was as though the broom was trying to buck him off. Brooms did not suddenly decide to buck their riders off. He realized that his broom was completely out of his control. He couldn't turn it. He couldn't direct it at all. It was zigzagging through the air, and every now and then making violent swishing movements that almost unseated him. Lee was still commentating. Slytherin in possession, Flint with the quaffle, passes Spinnet, passes Bell, hit hard in the face by a bludger, hope it broke his nose, only joking, Professor, Slytherin's score, and no, Slytherins were cheering. No one seemed to notice that Harry's broom was behaving strangely. It was carrying him slowly higher, away from the game, jerking and twitching as it went. "Dunno what Harry thinks he's doing," Hagrid mumbled, staring through his binoculars. "If I didn't know better, I'd say he'd lost control of his broom. But he can't have." Suddenly, people were pointing up at Harry all over the stands. His broom had started to roll over and over, with him only just managing to hold on. Then the whole crowd gasped. Harry's broom had given a wild jerk, and Harry swung off it. He was now dangling from it, holding on with only one hand. "Did something happen to it when Flint blocked him?" Seamus whispered. "Can't have," Hagrid said, his voice shaking. "Can't nothing interfere with a broomstick except powerful dark magic. No kid could do that to a Nimbus 2000. At these words, Melody seized Hagrid's binoculars. But instead of looking up at Harry, she started looking frantically at the crowd. "What are you doing?" Krynos asked. "I knew it," Melody gasped. "Look." Krynos grabbed the binoculars. Snape and Quirrell were in the middle of the stands opposite them. Both had eyes fixed on Harry and muttering non-stop under breath. "One of them is doing something, jinxing the broom," said Melody. "What should we do?" he asked his twin. "Leave it to me," Melody told him. Before he could say another word, Melody had disappeared. Krynos turned the binoculars back on Harry. His broom was vibrating so hard. It was almost impossible for him to hang on much longer. The whole crowd was on its feet, watching, terrified, as the Weasleys flew up to try and pull Harry safely onto one of their brooms. But it was no good. Every time they got near him, the broom would jump higher still. They dropped lower and circled beneath him, obviously hoping to catch him if he fell. Flint seized the quaffle and scored 5 times without anyone noticing. "Hurry up, Melody," Krynos muttered desperately. "But if you expose us, I'm gonna kill you." Melody had fought her way across to the stand where the teachers stood and raced along the row behind them. Reaching behind them, she crouched down. She placed her hand on the stand wall, calling on the vibration qualities of her music magic. The stand began to shake. It took perhaps 30 seconds for the shaking to be enough to get all the teachers and staff up and moving with a slight panic. Both Quirrell and Snape were hit by elbows or hands or arms in the scuffle. It was enough. Up in the air, Harry was suddenly able to clamber back onto his broom. "Neville, you can look," Krynos said. Neville had been sobbing into Hagrid's jacket for the last 5 minutes. Harry was speeding toward the ground when the crowd saw him clap his hand to his mouth as though he was about to be sick. He hit the field on all fours, coughed, and something gold fell into his hand. "I've got the snitch," he shouted, waving it above his head, and the game ended in complete confusion. He didn't catch it. He nearly swallowed it. Flint was still howling 20 minutes later, but it made no difference. Harry hadn't broken any rules, and Lee Jordan was still happily shouting the results. Gryffindor had won by 170 points to 60, but that was ignored by the Gardiner twins as they rushed onto the field to see their brother. "What in the name of Artemis just happened?" Harry swore, looking at them. "Someone just tried to kill you. That's what," Krynos told him. Chapter 13. Home for the Holidays. Chapter 13. Home for the Holidays. Christmas was approaching, the weather going cold. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts woke to find itself covered in several feet of snow. The lake froze solid, and the Weasley twins were punished for bewitching several snowballs so that they followed Quirrell around, bouncing off the back of his turban. The few owls that managed to battle their way through the stormy sky to deliver mail had to be nursed back to health by Hagrid before they could fly off again. No one could wait for the holidays to start. While the common rooms and the Great Hall had roaring fires, the drafty corridors had become icy and a bitter wind rattled the windows in the classrooms. Worst of all were Professor Snape's classes down in the dungeons, where their breath rose in a mist before them, and they kept as close as possible to their hot cauldrons. Harry was trying his best to help Neville with their potion, but the poor boy was still deadly nervous around the potion professor. That was one of the things Harry disliked most about the dungeon bat. He treated both him and Neville like they were nothing but dirt beneath his shoes for no reason whatsoever. If Harry hadn't come prepared for their lessons and didn't have years of experience brewing vanquishing potions, he had a feeling Snape's treatment would only be worse. "How are you not shivering?" Neville asked him, warming his hands by their cauldron. "How are you not cold?" "I just don't get cold," Harry shrugged. "Most people back home like to say that I adapt to animal abilities since I spend so much time with them." "There are some plants that can do that," Neville said. "Never get cold. I mean, Krinos has always liked you for a reason," Harry chuckled. "Plants only ever come second to me in melody." Neville slightly laughed at that. He saw the way Krinos behaved in the greenhouses, the care he put into herbology class. There are few people he's ever met with the same type of love for nature that he's only seen with himself. "Shame the twins have to stay here for the holidays," Harry says. They, and Percy, had seemed excited to be with their family for the holidays. Neville nodded in agreement. All the Weasleys had to stay at Hogwarts because their mother had decided to visit their older brother, Charlie, who was working at a dragon reserve in Romania. Fred and George both seemed a little angry that their mother didn't think about including the rest of the family besides her, their sister Ginny, and their father. What they had been told by the twins, during their angry rant about their mother, was that if they could afford an international portkey to Romania, then all of them could have went. Not just the three of them. Of course, Percy then had to explain to the Greek mages what a portkey was, since they had no idea. Afterwards, they all agreed with the prankster twins. The three had considered giving them invites to Crystal Rose, but didn't want to expose their secret. But they were gonna make sure to send them extra special gifts to brighten their holiday. And maybe a little something to Mrs. Weasley to let her know what they thought about her, excluding her sons like that. While they didn't care about Ron in any way, shape, or form, the twins and Percy were really good friends of theirs. "You going home for the holidays?" Neville asked. "Of course," Harry smiled. "We can't wait. Yule has always been our favorite time of the year. Though, the Feast of Spes is a close second." "So you celebrate Yule, not Christmas?" Neville asked. Harry simply nodded in response. It didn't bother Neville, though. As a pureblood wizard himself, his family also celebrated Yule instead of Christmas. His gran had preached it enough how much she hated families celebrating holidays that weren't their own. And now that he's thought about it, the reasons why the Gardiner trio hate Halloween are probably the same ones they use when celebrating Yule. "We do modernize a little," Harry admitted. "We keep to the most sacred traditions, but there's a lot more than just a feast, the Yule bonfire, and giving offerings. We have to keep up with the times, or we'll be stuck in the Dark Ages, like most of magical England." "Should I be offended?" Neville asked. "Oh, Neville," Harry patted his arm. "Sweet, innocent, little Neville. You will never be thrown in with the rest of the medieval times wizards of this little country." Neville had to grin at that, but said grin vanished when the dungeon bat decided to bring his sneering face over to them and try to find fault in the perfectly made potion. The Gardiner trio was enjoying themselves on their walk to the Great Hall for lunch. It was early in the afternoon, and there were few students already in the hall. Most had wanted to go to the library to return books, or wanted to make sure everything was ready to be packed when they left. "Hello, Hagrid," Harry greeted. "Hello, oh you three," the half-giant greeted back. He had been dragging in a large pine tree to put up in the Great Hall. The three figured the headmaster was having him bring the trees in for decorating. "Ah, the last tree. Speak of the devil. Just put that in the last corner, my boy." Dumbledore had a festive twinkle in his eyes as the tree was dragged into the hall. It wasn't surprising to the siblings that the man loved the holidays, especially going by the green and red robes he was wearing. "We take it you like Christmas, headmaster," Harry snickered. "Even muggles know the magic of Christmas." Dumbledore was beaming, clearly enjoying himself. "Even as those who celebrate Yule, to each his own no matter our personal feelings," Melody says. "You know, headmaster, next time you want to decorate, We would be happy to help, Krinos offered. My powers alone could cut all this work more than half. It also would save you the trouble of cutting down poor innocent trees. I am starting to see why you are Jaiwei's favorite students, Dumbledore chuckled. Headmistress Jaiwei doesn't play favorites, Melody stated, then smirked. At least she doesn't. Make it obvious when she does. Now, Mr. Gardiner, Dumbledore faced Krinos. What was that you were saying about making less work for us? We are getting quite old. The Gardiner trio could see that he really just wanted to see Mystic Soul magic in action. Of course, they didn't mind. Krinos did a quick look around to make sure they weren't being watched, and to see how much he'd need to do. The only things that had been done, so far, was putting up trees, and Flitwick had just started decorating them. There weren't many students in the Great Hall, and they weren't paying attention to them, so he did a little magic. Nature's beauty, he cast. Opening his hands, 4 balls of green mist came out. They left trails of their mist behind them. The mist traveled around the hall. Everywhere it went, festive plants grew. Along the walls grew pine branches with some white in the needles, like frost. They grew in the traditional up and down wave-like pattern. Mistletoe and holly berries and leaves danced onto the edges of the tables. Each of the mist balls swirled around each of the trees Hagrid had brought in. Large red berries grew as makeshift ornaments, glowing star blossoms as lights, and a bright star blossom on top of each one. And many illusion Christmas trees floated around the candles to finish off the show. Beautiful, Dumbledore said in awe. Nature can be as beautiful as a rose's thorns are dangerous, Krinos says, and vice versa. I represent that more than anything else. I am suddenly jealous that you're in Pomona's house and not mine. Flitwick chuckled at his own joke. Mama and Bampas would always have music playing during this time of year, Melody remembered fondly. From December 1st to 31st, they never turned off the music. Their favorite was always I Believe in Christmas. It played almost 3 to 4 times every day. If we didn't go to school, we would probably have been driven crazy by that song before the actual vacation started, Harry laughed. Your parents sound like lovely people, Dumbledore softly smiled. There is no other way to describe the people that took me away from the mundanes that made me think my own name was Freak, Harry told him. That seemed to really give Dumbledore an insight to how much the Gardiners meant to him and how much they did for him. There are few families in Britain that would do that. Taking in an orphan is one thing, but going out of their way to rescue said orphan from their abuser was a different story. We still carry on the Yule tradition, Krinos said. Melody snapped her fingers. The end on her wand lit up purple. Music filled the air around her. A soft harmony with a keyboard making most of it. Krinos smiled as the siblings sat at one of the tables. Much to everyone's surprise, Krinos started to sing. Didn't know what to get you, ordinary just wouldn't do, but I just found the perfect gift for you. The other teachers in the hall looked toward the siblings at the sound of Krinos' voice. Even with the song originally sung by a mundane actress, Krinos sang it rather beautifully. Now I got it already, but it's not wrapped in red or green. Come and sit down beside me here underneath the Christmas tree. Students now started to notice the performance going on. Students from Hufflepuff and Gryffindor sat around them, listening. Those from Ravenclaw and Slytherin kept more of a distance, but still able to hear the music. Music was rare in Hogwarts beyond the school song at the beginning of the year and the school choir, but it was never anything like the soft and pop tone Krinos possessed. We got mistletoe and firelight. On this cold December night the snow outside will set the mood as I sing my song for you. I hear church bells are ringing, Charles are singing. Harmony with me now. You are looking so lovely, yeah. Even if the lights go out. More students began filing into the Great Hall. It was almost like Krinos had a Pied Piper effect with his voice, luring them all toward the music. Melody might be the music mage, but Krinos grew up singing with their mother when they were little. He would still sing to the plants in his garden to help them grow. Most people would talk to their plants, not Krinos. It's like the saying most mystic souls say. Normal is vastly overrated. We got mistletoe and firelight. On this cold December night the snow outside will set the mood as I sing my song for you. You're so beautiful. I only hope you see what I see. Yeah. Everyone is meant to show you how much you mean to me. We got mistletoe and firelight. On this cold December night the snow outside will set the mood as I sing my song. We got mistletoe and firelight. On the cold December night the snow outside will set the mood as I sing my song. Sing my song. Sing my song for you. The crowd that had gathered burst into cheers and applause. Krinos blushed under the attention of the crowd that he had been completely unaware of getting. Sure, he enjoyed singing and knew from a lot of comments that he was talented, but he hated attention almost as much as Harry did. "Melody," he growled at his sister. "What, I had to?" She tried to act innocent. "Hogwarts deserves to hear that festive and talented voice of yours. You are very lucky that you're my sister and that I love you, because I have a very handy spell that can turn you into a tree," Krinos said. "And no, Granger, you cannot have any information on it. What is learned in Greece stays in Greece." Some of the crowd slightly laughed at the huff Hermione gave off. It was not exactly a secret that she hated the three siblings. Even without Melody and Krinos showing her up in the shared classes with Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, Harry would do better than her in Gryffindor classes, while Slytherin students Daphne Greengrass and Blaise Zabini were also better than her. And unlike the siblings, she was the most unpopular person at Hogwarts, other than Ron Weasley, that is. She was often referred to as the Gryffindor Harpy, as she was always harping to everyone else in the House of Lions. Hermione literally seems to believe that everyone has to do as she says and how she wants it, or they will fail. A superiority complex to the extreme. Not to mention that on All Hallows Eve, they discovered that she's just about as obsessed with Harry as Ron is. When Harry had knocked the ogre/troll out by knocking it through the door, Hermione had come out of one of the stalls. Apparently, that was where the girl had disappeared to after Ron had insulted her. She tried to lie to the teachers and say they were trying to protect her, aka trying to make Harry look more like the boy she read about. It failed when Flitwick and Sprout pointed out the twins' desire to celebrate their own holiday. And with the siblings admitting that they didn't even know she was in there, her lies went up in smoke. McGonagall took 10 points from her for lying before giving each sibling 20 points for stopping the monster. "Another reason to love that we're going home tomorrow," Harry says, walking with his siblings to the Gryffindor table. "We get away from her." The three laugh together. Chapter 14. A Greek Yule. Chapter 14. A Greek Yule. The three siblings got off the Hogwarts Express with Neville. They waved goodbye as they saw him go to an elderly woman they assumed was his grandma. And right away, just from the stern look on her face, they could tell that she was not one to be trifled with. Walking back to the alley on the mundane side of the train station, Krinos' teleportation spell easily got them back home. An excited screech sounded as the three appeared. "Oh boy," all three of them swore. Hestia came running up to them. Krinos and Melody ducked, letting the girl tackle Harry with a full-on hug. "Not cool, you two," Harry groaned. "Hey, who are the twins of the three of us?" Krinos smirked. Hestia finally got off of Harry and let him up. "Nice to see you too, Hestia," Harry says. Krinos had transported them right in front of the school, near the gate. Hestia, Abby, and Sophia met them as soon as they came back. A healer, ice witch, and a shapeshifter might seem like an unusual combo to others, but those are the people that have never been to Crystal Rose, where even fire and water mages get along. "Is Olivia here yet?" Melody asked. "Someone say my name," a female voice says. Up came a girl just about 20 years old. She was in her regular outfit, which was a knee-length white lace dress with a fuzzy blue and red poncho over her shoulders. She had curled her dirty blonde hair and wore blue and red go-go boots. Over her eyes were a pair of blue shades with red rims. "Olivia!" The siblings cheered. They all gave the future council member a giant group hug. Even with them being 9 years apart, they were all very close. "Krinos Flower, Melody Harp, Harry Bear," she smiled, hugging her little cousin's back. "How are you three?" "Wanting to see if there are any potion masters to replace the one we have teaching at Hogwarts," Harry responded. "Wondering why our friend's mother plays favorites with her children, and she has 6 of them," Krinos answered. "That we know of, anyway." Questioning how magical England is even considered magical anymore, with rituals, the old ways, and Sabbats being abandoned for mundane ways, Melody told her. "Okay then," Olivia said. "Seems like, after all these years, they still refuse to change. To make things better. So you also know the disaster that is their so-called magical community," Abby says. "As a potential member of the Magic Council, I have to study up on the customs of other magical communities," Olivia explained. "And England is on the very bottom of magical advances. They still use torches and candles instead of magical lights. They have no worldwide wizard web. Not to mention that they still wear robes. How primitive." "No kidding," Abby agreed. They began walking to the school. "So, How is Hogwarts? Olivia asked. Starting with that potions teacher of yours. He doesn't seem like the best person for the job. Oh, he isn't, Harry says. For one thing, he's unbelievably biased towards Slytherin House, to which he is head of. He especially seems to hate Gryffindor for whatever reason. He tries to intimidate me, but I have the heart of a lion. Neville, on the other hand, the poor kid. Melody shook her head. Neville barely has any self-esteem as it is. We've been trying to bring it up, but it's an uphill battle at this point. I blame that grandmother of his, Krenos said. He told me how she forces him to use his father's wand. We learned at Ollivander's that the wand chooses the wizard, not the other way around. What are your wands anyway? Sophia asked. You never told us. Mine is wood from the jungle of mayhem, a core of Nemean lion fur, and diamond-focused gem, Harry showed them. Diamond is supposed to be for those of a good soul. I have one of lotus tree wood and a siren feather core, Melody said. Figures that I'd get a siren feather, right? The younger of the girls giggled in agreement. Mine is made from wood from a tree at the eternal spring, a core of blood orchid petals, and a rose quartz gem, White says. It's a gem that links to those that lost a great love in their life. Magic always does what it wants. Olivia patted her cousin on the shoulder in a comforting manner. We can't control it. So back to Hogwarts, they really have a bully as a professor. Hestia raised an eyebrow. Headmistress Jaiwei would fire any professor that dared to act like that. I've done some research into him, Melody said, her inner Ravenclaw showing. Severus Snape, the youngest person to ever gain a mastery in potion in all of Britain, started teaching at Hogwarts in 1981. Second-generation son of Eileen Snape née Prince and Tobias Snape. Became head of Slytherin when he became the potions teacher since the retirement of former potions professor, Horace Slughorn. They all looked at her like she was Wikipedia. They have school records available in the library about past students, she shrugged, as well as old newspapers. She was put into Ravenclaw for a reason, Krenos chuckled. And proud of it, Melody smirked. But we can't forget the guy also seems to hate Harry for no apparent reason, Krenos added. It can't just be Gryffindor. Otherwise, he'd treat everyone in the house just as bad. And he doesn't. Though Neville is a close second. Can't catch a break, that kid. Want me to do anything? Olivia asked, not liking the idea of an adult bully picking on her cousin for no reason at all. We're fine, Liv, Harry told her. It's one man with issues. After that demon that blasted people through walls by insulting them, he's a piece of cake. Can't fault the logic in that statement. Olivia giggled. Anything off about the other teachers? Sophia asked, though was kind of afraid of the possible answer. Not really, Krenos shrugged. McGonagall is a transfiguration mistress and is actually very fair. My head of house, Sprout, is kind to every student and very fair. She only shows a tad bit of favoritism with me and Neville only because we're really good at her subject. Flitwick is Melody's head of house and really knowledgeable about charms, as well as being part goblin. How cool is that? Every teacher is very knowledgeable about their subject, Melody said. We may only have trouble with astronomy because we're forced to stay up so late and still have classes the next day. They don't have a magical observatory, so they just force you all to stay up late to learn the stars, Hestia gasped. How barbaric. That's magical Britain for you, Abby laughed. What they lack in common sense, they make up for with extreme stupidity. Not a very fair trade, Sophia smirked. The only other teacher that's a problem is Binns, Harry said. I've heard even the upper-year Ravenclaws have a hard time staying awake in his class. He doesn't even really teach. He just drones on and on about goblin rebellions and revolutions. He doesn't even look away from the chalkboard. Oh, mother of the muses, Olivia shook her head. Guess even one of the best wand user schools in the world could go for some improvement. Duh, Melody deadpanned. Do I need to break out into one of the many songs titled Nobody's Perfect? 'Cause there's a lot of them. Guess we now know why Salem and Delphi always seem to outrank them then, Abby giggled. Delphi outranks everyone, Melody smirked. Though, Salem in America, Senshi no Kokoro in Japan, and the Isis Academy in Egypt can give them a run for their money. Gods, I missed having you guys around. Sophia swung her arm over Harry's shoulder. It's a lot less fun without our ever-so-entertaining Gardiner trio. By this time, they had entered the school. But when they did, there was an explosion from another side of the school. A pink cloud of smoke flowed down the hall and around them. It smelled like cotton candy and bubblegum. "My bad," a male voice yelled from where the smoke came from. "You still have Wyatt," Harry smirked. "Who else would be able to create a smoke cloud that smells like cotton candy and bubblegum, as well as making it pink?" "He must have tried his recipe for bubblehead bubblegum again," Hestia said. "Apparently, it's meant to have the effect of allowing the eater to blow a bubble for underwater travel up to an hour." "Cool," Krinos says. "A tad bit insulting to Poseidon and mermaids, but handy." "Yeah, Waylon already ripped into him about that," Abby giggled. "She may be only 9, but she can also be terrifying." "Christmas time, or Yule, whichever you prefer, asterisk, 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 asterisk." There are actually quite a few students of Crystal Rose that had stayed at the school for Yule. Mostly first generations that wanted to know about the Sabbath, and second and third generations that stayed year-round. Any others still, there were actually wards of the school or the children of the professors. They were in the middle of their Yule feast. The teachers were happy to see all 4 Gardiners enjoying themselves. But then again, they always enjoyed themselves whenever moussaka was involved. Their favorite food, another thing they shared, as well as a love of lakma, a Greek fried sweet dough similar to a donut. The teachers were always happy to see them smile. Most of the Greek magical community knows about the tragic story of the Gardiner family. While Olivia had been out with Harry and Melody, Krinos has seen it all. He also created an entire jungle in his rage and sadness, a jungle that attacked anyone that went into it, especially the Venus flytraps and one very cranky oak tree. From the 12 main classes and the 7 electives, for 13-year-olds and up, there were 19 teachers, plus the school headmistress, healer, and librarian. The headmistress hit her glass with her fork, getting the attention of all the students in the hall. "Another Yule has arrived," she began. "A time for family and a time to give a little back to Mother Magic, just as she has given us our gifts. Every year, we come together to set our sacred fire and give our offerings to the gods and Mother Magic." She rose her glass of sparkling water, as no one in Crystal Rose is allowed to drink. "The last thing the world needs is drunk, magically powerful teenagers running around." The rest of the staff and the students followed her lead. "To the gods," she said. "To the gods," everyone repeated. They all began going up to the bonfire at the front of the hall, between the staff table and house tables. They all took a part of their plate and threw it into the fire. The ripest of berries, the juiciest slice of meat, the best cooked roll, all the best part of their meals were thrown into the flame. A way to honor the gods, give back to Mother Magic. "One of the best Yule yet," Harry says. "I couldn't agree more," his fellow Gardiners said. "Oh, how they loved it when they got together." "I hope Neville, Percy, and the twins like their presents," Krinos says. "We picked those gifts out specifically with those 4 in mind," Melody reminded. "They'll love them, or have to answer to me." Gryffindor Tower. Percy was reading a book in the dorm McGonagall allowed him to use so all the Weasley boys would be together for the holidays. He waited for his brothers to wake up before he went down to the Gryffindor common room to open presents with them. He couldn't help but look at his own family after spending quite a bit of time with the Gardiner trio. They all supported one another, cared for one another, protected one another. And he had to admit to himself that his family wasn't like that. At least, the parents and youngest two weren't like that. His mother, Molly Weasley, was judgmental about everything, especially himself, the twins, and their 2 older brothers Charlie and Bill. It was like they could never do anything right in her eyes, while their younger siblings, Ron and Ginny, could do no wrong. And they both took advantage of that, especially since their father was spineless when it came to sticking up to his wife. Ron and Ginny took every opportunity to get their older brothers in trouble, even if they didn't do anything. Whenever they teased or insulted the 5 of them, nothing was ever done to stop them. Yet if any of them, mostly the twins, retaliated, they were punished. They loved their father, they really did. But he had no backbone at all when it came to going against anything his wife wanted. Even sticking up for his 5 firstborn kids. Percy never saw anything like that with Harry, Krinos, and Melody. Sure, they would tease each other every now and again, but never straight up insulting and bullying like Ron. They were more like the twins, only messing with those that mess with them. He envied the sibling bond they had. It was like a 3-way Fred and George. Speaking of the twins, they poked their heads into the room. "Time for presents," Fred started. "Perfect, Percy," George finished. Percy smiled as they popped back out. They teased him, but they were really proud that he made prefect and having been sorted into Ravenclaw. He joined them in the common room. "Looks like we gotta," Fred started. "Little something from Greece," George smiled. There were 3 presents under the tree, wrapped in white and blue paper, with their names on them. The paper looked like the Greece flag. A calling card of the trio, if you will. "Move over, Gits." Ron tried to push his way over to their gifts. "Those are obviously for me. Harry's finally apologizing and gonna be my best mate." "I highly doubt that," Fred said. "Since you were the real Git," George says. "Besides, your name," Fred started, "isn't even on them," George finished. Ignoring further rantings from their little brother, the 3 opened their presents. What they got nearly made their jaws drop to the floor. Fred's was a bouquet of strange flowers. They had dark green stems, and their leaves were on the slightly larger size. Their blossoms were shaped like tiger lilies and were a deep burgundy color with silver and violet accents. There was a note that came with it. "Fred, these are illusion blossoms. When used properly, they can project any type of illusion or image that you want. I have also noticed that you like potions, despite Professor Useless Dungeon Bat. The illusion blossom also has several uses in potions. The petals can be used for memory recollection potions, for bringing back forgotten memories, and the leaves and stems can be dried to be used in potions that cause the drinker to experience hallucinations of their worst fear. Plus, they are pretty to look at. The flowers, not the hallucinations." Krinos. George got a stack of scrolls and a stone that looked like black onyx. The scrolls looked to be written in ancient Greek, causing George to raise his eyebrow. Did they think he could instantly learn to speak and read fluent Greek just by looking at these scrolls? He looked at his own note. "George, these scrolls contain spells, charms, and curses meant to be used for confusion and distractions. Thought they'd blend well with your pranks. Noticed that spells were your favorite part of Hogwarts, especially since they are only really taught in charms, transfiguration, and defense. And before you start thinking that we sent you scrolls written in Greek knowing that you couldn't read them, the stone that came with them is enchanted to translate whatever you read. An added protection is that the stone only works for you. Have to have precautions with the Harpy of Gryffindor prowling the tower." Percy stared at what he brought out of the box. It was a book, which most would think would be the most sensible thing to get a Ravenclaw. But this book was unique to say the least. The book seemed to be bound by a reddish-brown leather. 2 pieces of silver were kind of buckles, except on the binding. On the cover was a triple crescent symbol. "Percy, we searched most of our family library to find the perfect book to give to you. I ended up picking this one out. This book is quite a rare one, having not been seen in England for well over 1,000 years. The entire volume is dedicated to the rarest brand of magical objects, known as the Crests of Thyros. They are amulets and weapons very enchanting to our home and other communities like ours. We thought you'd enjoy a piece of magical history not commonly known. Plus, as a fellow Ravenclaw, I know how important knowledge is." Melody. Each of the Weasley boys were very touched by the gifts, specifically made or given just for them. And even with only knowing them for a few months, they knew more about them than their family did. Fred's love of potions, George's talents with spells, and Percy's interest in ancient artifacts. "I really like those 3, Fred smiled. "Longbottom Manor." Neville stares down at his present like it was a severed head in the box, but he felt excitement and complete shock instead of horror. When he had gotten up that morning for the start of Yule, he had been surprised by the appearance of the snowy owl belonging to his friend, and in her claws was a present wrapped in the colors of his friend's country. But it was when he opened it that shook him to his core. Inside the box was a wand, one that could sing in harmony with his magic before he even touched it. It was a golden brown wood with carvings on it that looked like vines and leaves. He read the note that came with it. "Neville, we had this wand made especially for you. We get that your grandma makes you use your father's, but we learned at Ollivander's that the wand chooses the wizard. Plus, every wand ever made in Greece is for a specific person. We only went to Ollivander's because it's a Potter tradition, even if 2 of us aren't Potters. The wood is from a 1,000-year-old tree with nature carvings. The core is the hair from a nymph, often called a nature sprite. A wand completely fit for a herbology prodigy. Maybe this will help you give you the confidence you deserve." The Gardiner trio, for the first time since his parents were tortured into insanity, Neville knew he had people that truly cared for him, just as he was. Chapter 15. Heart's Desire. The Gardiner trio walked through the pillar, onto the platform, so they could get back to Hogwarts. Krenos had, once again, used his powers to shrink their trunks. He also reminded them that once they learned to do it themselves, he was done. They walked through the barrier, almost instantly met by Neville. He rushed up to them and gave them all a giant hug. He had tears in his eyes, but did not let them fall. He was visibly shaking. "Neville, calm down," Melody giggled, liking seeing her friends so excited and happy. You three, the wand. How did why did? He couldn't get out. "We thought that you would like it," Krenos chuckled. They pried Neville off of them, and then got on the train. They quickly found an empty compartment and sat down. Wolf, Frost, and Celine were all happily next to their owners/bonded. Neville immediately took out his wand, still in awe of it. How did you do it?" Neville stuttered, fiddling with the stick in his hands. "Nothing is more simple than woodwork for those back home," Krenos smirked. "Just ask any student of Delphi." "So we guess," a familiar voice says in the doorway. "That we weren't another voice continued. "Only ones with," the first voice says. "Unique you'll presents," the second voice finished. The four looked toward the door and saw the Weasley twins standing there. Melody saw that George was carrying one of the scrolls that she had sent him. "Hello, boys," she smiled. "I see you enjoy the presents we got you. Or, in my case, grew for you," Krenos smirked. The twins came in and plopped themselves onto either side of Harry, putting their arms around him when they did. Celine moved to make it more comfortable. "Is it just me? Or do those two seem overly friendly with our dear brother?" Melody whispered to Krenos. He had to cover his mouth in order to hide that he was trying very hard not to laugh. The other part of him knew that at 11 years old, none of them should even be thinking of having a boyfriend or girlfriend. The Gardiner trio had all taken a vow with each other to never have a significant other before they are at least 14. "How exactly do you three," Fred started, "know us so well that you," George continued, "picked out the perfect presents," back to Fred, "for each of us," George finished. "Not to mention where you even got them," Neville quickly added. "Where do you even find a place that carves patterns into wands?" The three siblings all shared grins. "We know these things about you guys from simply being observant," Harry says, with a little bit of eavesdropping added in for good measure. The twins laughed at that last part. "For your present, Fred, that was my idea," Krenos said. "Back home, in my personal section of our garden, I grow illusion blossoms. My own invention. A fusion of orchids, tiger lilies, and some enchantments. I thought they'd be perfect for a prankster." Fred rubbed his hands together in a plotting kind of way. "And you really think that a Ravenclaw wouldn't see your love of charms, George?" Melody leaned back in her seat. "Percy also accidentally let a few things slip in the common room. Those scrolls are copies from ones in our personal library. Looks like we," Fred started, "have to teach Percy," George continued. "About privacy spells," Fred had on a sinister grin. Weasley twin style. They finished together. "I have the sudden urge to tell Percy to run for the hills," Melody says, making her brothers laugh. "Your present, Neville, was a no-brainer," Harry told the shy boy. "You told us that your grand forces you to use your father's wand. But according to all forms of wand lore, it would never work properly for you. So we decided to make sure you have one made just for you." "But how?" Neville asked. "Greek wands are very different from the type you have here," Melody explained. "Each made specifically for the witch or wizard that comes in. We don't do pre-made wands. They limit your potential." "But didn't you three," Fred started, "get your wands at Ollivander's?" George finished. "That was for my sake," Harry admitted. "Since my birth parents are dead, we try to honor them when we can. Attending Hogwarts and getting Ollivander wands are just two of the ways." We gave the wand maker details about Neville. Nothing personal, though. Krenos added that last part when seeing their friend's face. "And using them, he was able to create the wand. Wood from a 1,000-year-old tree with nature carvings and a core of nymph hair," Melody says. "Perfect for our dear herbology prodigy." Neville blushed under the praise. "Not used to it." "By the way," Fred says, "we must warn you," George said. "Our dear younger brother," Fred continued, "is on a warpath," George finished. "What is it this time?" Harry complained. "None of us have spoken 2 words to him other than go and away. In that order as well. Never met anyone so annoying in my life. And that includes those annoying imps, trolls, and gremlins. Krenos crossed his arms. No offense, you two. None taken. Fred waved off the apology. He's a prat anyway. George agreed with his twin. I'm guessing we also should beware of your mother, Melody said. From that howler, she seems to favor that gremlin you're forced to call a brother. You have no idea, the twins stated. Line break. We just got back from break, and we're already being called to Dumbledore's office, Melody says as the three walk to the office. Harry, what did you do? Hey, why do you think it was me? Harry protested. 9088 ring a bell, Krenos smirked. Harry rolled his eyes. Turn one teacher's hair blue by accidental magic, and you're marked a prankster for life. Why can't it be because the headmaster found out about Krenos' event at the beginning of our first herbology class? I highly doubt that it takes nearly 5 months for the headmaster of a school to know about something that happened at the start of the year, Krenos said. They arrived at the gargoyle statue, said the password, and made their way up the stairs. Harry knocked on the door and Dumbledore called for them to come in. Cockroach clusters, really, headmaster? Melody raised an eyebrow. I am not ashamed to admit that I have a weakness when it comes to sweets, my dear girl, Dumbledore says, his eyes twinkling the way they seem to always do. But cockroach clusters sounds more like something you'd throw away, not eat, Harry agreed with his sister. Try some of the candies popular in America, Krenos suggested. Especially those by the Hershey's Company. They make some really good stuff. I'll look into that, the headmaster told them, smiling. But I brought you three here because I have a gift for Mr. Potter Gardiner. This definitely shocked the trio. Usually, professors have professional boundaries when it comes to their students. Headmaster, that isn't necessary, Harry tried. Nonsense, my boy, Dumbledore says. Besides, your parents would want you to have this back in the possession of the family. The siblings all raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore went into his deck and pulled out a box with a ribbon tied around it. Harry went up to the deck, Krenos and Melody not far behind him. As he untied the ribbon, it fell away and he lifted the lid of the box. Inside was a silk-like cloak with beautiful red, black, gold, and silver patterns. It's beautiful, Harry said, pulling it out. It is some type of family heirloom? A very special heirloom, Dumbledore informed him. Why don't you try it on? Harry pulled the cloak out of the box, draping it over himself. He heard both of his siblings gasp, staring at him. He looked down, and it seems that he had suddenly turned into a floating head. Wow, he gasped. An enchanted cloak, Melody said. This is James Potter's invisibility cloak, Dumbledore told them. He was quite the prankster in his day, targeting people with an array of humiliating pranks. I have always suspected that cloak was one of the reasons why we could never get proof that he was the one that did it. The siblings chuckled/giggled at that. Harry took off the cloak, tucking it under his arm. Thank you, headmaster, Harry softly smiled. Line break. That night, Harry couldn't help himself but sneak around after curfew. While he would often satisfy a gorilla's need for strength, a wolf's sense of loyalty, and even a lion's need for rage, he didn't often use his snake's sneaky side. But as he was lurking around the first floor, he passed Filch. Filch's pale, wild eyes looked straight through him, and Harry slipped under Filch's outstretched arm and streaked off up the corridor. He came to a sudden halt in front of a tall suit of armor. He had been so busy getting away from Filch, he hadn't paid attention to where he was going. Perhaps because it was dark, he didn't recognize where he was at all. There was a suit of armor near the kitchens, he knew, but he must be 5 floors above there. You asked me to come directly to you, Professor, if anyone was wandering around at night, and somebody's been in the library restricted section. Harry felt his curiosity piqued. Wherever he was, Filch must know a shortcut, because his soft, greasy voice was getting nearer, and to his horror, it was Snape who replied. The restricted section? Well, they can't be far. We'll catch them. Harry stood rooted to the spot as Filch and Snape came around the corner ahead. They couldn't see him, of course, but it was a narrow corridor, and if they came much nearer, they'd knock right into him. The cloak, sadly, didn't stop him from being solid. He backed away as quietly as he could. A door stood ajar to his left. It was his only hope. He squeezed through it, holding his breath, trying not to move it, and to his relief, he managed to get inside the room without their noticing anything. They walked straight past. That had been close. Very close. It looked like an unused classroom. The dark shapes of desks and chairs were piled against the walls, but propped against the wall facing him was something that didn't look as if it belonged there. Something that looked as if someone had just put it there to keep it out of the way. It was a magnificent mirror, as high as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame, standing on two clawed feet. There was an inscription carved around the top, Eristra eru oit ube kafir oidon wosi. Harry moved nearer to the mirror, wanting to look at himself but see no reflection again. He stepped in front of it. He had to clap his hands to his mouth to stop himself from screaming. He whirled around. His heart was pounding, for he had seen not only himself in the mirror, but the people he missed most standing right behind him. Yet the room was empty. Breathing very fast, he slowly turned back to the mirror. There he was, reflected in it. And there, reflected behind him, were 4 others. Harry looked over his shoulder, but still, no one was there. He looked in the mirror again. A woman standing right behind his reflection was smiling at him and waving. He reached out a hand and felt the air behind him. If she was really there, he'd touch her. Their reflections so close together, but he felt only air. She and the others existed only in the mirror. The same hair as his, as well as his siblings. Krino's amulet around her neck. A man next to her, also with the same hair. He also shared the same silver eyes. Around his neck, the same amulet Harry wore around his. Jax and Selena Gardiner, their parents. But it was the other pair that caught his eye. First was the woman that didn't look more than 21. She was a very pretty woman. She had dark red hair in her eyes. Her eyes are just like mine had been, Harry thought, edging a little closer to the glass. Bright green. The tall, thin, black-haired man standing next to her put his arm around her. He wore glasses, and his hair was very untidy. It stuck up at the back, just as Harry's did. Not even the adoption had taken that away from his hair. "Mom," he whispered. "Dad." They just looked at him, smiling. The Potters smiled and waved at Harry, and he stared hungrily back at them, his hands pressed flat against the glass as though he was hoping to fall right through it and reach them. He had a powerful kind of ache inside him, half joy and half terrible sadness. How long he stood there, he didn't know. The reflections did not fade, and he looked and looked until a distant noise brought him back to his senses. He couldn't stay here. He had to find his way back to bed. He tore his eyes away from his mother's face. "Quite a night for a midnight stroll, Mr. Potter Gardiner." A voice behind Harry made him jump out of his skin. Darting around, he saw Professor Dumbledore come up to him. "Headmaster, you scared the living daylights out of me." Harry calmed down, his hand in his chest. "I didn't know you were here. I set up wards to let me know if anyone ever came across this mirror," the headmaster said. "Though, I did have a feeling that you might be the one to have found it in the first place." Harry nervously chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. "My deepest apologies, headmaster," he politely apologized. "With my powers, I sometimes need to satisfy the instincts of the animal spirits I conjure. The cloak just gave my snake side the opening it needed." Dumbledore chuckled, thinking back to the days of James Potter and the other marauders sneaking about at night to set up their latest prank. He knew it was them, but never had the proof. He never really tried, though, as their pranks made fun and laughter during a time of war. He thought it was a nice relief, and part of the reason why those 4 did their pranks in the first place. "I placed the mirror in this classroom, hoping nobody would discover it," he said to his student. "After tonight, I will have to find a more secure hiding place." "This scripture on the top," Harry says, slightly pointing to it. "It's just backward words, right? I show not your face, but your heart's desire." "That is the enchantment of the Mirror of Erist," Dumbledore said. "Whoever looks into it sees what they want most in the world. Take the happiest man in the world, who would look into the mirror and see only his reflection." "I think I'd prefer to see nothing," Harry admitted. "I can feel the pull of the mirror and what I see in it. That's the trap, right? It shows you what you want most." "Yes and no," said Dumbledore quietly. "It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. You, who have never known your family, see the ones you know that love you most. If you take Ronald Weasley, who has always been overshadowed by his brothers, for an example, he would see himself standing alone, the best of all of them. However, this mirror will give us neither knowledge or truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad. not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Harry, and I ask you not to go looking for it again. If you ever do run across it, you will now be prepared. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Remember that. Headmaster, Harry says, I see my parents, both sets of them, but what am I supposed to feel when I see my birth parents? I find myself confused by your question, Mr. Potter Gardiner, Dumbledore said. I don't know them, Harry says. I know they're my parents and how they loved me enough to sacrifice themselves so that I could live. But you don't know how to feel about people that you don't even know, Dumbledore understood. The Gardiners gave me more than just a family, Harry said. When I was living with those awful mundanes, the Dursleys, they basically made me their house elf. What do you say about adults that force a 4-year-old child to cook every meal and only give him scraps in return? What about people making that same child believe that his name is Freak? The Gardiners gave me safety, love, compassion, everything a real family should give a child. You really have made quite the family, Mr. Potter Gardiner, Dumbledore says. I've always known that my parents were dead, but Lord Tennyson said that it was better to have loved and lost than to never have loved before, Harry said. Blood does not make a family, love does. Are all mystic souls wise beyond their years, like you three? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. We either mature, or we lose control of our powers by being too emotional, Harry shrugged. I once threw a bully out of a second-story window after channeling a gorilla when he was picking on Krinos. You and your siblings are quite unique, to say the least, Mr. Potter Gardiner, the headmaster told him. Headmaster, you don't even know the half of it, Harry stated. Now, I better get to bed. I have potions tomorrow, and between Malfoy, trying to throw random ingredients into my cauldron and me, making sure Neville does his potions right, I need to be well rested. Dumbledore chuckled as his student walked out the door. Chapter 16. Idiot Gryffindors. In years to come, Harry would never quite remember how he had managed to get through his exams. He thought that he might die of boredom. Classes like Charms, Transfiguration, Potions, and History of Magic were the harder ones. But that was more because Flitwick and McGonagall were tough teachers. Snape seemed to hate him and tried to fail him on purpose, and Binns didn't actually teach what was on the exam. Krinos and Melody both told him that they had similar experiences. It was sweltering hot, especially in the large classroom where they did their written papers. It made the three mystic souls very envious of the air conditioning spells back home. They had been given special, new quills for the exams, which had been bewitched with an anti-cheating spell. They had practical exams as well. Professor Flitwick called them one by one into his class to see if they could make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. Harry got extra points for making it do the Charleston. Professor McGonagall watched them turn a mouse into a snuff box. Points were given for how pretty the snuff box was, but taken away if it had whiskers. Melody got extra for making the box pure silver. Snape made them all nervous, breathing down their necks while they tried to remember how to make a forgetfulness potion. Krinos said that was all kinds of irony, much to the amusement of his siblings and their friends. Harry did the best he could, trying to ignore the stabbing pains in his forehead. It had been going on since his first exam, which was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Neville thought Harry had a bad case of exam nerves because Harry couldn't sleep, but the truth was that Harry kept being woken by his old nightmare, except that it was now worse than ever because there was a hooded figure dripping blood in it. He had no idea where that latest image came from. Their very last exam was History of Magic. 1 hour of answering questions about batty old wizards who'd invented self-stirring cauldrons, and they'd be free for a whole wonderful week until their exam results came out. When the ghost of Professor Binns told them to put down their quills and roll up their parchment, Harry couldn't help cheering with the rest. That was far easier than I thought it would be, says Melody after the siblings met up as they joined the crowds flocking out onto the sunny grounds. I needn't have learned about the 1637 Werewolf Code of Conduct or the uprising of Elfric the Eager. The three were very relieved for the exams being over, so they wandered down to the lake and flopped under a tree. The Weasley twins and Lee Jordan were tickling the tentacles of a giant squid, which was basking in the warm shallows. No more studying, Krinos sighed happily, stretching out on the grass. You could look more cheerful, Harry. We've got a week before we find out how much better we've done than anyone else, There's no need to worry yet. Harry was rubbing his forehead. I wish I knew what this means, he burst out angrily. My scar keeps hurting. It's happened before, but never as often as this. Why not go to Madame Pomfrey? Melody suggested. I'm not ill, said Harry. I don't know what it is. Maybe that mirror did a lot more than you thought, Krinos says. Magic mirrors are tricky things if they aren't like our mirror pads or phones. Of course, Harry had told his siblings about the Mirror of Ariste. He's never kept a secret from them before and will not start now. The two had been disturbed by such an artifact being in a school, a little jealous of Harry seeing their parents, and then happy how he got to at least see what his birth parents looked like. I don't think it was the mirror. I only ever looked into it once, Harry pointed out. It's more like someone's trying to get into my head. But wand users don't possess telepathy, Melody crossed her arms, thinking. At least, not in England. I have heard the case of a wand user which with telepathy over in the States. They must have their own version of it, though, Krinos guesses. It's probably how the headmaster always seems on top of things. Wouldn't it be illegal to use a power like that on minors without their permission, though? Melody raised an eyebrow. Pretty sure being the headmaster of a few hundred kids and teenagers gives him a bit more of a reason to stretch that law, Harry commented. Have you looked at what the twins and Lee are doing over there? They looked over at the three pranksters messing with the squid. The siblings weren't sure if doing that said that the three had guts or a death wish considering the size of the squid's tentacles on their own. I'd ask if they're insane, but I'm afraid of the answer, Krinos stated. So, Harry, did you figure out anything that you heard that night you found the mirror? Melody asked. Harry had been very forthcoming about that night. They had all been suspicious when they heard that someone had been sneaking into the restricted section of the library. Harry hadn't been the one doing that, but they now knew someone was. And if they were able to sneak past Mrs. Norris, Filch, and Snape, they're definitely sneaky. But there wasn't any sign that would tell them if they were a Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff. That was until Lady Luck shined on them. They'd been studying for their History of Magic exam, as they knew nothing Binns talked about would be on the actual test, when they heard voices behind them. It turns out that as was the youngest Weasley male in Granger. Somehow the two had also found their way to the third floor and ran into the Cerberus. They were mumbling about someone named Nicholas Flamel and how Snape was trying to steal something, neither of which made any sense. I'm not sure what those two would be looking for in the restricted section, but it can't be good, Harry said. And they're getting creepy. Every time I'm alone, they seem to appear near me and talking about the third floor. As if I'd ever want to go near that Cerberus ever again, unless it's to get him back to the underworld. I hate how someone could so easily take a Cerberus out of Greece, Melody says. They're a protected endangered species not found anywhere else in the world. It should not have been impossible. I'm still not understanding how they got Snape as the main suspect, Krinos wondered. Sure, we suspected, but Quirrell was also on our list. That's mostly because it was either him or Snape that tried to kill you during that Quidditch match, Melody reminded. You're the Ravenclaw. What do you have on Quirrell? Harry asked. Quirinus Quirrell graduated a few years above Madame Hooch during school and had been a Ravenclaw, Melody told them. He had been a teacher here about 2 years ago but taught the Muggle studies. According to some of the more believable rumors, he took the year off to gain experience for the defense against the dark arts job. They also said that he was never the same after encountering a vampire while in Albania. Never heard of any vampires in that country before, Krinos says. The States, South America, Transylvania, Australia, Spain, China, Japan, and Africa. But not Albania. That's a new one. Definitely is strange, Harry said. We were even aware of that single mermaid that had somehow ended up in Iceland. With mystic souls often being as discriminated as the creatures among wand-using communities, there is common for them to communicate with each other. Mystic souls are actually quite close with magical creatures, even vampires, as there is actually a mystic soul school in Australia that has a number of them as students. I have a bad feeling about something, but I just can't quite put my finger on it, Krinos says. Nature just doesn't feel quite right over here. Harry then knocked on a tree like a front door. Any nymph in there to tell us why he feels that way, he shouted at the trunk. Don't even try, Harry, Krinos told him. There hasn't been a nymph, dryad, naiad, or ventus near England in centuries. The only reason why this place even still has green around it is because of people like Professor Sprout and Neville. I doubt that many others have the same type of green thumbs as they do, Melody said. Neville almost seems to have as much of an affinity for nature as you do. He is top in herbology for a reason, Krynos chuckled. Still surprised that isn't you up there, Harry commented. I am a nature mage, not a herbology expert, Krynos reminded. Most of my knowledge is in enchanted plants and trees, and whatever plants I create. I don't do wizard world things. I heard the cry of a baby mandrake earlier in the year, and it gave me one Hades of a headache. I'd be surprised if a mystic soul ever did do wizard world things, Melody said. We're far more advanced than they are. The three then got up and made their way back to the castle. They had barely passed the great hall when they heard voices in one of the alcoves along the hall. Harry and Krynos looked at their sister. This is one of the few times that they thought her super hearing would come in handy. She faced one of her ears in that direction and brushed her hair behind her ear. I heard Dumbledore has a meeting at the Ministry tonight, she heard Ron Weasley say. This will give Professor Snape the perfect opportunity to steal the stone. She then heard Hermione Granger's voice. We need to tell Professor McGonagall. Why? Ron asked. We could do a lot better than she could. We were the ones that figured that Snape was after the stone in the first place. She won't believe us, anyway. Professor Snape, Hermione corrected. But what can we do against a wizard with as much experience as him? We're 11. We're Gryffindors, Ron stated, Melody almost hearing him puff out his chest. We're the heroes, and Slytherins like Snape are the villains for us to defeat. Besides, he probably teaches potions because he sucks at spells. Melody was suddenly very glad that those two will likely never meet their friends Celeste or Charlotte. Both are powerful mystic souls and quite gifted in terms of potions. All right, but only because he's the one that most likely let the troll in on Halloween and nearly got me killed, Hermione said. We should get Potter in on this. Then he has to show that he is the hero in those books. Books don't lie. Melody rolled her eyes at this. When the three had heard about those books describing Harry's life of adventure, they contacted Olivia in order to get the proper materials needed to sue the authors. They had no right to use Harry's name without either his permission or his guardian's since he is a minor. We don't need Golden Boy Potter for this, Ron sneered. He's a coward. He should have been trying to stop Snape since day one, but he isn't even interested. We will make better heroes than he ever will. Melody had to turn off her hearing after that. If she continued, she would have most likely gone up to the two and Sonic screamed the living daylights out of them. So, anything useful? Harry asked. More like disturbing proof that those two need serious help, Melody answered. I heard Street Mungos has mind healers. Send those two to them. I know I will probably regret asking this, but what did they say? Krynos asks, crossing his arms. The music mage explained what she had heard from the two annoyances. Her brothers could only shake their heads in response. Of all the idiotic and reckless things those two could have done, Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. Looks like we're gonna have a rescue mission on our hands. Can't we just let the Cerberus eat them? Krynos suggested. It's not like they will be missed. 90% of the school just might actually throw a party. And I'm including the staff in my math. Harry and Melody looked at Krynos weird. Hey, better the Cerberus than one of my Venus flytraps, Krynos says. That three-headed dog would be a lot more merciful than me. As strange as it may seem, his siblings actually agreed with him. While most nature-based are peaceful and non-violent, their powers are also some of the most dangerous in the magical world. When you command plants and trees by your will, you are considered a force of nature. Pun intended. Plus, there is the fact that only Krynos can handle the carnivorous flytraps. We should tell Professor McGonagall about her soon-to-be wayward lions, Harry suggested. Are we even sure that she would listen to us? Krynos asked. With those two going off to be complete idiots, she does have the authority to stop them, Harry reminded. She is the head of our house. I ask again, why would she listen? Krynos put a hand on his hip. She didn't exactly let you get a word in edgewise on All Hallows' Eve. That memory was enough to convince the other two. So, do we just go it alone? Harry asked. There are other teachers, Melody reminded. Professor Flitwick is a charms master and is also a dueling champion. Professor Sprout is a herbology mistress, Krynos added. But even as a mage of nature's heart, not sure how her type of skills could help. Not sure if my skills can help you with what exactly? The head of Hufflepuff's voice asked. scaring them out of their skin. Holding their hands over their hearts, the three turned and saw Sprout and Flitwick walking over to them. It seemed like they had just come from the Great Hall. A shared look by the siblings was their quick and quiet debate over what to do. There might be some issues involving a couple of reckless and idiotic 11-year-olds in the third floor corridor, Melody admitted. The three made about the fastest explanation in the history of explanations. By the end of it, the two heads of houses were very surprised, both by Melody's hearing ability and the fact that two Gryffindor students were seriously that reckless and dumb. Gave a whole new meaning to the term Gryffindor recklessness. And you three didn't want to go to Professor McGonagall with this? Flitwick asked them. As much as we respect her as a teacher, she doesn't listen to her students, Krenos says. We mean no disrespect, but when Harry went to her about meeting us for our All Hallows Eve ritual, she didn't let him say anything after getting 5 words out. Once she heard about not going to the Halloween feast, she stopped listening. McGonagall is a good teacher, Harry told them, but on a personal level that a head of house should have with their students, she scores a -3 on a 1 to 10 scale. As hard as it was for them, Flitwick and Sprout did have to agree with the three mystic souls. Their college just had too much on her plate. Between teaching and her responsibilities as deputy headmistress, she didn't have the time or patience to deal with being the head of Gryffindor. We will make sure the two Gryffindors are safe, and then punish for breaking the rules and going to the forbidden corridor, Flitwick said. We could help, Melody offered. Make things easier for you. We get that you three are mystic souls, but you are still only 11. Sprout was a little caught off guard by the offer. But our powers would be very useful to make things go a little faster, Harry argued. Animal, music, and nature are not to be messed with separately, let alone together. Harry, much to the professor's nervousness, had made a point, especially thinking about his powers against the Cerberus, or Krenos' powers for Sprout's obstacle. They reluctantly, very reluctantly, agreed for the three to come. Chapter 17. Two-Faced Professors. You three should stay behind us, Sprout warned the three Mystic Soul kids. His wand pointed at the door. The 3 first years and 2 professors stood at the end of the third-floor corridor. And just behind the door in front of them was the 3-headed dog from the kids' home country. I'm still wondering how a Cerberus even found its way from the underworld to Greece and then all the way to Britain, Melody thinks out loud. Whoever brought it here will have me to answer to me when we meet him. Krenos cracked his knuckles. You three are pretty sympathetic toward a creature that could easily kill you, Flitwick noticed. How much time have you been spending with Hagrid? So we've had a few biscuits and some tea with him. Doesn't mean he's turning us into him, Harry says. Cerberus are just very special to Greece. They are the sacred creature that guards the gates of the underworld. So the living can't get in and the dead can't get out. There were a few cases, like Orpheus and Heracles, but it's the principle of the thing, Krenos said. Flitwick did the unlocking spell, opening the door. They went inside and, much to their shock, heard a harp playing. The Cerberus was fast asleep, all 3 of the Rottweiler heads slightly snoring as a harp was playing in the corner. Someone must have charmed the harp to keep playing until they came back up, Melody whispered. That's a complicated spell. Not even Granger would know a spell for that, even if she's the self-proclaimed smartest witch of her year. Arrogant much. You sound like Professor Snape, Harry quietly commented. He can't seem to go one class without calling me arrogant, or pompous, or just plain calling me Potter while sneering. He really needs to get a life and stop picking on you and Neville, Krenos said. And if he keeps sneering, his face might get stuck like that. Hard to believe that hasn't happened already, Harry said dryly. Flitwick and Sprout shared a look. They both knew that Snape was deep in his bitterness and hatred of just about anyone with the last name Potter. They remember how for the months leading up to this school year, Snape would hardly stop his constant complaining about James Potter Jr. coming to spread his arrogance around the school. Even during the staff meets all year, all he ever did was go on and on that he wished that he didn't have to teach the Potter devil spawn. He didn't have anything good to say about either of the Gardiner twins either. They tried to tell McGonagall that he would not grade them as fairly as he does his Slytherins, but she did not listen. It seems that it was a theme with her, lately. They went over to the trapdoor on the floor and opened it, looking into the pitch-black bellow. They had not noticed the harp no longer playing, until Melody was the one that noticed that music was no longer in her ears. Uh-oh, she swore. What? Krenos asked her. It's gone quiet, Melody warned. As in no more harp. That's when the growling started. The five of them looked up to see all three of the Rottweiler heads looking at them like they were its dinner. I am guessing that Fluffy hasn't been fed in a while, Sprout guessed. That thing's name is Fluffy. Krenos raises an eyebrow. Jungle Soul, Rottweiler, Harry cast, touching his amulet. The light from his spell stopped the beast when it came close to trying to take a bite out of one of them. Even if one bite from even one of those heads wouldn't have left anything behind. The animal spirit of the dog formed next to Harry. It caused the Cerberus, oddly named Fluffy, to look at him differently. All three heads tilted, looking at him. That's right, big guy. Harry tries to calm the beast down. We're not going to hurt you. We know it's in your nature to guard, but we have potential idiots and bad people already down there. Fluffy looked down at the trapdoor and whined a little. Music had, once again, gotten the better of his species. Harry cautiously reached his hand out to the giant dog. He might be overestimating his powers, but you can't blame him for being an animal person. It is his mystic soul power after all. We just want to help, Harry told the Cerberus. We are not after what you are guarding. Just the people after it already. The middle head slowly leaned down and placed his cold nose on Harry's palm. He was now calm. I guess it's safe now, Melody said. Harry took his hand off of Fluffy. Animals are more like humans than people give them credit for, he says. And as an animal mage, I do tend to prefer the company of animals to humans, mostly because animals value loyalty and family more. As the werewolves say, the pack is life. If it was possible, I think I'd poach you from Minerva and have you transferred to Hufflepuff, Sprout giggled. The group went over to the trapdoor. Flitwick did a mass levitation charm, floating them all down gently through it. They landed on something green and really squishy. But the moment they landed, the plants they landed on started to snake around them. They all fell backward, being tied up by the plants. Try not to move, Sprout warned. This is Devil's Snare. The more you move, the faster it tries to kill you. For the love of the gods, Melody swore. Is this a school or a Saw movie? A what? Flitwick asked. Explanation for another day, Harry responded. Krenos, if you would. The nature mage nodded at his brother. His eyes and amulet then glowed bright green. The Devil's Snare immediately untangled itself from them and then retreated away from the group. Unfortunately, that caused them to drop to the floor below them, as it seems that the plant was covering a non-completed floor. They all landed with a large thud in the ground. If I had known that was going to happen, I would have had that plant lower us down instead of just letting us go, Krenos says, standing up and brushing himself off. Quite impressive spell work, Mr. Gardiner, Sprout praised. I've worked with my nature magic since I was little, Krenos softly smiled. Plants have always been my sanctuary and my soul. I was able to communicate with our mother using nature from the time I was 4. They went to the next room, which was obviously the obstacle done by Flitwick himself. There were over 4 dozen bronze keys flying in the air. They looked a little rusty and their wings were like those of a dragonfly. They saw that one of the keys had a slightly bent wing and was slower than the others. Melody unsheathed her wand and immediately cast the same summoning charm she had done on their first train ride to Hogwarts. The key instantly shot into her hand. Flitwick was starting to deeply admire his 3 students. Even though Melody was the only one in his house, all 3 of them were starting to become his most favorite students that he's ever had. Even more so than Pandora Lovegood and Lily Evans. Harry had definitely inherited his mother's talent for charms, especially seeing it when he charmed his object to do the Charleston during exams. He was also quite fascinated by their powers. Mystic souls have always been respectful to the Goblin Nation in the past. They were both used to being discriminated against by wand user wizards. Plus, there is the fact that both Krenos and Melody have such an incredible heritage. Even he knew of the legacy of the Gardiner family. Their sense of protection for those they love is known worldwide as something not to be messed with. How can you do the summoning charm? Flitwick asked, curiously. That's a 4th-year spell. Wands are just a focus for the magic that mystics possess, Melody explained. Wizards typically use them so that they can use it as they don't have the necessary skills for wandless magic or the right core power. As a mystic soul, it's easier to use the higher level spells because we're more powerful at our core. And it's not like mystic souls don't need a focus every now and again, Krenos says. Heart-type mystic souls have powers where magic flows through our bodies. Holder-type magic needs a focus. The most typical objects used are keys, amulets, weapons, and armor. The three went through the door and into the next room. Am I the only one that sees their eyes almost light up whenever they talk about their kind? Flitwick asked his colleague. Makes you wonder why they decided to attend Hogwarts, Sprout says. I have heard tales of Crystal Rose Academy. It's said to be the best school for mystic souls in the world. Legacy and heritage seem very important to them, Flitwick pointed out. It's probably why they love their powers so much. It's part of their family. They want to honor Harry Potter heritage, and Hogwarts is the biggest part of that. I have a feeling that if events like this keep happening, they're gonna hightail it back to Greece faster than the rest of us can say Olympus, Sprout giggled. I also have a feeling that the three aren't exactly strangers to deadly situations, Flitwick guessed. The teachers then followed their students into the next room. They were shocked by what they saw. Melody was standing in front of the giant wizard chess set that McGonagall had made. Her mouth was open and silver and purple music measures were coming out and wrapping around each piece. She was singing a single note, a continuous and long ah. I can never tell which of your powers is more beautiful, Harry chuckled. Nature or music? Nature/music. The twins had a different answer, then playfully glared at each other. Melody's music notes then seemed to go into the chess pieces, and they almost seemed to make the stone pieces look dull and less threatening looking. What you do? Flitwick asked, astonished. Professor McGonagall transfigured this chess set herself. A simple spell I learned in order to avoid pranks and traps, Melody said. I call it harmonic disenchantment. It basically removes spells and enchantments from objects. Though, I'm not strong enough to remove curses with it yet. We did not have the time to deal with living chess pieces, Krenos says. Mostly because it looks like it was already played, and there's an idiot on the floor. As soon as the professors looked over, they could see Ronald Weasley lying unconscious on the floor. They rushed over to him and started casting spells. How is he? Harry asked. He might not care for the redhead annoyance, but he didn't wish him dead. Concussion, hairline skull fracture, and a few bumps and bruises, Flitwick said. He is very lucky. There doesn't seem to be any excess swelling or blood buildup. With some skull grow, he should be fine in an hour or two. But Poppy should be a bit more precise. I can stay, Melody offered. My powers can take on the chess pieces if they turn back on, somehow, or whoever comes back through that door. I can also make sure he keeps his idiotic mouth shut if he wakes up. Sweetie, maybe it would be better if a teacher stays with him, Sprout says. It would be quite irresponsible as a teacher to leave an injured student here with only another student watching them. They reluctantly left the herbology teacher behind. Granger seriously left him there, Krenos complained. Just proves exactly what we thought. She cares more for books than people. Passing through the next room, they were hit by an awful smell. In the same room was an ogre, only this one was dead. It only made the smell worse. It was almost a blessing based on the size of the ogre. It was easily 8 to 10 feet taller than the one they faced on All Hallows Eve. Even the mystic souls knew that they'd have trouble with it. And I thought that last ogre smelled gross, Harry cringed. Why can't there be a nice-smelling ogre for a change? They went over to the next door. From the previous obstacles, we know which professors have done what, Melody says. Hagrid was probably the one that provided Fluffy. Professor Sprout's devil snare was next. You, Professor Flitwick, had done those keys. Then you had McGonagall's chess set. That ogre has to be Professor Quirrell. The only one left is Snape. That jab at Snape, by not calling him Professor, was definitely not missed by Flitwick. Not that he blamed them. In the next room, Hermione Granger lay on the floor, showing no signs of breathing. There was a line of bottles next to her, with one just lying next to her hand. Flitwick rushed to her side and started running scans to see if there was anything he could do for the girl. It was only then that he noticed her unique coloring. Her skin was a sickly green color that had a slight Slytherin vibe, with vivid red pimples spelling out the word thief on her forehead. She doesn't appear to be breathing. Flitwick was starting to panic. Krenos picked up the bottle that was near her hand. He took a small sniff. Root of asphodel, wormwood, valerian root, saprophyros bean, and EW, sloth brain, he listed, making a face. Those are the ingredients in the draft of the living dead. but it's faint, like only a little bit was added. Flitwick was looking at him, as if asking how he knew all that with his face. As a nature mage, I can identify hundreds of thousands of plants by sight, smell, feel, or a mix of them, Krenos explained. The other ingredients that I can smell are all in a color-changing potion I've read about. Probably why she looks like a Christmas tree attending private school. Again with the weird looks sent his way. You have the weirdest metaphors I have ever heard, Harry stated. Snape must have been in one of his moods when he brewed that, Melody guessed. Not that he ever seems to not be in a mood. Looking over at the magical flames blocking the last door, Krenos rose his hand and cast his nature's extinguisher spell. It sent out mystically enhanced wet leaves that quickly put the flames out. A nature mage needs to know how to put fires out. Guess it's time to see what the headmaster has in store, Krenos said. But what about her? Harry asked, pointing at the brown bush on the floor. There wasn't a lot of the draft of the living dead in the potion she drank, Krenos says. She'll be up and annoying people in at least 2 days. I can use my chameleon power to check out the next room and warn you guys about who's in there, Harry offered. The students looked at the teacher next to them. While he was not very thrilled about letting his 11-year-old student go alone, even for a little bit, he saw his point. They just need to work quickly. Come back as soon as possible, Flitwick ordered. Harry nodded, then touched his amulet. Jungle Soul, Chameleon, he cast. The spirit of the lizard formed next to him. The two of them then vanished, becoming no more than a disturbance in the air. The opening and closing of the door told the rest of them where he was. Harry walked down a set of stairs that lead into a room surrounded by columns and more stairs. On the middle of the room were two things that shocked him. The first being that the mirror of Eriste standing there. The second, in front of the mirror was a scrawny-looking man in black robes with a red turban wrapped around his head. Quirrell. It's always the ones you least expect, Harry thought, shaking his head. I always did think he stuttered too much for it to be real. Harry slowly made his way down the stairs, making sure to make as little noise as possible. And if Quirrell turned around, he would have to stay perfectly still. He would be able to see the disturbance in the air if he moved in his line of sight. Chameleon camouflage was not invisibility. Harry was suddenly feeling like he should have brought his dad's cloak with him. There is someone here, a hissing, spinning voice said, and it was most definitely not Quirrell's voice. I can feel him. Crap, Harry swore. He tried to run back up the stairs, but flames burst up and around the top of the stairs. The sudden heat and light wavered his concentration, making him come out of his camouflaged state. Oh crap again, he swore. Harry Potter. Quirrell greeted his student in a very creepy way. Harry's chameleon spirit vanished, and he slowly walked down the stairs. So you really were the one cursing my broom during that match, Harry said. Between you and Snape, I gave it a 50-50 shot. One is too obvious, and the other was the least obvious. This might just be from watching too many American cop shows, though. And it's Potter Gardiner. You are a lot smarter than every other sad sack in this Merlin-forsaken school, Quirrell says. Or maybe you aren't as subtle as you believed, Harry crossed his arms. My sister picked you out of the entire crowd. She also saw Snape, but he was most likely trying some counter-curse. If he hadn't been uttering that counter under his breath, I would have thrown you off your broom, Quirrell sneered. Even if I had fallen, trust me when I say that I am a lot harder to kill than I appear to be, Harry says. If fireballs, an army of spiders, and the demon of fear can't kill me, one fake stuttering wizard has no chance. Let me speak to him, the snake-like voice said. Master, you're not strong enough, Quirrell told the voice. This guy seems to be a few cards short of a deck, Harry thought. Do as I say, the voice snapped. Without another word, Quirrell started to unravel his turban. Harry kept his hand close to his amulet. When push comes to shove, hopefully their secret will remain intact by him thinking it's the amulet and not the person. When he'd done unraveling the cloth, Quirrell pulled off the last of the turban. Harry almost threw up when he saw someone else's face coming out of the back of his head. It made him sick in the stomach. Harry Potter, the face hissed. 1. It's Potter Gardiner, Harry says. And 2. I haven't been so disgusted since that scavenger demon exploded into slime all over me. You have been quite elusive these past few years, the face said. It's called living in another country, genius. Harry rolled his eyes. Is everyone in this country so egotistical that they never even considered that their precious savior would live anywhere but here? Cheeky little brat, aren't you? The face said. Quite arrogant, as well. Coming here all by your lonesome. Who said anything about alone? Harry smirked. Quirrell tried to quickly raise his wand, but a vine shot out of nowhere and snatched it from his hand. Darting his head in that direction, he saw Krenos with the same smirk on his face as his brother. People always underestimate what a plant can do until it is too late, he snickered, taking the wand from his vine. Wands, such fragile little trinkets. With a quick flick of his wrists, he snapped the wand in two. Oops, Krenos innocently stated. Quirrell yelled in rage and tried to lunge at the nature mage. He was interrupted by a soft tap on his shoulder. He angrily turned and came face to face with a sweet-looking Melody. Goodbye, was all she said. Melody then opened her mouth and screamed. Purple sound waves came out, along with a pterodactyl-like shriek. Quirrell was blasted off of his feet, soaring over the mirror and roughly landing on his back. I never get tired of doing that, Melody giggled. If Flitwick hadn't been impressed by his students before, he sure was now. Between Harry's animal channeling, Krenos' vine manipulation, and Melody's sonic scream, they were a very impressive trio. Stupefy, the half-goblin cast on the semi-conscious man, Quirrell now fully knocked out. That will keep him out until we can contact the DMLE. But black smoke started coming out of Quirrell. But it was not any ordinary smoke. Dark magic seemed to radiate off of it in terrifying amounts. Or maybe not, Harry stated. That was when everything went dark as the smoke passed over them. Chapter 18. Ministry Idiots. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. All three of the Gardiner trio groaned as they opened their eyes. They felt like they had fought a long and hard battle with how their magic felt so weak and drained. It gave them monster headaches. Anyone else feel like they've been run over by a herd of unicorns? Harry shielded his eyes from the sudden light. More like the time a banshee got all up in my face and started screaming, Krenos groaned. Screaming psychos. I wish we still had some of Celeste's headache potion, Melody said. But we used it up because of that redhead without an off switch. The three all sat up in their beds. Looking around, they saw that they were in the hospital wing. Each of them also had piles of candy in front of them, most likely from their friends. Wolf soon jumped onto Krenos' bed and lied onto his lap. Frost was on a stand on Melody's side table. Celine was also next to Harry's bed. The familiars had been worried for their chosen bonded. Chocolate, yay, Harry childishly cheered, snatching up one of his chocolate frogs. Oh no, you don't, Krenos immediately said. A vine shot out from around the nature mage's wrist and slapped the treat out of his brother's hands. Hey, Harry protested. No candy until after we are cleared by Madame Pomfrey, Krenos scolded him. Spoil sport, Harry fake pouted. Ah, good to see you three awake. The three looked to see their headmaster coming into the hospital wing. Hello, headmaster, Melody greeted. How is Professor Flitwick? He was with us when that smoke came out of Two-Face. Excuse the Batman reference. I do not know who or what a Batman is, but Professor Flitwick is just fine, Dumbledore told them. He is a lot tougher than he looks, even at his age. That smoke wasn't really smoke, was it? Krenos asked. Quirrell must have been possessed for the entire year. That smoke was a wraith. No wonder it knocked us out, Harry rubbed his forehead. Wraiths are seriously evil spirits that thrive on darkness. But then, how could one possess a teacher? Everyone has a little darkness inside of them, my boy, Dumbledore says. And given the right incentive, anyone can be swayed. Usually, a possessed person would not survive as long as he did. But with Hagrid coming to me about something killing unicorns in the forest a few months ago, I think we have our answer. The siblings gasped. Harry instinctually put his hand on Celine in a protective way. While they believed magical creatures shouldn't be killed, unicorns deserve to be killed the least out of all of them. Who would kill a unicorn? Harry tightened his grip on his familiar. They're the symbol of good magic and everything pure in the world. Isn't that right, Celine? His unicorn familiar neighed in agreement. Only a person truly desperate and on the brink of death would commit such a despicable deed, Dumbledore said. The blood of a unicorn has the power to save someone even when they're directly in front of death's door. But the cost they pay is a cursed life for killing such a pure creature. Serves them right, Krenos crossed his arms. Nature values creatures, like the unicorns, as very sacred beasts. Just look at Celine. She's a moonlace unicorn, one of the last of her kind. They don't deserve to be killed. Words to live by, Mr. Gardiner, Dumbledore complimented. So, have any updates on Idiots 1 and 2? Melody asked, a smirk on her face. You know, after we helped save their reckless lives. Dumbledore realized right then, and there just how grateful he was for the 3 Gardiners to not live in Britain. There is no way that nation would survive so much cheek and sass on a daily basis. He did admit to himself that he was getting quite fond of the 3, though. Madame Pomfrey healed Mr. Weasley's injuries, Dumbledore informed the 3. Mississippi Granger did not have injuries beyond cuts and bruises, and she slept off the effects of the low level of draft of the living death. They both were released yesterday. Wait, that means, Melody trailed off. You've been out for 2 days, Dumbledore told them. But the Quidditch match, Harry gasped. Gryffindor doesn't have a reserve seeker. How could they play? I do not know why, but Gryffindor did indeed have to play without a seeker, the headmaster said. They lost to Hufflepuff, who in Hades thought it be a good idea to let a Quidditch team play without a seeker. Melody narrowed her eyes. Dumbledore avoided the topic of why, for an unknown reason, but it didn't bother the trio very much. Melody may not care for the game anyway, but who was she to judge what made her brother happy? Even if the 2 are annoying, I'm glad they weren't seriously hurt, Krenos says. What Mr. Weasley and Mississippi Granger did was recklessly put their lives in danger over something beyond their capabilities to handle, Dumbledore said. They did not inform a teacher or even consider bringing an older student. Either would have more knowledge than them, and as soon as they woke up, they were rambling over a conspiracy about Severus trying to steal the stone. When informed that it was Quirrell, they tried to make it like Severus was helping him. Mississippi Granger had been particularly upset over her color problem. Stone? What's stone? Melody asked. You didn't know what was down there when you went? Dumbledore asked, curious. No, Harry stated. We were only there to help Professors Sprout and Flitwick save those 2 idiots from their own egos. Our powers made it easier for them to get to the annoying duo in case they had been seriously hurt. I handled Fluffy, Krenos controlled the devil's snare, and Melody disenchanted the chess set. After an accidental run-in with that Cerberus on All Hallows' Eve, we did not want to get near him again, Krenos said. But reckless lions forced our hand. Luckily, they never saw us use our mystic soul magic. What Quirrell was after what the Sorcerer's Stone, Dumbledore says, created by the famous alchemist, Nicholas Flamel. The stone can change any metal into gold, Melody remembered reading about. It is mainly known for producing the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal as long as they keep drinking it. You're not a member of Ravenclaw House for nothing, are you, Mississippi Gardiner? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Our family library is quite extensive, the music mage responded. Nicholas gave me permission to keep the stone safe at Hogwarts when he heard of a plan to steal it from Gringotts, Dumbledore told them. I had the other professors make up the traps in that corridor before sealing the stone in the mirror. How very clever of you, Headmaster, Harry smiles. With the mirror's magic of seeing a person's desire, no one that would want to use the stone or give it to a person that would want to use it would be able to get it out. What Mr. Weasley and Mississippi Granger did have not gone unpunished, though, Dumbledore says. They broke multiple rules last night and nearly got themselves killed in the process. So both of them have detention for the rest of the year and 50 points were taken from both of them. Harry groaned, putting his face in his hands. So much for Gryffindor winning the House Cup this year. He's so embarrassed to be in the same house as them.
Dumbledore sighed.
Yes, that is true. But you 3 deserve some much-needed rewards. The 3 siblings shared shocked looks with each other before turning back to their headmaster. You selflessly put your lives in danger to help fellow students, even though you do not like them, Dumbledore continued. And you were also very wise to go to your heads of houses instead of trying to go on your own. You did what few others would do in your situation. Mississippi Gardiner, I give you 50 points for the impressive use of a 4th-year spell and quick work of defeating the chess set. Mr. Gardiner, I give you 50 points for quick wit, calm head, gentle work with your spell work for the devil's snare. And Mr. Potter Gardiner, I give you 50 points for expert handlings of Fluffy and bravery when facing an enemy with more experience than yourself. All of you also deserve 5 points each for keeping your powers secret. That cannot be an easy feat. The three were shocked. They had all just earned 55 points for their respective houses. Though for Harry, it was more like a glass-half-full situation as the idiot duo had lost 100 points just the day before. Dang, was all any of them could say. Time Jump brought to you by Merlin. The end-of-term feast was abuzz with activity from all 4 houses. It was noticed how, for the first time since the start of school feast, the Gardiner trio was not at the same table. Those that knew the rules knew that students from different houses, even if they were siblings, could not sit together during the beginning or end-of-term feasts. Slytherins and Gryffindors were in foul moods. Thanks to the idiot duo and the Gardiner trio, the house ranking has switched up quite a bit. Gryffindor, in particular, was very sour when they heard about the duo's loss of 100 points so close to the end of the year. And Harry's points didn't help their mood very much. "Another year has gone," Dumbledore said, cheerfully, "and I must trouble you with an old man's wheezing waffle before we sink our teeth into our delicious feast. What a year it has been. Hopefully, your heads are all a little fuller than they were. You have the whole summer ahead to get them nice and empty before next year starts. Now, as I understand it, the House Cup here needs awarding, and the points stand thus. In 4th place, Slytherin; in 1st with 450, in 3rd, Gryffindor, with 467 points, in 2nd, Hufflepuff, with 507, and Ravenclaw in 1st with 581. As sour as Gryffindor was, they still erupted into cheers with the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. This was the first time in 7 years that Slytherin did not win, and also the first time in 10 years that Slytherin came in last. There was a sigh of relief from the Gryffindors, though, as there was only a 17-point difference between them and Slytherin. "Yes, congratulations, Ravenclaw," Dumbledore smiled at the blue and bronze table. "Then it appears that we need a change of decoration." Raising his hands, the banners all changed to blue with the Ravenclaw house crest on them. The house cheered even more. The House Cup was usually a constant battle between Gryffindor and Slytherin, with the other 2 houses bringing up the rear. "Breaking tradition, what we Gardiners do best," Krenos commented, making some of his fellow Hufflepuffs laugh. "You couldn't break it enough for Hufflepuff to win the House Cup," said Zacharias Smith, sneering at the Greek kid. "The plate of mashed potatoes is right in front of me, Smith," Krenos pointed out. "Do we want a repeat of the beginning of the year?" The Hufflepuffs laughed at the reminder of Krenos dumping potatoes on the pompous twerp. Unlike Krenos, nobody really liked Zacharias. He was always bragging over being a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff. Most think that was the only reason why he was even in the house, because he didn't seem to have one bit of loyalty or hardworking nature in him. Not that the house really knew much about Krenos, other than that he was born and raised in Greece, was brilliant with herbology and potions, was very protective of his beliefs and family, and was somehow the brother of the boy who lived. The said could be the same for the Ravenclaw's knowledge of Melody. All they knew about her was her Greek heritage. She loved charms, was very private, has a thing for music, and will help anyone with their homework if they ask. "Keep staring at me, and you will all find out just how similar I am to my twin," Melody threatened her housemates. They looked at the nearest bowl of mashed potatoes and scooted away from her. The 2 houses also knew never to anger either of them. It was soon the next day, and all the students were sitting on the Hogwarts Express on their way back to platform 9 3/4 for the beginning of the summer holidays. There was a lot of hugging and friends reminding each other to write. Harry, Krenos, Melody, and Neville were in their own compartment. "Neville, we wanted to give you this," Melody says. She reached into her bag, next to her, and pulled out a mirror just like the ones the 3 of them carried. She handed it to Neville. "This may not have all the same features as the ones we have, but it will help you talk to us whenever you want," she told their friend. "Wow, really?" Neville gasped, taking the hand mirror. "Thank you. We may not be Canadian, but Greeks can be polite too," Krenos chuckled. "We also have mirrors for the twins and Percy when we see them. Plus, there's this little feature that I added," Melody said. "Watch and listen." She tapped his mirror and music started playing. Krenos glared at his sister, who had a smirk on her face. "Melody," he yelled. Neville's confusion was answered when Krenos seemed to succumb to the music and started to sing. This time, It was the Glee version of the song Home by Michael Bublé. Another summer day has come and gone away in Paris and Rome, but I want to go home. Maybe surrounded by a million people, I still feel all alone. I just want to go home. Oh, I miss you. And I've been keeping all the letters that I wrote to you, each one a line or two. I'm fine, baby. How are you? Well, I would send them, but I know that it's just not enough. My words were cold and flat, and you deserve more than that. Another aeroplane, another sunny place. I'm lucky. I know, but I want to go home. I've got to go home. Let me go home. I'm just too far from where you are. I want to come home. And I feel just like I'm living someone else's life. It's like I just stepped outside when everything was going right, and I know just why you could not come along with me. Because this was not your dream, but you always believed in me. Another winter day has come and gone away, and even Paris and Rome, and I want to go home. Let me go home. And I'm surrounded by a million people. I still feel all alone. Oh, let me go home. Oh, I miss you. Let me go home. I've had my run, baby. I'm done. I gotta go home. Let me go home. It will all be all right. I'll be home tonight. I'm coming back home. There was a burst of applause. Looking at the door of their compartment, they saw a bunch of students standing there. Krenos immediately blushed and hid his face behind his hands. Harry instantly stood up. All right, you've had your entertainment for the day, he said. Now get out and get lives of your own. You don't have to go back to your compartment, but you can't stay here. Whether it was because he was their savior or because he was a no-nonsense type of person the entire year, they all walked away from the group. Melody, you need to stop doing that, Harry told his sister, but there was a slight smile on his face. I may be the most musically inclined one of the three of us, but Krenos is the one with the best voice, she responded. Right, Neville? Their poor friend was just sitting there, both very confused and very impressed. I have no idea what just happened, he admitted. My fatal flaw, almost a curse, Krenos sighed. I can never help but sing when I know the words to a song that starts playing. I can literally not stop myself. Melody loves to take advantage of that little fact every once in a while. I regret nothing, Melody cheered herself on. Finally, Fred cheered, appearing in the doorway. Someone just as weird, George continued. As us, the two finished together. Honestly, you two. Percy shook his head. Just the redheads we wanted to see. Harry used the three's arrival to quickly change the subject before sound and nature started flying. We have a little something for you. He brought out 3 more mirrors like the one given to Neville. These may not have all the fancy stuff ours do, but you can contact us whenever you want with them, he explained. You can also listen to music. And oh, more music, Krenos yelled, making everyone laugh, even shy Neville. These are very impressive feat of magic. Percy looked his mirror over. Magic mirrors are used all over the magical communities in places like Greece, Italy, United States, China, Bulgaria, and even Africa, Melody says. Not Britain, Neville asked. Please, Krenos rolled his eyes, petting Wolf in his lap. No offense to you guys, but the most modern thing seen in magical England nowadays is Wizard World Radio. And that was invented a long time ago. They are so cut off from the rest of the world because of how prideful and egotistical the ministry higher ups are. Let's just say Britain does not have much pull in the International Confederation of Wizards or the United Magicals, Melody said. And that minister of yours, Fudge, is the least welcome of all of them, Harry says. The group sat in almost silence for the rest of the trip. Melody talked with George about the spells and the scrolls. Krenos and Percy chatted about ancient artifacts. Harry, Neville, and Fred just talked about summer plans. As they could tell that the train was nearing the platform, they all changed into normal clothes, even if their normal clothes were not the most casual looking to those outside the Mystic Soul community. Guys, Melody got their attention, looking out the window as the train came to a stop. Any of you happen to know an ugly man that looks like a leprechaun threw up on him, and that seems to like being surrounded by Aurors? What? All the British wizards yelled, bolting toward the window. Why in bloody hell? Fred swore. Is Fudge here? George finished the question. So that's the British Minister of Magic. Not impressed, Harry commented. Why's he even here? Neville wondered. I'll give you 2 hints, Krenos said. The first is Harry, and the second is Potter. I am suddenly very happy to have called Olivia on the way back. Oh, Hades, Harry complained. This isn't gonna go well. If he wants to try and make you stay in this country, he'll have to go through us first. Melody narrowed her eyes. The 3 took their shrunken luggage and walked off the train. Whether out of curiosity or worry, their 4 friends followed them. They looked around their time-mage cousin, sadly not seeing her. But that does not mean that they weren't seen themselves. Ugly bowler hat guy at 10 o'clock, Melody warned. Just keep walking and pray that nothing happens, Krenos said. Mr. Potter, they heard Fudge call. I am so paying Fortuna a visit later, Krenos grumbled. Mr. Potter, he called again. Shall we get this over with? Melody asked, annoyed. The brothers nodded in response. They turned to face the minister, turning in a creepily synchronized way that only the Weasley twins would like. It's Potter Gardiner, sir. Harry crossed his arms. I've only said it over 24 times since entering this god's-forsaken country. Is it so hard for English people to remember when a person's last name is hyphenated? That statement, right off the bat, threw the minister and his Aurors for a loop. Who knew one boy could be so sassy? His Gardiner adoption shining through. Harry, my boy, Fudge began. I am not, nor have I ever been or ever will be, your boy, Harry's tone nearly making the man wet himself. You also have no permission to use my first name. It is Mr. Potter Gardiner, to you. Krenos and Melody were able to see a few of the Aurors behind the man trying really hard not to laugh at their boss being shown up by an 11-year-old. They smiled at one particular Auror with dark skin and gave him a wink. Now see here, young man, Fudge snapped. I am Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, and you will show me some respect. Then try doing something to earn it, instead of demanding it, Harry countered. Your title means nothing to a Greek citizen, like myself. Well said, brother dear, Krenos smirked. Couldn't have said better ourselves. Mr. Potter, you, Fudge started. I say again, it is Potter Gardiner, Harry snapped at him. Do you people have a problem with hyphenated names, or what? Headmaster Dumbledore seemed to have no issue saying my real name. My boy, Fudge tried again, ignoring the I'm not your boy that was said. You are obviously confused or under some sort of spell. Well, I never. The Gardiner twins gasped, offended. You are a citizen of England, not Greece, and you need to come with us immediately so we can place you back with your aunt and uncle, Fudge said, trying to intimidate them. You were very ungrateful to run away after they made the selfless decision to take you in when your parents were killed. You will need to apologize immediately when you return to them. He tried to reach over and take Harry's arm, but their amulets reacted before he could. Out of Harry's came the spirit of a lion. It roared at the minister, scaring him spineless and causing the Aurors to pull out their wands instantly. Greek amulets, gotta love them. Harry hid the fact it was the amulet making his powers react instead of the amulet on its own. Krenos and Melody's amulets also glowed, making the group before them take a step back. If one amulet makes a lion spirit appear, what power would 2 more have? Children should not have such powerful things. Fudge managed to get out. They should belong to the ministry. Take them off of those brats. Touch my cousins, and you'll be up to your foreheads in lawsuits and angry Greeks. A female voice screamed. Her timing is impeccable, Melody smiled, and lo and behold, Olivia Gardiner appeared in all of her Greek might. Some might say that these boots are made for walking, but her boots were made for stomping on egotistical politicians. And who are you? Fudge sneered. Me? I am Olivia. Olivia Gardiner. She introduced herself. Cousin to these 3 little guys and newest member of the Greek Magic Council. The siblings all looked at her in surprise for that last part. They knew how the elections took place while they were at school, but hadn't heard anything about the results. Mr. Potter is not your cousin, Fudge sneered at her. He is a citizen of magical England and will be going back to his aunt and uncles. Please close your mouth, as there is nothing intelligent coming out, Olivia requested, almost everyone having to force their laughter down. But Harry is, in fact, both a Gardiner and a citizen of magical Greece. She brought out a folder of paperwork. This is everything you will need to know, she said. The legal adoption papers that my aunt and uncle, Jax and Selena, used to bring our Harry Bear into our family. There is also the arrest warrants and trial transcripts for the Dursley's sentencing for child abuse, fraud, bribery, and child neglect. There is also the added papers showing that he, as well as Krenos and Melody, are all also wards of Crystal Rose Academy back home. Read it and weep, suckers. But she didn't give the folder to Fudge, knowing that he would have it all buried and still try to control her cousin. She walked over and gave it to the black aura the twins smiled at before. Unlike most people at your ministry, Mr. Shacklebolt, you are high in honor and loyalty, she says, giving him the file. I trust that you will do the right thing. Of course, Council Member Gardiner, he responded. I forgot about having to be called that. Olivia pinched the bridge of her nose. That's gonna get really old really fast. Harry called back his lion as all three of their amulets stopped glowing. Olivia waved them over to her. She gave them all a hug before gesturing them to leave. We'll tell Chala, hi for you, Kingsley, Krenos said as they passed the black aura. Can't wait until your next visit. See you then. The aura smiled and gave the nature kid a rub on the head before they left. I love those four, he thought to himself, smiling. Chapter end notes. If y'all haven't noticed by now, I love music. So every now and again, there will be a song in a chapter. Mostly around Yule, All Hallows Eve, the end of the year, or any other point that I see fit. Look the songs up if you don't know them. Chapter 19. A Very Odd Elf. Summer was one of the best times for mystic souls. Between hunting demons, inventing potions, creating spells, and playing with their powers, it was pure heaven to them. Other than keeping the statute of secrecy, they had the complete freedom to use their powers as freely as they could. They didn't have the same restrictions as wand user places like France and Britain. Freely using magic at any age was just the way of life for mystic souls. They use their magic whenever they want, but all mystic soul children are taught from a young age to use their powers responsibly. Being reckless with their abilities would only cause unnecessary issues for their kind. They had enough problems with discriminating countries like Britain and paranoid wand users, and did not need to add trigger-happy mundanes to that list. The statute of secrecy was there for a reason, but the Gardiner trio had a little bit of work to do before their holiday truly started. While they may be attending Hogwarts, that did not mean that they were going to abandon their mystic soul education. With their upbringing giving them advanced knowledge than the teachings for first years, they had a lot of time on their hands with homework and tests being a breeze. But they used the time responsibly instead of goofing off as most others did. They used an abandoned dueling classroom that Flitwick provided them with. They used it to keep up their power practice for their power control and growth classes, as well as for their dueling class and their experimental spells for charms and spells. Potions was easier with Krenos growing the plants and herbs for them to use. For their class on creatures, they just had talks with Hagrid. The British purebloods can insult him all they want, but the guy knows his creatures. Crystal Rose had 12 main classes, 7 electives, and 5 after-school activities. All of them, but the activities, with their own teacher. Andy Lectic taught dueling. Nyx Nightingale taught light and dark. Harmony Lance was the international magic teacher. Tidas Webb's the closed combat professor. Lavender Aura taught magical music. Crystal Gold, Abby's big sister, was the potions professor. Myron Thorne teaches charms and spells. Skylion is the teacher of the taming class. Taming creatures, that is. Marina Breeze teaches magical creatures. Ava Lovelace is the non-violent magic professor. Aichi Hiro is the power growth teacher. Adrian Agresti taught power control. The 6 electives were available to be chosen from when they turned 13. Mystic gardening, mystical cultures, magical law and politics, mythology and history, alchemy, healing, and gemology and magic crystals. Lena Ambrosia for healing, Siren Hart for gemology, Victor Milky for mythology and history, Kurt Aaron for cultures, Aragorn Queen for law and politics, Lillian Jordan for mystic gardening, and Jalal Royal for alchemy. The range was probably what the 3 missed most about their school. When they read up on the classes for Hogwarts, they were disappointed that there were only 7 core classes: potions, transfiguration, history of magic, herbology, charms, defense against the dark arts, and astronomy. And for electives in 3rd year onwards, it was just divination, care of magical creatures, ancient runes, muggle studies, and arithmancy. 12 classes was all they had. That was why they preferred the wide range from the 19 potential classes of Crystal Rose. Hogwarts was looking like it needed a meager overhaul. More classes, more teachers, bigger consequences for bullying. Sack teachers like Snape and Binns don't have teachers overworked like McGonagall. Not to mention that first year, there should be a mandatory class for 1st and 3rd generation wizards. 1st generation would have a class on magical laws, customs, and traditions to get them more integrated into their new world. 3rd generation would learn about modern mundanes, and how the non-magical world had advanced over the decades. As for the reason why Hogwarts even needed an overhaul in the first place, it can all be summed up in one word: politics. Such an ugly word. It started with headmasters Dippet and Scamander and ministers Bagnold and Wesley. Scamander had been easily manipulated by Wesley, who had already used his seat on the Board of Education to siphon money from the school, to remove some of the harder classes when money was getting tight. Scamander just wanted to keep the school open for a place for magical children to learn, so he did as suggested. It was Dippet and Bagnold that had done the most amount of damage. They cut classes simply because they didn't like them, or they wanted only purebloods to practice them behind closed doors at home. Because of them, alchemy, mystic customs, dueling, enchanting, magical art, spell crafting, and even the apprentice program had all been removed. There was a reason why the trio let Olivia handle politics. She was the only one of them that wouldn't end up strangling their opponents during debates. They preferred doing that to demons. Speaking of, heads up, Melody, Harry called. The music mage ducked as a fireball nearly scorched her hair. If there was one thing that Melody hated about her magical hair products, they were flammable. Anyone that thought her hair was shiny on its own has never come across the hair shine potion invented by Oceania Aurora, the grandmother of a friend of theirs, about 40 years ago. You did not just try and set my hair on fire. The siren girl snapped at the demon that fired in her. If there was one thing that mystic souls loved, it was fighting demons. Every so often, they would go out and vanquish demons causing trouble or harming innocents. And for some reason, they seemed to constantly end up fighting in a forest or woods of some kind. The three were fighting one of the more annoying species of demons. They were called swarm demons. Muscle men dressed in leather vests, pants, and boots with dark tan masks covering their whole heads. They were called swarm demons because they had the ability to multiply into two when a single one is vanquished. They were cousins, of sorts, to the Kazi demons. What the two had in common was that if you vanquished their king, all of them would fall with him. And I am using the demons from the show Charmed, but they are just too awesome not to use. It was my favorite show as a kid, and I still love it today. The demon that nearly hit her, well, he started running for the hills as she went after him. That is a very smart demon, Krinos remarked. You don't see that very often. He won't make it very far, but he has more sense than most. His point was proven when the demon was blown apart by Melody's sonic scream. That was probably the only good thing about demons. There is never a body to clean up. It's pretty self-explanatory about why mundanes can't see kids and teenagers being constantly caught around dead bodies. Jungle Soul, Gorilla, Harry cast, touching his amulet. The spirit of the big monkey surrounded him. With the ape mimicking his moves, he picked up the nearest demon and threw him into the nearest tree. He was pierced on a branch and instantly vanquished. But then two more appeared. Gods, do I hate swarm demons? Krinos sneered at the beings. Nature's floral cage. Giant tulip petals grew under the two demons. They snapped shut around them, trapping the two inside. They won't be getting out of there anytime soon, Harry smirked. Everyone underestimates plants until the moment they get on the wrong side of them, Krinos chuckled. Melody seemed to materialize in front of them. She can be stealthy when she wants to be. We might need a quick mass vanquishing spell to deal with all these guys, she suggested. I just sonic screamed 3 of them, and 6 more took their place. Krinos was just saying that he hated these demons, and I cannot agree with him more, Harry says. Krinos ducked as another fireball came their way. The swarm demons had now multiplied up to 30 in numbers. Combined power? Melody asked. On it, her brothers agreed. The 3 joined hands, a trick of mystic souls. They can combine their power to make spells stronger than if they were cast alone. It's why covens are formed. There is great strength when witches and wizards up their abilities together. How do you think Neil Armstrong reaches the moon? It certainly wasn't their science nonsense. Their hands glowed on contact. Their amulets also shined in sync. The 3 chanted their spell. Hell threw you from its inner core, but earth won't hold you anymore. Since heaven cannot be your place, your flesh and blood we now erase. With a sound wave of screams, all of the demons were vanquished in a mystic shockwave of explosions. All that was left were their masks. I'd say that's a job well done, Olivia says, walking up to them. Can't wait to be older, Melody said. Then, maybe, I won't feel as drained after one of these fights. I just want to master my floral swirl teleportations when I'm older. Krinos leaned against a tree. Every time I practice, I'm just at the point of movement when my magic energy gets too drained and I'm forced to stop. You're the time mage here, Olivia. Harry crosses his arms. Can't you give us a little sneak peek at how we are in a few years? The blonde rolled her eyes. You guys know I can't do that, Olivia says. I have to keep the timeline safe and intact. The siblings all finished for her. We get it, Liv, Melody snickered. We've only heard you say that almost every day since we were 6. Doesn't stop us from asking, though, Harry shrugged. The timeline is sacred, Olivia reminded. I cannot stress that enough. One thing going wrong. One time mage with a god complex, that's all it takes. One mage from Australia accidentally ended up in Jane Austen's era, and he started the UAL revolution 2 centuries too early. Or that time demon that took control of the Vikings when they discovered America and had them not only stay in the country, but also kill Columbus when he got there. I blame Kronos for making for so many time mages think that they can do anything they want just because time is their playground. Krinos rolled his eyes. You know that I'm proud of you guys, right? Olivia softly smiled at them. The three looked at her weirdly. If anything, they were proud of her. Olivia had done amazing in her first few months on the Magic Council. Like every so often, there is an issue with a prejudiced person that's against the witches and wizards with creature blood. Even if they aren't mystic souls, they can use wands. It's what some parents of the Delphi school don't like. Most hybrids, especially the students that are part siren or harpy, face a lot of scrutiny. That time it was a parent who was apparently upset over her son befriending a boy who was a quarter siren, as well as the son of a wercat. Even as the magical garden that mystical Greece is, there are still a few bad seeds. The woman tried to get the kid her son befriended expelled for no other reason than that he was a creature. Olivia shot down her argument so hard and so fast that most people's heads would have spun. Everyone knows about the garden of fierceness that flows through their veins, and Olivia is no exception. It helped that Crystal Rose has the highest percentage of creature students in the world, and Gardiners have always been big on acceptance. Olivia, Krinos tried. There are few that would do what you three are, Olivia said. 2 different schools, 2 different sets of exams, 2 different types of magic. I'm a time mage, and I find it hard to believe you can do all of that in a year. I saw your exams, and you all passed with flying colors. Your parents would be very proud of you guys. I may not have known your birth parents, Harry, but I do know that they would be proud of you as well. Especially today. Seriously? Fighting demons on your birthday? Harry shrugged. What better way to celebrate than to toss a demon right into the path of a tree branch and watch him go poof? How about with cake and ice cream? Melody suggested. I call dibs on strawberry ice cream. If we have it, Krinos nearly screamed in excitement. Always one for fruity sweetness. I'm fine with cake and ice cream, just as long as Wyatt isn't the one that makes it, Harry snickered. The boy will have us turning into bunnies or raccoons if he accidentally uses one of his magic spices. That got nervous laughs from the other 3 Gardiners. They all loved Wyatt and his alchemy magic, but he did have a tendency to be a little reckless every now and again. His experiments are known to cause quite a few explosions and the need to have a constant flow cauldrons coming into the academy. No kidding, Krinos says. Remember the time he gave Waylon one of his April showers ice pops by accident, and she had her own personal rain cloud for 2 days? I wasn't sure whether to laugh or feel bad. I just settled for both, Melody stated, the 4 all laughing again. I love time jumps, just not a lot. That night, the trio were all getting ready for bed. They worked like clockwork, and it was almost comical how synchronized they were. But nothing could have prepared them for the surprise that was waiting for them on Harry's bed when they came back from their separate showers. They managed not to shout out, but it was a close thing. The little creature on the bed had large, bat-like ears and bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls. Harry knew there was something that had been watching him out of the forest that morning. Hello, said Harry nervously. Harry Potter, said the creature in a high-pitched voice the siblings were sure would carry across the castle. So long has Dobby wanted to meet you, sir. Such an honor it is. It's Potter Gardiner, Harry stated. What are you? Who are you? Dobby, sir. Just Dobby. Dobby the house elf, said the creature. Oh, so this is what a house elf looks like, Melody nodded. They're smaller than I imagined. But is this the best time for you to have a house elf in your bedroom? Not that we're not pleased to meet you, Harry quickly said. But is there any particular reason you're here? Oh, yes, sir, said Dobby earnestly. Dobby has come to tell you, sir. It is difficult, sir. Dobby wonders where to begin. Sit down, said Harry politely, pointing at the bed. To his horror, the elf burst into tears. Very noisy tears. Sit down, he wailed. Never, never, ever. Dobby has never been asked to sit down by a wizard, like an equal. The siblings shared looks, not having a clue what to do. House elves are not a thing in mystic soul culture. That's purely wand users. You can't have met many decent wizards, Krynos stated, trying to cheer him up. Without warning, he leaped up and started banging his head furiously on the wall, shouting, "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby! What are you doing?" Harry hissed, springing up and pulling Dobby onto the bed. "Dobby had to punish himself, sir," said the elf, who had gone slightly cross-eyed. "Dobby almost spoke ill of his family, sir. Dobby will have to shut his ears in the oven door for this. If they ever knew, sir." "But won't they notice if you shut your ears in the oven door?" Melody asked. "Dobby doubts it, miss," the elf says. "Dobby is always having to punish himself for something, miss. They lets Dobby get on with it, miss. Sometimes they remind me to do extra punishments. Then they are horrible people that should not be considered human beings," Harry stated. "But that also is a surefire sign that they're pureblood wand users. Think they're superior to everyone." "Blah." "Ah, sir," he gasped, dabbing his face with a corner of the grubby pillowcase he was wearing. "Harry Potter is valiant and bold. He has braved so many dangers already. But Dobby has come to protect Harry Potter, to warn him, even if he does have to shut his ears in the oven door later. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts." There was a silence as that statement froze all three 12-year-olds. "Me Sinkareet," Harry yelled, probably waking half the academy. "Term starts on September 1st. It's one of the main things I'm doing to honor my parents." "No, no, no," squeaked Dobby, shaking his head so hard his ears flapped. "Harry Potter must stay where he is safe. He is too great, too good, to lose. If Harry Potter goes back to Hogwarts, he will be in mortal danger." "Why?" Krynos asked in surprise. "There is a plot. A plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year," whispered Dobby, suddenly trembling all over. "Dobby has known it for months, sir. Harry Potter must not put himself in peril. He is too important, sir." "What terrible things?" Melody asked at once. "Who's plotting them? If someone is threatening our brother, we'll kill them ourselves," Krynos yelled. Dobby made a funny choking noise as he was terrified by the sight of the twins' glowing eyes and amulets. He snapped his fingers and left with a loud crack. "That was a very odd elf," Harry stated. "And does no one from that country know how to remember a hyphenated last name other than Headmaster Dumbledore?" Chapter 20. Is that a car? Chapter 20. Is that a car? September 1st came a lot faster than the siblings were comfortable with. They loved their school. They grew up in Crystal Rose, so it was hard to leave sometimes. There was just a lot more to their home than England. A lot fewer idiots and corrupt politicians, as well. What they really missed most was probably their friends, like Abby, Hestia, and Sophia. Krynos' best friend was also a mage of Winter Wolf, Chala. He was a jungle cat mage that specializes in shapeshifting. That's what makes their friends so special to them. They don't have to keep their powers a secret. They didn't have to dance around the topic of demons or waltz around the subject of the other Mystic Soul schools. Neville, Fred, George, and Percy are good friends, and they hope to be able to tell them someday, but it wasn't the same. Demons were a regular occurrence for Mystic Souls. It was one of the main things that brought them together as a community. Demons usually leave the wand users alone, for some odd reason, and that leaves them to target Mystic Souls and Wiccans. Whether it's simple swarm or quasi demons, or the big bads like the Demon of Fear or the source of all evil himself, Mystic Souls fight them as one. It's how most of them get so advanced in potions. Lots of practice from brewing vanquishing potions for the underworld inhabitants. Olivia had been the one to take them to King's Cross Station this time. She didn't want to risk another attempt by the British Ministry of Idiots to interfere with Harry's life. She opened up a portal, and they stepped into the alley next to the station. "Any political idiots in sight?" Melody asked. "Not that I can see," Harry responded, his eyes like a hawk's. "Gotta love the eyesight of birds of prey." Celine neighed in agreement. Harry put her on her enchanted leash, and they all walked into the station. I wonder if there will ever be a day where we can use our powers to transport directly onto the platform. Krynos thinks out loud, wolf in his arms. Mystic souls will more likely be hunted down and killed, or even have their magic taken from them, Olivia informed them. The trio looked at their older cousin. While Krynos and Melody were co-heirs to the Gardiner title, she had always been the family member more politically inclined. The reason why Britain thinks that mystic souls haven't been here in 200 years is that we're a lot sneakier than they think, Olivia smirked. We have alerts that warn us, at the council, when a mystic soul is born in Britain so we can take action. Invisibility, ninja, and stealth mages watch the families to guard the child. When the child starts showing signs of mystic soul magic, the mage takes the child away and a mind mage is brought in to erase the family's memories if they react badly. I'm guessing there aren't any cases of accepting parents, Harry says. In 200 years, we've had 36 cases of child abuse, 24 cases of attempts to bind their magic, and more than 100 cases of abandonment, Olivia said. Try as we might, even the might of magical Greece can't do anything about it. We rescue the children, but that's all we can do no matter how noble that is. I hate politics, Harry complained, says the future Lord Potter. Krynos reminded. As proud as I am of my family, this country gives me a headache, Harry says. When I'm able to take up the lordship, I'm assigning a proxy and getting the Hades out of there. With the speed of a cheetah, I don't doubt that for a OFF, Melody exclaimed, having walked right into a pillar. What the? Looking up, it was the supposed entrance to platform 9 3/4. The pillar between platforms 9 and 10. But instead of walking right through the pillar and onto the platform, Melody had hit a solid surface. It's completely solid, Krynos says, knocking on the pillar. I feel like I need to make a joke about a rock in a hard place, Harry commented. You just did, Olivia told him. Melody looked at the nearest clock. It said 10:50. There were still 10 minutes before the train was due to leave. So this wasn't the barrier closing on its own after everything's been taken care of. It's definitely not a natural seal, Melody says. It's not past 11 yet. No need to worry, Olivia told them. A simple little snap of my fingers, and the gateway will reverse in time to when it wasn't sealed. And she did just that. She snapped her fingers, a little spark flashing, and then walked right through the barrier. I love her powers, Krynos chuckled. The trio were the next through the barrier. Olivia gave them all hugs. As much as I admire you three for basically studying almost nonstop for you to take midterms and finals for Crystal Rose, try to be 12-year-olds for a while, Olivia suggested. Do not make me travel to the future and see you all regretting the amount of studying you did. We'll try, Liv, Melody giggled. But remember that I am both a member of Mermaid House at Crystal Rose and Ravenclaw at Hogwarts. Learning is who I am. I can definitely say with full confidence that Oliver will probably keep me quite busy with Quidditch, Harry snickered. So you only have to worry about me if my, oh so gentle, captain goes nuts with the training. You can channel the flying ability of a bird, so you are a natural in the air, Krynos reminded. And 4 years older or not, Wood will have to answer to me and Melody if he tries to push you too far. He better watch out. Olivia failed to keep a straight face. Giving her cousins one last hug each, she let them get on the Hogwarts Express. As she left, a few redheads passed her, but she paid them no mind. She had a minister to yell at over the stunt he pulled a few months ago. She was really going to enjoy showing him his place far below the Greek magical government. Bet you guys 5 drachma that she's off to yell at Fudge, Harry said to his siblings as they watched their cousin leave from their compartment. That's a fool's bet, and you know it, Melody responded. Besides, I cannot stand gambling. It's an idiot's form of entertainment. Someone mention entertainment, Fred and George say, showing up in the doorway. If not used to invisibility and teleportation mystic souls popping out of nowhere every other minute back home, the trio would probably have jumped out of their skins. Do you two have some sort of alarm spell that alerts you two when certain words or phrases are spoken? Melody raised an eyebrow. If we did, Fred started. We wouldn't admit it, George finished with a smirk. The 2 fourth years came in and sat on either side of Harry. So, where's Lee? Krynos asked. Probably flirting with, Fred started. Katie, Angie, or Alicia, George finished. We'll prepare to get some ice for his face, Melody smirked. For the slap that he will most likely be getting from, at least, one of them. In one of those speak of the devil moments, The door of their compartment was opened. And speak of the oh, Harry sighed, seeing as it was Hermione. It's just the Harpy of Gryffindor. Don't call me that, Hermione snapped at him. Yeah, Harry, Krenos says. That's an insult to harpies. What did Haley or Hawk ever do to you? Those two are different, Harry argued. Besides, there are still wild harpies. You know, the ones we have to vanquish because they try to kill us. That's the type of harpy she's like. Loud, annoying, and a pest. Too true, brother dear. Melody leaned back in her seat. You don't have to be so rude, the Noel huffed. Says the girl that barged into our compartment without knocking. Krenos crossed his arms. Again, were you ever taught manners? Or did your bossy attitude push them away as well? Hermione stomped her foot like a child having a tantrum. Are you here for a reason, or are you just being annoying? Harry asked, crossing his arms. Hermione turned her attention to the Weasley twins. Seems that they were the target of her barging in. Have either of you seen Ron? She asked. I've searched the entire train and couldn't find him. How are we supposed to know? They asked together. You are his brothers. Hermione felt the need to remind them. Yeah, his brothers, Fred said. Not his keepers, George says. You should watch out for your little brother, Hermione lectured. It's what older siblings do. Melody's eyes immediately shot to look at her twin, next to her. Krenos clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles were turning white. His amulet and eyes were flashing on and off. If this girl kept talking, she would end up turned into poison ivy bush, or something even worse. And when it comes to mystic souls, spells cast in extreme anger are some of the hardest to undo. Get out, she snapped, drawing her wand. Excuse me. Hermione glared at the Greek witch. Melody shoved her wand almost point blank at the annoying girl's head. It was taking everything she had not to sonic scream at her until she was permanently deaf. I said to. Get out, Melody repeated, sounding more dangerous than before. You have no idea what you're talking about. The bush that was pretending to be a girl was about to say something else, but Melody's wand aimed itself at the middle of her forehead. That got her to flee in a very tail between the legs way. The absolute nerve of that girl, Melody almost growled, getting back in her seat. As if she knows everything about everything. I can name a dozen just off the top of my head that would laugh at her. So-called intelligence. My mind is immediately going to Finn, Harry commented, trying to lighten the mood. Since she was looking for someone. That reminds me, Melody says. Where's Neville? You'd think we'd find each other fairly easily. I'll go and find him, Krenos offered, surprising everyone as he stood up. I'll be back. After the nature wizard left, the Weasleys looked at the remaining Gardiner siblings. Krenos was the down-to-earth and sweet as a flower one of the trio. They've never seen him like that. Such a haunted look on his face, normally only seen on Auror faces after a war. Older siblings are, kind of, an aspect of our lives we would much rather forget. Melody tried to say as little as possible. He just needs the walk, Harry convinced the older boys. He'll be fine. Neville will probably distract him with talk about his latest plant or something. That got a bit of a laugh. Neville was a big plant nerd, and they all loved him for it. A flash of something passed by the window, getting Melody's attention. Looking out the window, she thought she was. The tires of a car pass over the top of the train. Half of her was intrigued by the thought of a flying car like in a mundane sci-fi film. The other half did not believe the wizarding world would have such things. Time jumped. The gang separated as they entered the Great Hall for the sorting. Harry, Neville, and the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table while Krenos went to Hufflepuff and Melody to Ravenclaw. Looking at the students to be sorted, Harry noticed Ginny Weasley, the twins' little sister, staring at him avidly, to his annoyance. He didn't mind Ginny when she wasn't crushing on him, as he expected it from being the boy who lived, and from what the twins told him about her, but given that it seemed to be her default position from what the twins have said, Harry was considering asking Fred and George to take Ginny aside and explain to her how much being stared at unsettles him, or have Melody scare the living daylights out of her. Harry had just finished his first serving and was starting to dish himself seconds when a shadow fell across the Great Hall. Harry looked at his siblings, and then they started to look up. They heard shrieks of fear from around the hall. The trio was too dumbstruck, staring at the car that looked like it was going to crash into the ceiling of the Great Hall, to notice what people were screaming around them. Oh, for the love of Demeter, Krenos swore. You have got to be kidding me. Who in Hades enchants a car? Melody screams. Has Ron lost all of his common sense? Percy yelled, as he helped first and second years back away from the table and towards the entrance of the Great Hall. The students who had not been sorted, Ginny Weasley included, were quickly directed into an alcove to the side of the hall. The older Weasleys seemed stupefied as they watched the car, on an apparent collision with the roof of the Great Hall. Fred and George still would have been standing near the table if Harry and Acrinos hadn't grabbed them and dragged them out of the Great Hall. The impact was much louder than expected. It sounded as if some giant was trying to force its way through the ceiling with one single punch, which was not a pleasant memory for any mystic soul. Most of the hall screamed with fear. Harry was vindicatively pleased to notice that Malfoy screamed like a little girl. He stored that in his memory for future insult ammunition. Unfortunately, the structural damage that the car had caused on the roof was greater than anyone anticipated. With a great shower of stone and brick, a Ford Anglia came crashing through the ceiling of the Great Hall. Ronald Weasley was holding onto the steering wheel in a death grip, screaming his way down. Anyone who knows Protego Maxima, cast it right now, Dumbledore ordered in a booming voice. Calmed by Dumbledore taking charge of the situation, a great number of voices were heard incanting the requested spell. The showering rubble bounced off a number of shields held up by the older students. Over a gap in the shields, a few big rocks managed to get through. But before any of the older students could do anything, giant vines sprouted out of nowhere. They wrapped around the rocks, stopping them from hitting a group of third years. The vines gently sat the rocks on the ground before shooting back into seeds lying in the ground. Harry and Melody instantly shot looks toward their brother, thinking that he exposed them. But with a wink, he showed them a handful of seeds in his hands. There was a sigh of relief as they realized he used enchanted seeds, which were easily explainable. As the dust and debris cleared and the shields were lowered, people got a look at what happened to the Great Hall and who had been endangering a great number of students in the process. Ronald Weasley looked as though he had just survived a horrible accident in a mine and was still out of it when the professors got to him. Students were also slowly approaching the scene. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth to start berating her student when Snape beat her to it. "So, the express not good enough for you, Weasley?" The potions teacher sneered at the redhead. "Had to make a spectacle? Well, I hope you're happy with yourself. Your family and its descendants will be paying for it for quite some time, I assure you." It was then that he noticed Harry going over to his siblings. The trio was making sure that each other were okay. The Weasley twins and Neville soon joined them. "You put him up to this, didn't you, Potter?" he yelled in their direction. "Excuse me / pardon. Say what?" The trio all gasped. "Didn't want to get in trouble yourself, so that left Weasley, didn't it?" The bat of the dungeon sneered at them. "Well, you'll get what's coming to you, rest assured. 200 points from Gryffindor apiece. Nightly detentions with Filch for the whole year. And I think a ban from the Gryffindor Quidditch team will do nicely as well. You can just hand over that broom. You won't be using it for a while. Might as well give it to someone more deserving of it." Snape seemed like he was going to continue in this rant when Dumbledore seemed to have lost all of his patience. "Severus!" The headmaster's voice boomed and demanded to be listened to. Snape stopped with a jolt at the headmaster's tone. Turning, the potion professor winced at the look on his employer's face. Dumbledore had a palatable aura around him. Instead of his twinkling eyes, they were flashing lightning at Snape. "Harry is not at fault here." Dumbledore was practically shooting fire at the audacity of his employee. Neither he nor his siblings would have thought Ronald would arrive in such a notable fashion. "I also remind you that Harry is not even friends with young Ronald and has hardly even ever talked to him. I have been telling you for years to cease this ridiculous grudge you have against James Potter. Minerva is the head of Gryffindor and will be responsible for Ronald's punishment. Mr. Pottergardner will also not be receiving any punishment at all. Cease this childish grudge, Severus, or else." The students then all began to leave. "Well, that just happened," Harry commented to his siblings and friends, still a tad in shock. The other 5 all had to stop themselves from bursting into laughter. Chapter 21. Greeks Hate Gilderoy Lockhart. Chapter Summary. Some passages are from Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Harry had never been more ashamed to share a house with Ron Weasley than he was right now. The same could be said for the rest of Gryffindor as well. After the debacle that was the youngest Weasley male literally bringing the roof down, The houses were all in their common rooms. They were waiting for their respective heads of houses to inform them about the repairs and if classes would go on as usual. Ronald Bilious Weasley, what in the name of Merlin were you thinking? Percy was yelling at his youngest brother. You stole Dad's car and crashed it through the ceiling of the Great Hall. It is a miracle from Merlin that no one was hurt or worse. Fred and George were both quite happy that Dumbledore let Percy stay with them, as it was their family in the middle of this. Especially since Percy, they knew, would deliver one hell of a scolding. Well, how was I supposed to get to school? Ron was pouting like a 4-year-old denied sweets. The platform gate was closed before I went in. I don't know anything about that gate closing, but you could have simply asked Mom or Dad to apparate you to the front gates and explain what happened. Percy continued to scold him. That was when Harry couldn't help but facepalm. He knew what had happened, and it was annoying. Olivia, he mumbled to himself, just had to predict that the gate was sealed by wizard magic. Since her magic wore off and time moved back to the point that it was sealed, it was stronger than wizard magic. Did you say something, Harry? Neville asked. Just thinking of my cousin's most recent magic mess that she had caused, Harry waved off. Other than the one time she accidentally became the mascot for a brand of rum in America. What's rum? Neville asked. It's a, Harry did not like the idea of explaining an alcoholic beverage to his very innocent friend. Don't worry about it. It was fixed. Okay, Neville accepted. When do you think Professor McGonagall will talk to us? They're probably fixing the Great Hall, so it's anyone's guess, Harry shrugged. I'm just hoping we'll at least have somewhere to have breakfast in the morning. Glad to know where your priorities lie, Neville joked. Just because I don't act like it doesn't mean I don't have the appetite of a hungry lion, Harry snickered. You should see me when there's a bagazza for me to devour. A what? Neville asked. It's a dish we mainly serve for breakfast, Harry explained. It's a delicious pastry that's filled with custard, cheese, or minced meat before being layered with phyllo. I prefer custard, of course. It's quite similar to tyropida, which is a phyllo and custard pie in the shape of a triangle. So, what do you think is going on in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw? Neville changed the subject. Why don't we find out? Harry smirked, pulling out his mirror phone. They'll get a kick out of seeing Weasley being yelled at by Percy. Just to let you know, I didn't really know how to turn the mirror you gave me on, so it was only when you messaged me that I was able to use it, Neville informed him. Harry laughed, realizing how the three of them forgot to explain the mirrors to their friends when they gave them to the four. They were just so used to being around those that knew how to use them that explaining the mirrors easily slipped their minds. Sorry about that, Harry says. We'll make sure to fix that later. He tapped a few things on his screen. He tilted his screen and 2 holograms soon appeared over his mirror phone. It was the heads and part of the shoulders of his twin siblings. Weasley getting yelled at by Percy, Melody immediately guessed, a smile on her face. Yep, Harry said. Some people are just stupid, Krenos says. Sit back and enjoy the show, brother and sister of mine. Harry leaned back in his own chair. He faced his mirror phone toward the scolding Ravenclaw, the scene appearing as a holographic television screen to the twins. If the platform was closed, how would Mom and Dad have gotten back to help me? Ron tried to defend himself. The platform may be able to close from your side, but it doesn't work like that for both ways, Percy told his brother. How was I supposed to know that? Ron yelled at him. Common sense, Fred and George responded, shrugging. Like you two wouldn't have done the same thing, Ron glared at his prankster twin brothers. Not even we, Fred started. Would be that dumb, George says. Dad doesn't have enough, Fred said. Respect at work, George continued. As it is, Fred says, this is the last thing we'd ever do. They finished together. Their twin speak is a lot worse than ours, Krenos stated, Melody nodding in agreement. You were seen by over a dozen muggle when you took the car, Percy yelled at Ron. Do you have any idea how serious breaking the statute of secrecy is? You could be sent to Azkaban. Dad could be sent to Azkaban. All because of your reckless stupidity. As if you can talk about what something can do to our family after what you did. Ron threw at Percy. And what have I done? Percy's glare intensified. You turned your back on being a Weasley the moment you let yourself be sorted into the House of No. All bookworms, Ron sneered. The first Weasley to be sorted anywhere other than Gryffindor in 200 years. I feel like I should be insulted, Melody said. Pretty sure that he just insulted the whole of Ravenclaw, Krinos says. I would so have screamed his ears off by now if we hadn't been trying to keep out Kind's existence a secret, Melody grumbled. Thankfully, Neville didn't hear her other than some faint mumbling. I have gone over this more times than I can count. Percy looked ready to strangle his little brother. Being sorted into a house other than Gryffindor does not mean that I dishonored the family. Things like what you just did are why the other purebloods make fun of the Weasley family. And if you hadn't noticed, Dad has no problem with me being a Ravenclaw. Dad has never cared about how we look, Ron sneered. Mum was right when she said that you should be resorted. You can't be a Weasley if you aren't a Gryffindor. Pathetic. The Gardiner trio. What are you doing? An annoying voice asked, though it sounded more like demanding. Harry and Neville turned, Harry also turning his mirror phone with him. Once again, it was Granger that was bothering them. Do you have any sense of privacy or personal space? Harry was really ready to go full lion and scare her out of their lives. What are you using? What are those things? They have to be against the rules. She went into rapid fire mode. It's called a mirror phone, Granger, Krinos said. Pretty common where we're from. The Evil Queen's magic mirror was what inspired its creation. Grimhild might not have been the most charming of monarchs, but she had some handy magic, Melody smirked. Not the most charming, Krinos looked at his sister. She ripped out the hearts of those that didn't agree with her, including her own parents, I add. Those are against the RU, Hermione tried. There is no rule against us having or using our mirror phones or mirror pads, Harry told the annoying girl. Can't you learn to stay away from us? Melody raised her eyebrow. She opened her mouth to respond, but Krinos beat her to it. Since you were obviously about to open that large mouth again, you can't, Krinos said. With that, the mirror went blank and Harry got up. He and Neville went up to bed, Harry smiling at Percy, scolding Ron on their way past them. Come morning, the four houses were told that the hall would be fixed by the end of the day, right before dinner was to be served. Classes, meanwhile, would go on as usual. Harry had smiled when he saw Defense Against the Dark Arts first with Hufflepuff. Much better than having it with Slytherin and Malfoy being his pompous self. The duo of Harry and Neville met Krinos on their way to the defense classroom. Having reached the room, they all went inside and prayed for a better teacher than stuttering and possessed Professor Quirrell. But when they looked up at the teacher, the two brothers' jaws dropped in horror. When the whole class was seated, Gilderoy Lockhart cleared his throat loudly and silence fell. He reached forward, picked up Neville's copy of Travels with Trolls, and held it up to show his own winking portrait on the front. Looking next to him, Neville saw the Gardiner brothers about ready to either kill or faint. It was hard to tell, but they weren't happy faces. He could tell you that. Allow me to introduce you all to your new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Me, he said, pointing at the book cover and winking as well. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the abandoned banshee by smiling at her. He waited for them to laugh. A few people smiled weakly. You didn't get rid of it, you lying son of a fury, Harry growled under his breath. You can't do anything other than spread lies. Krinos' knuckles were turning white from how hard he was clutching his fists. I see you've all bought a complete set of my books. Well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about. Just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in. He had handed out the test papers and returned to the front of the class. You have 30 minutes, starting now. Harry looked down at his paper and his horror only grew. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? On and on it went, over 3 papers, right down to 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? Krinos and Harry looked at each other and smirked. This was their moment to stir up trouble for the fraud. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Harry wrote, flash, the color that a camera makes when it takes his picture. Krinos wrote green, because he is envious of witches and wizards that have skill while he has none. 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? Krinos' answer was to continue fooling the incredibly gullible people of England to believe he is a hero who he is a fraud. Harry's was to make people outside of England believe his lies. 3. What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? Harry answered with being able to fool an entire country that he is a hero when all he does is take credit for things that others did. Krynos was not as nice with his being able to escape the Greek justice system when he was caught trying to erase the memories of a witch that defeated a fury, and he had been about to be tried for fraud, attempted obliviation, and numerous other crimes. 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? Both brothers had similar answers to that question, with answers basically saying, who cares about the date when all he would need is a paper bag to hide his face when his secrets are revealed? Every one of their answers were all making fun of their professor in one way or another. So when Lockhart collected the papers and rifled through them in front of the class, they waited to see his reaction to their papers. Toot, toot. Hardly any of you remembered that my favorite color is lilac. I say so in Year with the Yeti, and a few of you need to read Wanderings with Werewolves more carefully. I clearly state in Chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift would be harmony between all magic and non-magic peoples. Though I wouldn't say no to a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. He gave them another roguish wink. The brothers were staring at Lockhart with expressions of disbelief and disgust on their faces. Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, and Justin Finch-Flinchy were sitting in front and shaking with silent laughter. Hermione, on the other hand, was listening to Lockhart with rapt attention. It seems that the girls in the room were all looking at him like he was some sort of angel come down to earth. But Miss Hermione Granger knew my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil and market my own range of hair care potions. Good girl. In fact, he flipped her paper over. Full marks. Where is Mississippi Hermione Granger? Hermione raised a trembling hand. He is a giant fraud, but at least someone can make the know it. All be silent, Krynos commented to his brother. Excellent, beamed Lockhart. Quite excellent. Take 10 points for Gryffindor. And so, to business. He paused as he finally seemed to get to Harry and Krynos' tests. Just looking through a few of their answers, it greatly unnerved him. Their names had just been signed by the symbols of the amulets around their necks. Not that he would ever make the connection. While he was trying to keep his composure, he bent down behind his desk and lifted a large, covered cage onto it. Now, be warned. It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm. In spite of themselves, Harry and Krynos leaned forward to have a better look at the cage. If only just because it would most likely be something ridiculous that would only be dangerous was because he was incompetent. Lockhart placed a hand on the cover. Dean and Seamus had stopped laughing now. Neville was cowering in his seat. I must ask you not to scream, said Lockhart in a low voice. It might provoke them. As the whole class held its breath, Lockhart whipped off the cover. Yes, he said dramatically. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Seamus Finnegan couldn't control himself. He let out a snort of laughter that even Lockhart couldn't mistake for a scream of terror. Yes? He smiled at Seamus. Well, they're not very dangerous, are they? Seamus choked. Don't be so sure, said Lockhart, waggling a finger annoyingly at Seamus. Devilish, tricky little blighters they can be. Tricksters don't mean dangerous, Krynos says. Fairies are known to hide things and make people act childish at times, yet they aren't dangerous. Dangerous tricksters would more likely be the gremlins, trolls, or imps in the world, Harry stated. Lockhart ignored them as he continued with the pixies. The pixies were electric blue and about 8 inches high, with pointed faces and voices so shrill it was like listening to a lot of budgies arguing. The moment the cover had been removed, they had started jabbering and rocketing around, rattling the bars and making bizarre faces at the people nearest them. Right then, Lockhart said loudly, let's see what you make of them. And he opened the cage. It was instant pandemonium. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets. 2 of them seized Neville by the ears and lifted him into the air. Several shot straight through the window, showering the back row with broken glass. The rest proceeded to wreck the classroom more effectively than a rampaging rhino. They grabbed ink bottles and sprayed the class with them, shredded books and papers, tore pictures from the walls, appended the wastebasket, grabbed bags and books and threw them out of the smashed window. Within minutes, half the class was sheltering under desks and Neville was swinging from the iron chandelier in the ceiling. Come on now. Round them up, they're only pixies, Lockhart shouted before he rolled up his sleeves and bellowed out a spell. Pesca pixie pesternomy. It had absolutely no effect. One of the pixies seized his wand and threw it out of the window, too. Lockhart gulped and dived under his own desk, narrowly avoiding being squashed by Neville, who fell a second later as the chandelier gave way. Harry and Krenos dived out of the way to avoid the crashing ceiling decoration. The bell rang and there was a mad rush toward the exit as Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students raced out of the classroom. In the relative calm that followed, Lockhart straightened up, caught sight of Harry, Krenos, Neville, Ron, and Hermione, who were almost at the door. "Well, I'll ask you three to just nip the rest of them back into their cage." He swept back up to his office and shut the door quickly behind him. "Can you believe him?" roared Ron as one of the remaining pixies bit him painfully on the ear. "He just wants to give us some hands-on experience," said Hermione, immobilizing two pixies at once with a clever freezing charm and stuffing them back into their cage. "Hands-on experience," Harry snapped, who slapped a pixie away from his cloak. "Granger, he doesn't have a clue what he is doing. He's completely incompetent." "Rubbish," said Hermione. "You've read his books. Look at all those amazing things he's done." "He says he's done," Krenos corrected. "Just because he says he's done it and have books that's written about it doesn't make it true." "You're wrong," Hermione stated. "Whatever." Harry rolled his eyes. Then a pixie tried to take his amulet from around his neck. "Oh, I have had it with these things." He and Krenos raised their wands and shouted, "Immobulus," into the pixies. They all froze in the air. "Why is it always me?" Neville says above them. "Oh gods," Krenos swore, seeing their friend hanging from the second chandelier. Chapter 22, Voices in the Night. Chapter 22, Voices in the Night. "Why on Demeter's green earth is that idiot teaching in this castle?" Melody screamed almost as loud as her sonic scream. Harry and Krenos had to wait a minute for their ears to stop ringing. Melody's magic may make her a siren, but it's not like singers are unable to scream. "How, exactly, are we supposed to know that?" Krenos crossed his arms. "After the incident in the Great Hall, it's not like we were able to be introduced to the new Dada teacher until we actually had him." "I'd rather be taught by a rabid bear," Harry grumbled. "At least a bear would be able to teach us how not to be eaten by predators. Or we'd be taught how to become the predators. Either way, we'd be learning more than we would with that idiot teaching us," Krenos says. "I've met rocks smarter than him." "You should have seen that ridiculous test he gave us," Harry complained. "Every question was about him. Question 32 was literally asking what his favorite hairstyle was. Like I care what that loser's hair looks like. He has this entire country fooled," Melody nearly growled. "Not that I'm very surprised. When it comes to anyone rich and famous, British people seem to flock to them like moths to a flame. Maybe if we're lucky, they'll be burned by that flame," Krenos said. That little comment made both of the nature wizard's siblings look at him in a weird way. It was a quite well-known fact that mystic souls that work with nature all hate any type of fire, be it magical or normal. "What?" Krenos asked. "You do realize that you're a nature mage talking about people being burned by fire, right?" Melody raised an eyebrow. "Just because I hate the stuff doesn't mean I can't talk about it," Krenos says. "Besides, I hang around Mason a lot, and he's a fire mage. If I cannot hate him, then I'm pretty sure that I can talk about the stuff." "We are a strange bunch," Harry stated. "No argument here." The twins agreed with him. "Least we're sensible enough to know to avoid the fraud," Krenos said. "He shouldn't even be walking free, let alone teaching children." "The only thing he can teach is how to run away," Harry commented. "Especially pixies," Krenos smirked. "Pixies may be tricksters, but it's not like they're hardly deadly," Melody says. "Seems that only incompetent frauds like Lockhart actually make them a danger to anyone. Lucky we learned that levitation charm last year, and we were able to get Neville down," Harry said. "He had already crashed down with one chandelier that class and did not have a desire for it to happen again. Poor guy just could not catch a break that day." Krenos shook his head sadly. "I can't believe Granger actually tried to defend the idiot, talking about the moron teaching Dada." A boy's voice spoke behind them. The siblings turned around and came face to face with one of Krenos' housemates. Lucky for them that it wasn't that pompous git Zacharias Smith. Cedric Diggory was what they remembered his name to be. He was a fourth year, 2 years above them, and was one of the most popular boys in Hufflepuff. "Hello, Diggory," Krinos greeted. Gardiner, the older boy replied. We actually are talking about the fool. Melody put a hand on her hip. How someone like him ever was able to get hired as a teacher is beyond us. He probably only even applied to increase his book sales, Harry almost growled. His entire book series was on the list. A few hundred kids buying all those books at once would have a fortune going into his vault. That man can't even hold his wand right, let alone teach children how to defend themselves, Cedric huffed. We take it that you also had class with Lockhart, Diggory, Krinos guessed. Did he try the pixies on your class as well? We were actually wishing that we had the pixies, Cedric told them. Must be too scared to try anything like that again, Harry snickered. All he had us do was reenact scenes from his books, Cedric continued. I had to watch Adrian Pusey act like he was a banshee. Didn't make much sense to me, as banshees are girls. Not exactly, Melody says. Huh. Cedric was confused. It is a common misconception that there are magical beings out there that are only specifically made up of one gender, Melody explained. Banshees are one of them, along with sirens, harpies, nymphs, naiads, merpeople, and even fairies. The only magical beings that are actually only made of a single gender are the Amazons and the Anemoi wind gods, Krinos said. Both of Greek mythology, by complete coincidence. How do you know this? Cedric asked them. I doubt that even a 7th-year Ravenclaw would. Hello, Ravenclaw right here, Melody pointed to herself. We were brought up being taught these kinds of things, Harry explained to the older student. Greece is one of the most accepting countries in the world. While we know that schools like Hogwarts and Salem don't allow students with creature blood to attend, the magical schools back home do. What? Another student gasped. The siblings looked around them and saw that since they had been going to the Great Hall for dinner when Cedric approached them, they had gathered a few other student onlookers. It had been one of Melody's Ravenclaw housemates that had gasped. Great, now we have an audience, Krinos mumbled. Do you people really have nothing better to do than listen in on other people's conversations? Melody snapped at the gathered students. They're just curious, Cedric says. I know I am after hearing that your schools accept students with creature blood. You are a little too nice even for a Hufflepuff, Diggory, Krinos commented. Can't be that much of a shock, Harry said. They have magic just like the rest of us. Just because they may look different or have abilities you don't doesn't mean that they deserve an education any less than us. One of my best friends, back home, is actually half harpy, Krinos stated, shocking the students. But he never hurt a person in his life. Not even when a group of mundanes tried hunting him for his special feathers. Crystal Rose, having the highest percentage of creature students, was one of the main reasons why Greece was known for its acceptance. Other than harpies and sirens, the Greek schools also have students that are also were creatures, nymphs, vela, merpeople, and even a few descendants of ancient legendary heroes. Though the descendant of Heracles was very annoying and got on a lot of people's nerves with his overinflated ego. Even more so than the descendants of Narcissus and Adonis, which was very ironic considering their tales. Though it's not like we're saying our home is perfect, Melody says. We do have our fair share of racists that hate creature students for no reason. Pretty sure our cousin recently had to deal with a bigoted woman that tried to get a part siren son of a workat thrown out of school simply because she hated how her own son befriended him, Harry said. Olivia definitely out that woman in her place faster than anyone else could say Hades. But regardless of those types of people, our home is generally quite an accepting place, Krinos says. You get more variety in magic and all the different customs of the separate magical species. Like nymphs tend to focus more on the nature-focused Sabbaths like the summer solstice and spring equinox, or legacies are a lot more traditional and prone to appear a bit outdated when they're just like everyone else. What's a legacy? A Hufflepuff student asked. Jess, this country is seriously out of touch with their fellow magical communities, Krinos thought. Greece had been home to dozens of legendary heroes and villains in the past, Melody explained. The term for their descendants is known as them being legacies. I will still forever avoid the descendant of Circe, Harry stated. The fact that it is quite well known that they're known for turning people into animals, which I find to be very insulting. Considering you love animals more than people, that makes total sense, Krinos smirked. Excuse me for loving the animal kingdom, Harry playfully scoffed. Creatures shouldn't be allowed in school, a Slytherin girl sneered. Looking at the girl, Her pug face very obviously told them that it was Pansy Parkinson. Other than Hermione Granger, she was one of the most hated girls in all of Hogwarts. Everyone knew that the Parkinson family was full of "will do anything to try and gain wealth and power" people. It was also known that they actually have had a marriage contract with the Malfoy family for Pansy and Draco. Even the foreign families, such as the Greek Gardiners and the Italian Zabinis, or even the Japanese Changs, heard of that. And that was mostly because Greece and Italy had stopped using, even outlawed, marriage contracts and arranged marriages. "Excuse me," Krinos growled at the girl. "What say do you think you have in how other countries should run their schools?" Harry and Melody were too annoyed to try and look around to see if Krinos, or any of their own, powers were acting up. "Creatures should be put into a special prison just for them," Pansy sneered. "They don't deserve to learn along with us real witches and wizards." "They have just as much of a right as you do," Melody snapped back. "The harpies and sirens from back home could defeat anyone from this sad excuse of a magical community. I've been to fairy groves with citizens more powerful than you idiots. I'd love to see one of you try to fight a siren." "Actually," Harry snickered, "they'd have you putty in their hands with a single note sung from their mouths." "Not even just the sirens," Krinos thought, stealing a glance at his sister. "Creatures are not worthy to learn magic alongside us right sort of wizards." Draco Malfoy entered the convention, sneering. "The only that should happen to creatures is that they're all brought to one place and put down like the monsters they are." Okay, that got Harry and Melody immediately looking over at Krinos. The nature mage looked just about ready to blow his top and turn Hogwarts into one giant greenhouse. And I mean the one where the plants attack whoever enters, Little Shop of Horrors style. Krinos walked right up to Malfoy, his eyes so very close to glowing with rage. Malfoy would never admit it, but the look almost made him wet himself. Krinos got all up in his face, glaring right into his soul. "Iced Anas Lakes se afti tigi, kai the sas calarosa eftichos and barusa," he darkly told the so-called prince of Slytherin. With that, he walked away, students almost running away to make a path for him to pass through as he walked into the Great Hall. "Is it wrong to love that we have a really intimidating and threatening brother?" Harry commented to his sister. "Trust me when I say that if loving that is wrong, then I do not want to be right," she responded, giggling. "What exactly did he just say to Malfoy?" Cedric asked. "Some things are best left untranslated." "Diggory," Melody smirked. "The Gardiner family is known for keeping cool, but don't mess with us when our stone-cold faces crack." "The guy I once threw through a window still runs away at the very sight of me," Harry snickered. "Can you blame him?" Melody giggled. "I am fine with it, just so I don't have to throw him out another window," Harry stated. "Not that I would mind doing it to that bully again." "Please, you're all too weak to do anything to anyone." Draco started up with the insults again. Krinos' effect on him faded by then. "Can't you ever learn to keep your mouth shut?" Melody snapped at him. "Your opinions and bullying is neither wanted nor needed. Go back to your incredibly inbred family." Harry had to force his laughter down. Every magical community outside of Britain was well aware of the problems that inbreeding does to magic. The closer that two people are on a family tree, the less likely there is that they will produce a magical child. Plus, there is also the birth defects that are also likely to happen when incest and inbreeding occurs. "How dare you say something like that?" Draco snapped right back. "I am a Malfoy, and that means that I am already more powerful than you just by being born. You talk so high and mighty about your precious Greece when they're all probably just as weak and pathetic as..." Gah! He didn't get to finish insulting them as a large amount of mashed potatoes landed on his head. A large bowl had been dumped right onto him. Pansy's shriek quickly followed his yelp as she also had potatoes dumped all over her head. The creamy substance dripped down their heads and robes, onto the floor. It came as a surprise to no one that it was Krinos that was standing behind the two, now empty bowls in his hands. "Pretty sure me doing this to bullies will become iconic by the time we graduate from this place," he said, as if it was the simplest thing in the world. The gathered students around them all laughed at that. Krinos then rejoined his siblings, standing next to them. "Your timing is impeccable," Melody stated, giggling. "I aim to please and show bullies their place," Krinos smirked. "And I enjoy doing it. Just like when vanquishing demons, I give them their just desserts. Or, in this case, just potatoes," Harry jokes. Not feeling hungry anymore, the three decided to just retire to their separate dorm rooms. Their first stop was Gryffindor, of course, as it was the farthest away, and the three wanted to stick together in case they ran into either of the two annoying lions, loudmouth idiot, or the Gryffindor harpy. And like every other of their instincts, they were right. "You really shouldn't tell such lies," the harpy of Gryffindor told them. As they were about to pass each other in opposite directions, the siblings had to resist rolling their eyes. Them having to tell off the annoying no. All was getting to be quite the pest of occurrences. "Do you ever stay out of other people's business? Or is butting into personal space a thing for you?" Melody crossed her arms. "There is no way this country could handle this much sass if we actually lived here," Krinos thought to himself. "You shouldn't go around telling impressionable children that such things exist," Hermione says in her usual, "I know everything and you don't" voice. "And what exactly were we telling them was real that you think don't exist?" Krinos also crossed his arms. "Harpies, mermaids, and every other fake creature you said your schools let attend," she responded. "They don't exist and you shouldn't spread such lies." "Ha!" Harry snorted. "What's so funny?" Hermione glared at him. "They're just fairy tales that parents tell their children. It's funny that even after discovering that you're a witch more than a year ago, you think these creatures don't exist," Harry stated. "To prove you wrong, all we'd have to do is look in the Forbidden Forest. Herds of centaurs and unicorns run free through the entire forest. Not to mention what else could be lurking in the trees out there. Centaurs are most likely just those that are victims of transformation potions gone wrong," Hermione argued. "And unicorns are just horses that parents attached horns to as a surprise for their child's birthday or something. It's ridiculous how gullible witches and wizards seem to be to think that they're actually real." "Maybe because they are," Krinos says. "Even if a transformation potion goes wrong, it wouldn't make a person half-horse. It give them horse features and not an entire horse's lower half. And unicorns have been around before anyone even knew what to call them. So it's not like parents faked them before even knowing what they were. Magical creatures are as real as you and me. For crying out loud, even Professor Flitwick was using fairies as lights for you last year," Melody said. "And it was lucky that the Fae gave him permission to do so. Trapping fairies without permission is asking for trouble. Remember that news story a few years ago about that mundane who trapped a fairy in a snow globe?" Harry remembered. "He made a wish to protect his hometown, dooming it to her wrath in the future. A fairy can only do so much before it becomes too much for even their pure hearts. I would have felt bad for them, but any mundane that traps such a pure creature deserves that fate," Krinos commented. "Fairies, unicorns, angels are all seen as the symbols of light." "You probably believe your own lies," Hermione says. "Why is it that the magical world has no logic in it? Magical creatures aren't real. You may be a muggle-born, but this is a whole new level of ignorance you're displaying." Melody glared at her. "Excuse me," Hermione snapped back. "Just because you don't believe us, or in magical creatures, doesn't mean that they are lies," Krinos backed up how twin. "You have your beliefs, and we have ours. What right do you have to force your own beliefs on other people just because you believe them? Not everyone is the same. There are over 5,000 different cultures in the world, and none of them are more important than the others. So keep your mouth shut and away from the heart of our country." Krinos pushed right past her. Harry and Melody were quite aware that he was nearing the end of his rope with the girl, especially since she was now attacking the foundation of magic, their belief in it. And Krinos was most certainly me of the most traditional people the Gardiner family has had in years. The two quickly followed their brother up some more steps toward Gryffindor Tower. "The nerve of her," Krinos growled. "The absolute nerve of her. There isn't a plant in the world that deserves the punishment of me turning her into one of them. Not even Deadly Nightshade. I don't think there's been a person that gets under his skin this much since that descendant of Narcissus we once met," Melody whispered to Harry. "Without a dough," Harry was cut off. Come to me. Let me rip you. Let me tear you. Let me kill you." "Huh?" Harry gasped, confused. "Harry," Melody got concerned. Even Krinos stopped his rant about the insufferable know-it-all, pretty sure that is a Snape quote, and looked at their brother. I thought I heard something," Harry said. "Was it saying anything?" Krinos asked. "Like it might a lost soul or spirit trying to reach out to someone?" "It didn't seem very confused," Harry told them. "But it certainly wanted to do something." "What?" Melody asked. Harry looked at his brother and sister with a concerned look on his face. Kill, he answered. Chapter 23. Malfoy opens his mouth again. Chapter summary. I know this chapter a little out of order from the book, but it works this way for my story, so deal with it. Haters, back off. Chapter 23. Malfoy opens his mouth again. Word spread quickly about the little lesson / rant the Gardiner trio went on about creature rights and equality with them being allowed in their country's magic schools. You could see hints of pride in Flitwick and Sprout for their students being so open about beings that England and the rest of magical Britain very openly discriminate against. Krenos was also definitely starting to make a reputation for himself. Many of the students would never dare do what he did to a Slytherin, let alone Draco Malfoy. It is well known that Draco is Professor Snape's godson. So with Snape being Snape, the fear of Merlin had pretty much been put into a majority of the students when it came to what he might do if anyone messed with him. Half of them thought Krenos was a little insane, while the other half thought that he just didn't get the memo. Snape definitely seemed like he was on a warpath after he caught wind of yet another, what people dubbed, potato incident. And this one with his godson as the victim, when the siblings basically disappeared after that, but they all simply just blended into the students and may or may not have used some mystic soul glamour charms. Snape confronted Professor Sprout. But as much as he was a snake, Sprout was a badger, and she defends her house. She had already given Krenos a single detention, and he lost 10 points, which she told Snape about with a hidden smirk on her face. He tried to get the detention moved to him, as well as add to them and take more points, but like most people, he underestimated Pomona Sprout. She stood her ground, a little poetic because she is the herbology teacher and wouldn't budge. She even threw some of her own version of severest Snape favoritism right back at him by issuing Malfoy a week of detention, as well as 20 points from Slytherin for ignorance, arrogance, and for insulting the culture of a place that he knew nothing about. Snape tried to reverse it, but Sprout is a lot more than she seems. Don't let her sweet and bubbly personality define all that she is. Have you ever thought Professor Sprout was capable of acting like that? Melody giggled. I've seen a fairy godmother set crows loose on a crowd to gouge a man's eyes out, Harry said. I can, pretty much, believe that anyone is capable of doing anything after seeing that. Gotta love my head of house, Krenos chuckled. How is Flitwick as a head of house, Melody? I never asked before. Personally, I feel like I have the best professor as my head of house, Melody says. I think he is especially good with bully victims. Probably because of how he was most likely treated during school, because of how he is part goblin. It definitely must have been hard for him, Harry said. Not just his creature heritage, but also his height. People literally looking down on you. You have to admire his strength for going against the system the way he did. I can tell without even looking into it that the ministry would be 100% against a so-called half-breed teaching here. Melody crossed her arms. How very insulting, Krenos scoffed. He's probably more talented than 3/4 of this entire country. Definitely more than Lockhart. He couldn't spell his way out of a paper bag. Harry and Krenos soon went off to herbology and Melody to charms. As they neared the greenhouses, they saw the rest of the class standing outside, waiting for Professor Sprout. Harry and Krenos had only just joined them when she came striding into view across the lawn, accompanied by Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart seemed to be talking about something, while Sprout seemed to be ignoring him. The brothers had no idea how she was able to, but they had to pity her a bit because of how near the idiot she was. Professor Sprout was a squat little witch who wore a patched hat over her flyaway hair. There was usually a large amount of earth on her clothes, and her fingernails would have made any clean freak faint. Lockhart, however, was immaculate in sweeping robes of turquoise, his golden hair shining under a perfectly positioned turquoise hat with gold trimming. His robes make my eyes hurt. Krenos covered his eyes, making Harry snicker next to him. Oh, hello there, he called, beaming around at the assembled students. Just been telling Professor Sprout about my encounters with many exotic plants, and seeing if she needs help. I don't want you getting the idea that I know more about her, of course. Probably because she has more knowledge of plants in her little finger than you do in your whole body, Krenos mumbled. Harry swore that if his brother kept this up, he would never be able to keep his composure and would break out laughing. Greenhouse 3 today, Professor Sprout directed, who was looking distinctly disgruntled, not at all her usual cheerful self. There was a murmur of interest. They had only ever worked in Greenhouse 1 before. Greenhouse 3 housed more interesting and dangerous plants. Professor Sprout took a large key from her belt and unlocked the door. Harry caught a whiff of damp earth and fertilizer mingling with the heavy perfume of giant, umbrella-sized flowers dangling from the ceiling. He followed Krynos inside. He could see the increasing joy on his brother's face. If there was one thing that could really get his nature mage brother's eyes to sparkle, it was the thought of new plants. Professor Sprout was standing behind a trestle bench in the center of the greenhouse. About 20 pairs of earmuffs were lying on the bench. Harry took his place next to Krynos with Neville and another Hufflepuff at the same table as them. "We'll be repotting mandrakes today," she instructed the class. "Now, who can tell me the properties of the mandrake?" To nobody's surprise, Hermione's hand was first into the air. Krynos did as well. When Harry saw Neville's hand twitching as if he wanted to raise it, he gave Neville a nudge, making him look at him. A stern look from the animal wizard was enough to make him raise his hand. Sprout smiled and chose Neville, much to Granger's shock and annoyance. "Mandrake is a powerful restorative," Neville says, his herbology knowledge shining through. "It is used to return people who have been transfigured or cursed to their original state." "Excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor," said Professor Sprout. "The mandrake forms an essential part of most antidotes. It is also, however, dangerous. Who can tell me why?" Hermione, who was at the table next to the brothers, narrowly missed Harry's glasses as her hand shot up again. But this time, Sprout called on Krynos. "There is also a danger in using them," he said. "The cry of the mandrake is fatal to anyone who hears it." "Precisely. Take 10 points for Hufflepuff," said Professor Sprout. "Now, the mandrakes we have here are still very young, so their cries won't kill, but they could knock you out for several hours." She pointed to a row of deep trays as she spoke, and everyone shuffled forward for a better look. 100 or so tufty little plants, purplish-green in color, were growing there in rows. "Everyone take a pair of earmuffs," said Professor Sprout. There was a scramble as everyone tried to seize a pair that wasn't pink and fluffy. Much to everyone else's hidden joy, those ended up on Ron's ears. "When I tell you to put them on, make sure your ears are completely covered," said Professor Sprout. "When it is safe to remove them, I will give you the thumbs up. Right, earmuffs on." Harry snapped the earmuffs over his ears. They shut out sound completely, even for someone with an animal's ears like himself. Professor Sprout put the pink, fluffy pair over her own ears, rolled up the sleeves of her robes, grasped one of the tufty plants firmly, and pulled hard. The rest of the class followed her example. Harry let out a gasp of surprise that no one could hear. Instead of roots, a small, muddy, and extremely ugly baby popped out of the earth. The leaves were growing right out of his head. He had pale green, mottled skin, and was clearly bawling at the top of his lungs. He felt a poke next to him. Looking at his brother, he motioned to look at Ron. They snickered as they saw the loudmouth idiot with a rather fat plant baby. Professor Sprout took a large plant pot from under the table and plunged the mandrake into it, burying him in dark, damp compost until only the tufted leaves were visible. The class followed her example and did the same with their plant babies. Most did it quite quickly just to silence the cries that were most likely coming out of their mouths. Professor Sprout dusted off her hands, gave them all the thumbs up, and removed her own earmuffs. "As I have told you, our mandrakes are only seedlings. Their cries won't kill yet," she said calmly, as though she'd just done nothing more exciting than watering a begonia. "However, they will knock you out for several hours, and as I'm sure none of you want to miss one of your first days back, make sure your earmuffs are securely in place while you work. I will attract your attention when it is time to pack up. For to a tray. Here is a large supply of pots, compost in the sacks over there, and be careful of the venomous tentacula. It's teething." She gave a sharp slap to a spiky, dark red plant as she spoke, making it draw in the long feelers that had been inching sneakily over her shoulder. Harry heard Krynos chuckle next to him. "I so need to show her one of those Egyptian Cleopatra plants we have back home," Krynos grinned. "She'd probably love them." Harry, Krynos, and Neville were joined at their tray by a curly-haired Hufflepuff boy that the two Gryffindors knew by sight but had never spoken to. "Justin Finch Fletchley," he introduced himself brightly, shaking Harry by the hand. "Know who you are, of course, the famous Harry Potter. And you're Krynos Gardiner, the Hufflepuff nobody wants to mess with, and Neville Longbottom, herbology prodigy that knows more than most 7th years. Can't think of anything more appropriate to describe my fellow Gryffindor. Harry patted Neville's shoulder, who was blushing over the praise. Or my brother, for that matter. Not arguing with you there, Krenos snickered. And again, for who knows how many times now, it's Potter Gardiner. Harry was really sick of Britain's inability to remember hyphenated names. That Lockhart's something, isn't he? Justin happily said, seemingly ignoring what Harry said as they began caring for their potted plant banshees. Awfully brave chap. Have you read his books? I'd have died of fear if I had been cornered in a telephone booth by a werewolf. But he stayed cool and zap, just fantastic. Harry and Krenos shared a look with that one. He was talking about one of the scenes in Lockhart's book, Wandering with Werewolves. They thought that of all of his books, that one was one of the biggest loads of crap that they had ever read. He claimed to have cured a werewolf that had been terrorizing a town. What made them realize, other than how poorly written it was that there was not a single incantation mentioned. It made them look through all his books while in the bookstore before they bought anything. What they found was nothing. No spells, no potions, no rituals, no incantations. There was absolutely nothing in his books that showed he knew what he was talking about. They also knew that if he had actually found a spell cure for werewolves, then there wouldn't be werewolves anymore. But since there were still plenty of werewolves running around, there is no such spell. My name was down for Eton, you know? I can't tell you how glad I am I came here instead. Of course, Mother was slightly disappointed, but since I made her read Lockhart's books, I think she's begun to see how useful it would be to have a fully trained wizard in the family. You might want to try using an actually useful wizard as an example instead of the fraud that couldn't spell his way out of a paper bag, Krenos stated. After that, they didn't have much chance to talk, which was a good thing based on Justin's face over what Krenos said. Their earmuffs were back on, and they needed to concentrate on their second batch of mandrakes. Professor Sprout had made it look extremely easy, but it wasn't. The mandrakes didn't like coming out of the earth, but didn't seem to want to go back into it either. They squirmed, kicked, flailed their sharp little fists, and gnashed their teeth. Harry spent 10 whole minutes trying to squash a particularly fat one into a pot. Krenos smirked when he saw Smith get his finger stuck momentarily when he stupidly decided to stick his finger into his mandrake's mouth. By the end of the class, everyone was sweaty, aching, and covered in earth. Only Krenos and Neville were the least bit on the clean side, but mostly because they were used to this type of work. Everyone quickly left the greenhouse and to the nearest bathrooms to clean themselves up before their next lessons. The rest of the day was pretty normal. Harry was mostly looking forward to the Quidditch practice that Wood had scheduled for that afternoon. He admired and liked Wood quite a lot, but the guy was most definitely a little obsessed with Quidditch, and that was putting it lightly. After classes finished, Harry quickly went back up to Gryffindor Tower and changed into his Quidditch uniform. He joined the rest of the team as they all made their way through the corridors towards the pitch. Krenos and Melody also soon joined the group. Do you three have locator spells on each other, or something? Katie Bell asked them. How is it that you three find each other so easily? We're basically triplets, Melody giggled. Have you ever seen Fred and George ever have trouble finding one another? I don't think there's ever been a time where I've seen them apart, let alone trying to find each other, Alicia Spinett said. Magical twins might seem very inseparable, especially when you look at the two pairs of twins right in front of you. But we are still our own people, Krenos says. We knew we liked you too. The Weasley twins beamed at the other two twins. Great, they've multiplied, Angelina Johnson face-bombed. They soon made it to the changing room, where the team sat down as Wood brought out his planning board. Wood was holding up a large diagram of a Quidditch field, on which were drawn many lines, arrows, and crosses in different colored inks. He took out his wand, tapped the board, and the arrows began to wiggle over the diagram like caterpillars. As Wood launched into a speech about his new tactics, they all had to fight to stay awake after the long day of classes. The first board took nearly 20 minutes to explain, but there was another board under that, and a third under that one. Harry sank into a stupor as Wood droned on and on. So, said Wood, at long last, jerking them all from their half-asleep states. Is that clear? Any questions? I've got a question, Oliver, said George, who had woken with a start. Why couldn't you have told us all this during the weekend when we were awake and not exhausted from classes? Now, listen here. You lot, he said, glowering at them all. We should have won the Quidditch Cup last year. We're easily the best team. But unfortunately, owing to circumstances beyond our control, Harry shifted in his seat. He had been unconscious in the hospital wing for the final match of the previous year, meaning that Gryffindor had been a player short and had suffered their worst defeat in 300 years. Harry was still furious that his team was forced to play a player short, and their seeker at that. He still believed that it was Snape that did something to make that so. The most unfair teacher he ever had the displeasure of knowing. So this year, we train harder than ever before. Okay, let's go and put our new theories into practice, Wood shouted, seizing his broomstick and leading the way out of the locker rooms. They had been in the locker rooms so long that the sun was now starting to noticeably start setting. As Harry walked onto the field, he saw his siblings in the stands. There was also, for some odd reason, Ron and Hermione in the stands. One would first think that Ron was there to support his brothers during practice and had dragged his friend there as well. But never had Ron done it before, so Harry had a suspicion that they thought his siblings were spying for their houses or something ridiculous like that. "Why is your idiot of a brother here?" Alicia asked the twins, as no one on the team really liked the human garbage disposal. "If we knew why," Fred started. "We'd make him leave," George finished, both as equally as annoyed. "Hopefully that happens before Harry's brother finds a bowl of mashed potatoes," Katie commented, giggling at the glare Harry sent her. "Keep your opinions to yourself, Weasley," they heard Melody yell. "Too late," the twin beaters stated, smiling. Kicking up on his broom, he flew closer to the arguing pairs. The rest of the team followed out of curiosity. Seems that Ron and Hermione were, once again, getting on his siblings' nerves. But that wasn't anything new. "How dare you say that we'd spy on our own brother?" Krinos yelled at the two annoyances. "We have every right to watch him practice." "You're not Gryffindors," Ron sneered at them. "Just a pathetic puff and a bookworm. You should not be allowed to be here when your teams aren't. You're probably just spying on them to bring their plays back to your own houses. We're here to support our brother. Not that you'd know anything about supporting family," Melody snapped at him. "You forget what my house represents anyway," Krinos glared at him. "Hufflepuff is the house of loyalty. And the first thing that I am loyal to before anything else in the world is my family." "He does make a good point," Oliver says. "Why are you so okay with this, Wood?" Ron yelled at the captain. "They're spying for their house teams. Why aren't you doing anything about it?" "They're not spies, Ron," Oliver tells him. "They were with us at every practice last year, and neither of their teams knew any of our moves. Like Krinos said, he is loyal to his family before his house." "We don't care much for Quidditch anyway," Melody flipped her hair back over her shoulder. "We support Harry, simple as that. No offense," Wood simply shrugged in response. As obsessed as he was with Quidditch, even he knew that not everyone felt the same way he did about it. "Besides, if you hadn't noticed, we both have books with us and we were working on some of our homework when you rudely interrupted us," Krinos said. "You ruined my charms essay and I was over halfway done with it." "Maybe there's a cleaning charm that can remove the ink, but not the words." Harry could see the ruined essay next to his brother. "I can look into that later," Melody said, ever being the Ravenclaw that she is. "If you weren't sorted into Ravenclaw, then something would have been wrong with the sorting hat that day," Krinos chuckled. "Says the boy who's almost as much of a Hufflepuff as Helga Hufflepuff herself," Melody snickered. "Good-for-nothing spies," Ron sneered at them. "Shut up, Ronald," the Gardiner triplets yelled at him. "It's like Fred and George, but as triplets," Alicia commented to the other two chasers. "I like them," Katie giggled. "From what we saw last year, only the Slytherin team would stoop so low as to spy on another team," Melody says. "Not that it means that all Slytherin are bad," Krinos pointed out. "Tracy Davis always seemed nice. Not that I have really interacted with many Slytherins." "That Blaise Zabini does seem pretty cute though," Melody giggled. "The Slytherins don't need a spy anyway," George said. "What makes you say that?" asked Wood testily. "Because they're here in person," said Fred, pointing. Several people in green robes were walking onto the field, broomsticks in their hands. "I don't believe it," Wood hissed in outrage. "I booked the field for today. We'll see about this." Wood shot toward the ground, landing rather harder than he meant to in his anger, staggering slightly as he dismounted. Harry, Fred, George and the girls followed him. "Flint," Wood bellowed at the Slytherin captain. "This is our practice time. We got up specially." You can clear off now. Marcus Flint was even larger than Wood. He had a look of trollish cunning on his face as he replied. Plenty of room for all of us, Wood, he said. But I booked the field, said Wood, positively spitting with rage. I booked it. Ah, said Flint. But I've got a specially signed note here from Professor Snape. Professor S. Snape, give the Slytherin team permission to practice today on the Quidditch field owing to the need to train their new seeker, Wood read. Krenos and Melody made it down to the field at that point. Typical, Krenos said. Snape just happening to override a Gryffindor practice. That is so not a coincidence. Favoritism at its worst. Melody shook her head. How in Hades did that man become a professor when he is about as unprofessional as a person can get? Your guess is as good as mine, sister dear, Krenos responded. You've got a new seeker, said Wood, distracted. Where? And from behind the 6 large figures before them came a 7th, smaller boy, smirking all over his pale, pointed face. It was Draco Malfoy. Great, another idiot to bother me today. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose, as if the bottomless pit and the know-it-all weren't enough. Hey, protested the 2 mentioned idiots. Aren't you Lucius Malfoy's son? Fred asked, looking at Malfoy with dislike. Funny you should mention Draco's father, Flint said as the Slytherin team smiled more broadly, other than 2 of them. Let me show you the generous gift he's made to the Slytherin team. All 7 of them held out their broomsticks. 7 highly polished, brand new handles and 7 sets of fine gold lettering, spelling the words Nimbus 2001 gleamed under the Gryffindors' noses in the early morning sun. The latest model. Only came out last month, said Flint carelessly, flicking a speck of dust from the end of his own. I believe it outstrips the old 2000 series by a considerable amount. As for the old clean sweeps, he smiled nastily at Fred and George, who were both clutching clean sweep 5s. Sweeps the board with them. None of the Gryffindor team could think of anything to say for a moment. Malfoy was smirking so broadly his cold eyes were reduced to slits. Oh, look, said Flint. A field invasion. Ron and Hermione were crossing the grass to see what was going on, much to the Gardiner's annoyance. Can't you 2 ever just go away and stay away? Melody snapped at them. What's happening? Ron asked, ignoring Melody. Why aren't you playing? And what's he doing here? He was looking at Malfoy, taking in his Slytherin Quidditch robes. I'm the new Slytherin seeker, Weasley, said Malfoy, smugly. Everyone's just been admiring the brooms my father's bought our team. Ron gaped, open-mouthed, at the 7 superb broomsticks in front of him. Envy and jealousy were shining brightly in his eyes. Good, aren't they? Said Malfoy smoothly. But perhaps the Gryffindor team will be able to raise some gold and get new brooms, too. You could raffle off those clean sweep 5s. I expect a museum would bid for them. The Slytherin team howled with laughter. But Melody saw 2 of the chasers were not acting the same. An older black-haired boy and an older brunette boy. They seemed to just be trying to be neutral. Sharing looks with her brothers, Melody started to think about making notes about different people to see if anything needs to be done for them or to them. The 3 also made mental notes to look into the inner politics of Slytherin House and see if they could do anything for the students forced to live under people like Malfoy and Flint. At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in, Hermione said sharply. They got in on pure talent. The smug look on Malfoy's face flickered. No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood, he spat. Harry knew at once that Malfoy had said something really bad because there was an instant uproar at his words. Flint had to dive in front of Malfoy to stop Fred and George jumping on him. Alicia shrieked, "How dare you?" Harry went over to Malfoy, a look very similar to an angry lion in his eyes. Krenos and Melody knew that this was one of the few times that they were to not get in his way. He does not take insults to his family very well, even if they are members that he has never met. Like his birth parents, he took the loudmouth purebloods by his shirt and pulled him so close that their noses were almost touching. Never use that word around me again, he angrily stared into the blonde's eyes. I will never take insults to my birth mother lying down. You hear me? Try using that word with me nearby again, and you will feel what it's like to be disemboweled by a very angry lion. He dropped the blonde like a sack of potatoes. Ron plunged his hand into his robes and pulled out his wand, apparently not getting the message that Harry had obviously handled things. He started yelling, "You'll pay for that one, Malfoy." and pointed it furiously at Malfoy's face. A loud bang echoed around the stadium, but not because of Ron. It was Melody with her wand out. "You people know how to solve any problem without resorting to violence?" she asked. Chapter 24. Of All Hallows Eve and an Odd Girl. Chapter Summary. Happy Halloween. Harry was about 50-50 on whether or not Oliver was trying to train them to death, or was just that determined. Krenos had jokingly said that it was a little bit of both. Now, All Hallows Eve was approaching yet again. The trio had spent their free periods leading up to their sacred day, gathering up the materials for the altar when they weren't doing their homework. Melody and Krenos had already gotten permission from Flitwick and Sprout to not have to attend the feast. The two even used their positions to give Harry permission. Since they were both heads of houses, their combined abilities enabled them to do so even with the animal wizard not being a member of either of their houses. McGonagall had confronted her two colleagues when she had caught wind of what they had done. She was told, quite bluntly I add, by Flitwick that they wouldn't have had to do it if she had listened to Harry's reasoning last year. Happy All Hallows Eve, guys. Harry happily greets the Weasleys and Neville. Or Samhain, Day of the Dead, literally anything but Halloween. The three siblings sat at the Gryffindor table with their four friends. "You three really hate Halloween, don't you?" Percy asks them. "We despise Halloween," Melody answered. All Hallows Eve, along with every other country's version of it, is meant to honor the dead. Help you reconnect with those that you have lost. There really should be a class here to teach about magical culture, Harry says. These Sabbaths are part of what makes us who we are. What makes us witches and wizards? To even think about abandoning such ancient and sacred traditions is an insult to Lady Magic. Between their four friends, they got three different reactions. Neville, being a pureblood, grew up hearing a lot of his grandmother's rants about the current ministry, trying to turn us all into squibs by making our most sacred traditions illegal. And from what these three were saying, he was finally starting to get what she had been talking about. Percy was quite curious. The more he heard the three talk about their holiday, the more he wanted to know. And to be honest, he remembered hearing similar reasoning from his older brother, Bill. It had been a few months into Bill's training with the goblins to be a curse breaker. He had been home one day and had an argument with their mother about something none of the other kids in the house knew how it started. From the twins snooping, they did know there had been yelling about the old ways. Fred and George were thinking along the same lines as Percy, but with slightly more understanding, which would be surprising for those that didn't know everything about them. Since they are magical twins, they had certain abilities few knew about, like how they can telepathically communicate with each other as well as merge their magical power. It made them more open to the things the siblings were saying, as it was different like the were. "Your old ways are different from ours, right?" Percy asked. "Well, we are from one of the most traditional magical communities in the mystical world," Harry says. "We honor our gods every day. Lady Magic is our Lady Hecate, the goddess of magic. Plus, there is also the gods that we treasure based on our own talents," Melody explained. "The goddess of nature, Demeter, for Krenos and his gardening talent. You also have animal gods like Pan and Artemis for Harry and his love of the animal kingdom," Krenos grinned. "And, of course, Melody's musical talent are very well in tune with music god, Apollo," Harry finished off. "Pun intended," the twins stated, making the three of them laugh. "We're just happy for the one night a year where we can communicate with loved ones that have moved on," Harry said. "Like my Potter roots. I learned some quite nice things from my grandmother, Doria Potter, last year. She seemed like a sweet lady. She was a member of the Black family. So sweet is not exactly the first word that would come to mind," Percy says. Black family. Melody was confused. While they knew things about the layout of the country and a few families, such as the Potters, they didn't know everything. If anyone thinks they know everything, they need a slap on the head and a reality check. Probably the most well-known dark family in Britain, surprisingly explained by Neville. "I think their reputation for dark magic is outdone only by the Gaunt family. Rumor has it that family was about as delusional and crazy as a magical family can get. Wouldn't want to run into any members of that family in a dark alley," Krenos commented. "Even though I know you're kidding, I would still like to point out that the Gaunts have all died," Percy said. "Although, I think there might be one left in Azkaban. But I'm no expert on the family." "Why would you be?" Harry asked, to which Percy shrugged in response. "What else do you guys know about this Black family?" Melody asked. There was a nervous shift the four British wizards went through. as if there was something about her question that they didn't want to answer. Or rather, maybe something they didn't want the three of them to hear. Neville, they noticed, kept stealing glances at Harry. English people, the trio thought, dismissing their odd behavior and nearly rolling their eyes. Well, they are known to be very traditional, Percy said. By that, Percy means, Fred started. That they're blood purists, George finished. Those bigots that believe that only purebloods deserve to have magic. Krenos raised an eyebrow. Idiots, the lot of them. Anyone that didn't fit their standards, Fred started, was either disowned or simply disappeared, George finished. Well, that doesn't sound creepy at all, Harry stated sarcastically. Our grandmother, Cedrella Weasley, had been born a black, Percy added. But because the Weasleys are considered blood traitors, she was disowned. Terms like that have never made sense to us, Krenos says. Blood traitor, especially. You literally can't betray your blood. People, traditions, your government and country, yes, but not blood. You've never caught any of us Greeks calling British people logical, Melody said. Nor anyone from Japan, America, Africa, Harry started listing. We get it already, Fred and George halted him, making the animal mage smirk at the two. You guys are free to join us if you want, Melody offered the boys. The four actually looked to be considering her offer, and it was 50-50 between curiosity and the fact that it was most likely also part of their pureblood traditions. Maybe next year, Percy says, the other three nodding in agreement. You three deserve a quiet night to honor your own traditions. All right, Harry said, but feel free to change your minds anytime. Come find us if you do. The siblings walked off to set up what was left of their All Hallows Eve preparations. They had almost made it to the Ravenclaw common room when nearly headless Nick, the ghost of Gryffindor Tower, floated by. Hello, hello, said nearly headless Nick, starting and looking round. He wore a dashing, plumed hat on his long curly hair and a tunic with a ruff, which concealed the fact that his neck was almost completely severed. He was pale as smoke, and they could see right through him. He was mumbling something about heads and being an inch short. You look troubled, Sir Nicholas, Melody noticed. Ah, nearly headless Nick waved an elegant hand. A matter of no importance. It's not as though I really wanted to join. Thought I'd apply, but apparently I don't fulfill requirements. In spite of his airy tone, there was a look of great bitterness on his face. Sir Nick, Harry tries. But you would think, wouldn't you? He erupted suddenly, pulling the letter back out of his pocket, that getting hit 45 times in the neck with a blunt axe would qualify you to join the Headless Hunt? Oh, yeah, said Harry, who obviously knew he was supposed to agree with whatever this was. I mean, nobody wishes more than I do that it had all been quick and clean, and my head had come off properly. I mean, it would have saved me a great deal of pain and ridicule. However, nearly headless Nick shook his letter open and read furiously. We can only accept huntsmen whose heads have parted company with their bodies. You will appreciate that it would be impossible otherwise for members to participate in hunt activities such as horseback head juggling and head polo. It is with the greatest regret, therefore, that I must inform you that you do not fulfill our requirements. With very best wishes, Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore. Fuming, nearly headless Nick stuffed the letter away. Half an inch of skin and sinew holding my neck on, Harry. Most people would think that's good and beheaded, but oh, no. It's not enough for Sir properly decapitated Podmore. Anything we can do? Krenos asked. The nearly headless ghost sighed. It is my death day soon, the same day as Halloween. He ignored the scowls the three had at the mention of the mundane holiday. Been 500 years since I died and became a ghost. And you figured to give this headless hunt group a try? Melody asked. I stayed on this plane to watch over the students of Gryffindor Tower and have been for 100 years, Nick says. Does that matter to those supposed great warriors? No. The three jumped at the sudden yell. They did understand. Any ghost that stays on Earth is because they have unfinished business. The ghosts at Hogwarts can never move on because all of their unfinished businesses have no real way of being finished. Sir Nick, watching over the students of Gryffindor, Peeves causing chaos as a poltergeist. Even the ghost that haunts a bathroom that they heard about probably has a reason. You had a family, didn't you? Harry asked. I did, Sir Nicholas answered. A wonderful wife and son. I loved them more than anything, but they understood what I had to do to help this school. The siblings all shared a look, sympathetic towards the ghost. He was normally so cheery, but this was also the man that has now spent 500 years without his family. They could never imagine anything as horrible as that. I may make a suggestion, Harry asks. This is Halloween, Nightmare Before Christmas Time skip. The siblings lit all the candles around their altar. They added a few more offerings than they did last year to see if this new take on their ritual would work. Sir Nick, Harry says, we don't want to get your hopes up. We have never done the All Hallows Eve ritual with a ghost before. While it is meant to connect us to loved ones that have passed away, ghosts are part of very uncharted territory. I am willing to take the chance on being disappointed if there is the slightest of chances I could see my family again, Nicholas said. We can't promise anything, Krynos tells him. We hope this works, but don't know if it will. Just the fact that you three are trying would mean the world to any ghost, Sir Nick told them. The Mystic Soul trio all joined hands, the connection glowing. We call on the dreams of creature and mortal to heal the wound that worlds divide. From now on, we each can create a portal, and each of us our own path decide. Hear these words, hear our cry, spirits from the other side. Come to me, we summon thee. On this, the night of All Hallows Eve, their amulets and eyes glowed, and a mystical mist surrounded them, as if coming from the candles. As the ritual continued, their glowing eyes seemed to just over, the sign that they were communicating with the other side. Nick also got all glassy-eyed. Mom, Krynos mumbled. I have never seen a ghost cry before, Melody says, a small smile on her face. Didn't know ghosts could cry, Krynos thought out loud. I can't tell if it was ghost tears or ectoplasm. My guess is a little bit of both. We can't force him to move on or do anything for his obsession, but we can brighten up his afterlife, Harry said. The ritual had been more of a success than they thought. Since ghosts are already between life and death, Sir Nick could do more than just talk to his family. He could interact with them, actually touch them, hug them. While they couldn't see what occurs with other people's rituals, his face when they came out told them everything they needed to know. I might be jumping the gun a little bit, but this might be one of the best All Hallows Eves we've ever had, Krynos stated. And then Harry heard it. Rip, tear, kill. It was the same murderous voice he had heard a few days before. He stumbled to a halt, clutching at the stone wall, listening with all his might. He looked around, squinting up and down the dimly lit passageway. Harry, what are you? Melody was interrupted. It's that voice again, Harry told the two. Shut up a minute. So hungry, for so long. Listen, said Harry urgently. Kill. Time to kill. The voice was growing fainter, moving away. This way, he directed his siblings as he began to run up the stairs. Harry, what are we? Krynos was interrupted this time. SHH, Harry shushed them.
I smell blood, I smell blood.
It's going to kill someone, he shouted. He ran down the hall, and the three turned into an empty corridor. Harry, what are you talking about? Asked Krynos. We can't hear anything. But Melody suddenly gasped, pointing down the corridor. Oh dear gods, she swore. Something was shining on the wall ahead. They approached slowly. Foot-high words had been painted on the wall, shimmering in the light cast by the flaming torches. And it certainly wasn't street art. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. What is that? Hanging underneath. Melody could barely get out, a quiver in her voice. As they edged nearer, Harry almost slipped on a large puddle of water on the floor. Krynos and Melody quickly grabbed him. They inched their way toward the message. All three of them realized what it was at once and leapt backward with a splash. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was hanging by her tail from the torch bracket. She was stiff as a board, her eyes wide and staring. I am not a cat person at all, but that is messed up. Krynos backed away. The three then heard the pounding of a giant herd of feet coming their way. It was like the roaring thunder of a storm approaching them. The siblings quickly realized how bad it would look if they were the first ones there, especially since they had not been at the feast. We are so not going to be caught as the first ones here, Harry said. He quickly grabbed both of his siblings. Harry, what? Melody didn't get the chance to finish. Jungle Soul, Chameleon, Harry cast. The spirit of the lizard came out of his amulet and sat on Harry's shoulder. The reptile's camouflage ability moved over him, blending him into the corridor. Krynos and Melody were confused as to why he was doing this, as he isn't able to use his powers on other people yet. At least, That's what they thought until the camouflage started to move over them as well. They shared a shocked look with each other before their faces also disappeared into camo mode. Harry was definitely growing stronger by the day. It is rare for animal mages to do things like this with their powers, as most of their types of magic revolve around shapeshifting in some shape or form. This is so cool. Melody looked at where her held-up hand would be. I wish my magic could do this. Shoo, Krinos shushed her, hearing the students coming. Soon enough, the corridor was filled to the brim with students all coming out of the Great Hall and on their way back to their common rooms. There was a large collection of gasps, and whispering instantly started up. Enemies of the air beware, they heard Draco Malfoy repeat. You'll be next, mudbloods. Why I outa? Harry was about to pounce on him. The Gardiner twins quickly each put a hand over his mouth and pulled him farther back into the corridor and away from the students. They prayed that no one had heard those 3 words. Luckily, only one petite-looking blonde girl looked their way. They could see that she was in Ravenclaw robes, but Melody could not place her name to her face. What she was sure of was that she was at least a first year. They most likely would have remembered her name if she was in their year. But what was strange and a tad bit disturbing was that she smiled directly at them. Did she just? Krinos trailed off. How did she? Melody lost her voice as well. Are my powers on the fritz? Harry wondered, looking at their still camouflaged forms. There was a commotion as the professors and headmaster made their way through the crowd. My cat, Filch stuttered. Dumbledore was immediately muttering strange words under his breath and tapping Mrs. Norris with his wand, but nothing happened. She continued to look as though she had been recently stuffed. I remember something very similar happening in Ouagadougou, Lockhart said, making the siblings roll their eyes. A series of attacks, the full stories in my autobiography. I was able to provide the townsfolk with various amulets, which cleared the matter up at once. The 3 mystic souls twitched. Now he was claiming to have created amulets. That was greatly insulting to those who all wore powerful amulets of their own. At last, Dumbledore straightened up. She's not dead, Argus, he said softly. Lockhart stopped abruptly in the middle of counting the number of murders he had prevented, much to the relief of the siblings. And even to the relief of a lot of the older students that they saw. Not dead, choked Filch, looking through his fingers at Mrs. Norris. But why's she all stiff and frozen? She has been petrified, said Dumbledore. I thought so, Lockhart blurted out. But how? I cannot say, Dumbledore tried to continue. Why don't you ask Potter or either of his supposed siblings? Snape insulted and suggested at the same time. I do not recall any of them at the feast. How dare you accuse one of my badgers? Sprout looked ready to burst in anger. How dare you accuse any of them? Flitwick was just as angry. Mr. Potter Gardiner and the twins are model students. None of them would even think about doing anything like this. Then where were they? Snape continued to press on. The feast is mandatory for all students. Or is Potter too arrogant to think that he actually has to follow the rules? They were celebrating All Hallows' Eve, Flitwick informed him. What's that? Madame Pomfrey asked. It's the sacred holiday magicals from Greece celebrate, Sprout explained. We gave the 3 of them permission to hold their own quiet ceremony so that they could honor their Sabbath. You can't even blame Mr. Potter Gardiner for not wanting to celebrate Halloween anyway, can you? Flitwick asks. Most of the teachers gained looks of realization on their faces and nodded in agreement. Snape just sneered, as usual. No second year could have done this, stated Dumbledore firmly. It would take dark magic of the most advanced practice. Let's get out of here, Krinos insisted, not wanting to hear anymore. The 3 quietly, but quickly, left into another empty corridor. Harry nearly fell to his knees as he canceled the camouflage, and they became visible again. Krinos helped him toward the nearest wall for him to lean on. Harry, that was incredible, Melody said. Not even a mystic soul has ever been able to move their magic onto other people at 12 years old. It was a moment of desperation, Harry reasoned, like a mother lifting a car off her child. Always one to be humble, Krinos chuckled. No matter the circumstances, it was still an incredible feat of magic. Yes, it was, a small voice said. The 3 looked up with almost whiplash-causing speed. It was the same blonde Ravenclaw that had somehow smiled at them while they were camouflaged. She was a bit of an odd sight once they got a good look at her. Her long blonde hair was platinum, but not as bright as Malfoy's most likely dyed locked. She was in a regular Ravenclaw uniform but had her own type of jewelry, which were, weirdly enough, a pair of radishes for earrings and a butterbeer bottle cap for a necklace pendant. Her eyes also had this dreamy look in them, as if she was there but also a million miles away at the same time. "What in the name of Zeus?" Harry swore. "The Nargles told me you were there," she tells them. "They also told me that I can trust the flower, the jungle beast, and the siren. They haven't steered me wrong yet." "Nargles?" Melody raised her eyebrow. "Yes," the girl responded. "They are much more informed than the Hufflepuffs." I don't know how to respond to that," Krenos admitted. "You don't have to," the girl giggled. "Be careful of the golden idiot. He will make things worse before they are better." She then simply walked away. "Wait," Harry called after her, making her turn around. "Who are you?" "Luna," she answered. "Luna Lovegood." Chapter 25. Greeks really hate Gilderoy Lockhart. Chapter summary. Some passages are from Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 25. Greeks really hate Gilderoy Lockhart. The aftermath of Mrs. Norris's petrification had spread throughout the entire school before anyone even went to bed that night. The siblings were happy to not be a part of any of the rumors that were running around the school. Who knows what would have happened if Harry did not have that spike in magic power? "I doubt even a wildfire spreads as fast as rumors in this school," Krenos stated as they walked to breakfast that Saturday. "No doubt," Harry agreed. "I remember this American saying, 'Nothing travels faster than the speed of light than gossip in a small town.' Guess the saying implies to schools as well." "I'm still concerned about two things," Melody says. "The first obviously being the voice that Harry's been hearing. And second, that Lovegood girl," Harry guessed. "Got it in one." Melody put a hand on her hip. "Who even is she? How did she know we were there?" "She also seemed to know about your powers," Krenos added. "She referred to us as the flower, jungle, beast, and siren." "I'm curious about those Nargles she was talking about," Harry admitted. "I have never heard of them before, and magical creatures are my thing. Something tells me that she is a lot more than she appears to be," Krenos says. "Who is more than?" Fred started. "She appears to be," George finished. The siblings had decided to sit at the Hufflepuff table that morning. It was easier to talk about their secret because the Hufflepuffs respected their privacy a lot more than the ever-curious Ravenclaws and nosy Gryffindors. Fred and George had dragged Neville and Percy over to the table, and they all sat down. "Luna," Melody said.
Luna Lovegood.
"We had a rather unique talk with her yesterday. She was talking about things like Nargles and Hufflepuffs, whatever those are." "Yep, sounds like Luna," Percy said, making the siblings look at him. "Do you know her?" Harry asked. "Luna lives not far from the burrow where we live," Percy explained. "She lived with her mom and dad before her mom passed away. It's just been her and her dad for about 2 years now." "Oh my!" Melody covered her mouth. Losing a parent was hard, especially if it was a mother. And if Luna had been quite close with her mother, that only made it worse. The stereotype of mommy's little boy and daddy's little girl did not really exist for the siblings. Krenos and Harry had been the apples of their father's eyes. Melody was also deeply loved by her mother. But even then, all the siblings were treated with the same amount of love and respect. "Yeah, Luna's had it pretty rough," Fred said. "But she's never changed," George says. "That's what we love about her," they both finished. "I know she's in my house, but that's pretty much all we know," Melody said. "We didn't pay much attention to the sorting this year, but I think the fact that a car crashed through the ceiling before it even ended gives us enough reason to not remember a single face," Harry chuckled. The three Weasleys groaned at the reminder of their brother's stupidity. "Whatever happened to that car anyway?" Krenos wondered. "Did the headmaster or your father have it dismantled or disenchanted?" "I think Dad spelled the car a little too well," Percy said. "When Dumbledore tried to take the enchantments off of it, the car started up all by itself and drove through the front doors and into the Forbidden Forest." The siblings could not help but all raise eyebrows at that. Even Neville had the same weirded-out look on his face. "Great, a magical version of artificial intelligence." Harry rubbed his temples with his hand. As if mundanes didn't have enough paranoia about robots taking over the world as it is. "What's a robot?" Neville curiously asked. "Purebloods." The trio rolled their eyes. "Oi." The four of them were slightly offended, making the siblings laugh. After breakfast ended, The three made their way to the Quidditch pitch for the first game of the season. It was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and let's just say that Harry was looking forward to beating Malfoy to the snitch. Harry was nervous, though, at the thought of what would say if Gryffindor lost, but also at the idea of facing a team mounted on the fastest racing brooms gold could buy. He was perfectly confident when he was channeling a bird to fly, but brooms were completely different. He had never wanted to beat Slytherin so badly. As 11 o'clock approached, the whole school made its way down to the stadium. It was a muggy sort of day with a hint of thunder in the air. Krenos and Malloy wished Harry good luck as he entered the locker rooms, and they went off to the stands. The team pulled on their scarlet Gryffindor robes, then sat down to listen to Wood's usual pre-match pep talk. "Slytherin has better brooms than us," he began. "No point denying it. But we've got better people on our brooms. We've trained harder than they have. We've been flying in all weathers." "Too true," muttered George. "I haven't been properly dry since August." That made Harry cover his mouth to hide his laughter. "We're going to make them rue the day they let that little bit of slime, Malfoy, buy his way onto their team." Oliver then faced the animal mage. "It'll be down to you, Harry, to show them that a seeker has to have something more than a rich father. Get to that snitch before Malfoy or die trying, Harry, because we've got to win today. We've got to." "So no pressure, Harry," said Fred, winking at him. "Oliver, no offense, but Krenos and Melody would have killed you if they heard the order you just gave me," Harry warned. As they walked out onto the pitch, a roar of noise greeted them. Mainly cheers because Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were anxious to see Slytherin beaten. They were led, of course, by Krenos and Melody in support of their brother. But the Slytherins in the crowd made their boos and hisses heard too. Madam Hooch, the Quidditch teacher, asked Flint and Wood to shake hands, which they did, giving each other threatening stares and gripping rather harder than was necessary. "On my whistle," said Madam Hooch. 3, 2, 1. With a roar from the crowd to speed them upward, the 14 players rose toward the leaden sky. Harry flew higher than any of them, squinting around for the snitch. "All right there, Scarhead," yelled Malfoy, shooting underneath him as though to show off the speed of his broom. Harry made no attempt to reply. He had better things to do during the game than to be annoyed by Malfoy. Besides, at that very moment, a heavy black bludger came pelting toward him. He avoided it so narrowly that he felt it ruffle his hair as it passed. "Close one, Harry," said George, streaking past him with his club in his hand, ready to knock the bludger back toward a Slytherin. Harry saw George give the bludger a powerful whack in the direction of Adrian Pusey, but the bludger changed direction in midair and shot straight for Harry again. Harry dropped quickly to avoid it, and George managed to hit it hard toward Malfoy. Once again, the bludger swerved like a boomerang and shot at Harry's head. "What in the name of Hades?" Krenos swore, looking at his sister. Harry put on a burst of speed and zoomed toward the other end of the pitch. He could hear the bludger whistling along behind him. What was going on? Bludgers never concentrated on one player like this. It was their job to try and unseat as many people as possible. It was part of the magic enchanting them to target all players. Fred was waiting for the bludger at the other end. Harry ducked as Fred swung at the bludger with all his might. The bludger was knocked off course. "I don't think I've ever been this thankful for those twins in my life." Melody had her hand over her heart. "What is wrong with that bludger?" "If I knew, I'd make it stop," Krenos said. "Gotcha," Fred yelled happily, but he was wrong. As though it was magnetically attracted to Harry, the bludger pelted after him once more and Harry was forced to fly off at full speed. It had started to rain. Harry felt heavy drops fall onto his face, splattering onto his glasses. He didn't have a clue what was going on in the rest of the game until he heard Lee commentating. "Slytherin lead, 60 points to 0, he announced. The Slytherin's superior brooms were clearly doing their jobs, and meanwhile, the mad bludger was doing all it could to knock Harry out of the air. Fred and George were now flying so close to him on either side that Harry could see nothing at all except their flailing arms. Between that, the rain, and fearing for his life, he had no chance to look for the snitch, let alone catch it. "Someone's tampered with this bludger," Fred grunted, swinging his bat with all his might at it as it launched a new attack on Harry. "We need a timeout," said George, trying to signal to Wood and stop the bludger breaking Harry's nose at the same time. Wood had thankfully gotten the message. Madam Hooch's whistle rang out and Harry, Fred, and George dived for the ground, still trying to avoid the mad bludger. "What's going on?" said Wood as the Gryffindor team huddled together, while Slytherins in the crowd jeered. "We're being flattened. Fred, George, where were you when that bludger stopped Angelina scoring?" "We were 20 feet above her, stopping the other bludger from murdering Harry, Ollie," George angrily said. "Someone's fixed it. It won't leave Harry alone. It hasn't gone for anyone else all game. The Slytherins must have done something to it. But the bludgers have been locked in Madam Hooch's office since our last practice, and there was nothing wrong with them then," said Wood, anxiously. "Spells, jinxes, curses, or anything else that could make that bludger go wild can pierce a box, Wood," Katie said. Madam Hooch was walking toward them. Over her shoulder, Harry could see the Slytherin team jeering and pointing in his direction. "Listen," said Harry as she came closer. "With you two flying around me all the time, the only way I'm going to catch the snitch is if it flies up my sleeve. Go back to the rest of the team and let me deal with the rogue one." "Don't be thick." Fred sounded really worried. "It'll take your head off." Wood was looking from Harry to the Weasleys. "Oliver, this is insane," Alicia angrily stated. "You can't let Harry deal with that thing on his own. Let's ask for an inquiry. If we stop now, we'll have to forfeit the match," Harry said. "We're not losing to Slytherin just because of a crazy bludger, and I am most certainly not losing to a fury spawn like Malfoy. Come on, Oliver. Tell them to leave me alone. This is all your fault." George was quite angry with Wood. "Get the snitch or die trying." What a stupid thing to tell him. Madam Hooch had joined them. "Ready to resume play?" she asked Wood. Wood looked at the determined look on Harry's face. "All right," he said. "Fred, George, you heard Harry. Leave him alone and let him deal with the bludger on his own." The rain was falling more heavily now. On Madam Hooch's whistle, Harry kicked hard into the air and heard the telltale whoosh of the bludger behind him. Harry climbed higher. He looped and swooped, spiraled, zigzagged, and rolled. Slightly dizzy, he nevertheless kept his eyes wide open. The rain was speckling his glasses and ran up his nostrils as he hung upside down, avoiding another fierce dive away from the bludger. He could hear laughter from the crowd. He knew he must look very stupid, but the rogue bludger was heavy and couldn't change direction as quickly as Harry could. He began a kind of roller coaster ride around the edges of the stadium, squinting through the silver sheets of rain to the Gryffindor goal posts, where Adrian Pusey was trying to get past Wood. A whistling in Harry's ear told him the bludger had just missed him again. He turned right over and sped in the opposite direction. "Training for the ballet, Potter?" yelled Malfoy as Harry was forced to do a stupid kind of twirl in midair to dodge the bludger. "It's Potter Gardiner, ya inbred son of a fury," Harry yelled back, really tired of having to correct people in this country. Then he fled, the bludger trailing a few feet behind him. But when he turned to glare back at Malfoy, he saw it. The golden snitch was hovering inches above Malfoy's left ear. Malfoy was too busy laughing at Harry to see or notice it. For an agonizing moment, Harry hung in midair, not daring to speed toward Malfoy in case he looked up and saw the snitch. Wham! He had stayed still a second too long. The bludger had hit him at last, smashed into his elbow, and Harry felt his arm break. Dimly, dazed by the searing pain in his arm, he slid sideways on his rain-drenched broom, one knee still crooked over it, his right arm dangling useless at his side. The bludger came pelting back for a second attack, this time aiming at his face. Harry swerved out of the way, one idea firmly lodged in his numb brain: get to Malfoy. Through a haze of rain and pain, he dived for the shimmering, sneering face below him and saw its eyes widen with fear. Malfoy thought Harry was attacking him. "What the?" he gasped, careening out of Harry's way. Harry took his remaining hand off his broom and made a wild snatch. He felt his fingers close on the cold snitch, but was now only gripping the broom with his legs, and there was a yell from the crowd below. As he headed straight for the ground, trying hard not to pass out, Krenos and Melody were already out of their seats and running down the stairs to the field. With a splattering thud, he hit the mud and rolled off his broom. His arm was hanging at a very strange angle. Riddled with pain, he heard a good deal of whistling and shouting. He focused on the snitch clutched in his good hand. "Aha!" he said vaguely. "We've won." "Harry!" his two siblings yelled, running over. Melody caught him as he fully fainted from the pain. Krynos took the liberty of keeping away as many of the unwanted people as possible, especially Malfoy, the human garbage disposal, and the bookworm that can never mind her own business. Too bad he missed one person that the trio really did not need right now. Harry soon came to with someone leaning over him. He saw a glitter of teeth. "Oh no, absolutely anyone but you," he moaned. "Doesn't know what he's saying," said Lockhart loudly to the anxious crowd of Gryffindors pressing around them. "Not to worry, Harry. I'm about to fix your arm." "No." Harry tried to sit up, but his arm was killing him. "When I say anyone but you, I mean it. I'd rather be healed by Monkey than you." "Lie back, Harry," said Lockhart soothingly. "It's a simple charm I've used countless times." "What part of the word no do you not understand?" Harry snapped through clenched teeth. "I can just go to the hospital wing." "He should really, Professor," said a Muddy Wood, who couldn't help grinning even though his seeker was injured. "Great capture, Harry. Really spectacular. Your best yet, I'd say." Through the thicket of legs around him, Harry spotted Fred and George wrestling with the rogue bludger into a box. It was still putting up a terrific fight, until it managed to break free from their grips. "Incoming!" they yelled. The crowd around the injured animal mage scattered as it shot at Harry again. Melody quickly raised her wand, hiding the usage of her own powers. "Harmony shield," she whispered. A round shield of music measures with moving notes quickly formed in front of them. The bludger bounced off the shield, with a very funny gong-like sound, and shot upward. "Remind me to use that spell more often," Melody said, the trio looking up. "Noted," the brothers respond. It was soon that they heard the whistle of the bludger as it came toward them again. "Oh, for the love of the gods," Krynos swore. "Does that thing ever give up?" Harry and Melody were forced to separate as Harry rolled to the side, causing the bludger to smash into the ground instead. As it shot back up, then down again, Harry opened his legs to let the bludger slam into the ground between them. Krynos decided to act in case 3 times was the charm for that thing. His eyes glowed as his own powers activated. He and Melody shared a look before he cast. "Nature's fog," he quietly cast, waving his wand for show. A swirl of leaves and green fog-like wind blew around them, hiding the 3 from the crowd around them. Most were too focused on the displays of unique magic to try and see them anyway. "Jungle Soul, Anaconda," Harry cast. The spirit of the Amazon reptile appeared around him. He sent it up to the bludger as it came down a 3rd time. The spirit wrapped itself around the sports ball gone mad. The spirit tightened its grip so much that it broke, shattered into pieces. A broken arm was not going to stop him from getting rid of the thing that was trying to kill him. "Take it down, Krynos," Harry told his brother. Krynos nodded, letting his fog spell drop. Most of the people around them were unbelievably shocked by the 3. None of them had ever heard of any wizard spells that could do what any of them did. Of course, the teachers knew that it was really their mystic soul roots at work. Professor Dumbledore hoped that they had some pretty good explanations for what they just did. "What did you just do?" Of course was yelled by the Harpy of Gryffindor. "We used to think that there were no harpies outside of Greece," Melody says. "Then we met her." That caused a lot of snickers and laughs around them, much to the annoyance of Granger. "I'm not a harpy," Hermione screamed at them. "Then stop shrieking like one." Krynos crossed his arms. "And, just to shut you up," Harry said, "we use spells that are from our Greek roots. A nature-based fog spell used to create wind to slow opponents down or create a distraction. A sonic shield spell, tougher than your average protection charm. My constriction spell combines the wrapping effect of Devil's Snare with the grip of an anaconda for a crushing result." Their smug looks fell when the pain in Harry's arm decided to rear its ugly head again. He fell back down. "Stand back," said Lockhart, rolling up his jade-green sleeves and being completely oblivious to the siblings repeatedly telling him no. "No," Harry tried denying him again. But Lockhart was ignoring him and twirling his wand, and a second later had directed it straight at Harry's arm. "He told you, no," Krynos and Melody yelled. It was too late. A strange and unpleasant sensation started at Harry's shoulder and spread all the way down to his fingertips. It felt as though his arm was being deflated. He didn't dare look at what was happening. His arm didn't hurt anymore, nor did it feel remotely like an arm. Krynos and Melody both looked just about ready to reveal their secret, just to vanquish the blonde idiot right then and there. "Ah," said Lockhart. Yes. Well, that can sometimes happen. But the point is, the bones are no longer broken. That's the thing to bear in mind. So, Harry, just toddle up to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will be able to, tidy you up a bit. As Melody helped Harry to his feet, he felt strangely lopsided. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at his right side. What he saw nearly made him pass out again. Poking out of the end of his robes was what looked like a thick, flesh-colored rubber glove. He tried to move his fingers. Nothing happened. Lockhart hadn't mended Harry's bones. He had removed them. Madame Pomfrey wasn't at all pleased, having already been at the pitch in case of any injuries. But nothing like this was foreseen. Probably not even by the divination teacher. It took a combo of Fred, George, Cedric, Neville, and Oliver to pull the twins away from the so-called Dada teacher. To say that the two Greeks were angry would be like saying that World War II was a slight misunderstanding, or that Hitler was a tad bit mean. Chapter 26. The Odd Elf Returns. Chapter 26. The Odd Elf Returns. Trust me when I say that it was difficult for the five boys to drag the twins away before they could tear Lockhart apart limb from limb. Their amulets, not to mention somewhere deep in their minds, were working overtime to keep them calm. One slip-up and their entire secret will be blown sky-high. How on Demeter's green earth did that spawn on the underworld even get into this school, let alone as a professor? Melody yelled. Where is the nearest patch of devil's snare? Krenos growled. I'll feed him to it, bring him back, just to strangle him with my bare hands. What the two didn't know was that they were screaming and shouting in their native tongue. They were pacing in front of their brother's bed ranting and raving in Greek. Harry found it very entertaining to hear just how creative his siblings could get with their magical and physical threats. Fred, George, Neville, Oliver, and Cedric were all just confused. Percy, who had joined them near the beginning of their rant, was equally confused. Do we even want to know what they're saying? Percy asked the only non-ranting Greek in the hospital wing. Let's just say that Lockhart should be very thankful that he is not this here, right now, Harry said. Never thought that I'd be scared of two 12-year-olds, Cedric says. Trust me when I say that they can be a hell of a lot scarier than this, Harry chuckled. Ask any demon that has met them. Do you guys face these demons often? Neville asks. Not as often as you might think, but generally we vanquish at least one demon a week, Harry says. Maybe more if we're facing the swarm demons, the Kazi demons, or really any of the demon tribes that like to travel in groups when hunting. And what exactly, Fred started asking, do they hunt? George finished the question. Innocence, Harry pretty much summed up in one word. That drove a dark aura over them, going unnoticed by the two angry twins that still have not stopped their pacing for yelling in their native tongue. They kill people, Cedric stuttered. Mundanes, magicals, name a living thing and they'll kill it. Harry talked like this was an everyday thing to him, which it probably was. They don't care, Neville stuttered. Obviously the most frightened of all those there since he always seemed naturally timid. There are demons that have specific desires when it comes to who they kill, Harry explained. For starters, the Imp Master kills Good Samaritans after he tricks them into a secluded space on the guise of asking for help with an injured or sick loved one. We always hated him more than others because it's like he punishes people for trying to be a good person. The other boys were disturbed by what he was talking about. They were thankful that their country was ignored by these things, remembering Harry telling them that at last year's welcoming feast. But that also meant that the rest of the world was facing these things on an almost daily basis. It almost made them feel selfish about it. Is that even the worst of them? Oliver was not very hopeful. Harry shook his head. What they feared he would do. Demons come in all shapes, sizes, and species, Harry says. The demon of fear kills unmarried witches by bringing their greatest fears to life. The demonic furies force bad people to hear the cries of their victims before forcing smoke inhalation on them. Power broker demons force demonic powers into mundanes until the power literally burns through their humanity and bodies. The necromancer demon kills other magical creatures in order to absorb their spirits. I always thought that the invisible friend was the worst out of all of them. Invisible friend? Percy was confused. A demon that could make himself invisible to everyone but the magical child that he befriends, Harry explained. If he uses his powers to make friends with children, why is he the demon that you hate most of all? Cedric asked. Dear Merlin, he He doesn't kill the kids, does he? Neville was really praying for no to be the answer. As bad as that would be, it isn't what he does, Harry said. Then what makes him so bad? Percy asked. The invisible friend demon turns the children, Harry explains. He finds powerful kids that will most likely become great forces for good in the future, be it because of powerful abilities or strong families. He befriends them, earns their trust, and then enchants an object they hold precious to turn them evil. Once he earns their trust, that gives him the opening to turn them. The worst part is that since it's during the years where imaginary friends are common for kids, their parents don't question them talking to the air. The boys understood why he thought that was the worst kind of demon. He was taking away future good witches and wizards during the years where they are at their most vulnerable. He saw their destinies as goodness and light and takes it away. He turns sons and daughters away from their parents and families just to create more evil in the world. I can't believe such creatures are out there. Neville was dumbfounded. Reality is a lot more dangerous than what adults would have us believe, Harry says. My adoptive parents, as well as the parents of other magicals back home, don't believe that their kids should look at the world through rose-tinted glasses. I mean, look at how your history books describe the Salem witch trials. What do you mean? Cedric asked. That got the twins to stop their rants. They looked at the boys with almost looks of pity. The British boys could not help but feel that reality was about to slap them in the faces again. Do you guys know the reason behind the Statute of Secrecy being created? Krenos asked them. We know that it was made almost 500 years ago when purebloods got too afraid of muggles to show their magic to them. Percy showed his Ravenclaw side. Melody nodded. But do you know why they were afraid? Percy went to open his mouth to answer, but quickly closed it as he got a look of confusion on his face. Fred and George were certainly shocked that he didn't know. His face was usually buried in one book or another during the holidays. The statute was created because of the mundane's increasing paranoia about magicals, Krenos explained. There have been many witch hunts throughout the centuries proving that mundanes and magicals just don't mix. The Salem witch trials were proof enough. The trials couldn't have been that bad, Oliver says. Wood is right, Cedric agreed. Wizards know the flame-freezing charms, so the fires to execute them would not work and would only tickle them at most. Wendelin the Weird enjoyed the sensation of the charmed flames so much that she allowed herself to get caught and burned at the stake at least 47 times in varying disguises. But what about those that didn't know the charm? Harry countered. What about the children and teenagers that were convicted? The Hogwarts students did not know how to answer that. It never even occurred to them to think about anyone that couldn't cast the charm, nor those even young enough to not know about the magic that they had. The books we've read from here, the ones written by British authors about mundanes, all paint these catastrophic events as nothing more than a water balloon fight at most, Melody snapped. Dozens upon hundreds of kids, teenagers, and even young adults died in those trials. They were burned at the stake, hung from trees, buried under rocks, beaten to death in the streets. All of it because they were seen doing something odd or different, and mundanes were paranoid enough to kill them because of how they thought it was the devil's magic. First-generation mages don't even know what they are until someone tells them, Krenos says. They get upset, angry, or really happy and their magic reacts. Accidental magic cannot be controlled by someone so young. It isn't even a thing of the past, Harry said. A few years ago, in America, there was a 13-year-old first-generation witch by the name of Emily Johnson. She was claustrophobic. So when some bullies played a mean prank and locked her in a small tool shed while at a day camp, her magic lashed out in fear. It ripped off the door of the shed and nearly took the head off one of the bullies. It caught the attention of a mundane serial killer that killed anyone that he believed to be a witch. He would take them, force them to confess, and then kill them as they did in the olden days. Young Emily was his fourth victim. Krenos immediately gave Neville a trash bucket. The poor boy lost whatever food was in his stomach to the bin. Harry would have tried to comfort him, but his fellow Gryffindor was on the side of his bed nearest to his deboned arm. Such a limb was not very useful when comforting someone. It'd be more like hitting him with a piece of rubber. Madame Pomfrey soon came in, shooing everyone away from Harry's bedside so that she could get through. As she gave Harry some skullgro, which was even worse tasting than he thought that it would, they didn't know about the headmaster that had come to check on him. Dumbledore had heard everything and had to force himself not to shed tears. Of course, Dumbledore knew that about demons. He had to make sure to add a protection ward against them to the Hogwarts barriers in case the presence of the three attracted them to the school. But he never imagined such young and innocent magicals to know and experience such horrible creatures. Anyone so young should not even know that they exist, let alone have fought and vanquished them before. Dumbledore will be the first to admit that he was a pacifist. He hated fighting, always had and always will. He knew that some people criticized him over not fighting Grindelwald sooner, or not going out to defeat Voldemort himself. He didn't mind because he knew that they all saw the power he had. He knew that generally, people think that being powerful means that they enjoy fighting and are always up to do it. And if that person doesn't fight, that's when things go sideways. The fact that they also knew the horror of the witch trials was also telling. Mystic souls, from what he knew, kept to themselves even more so than forest elves and sirens. They stuck together more than werewolf packs. But even with what little he already knew and could gather, mystic souls do not interact with Muggle at all after they learn who and what they are. They enter the magical world but never leave. Though, he could not blame them if they heard about what Muggles have done to witches and wizards in the past. They wouldn't even really need to go to the Muggle world. Just looking at the sibling trio, they could survive on their own perfectly well. Krenos bringing in fresh produce with a simple wave of his hand, Harry using his animal instincts to hunt down meat, and even Melody earning money through her musical talents. No matter how hard Madame Pomfrey tried, she could not Krenos or Melody to leave the hospital wing. She got the other boys to leave, but not the twins. But when all three were asleep, the twins on chairs with their heads and arms on Harry's bed, it was too cute to interfere. Hours Harry woke quite suddenly in the pitch blackness and gave a small yelp of pain. His arm felt full of large splinters. For a second, he thought that was what had woken him. Then, with a thrill of horror, he realized that someone was sponging his forehead in the dark. "Get off," he said loudly, and then, "Dobby!" The house elf's goggling tennis ball eyes were peering at Harry through the darkness. A single tear was running down his long, pointed nose. Harry's yelps woke up his snoozing siblings as well. "Is it a demon?" Krenos instantly asked out of pure habit from other times he was woken up. "Harry Potter came back to school," the elf whispered miserably. Dobby warned Harry Potter. Sir, why didn't you heed Dobby? Why didn't Harry Potter go back home when he almost missed the train? "What are you doing here?" he asked. "And how did you know I nearly missed the train? And how many times do I need to tell you that it's Potter Gardiner?" Dobby's lip trembled and Melody was seized by a sudden suspicion. "It was you," she said slowly. "You stopped the barrier from letting us through. That was why Olivia's magic reacted the way it was. We thought a wizard closed the barrier, not an elf." "Indeed, yes, miss," said Dobby, nodding his head vigorously, ears flapping. Dobby hid and watched for Harry Potter and sealed the gateway, and Dobby had to iron his hands afterward. He showed them his 10 long, bandaged fingers. But Dobby didn't care, sir, for he thought Harry Potter was safe, and never did Dobby dream that Harry Potter would get to school another way. Dobby was so shocked when he heard Harry Potter was back at Hogwarts, he let his master's dinner burn. Such a flogging Dobby never had, sir. Harry slumped back onto his pillows. Dobby was rocking back and forth, sobbing. He blew his nose on a corner of the filthy pillowcase he wore, looking so pathetic that the trio felt their anger ebb away in spite of himself. "Why'd you wear that thing, Dobby?" Harry asked. "This, sir." Dobby plucked at the pillowcase. "'Tis a mark of the house elf's enslavement, sir. Dobby can only be freed if his masters present him with clothes, sir. The family is careful not to pass Dobby even a sock, sir, for then he would be free to leave their house forever. Harry Potter must go home." Dobby thought his bludger would be enough to make. "Your bludger?" Krenos was pissed, their anger rising once more. "What you mean, your bludger? You made that bludger try and kill our brother?" "Not kill you, sir. Never kill you," said Dobby, shocked. "Dobby wants to save Harry Potter's life. Better sent home, grievously injured, than remain here, sir." Dobby only wanted Harry Potter hurt enough to be sent home. "Oh, is that all?" Harry angrily snapped. "I don't suppose you're going to tell me why you wanted me sent home in pieces?" "Ah, if Harry Potter only knew." Dobby groaned, more tears dripping onto his ragged pillowcase. "If he knew what he means to us, to the lowly, the enslaved, we dregs of the magical world, Dobby remembers how it was when he who must not be named was at the height of his powers, sir. We house elves were treated like vermin, sir. Of course, Dobby is still treated like that, sir. But mostly, sir, life has improved for my kind since you triumphed over he who must not be named. Harry Potter survived, and the Dark Lord's power was broken. And it was a new dawn, sir, and Harry Potter shone like a beacon of hope for those of us who thought the dark days would never end, sir. And now, at Hogwarts, terrible things are to happen, are perhaps happening already, and Dobby cannot let Harry Potter stay here now that history is to repeat itself. Now that the Chamber of Secrets is open once more. Dobby froze, horror-struck, then grabbed Harry's water jug from his bedside table and cracked it over his own head, toppling out of sight. A second later, he crawled back onto the bed, cross-eyed, muttering, "Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby." "So there is a Chamber of Secrets," Melody said. "And by what you just said, it has been opened before. Dobby, you need to tell us. Now, how can Harry be in danger anyway?" Krenos asked. "He is not a first-generation mage. How can he be in danger from the chamber?" "Ah, sir, ask no more of poor Dobby," stammered the elf, his eyes huge in the dark. "Dark deeds are planned in this place, but Harry Potter must not be here when they happen. Go home, Harry Potter, go home. Harry Potter must not meddle in this, sir. 'Tis too dangerous." "Who is it?" "Dobby." Harry had a firm hold on Dobby's wrist to stop him from hitting himself with the water jug again. "Who's opened it? Who opened it last time?" "Dobby can't, sir. Dobby can't. Dobby mustn't tell," squealed the elf. "Go home, Harry Potter. Go home." "I'm not going anywhere," said Harry fiercely. Dobby suddenly froze, his bat ears quivering. Harry heard it, too. There were footsteps coming down the passageway outside. "Dobby must go," breathed the elf, terrified. There was a loud crack, and Harry's fist was suddenly clenched on thin air. He slumped back into bed, his eyes on the dark doorway to the hospital wing as the footsteps drew nearer. Krenos and Melody changed positions so that they could also watch the door and also keep up a sleeping appearance. The next moment, Dumbledore was backing into the hospital wing, wearing a long dressing gown and a nightcap. He was carrying one end of what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall appeared a second later, carrying its feet. Together, they heaved it onto a bed. The trio was silently impressed by how the two managed to carry whatever that was at their ages. "Get Madame Pomfrey," whispered Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall hurried past the end of Harry's bed out of sight. The three lay quite still, pretending to be asleep. They heard urgent voices. Then Professor McGonagall swept back into view. She was closely followed by Madame Pomfrey, who was pulling a cardigan on over her nightdress. He heard a sharp intake of breath. "What happened?" Madame Pomfrey whispered to Dumbledore, bending over the statue on the bed. "Another attack," Dumbledore answered, the trio's blood now running cold. "Minerva found him on the stairs. There was a bunch of grapes next to him," Professor McGonagall said. "We think he was trying to sneak up here to visit Potter." Harry's stomach gave a horrible lurch. Slowly and carefully, he raised himself a few inches so he could look at the statue on the bed. A ray of moonlight lay across its staring face. It was Colin Creevey. He was a first year that was constantly walking around with his muggle camera. Harry let him take a picture of him with Krenos and Melody just to be nice. While he was a little annoying, they knew that there would people that acted this way around the boy who lived. The young Gryffindor's eyes were wide and his hands were stuck up in front of him, holding his camera. "Petrified," whispered Madame Pomfrey. "Yes," Professor McGonagall told her. "But I shudder to think. If Albus hadn't been on the way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have." The three of them stared down at Colin. Then Dumbledore leaned forward and wrenched the camera out of Colin's rigid grip. "You don't think he managed to get a picture of his attacker?" Professor McGonagall asked eagerly. Dumbledore didn't answer. He opened the back of the camera. A jet of steam had hissed out of the camera. Even with the trio being 3 beds away, they still caught the acrid smell of burnt plastic. "Good gracious," said Madame Pomfrey. "Melted," said Madame Pomfrey wonderingly. "All melted. What does this mean, Albus?" Professor McGonagall asked urgently. "It means," Dumbledore says, "that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again." Madame Pomfrey clapped a hand to her mouth. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore. "But Albus, surely, who?" McGonagall stuttered. The question is not who, said Dumbledore, his eyes on Colin. The question is how. And from what Harry could see of Professor McGonagall's shadowy face, she didn't understand this any better than he or his siblings did. Chapter 27. Olivia is one angry witch. Chapter 27. Olivia is one angry witch. What do you mean he isn't fired? Melody screamed at the top of her lungs. She was not a happy witch right now. Harry's arm might finally have its bones back, but she was not about to let that so-called professor get away with what he did. I apologize, Mississippi Gardiner, but the board of directors is beyond my control as headmaster, Dumbledore tells her. I had immediately fired him, but the board canceled the firing and even is giving him a raise for the apparent trouble I caused him. Are they stupid or blind? Krenos growled. Not only did he attempt a healing spell without Harry's permission or a healer's license, but he completely deboned his arm. How in the name of Hades, Zeus, and Poseidon does that not get him fired? Harry was not any better about the man that did that to his arm was walking around the school still. It seems that Mr. Malfoy's father does not seem to think that a man of Gilderoy's status should be punished for something so trivial. Dumbledore never liked that man for a reason. My best guess is that he bribed most of the rest of the board to agree with him. Wow, it does not seem like there is anyone likable in the Malfoy family, Melody scoffed. What is wrong with the people in this country? No offense, headmaster. None taken, I assure you, Mississippi Gardiner, Dumbledore says. I have been trying for years to improve us, but most purebloods are too set in their ways and do not think any change is necessary. Not necessary, Krenos rolled his eyes. They're delusional, that's what they are. I mean, look at how they treat first-generation magic users. Harry crossed his arms. They treat them like second-class citizens, preventing them from owning businesses and getting ministry positions above a secretary. According to Melody's research, first-generation mages have risen to a 6-to-1 birth rate, meaning for every one pureblood born, there are 6 muggleborns born. I did not know that, Dumbledore says. You're a busy man, headmaster, Krenos says. You have 3 very powerful and demanding jobs. You most likely can't always find time to keep up with all the growing information about your country. Not even normal people can't do that. If you like, sir, we can call our cousin Olivia to help you, Melody offered. As a member of the Magic Council, she can lend a hand on the political side of your chief warlock and supreme mugwump jobs. I would appreciate that very much. Dumbledore has never met as helpful students as these 3 since James, Lily, Alice, and Frank were still in school. Oh, Hades, Harry swore, realizing something. Harry, what is it? Melody asked, concerned. Olivia, Harry said. If she finds out that Lockhart is getting out of this scot-free, we're looking at one very angry witch on our hands. For the love of Olympus, you're right. Krenos put his face in his hands. She might come fully stocked with vanquishing potions. I have not met her, but the way you talk about her, it is obvious she is very protective of you 3, Dumbledore noticed. Olivia is basically an older sister to us, Krenos says. She was there when we were at our lowest points to bring us back up. It also helps that she is quite knowledgeable of demons, spells, potions, and ways to annoy the older members of the council. Are her powers any similar to any of yours? Dumbledore asked. Olivia is a very powerful mystic soul, Melody explained. She has a very rare magic known simply as time magic, so she can control time, Dumbledore guessed. Her powers are a lot more different than such a basic description like that, Harry says. Olivia can manipulate time around herself or specific objects. She can freeze time, speed it up to the point of combustion, and reverse it. Her biggest power is that she is able to open portals to any place at any point in time. She once took us a little field trip to see dinosaurs, Krenos chuckled. Every child's dream. It got old real fast after we nearly got eaten by a T-Rex. Not to mention when I got snatched up by a pterodactyl, Melody said. Not the most pleasant family trip we've ever taken. This was another thing about the Gardiner trio that the headmaster noticed. While they would tell things about their parents, those tales seemed more like old memories that small children would remember. All the other memories they shared were either about each other or about Olivia. Nothing about their parents seemed to extend beyond when the 3 of them were close to turning 6, just barely a year since Harry came into their family. But he knew that they would tell people when they were ready to. Dinosaurs, Dumbledore was curious. What child doesn't want to see a dinosaur? Harry snickered. But since they are young, They do not take into consideration that there are quite a lot of dinosaurs that will eat them, Melody giggled. Obviously, they had not watched the mundane Jurassic Park movie series, Krenos stated. Dumbledore just looked confused by that last statement. He may like muggles and preach for wizards to try and understand them better, but that doesn't mean he knew a single thing about movies or other sources of muggle entertainment. We'll explain later, the three stated at the look on his face. He nodded at that. We always thought that Olivia's powers are one of those types of magic that have a very big drawback, Harry said. I'm not sure what you mean. Dumbledore was confused. There must be a lot of magic users that would do anything to have that type of magic. Has there ever been a moment in your life that you wish you could go back and change? Krenos asked. You have no idea, Dumbledore tells them. Olivia has to keep herself under control in order to not do that, Krenos says. When you can go to any point in time, one of the main temptations is to change what is meant to happen. History is full of events that are meant to happen. Everything that has come to pass is meant to be. Time mages are meant to protect the timeline, not change it to what they think is right, Harry continued. There are a lot of events that good people would want to change, but can't in fear of the consequences, like stopping the Titanic sinking or killing Hitler before he can murder millions of Jewish people. But if they were to change history, no one knows what that could do to the rest of the timeline. Melody took over. Even if you simply save one life, thousands of others could be affected by that. Take saving the Titanic, for example, Krenos started. That is over 1,500 people that were destined to die that day walking around. Thousands of new souls would be created by those people now being able to have children of their own and all of their families branching out. But these people aren't meant to exist. Every event they caused, good or bad, was not meant to happen. Unintended consequences, that is what you were talking about. Dumbledore was figuring things out. Exactly, Headmaster, Harry says. A series of events that happen and were caused by one person's actions, but the following events were not intended. Like one mystic soul that had Nordic blood in his veins thought it would be a better idea if the Vikings had stayed in America, discovering it instead of Columbus. But that changed all of America's history. The Vikings killed Columbus, massacred the Native Americans, and Christmas ended up becoming Odin Day instead. Sometimes there are even small events that fate itself tries to undo before any harm was done, Melody said. There was an American witch that had the power of premonition, or the ability to see the future. But she once got a vision of her mundane boyfriend dying from an accident. Only she wasn't meant to get that vision, and he was meant to die. So he just kept getting into situations that death and fate set up for him, only for her to continue saving him. How was she getting these premonitions if she was not meant to? Dumbledore asks. No one knows, Harry admitted. After the witch died trying to save her boyfriend after over 3 months, her brother and sister tried everything to find out why the premonitions kept happening, especially since her boyfriend wasn't magical in any way, nor did he have magical connections beyond her, and he hadn't even been told that she was a witch yet. Very strange indeed, Dumbledore says. Time is a delicate thing, Headmaster, Melody tells him. One cannot simply mess with it to try and make it how they want it. There will always be something that goes wrong. Your cousin has a terrible burden on her shoulders, Dumbledore realized. She's learned to live with it, Krenos shrugged. There will always be the temptations, but Olivia knows what she's doing. Plus, we have gotten to meet some interesting people because of her. Marie Antoinette asking me what a donut was will always be funny, Melody giggled. Remember when we met Ben Franklin and he accidentally got his hands on $100 bill? Harry laughed. The look on George Washington's face. Priceless. Another reason to admire the sibling trio. They go from doom and gloom to happy-go-lucky in 2 seconds flat. Dumbledore soon went to leave the hospital wing. Oh, before I forget, there is another piece of news that I needed to inform you three of, he started. The board has also approved of a dueling club being created. Dueling club. Melody actually liked the sound of that. Sounds cool. I am unaware of which staff member the board chose to lead it, but the chance to learn to duel is an exciting opportunity, Dumbledore tells them. The headmaster left the hospital wing. Melody, didn't you once say that Professor Flitwick is a dueling champion? Harry remembered. Oh, I think we'll like this dueling club, Melody smiled. Time jump. We would like the club if we didn't also have to deal with the Gryffindor Harpy, the human garbage disposal, and the blonde peacock, Krenos complained. It was after classes that day and most of their year, as well as the second and third years, were standing in a large room. In the room was a large, long platform that they guessed was for dueling. It had patterns of moons and stars in gold surrounded by blue for the rest of the platform color. The three knew that there was a likelihood that the three annoyances were going to be there, but doesn't mean it annoys them any less. They really did not have the time to deal with a girl that wants Harry to be the character from her books, a redhead loudmouth, and a blonde brat that never knows when to shut his mouth. We are so going to be getting some headaches. Harry shook his head. Way ahead of you. Krinos held up some vials. I mixed together some caffeinated tea. It used to be a very popular homemade remedy for headaches in China. Good thinking, Nos, Melody says. What is that American saying? I'm like a Boy Scout. Always prepared, Krinos said. Hey, guys. Neville came over to the three. Gia, Neville. The three said, hi, in their native tongue. You excited by the chance to learn to duel? The herbology prodigy asked them. It might help against those demons you told us about. As fine as we already are with handling them, we do need every advantage we can get, Melody says. Has the teacher showed up yet? Not that I can tell, Neville said. Fred and George were here earlier, but they got bored after 5 minutes of waiting and left. They did? Too bad. Harry shook his head. They'd make a lot better company than the annoying trio. Well, more like one duo and a single person, but you get the idea. No kidding, Krinos agreed. With how often I hear Ron ranting about slimy snakes, he'd never willingly do anything with Malfoy. Quite annoying. But when is Ron not getting on someone's nerves? Melody shrugged. I don't see the point in all these house stereotypes anyway, Harry says. I mean, Gryffindor is the house of the brave, but everyone says all light wizards come from that house. Slytherin is the house of the cunning, but is seen as the house of evil and dark wizards. Hufflepuff is the house of the loyal. Yet everyone calls it the house of leftovers that don't fit into any of the other houses. And Ravenclaw is the house of intelligence, but everyone always says that it is the house of know-it-alls and bookworms. We are a Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and 2 Gryffindors between the 4 of us. Melody crossed her arms. None of us believe in those ridiculous stereotypes. If a Slytherin ever joins our friend group, they'd probably also not believe them. I would hope they wouldn't believe them, Krinos stated. Mostly because I'm pretty sure we'd have to flee back to Greece if we had to vanquish a quarter of the students here. We'd need a lot of potions, Harry chuckled. I wonder who'll be teaching us, Neville wonders, as they edged into the chattering crowd. Someone told me Flitwick was a dueling champion when he was young. Maybe it'll be him. I hope it is. As long as it's not, Harry began, but he ended on a groan. Gilderoy Lockhart was walking onto the stage, resplendent in robes of deep plum, and accompanied by none other than Snape, wearing his usual black. Lockhart waved an arm for silence and called, gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Now, the board of directors has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Not likely, you useless fraud. The siblings growled. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, said Lockhart, flashing a wide smile. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Now, I don't want any of you, youngsters, to worry. You'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him, never fear. Well, if Snape wasn't upset about this before, he sure will be now, Melody said. Wouldn't it be good if they finished each other off? Krinos muttered in Harry's ear. Snape's upper lip was curling. Harry wondered why Lockhart was still smiling. If Snape had been looking at any of the students like that, they'd have been running as fast as they could in the opposite direction. Lockhart and Snape turned to face each other and bowed. At least, Lockhart did, with much twirling of his hands, whereas Snape jerked his head irritably. Then they raised their wands like swords in front of them. As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position, Lockhart told the silent crowd. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course. I wouldn't bet on that, Harry murmured, watching Snape baring his teeth. At least his Snape kills Lockhart. We'd be rid of both of them, Melody giggled. One to death and the other to prison. Talk about wishful thinking, Krinos said. 1, 2, 3 dash. Both of them swung their wands above their heads and pointed them at their opponent. Snape cried, Expelliarmus! There was a dazzling flash of scarlet light, and Lockhart was blasted off his feet. He flew backward off the stage, smashed into the wall, and slid down it to sprawl on the floor. Malfoy and some of the other Slytherins cheered. Hermione was dancing on tiptoes. "Do you think he's all right?" she squealed through her fingers. "Who cares?" the siblings said. "Come on, guys," Harry says. "This dueling club is nothing but a waste of time if that fraud is teaching it." "How dare you?" The Gryffindor Harpy had apparently heard them. "You know, Harpy, it's rude to listen in on other people's conversations," Melody tells her. "But you never seem to care since basically every conversation you are a part of is because you always butt into other people's business for no reason other than to be annoying." "Don't call me a Harpy," Hermione yelled. "I am the smartest witch of our generation, and you're just jealous that you will never be smarter than me." "Delusional party of one," Krenos said, making a lot of the students around them laugh. The three went to leave. "Well, how stupid do you three have to be to believe in your fake gods?" Hermione continued yelling. "Those so-called Olympians are about as fake Santa Claus." The siblings froze in their tracks. Each of their eyes flashed as they tried to keep their anger under control. Their amulets also were trying to keep their powers from going out of control. They turned around, wands in hand, at an almost blinding speed. "You have some nerve insulting our culture," Melody snapped at her. "Your culture is outdated and nothing but nonsense," Hermione threw back at her. "At least our gods are shown to, at least, behave humanly," Krenos says. "Your pathetic excuse of culture has you worshipping one all-powerful man that is somehow seen as flawless when he is basically useless." "God is not useless," Hermione screamed at them. "Then why does he never help people?" Harry raised his eyebrow. "At least in our culture we have gods with domains that help people. We have gods of healing, of childbirth, of magic, of medicine. We honor them, and they bless us with their gifts. But where is your precious God when people are dying from incurable illnesses, when wars break out, when people need a being like him?" Krenos kept his wand aimed at the girl. "I'll tell you. Nowhere. That's where he is. Not to mention the obviousest attitude that God has to be a man. At least the Olympians have both men and women. Your precious Olympians are nothing but a fairy tale fantasy," Hermione yelled at them. "Your make-believe gods died out when Greece fell to Rome in 146 BC. And yet those same Romans didn't even try to create their own gods and simply renamed our own," Melody smirked. "The gods will live as long as their domains do. Athena will live as long as there is wisdom and battle in the world. Artemis and Apollo will live as long as the sun and moon are in the sky. Demeter will live as long as a single bit of nature is left in the world. No matter what you say, our culture and beliefs will never die. Just because we don't believe in your God doesn't mean that our own beliefs are fake or make-believe," Harry said. "You are not the boss of what is real or what is not. This is the magical world, not your precious mundane one. We can fly on brooms, read minds, become invisible, turn people into toads. Everything is not as it seems." "Are you seriously quoting Wizards of Waverly Place?" Melody raised an eyebrow. "What can I say? I love Disney," Harry chuckled. Most of the purebloods in the room were very confused by that, but the Muggle-born and Muggle-raised students also chuckled at the reference. The siblings went to leave again, only to be interrupted again. But this time, it was when the doors of the room were slammed open. In walked a very, very pissed-off 21-year-old witch. Her anger flowed off of her in waves that made everyone take a step back. Everyone except for the siblings. Anyway, "Where is Gilderoy Lockhart?" Olivia Gardiner screamed at the top of her lungs. "Well, this is gonna be entertaining," the trio stated. Chapter 28. Raise your hand if you love Olivia Gardiner. Chapter 28. Raise your hand if you love Olivia Gardiner. The entire room was frozen, and not even by Olivia's time magic. They were simply frozen by how terrifying the witch in front of them was. While most would not describe the Gardiner family as one of even tempers or anger issues, they were definitely known for having one hell of a storm after their calm was over, and Olivia was probably a lot more terrifying than any other Gardiner in generations. Krenos could turn you into a tree, Melody could deafen you, Harry could maul you, but Oliva could erase your very existence. One step through one of her time portals and poof, you were never even born. "Which one of you called her?" Melody asked her brothers. Because I know that it wasn't me. Wasn't me, Krynos answered. I was too busy making headache remedies. The two of them looked at their jungle mage brother. Guilty, he chuckled. I mostly just wanted to see what she would do to him. So sue me for trying to get us some good entertainment. Oh, how we love you, brother dear. The twins hugged him between them. Olivia scanned the crowd in front of her. It was like she was a lioness prowling around, looking for her prey. I wish I brought some popcorn, Harry commented. He and Melody both looked at Krynos, who raised an eyebrow at them. I work with nature, not movie theater snacks. Thank you very much, he responded. I can get you corn on the cob, not popcorn. Dang it, Harry playfully pouted. Olivia seemed to then get tired of waiting. If someone does not point me to Gilderoy Lockhart, right now, all of you are getting cursed, she shouted to the crowd. And don't think that it isn't possible, because I have done far more difficult things than that. That was when her eyes landed on the incompetent moron on the dueling platform. The supposed professor was trying to make himself as invisible as possible. Not like that could work since he was in ridiculous bright gold-colored robes. Olivia marched up to the platform with a very bright fire in her eyes. The student all quickly backed away from her. The Greek witch had an aura around her, as if she was a dangerous monster rather than a human witch. I am so loving our cousin. Right now, Krynos chuckled. That's your cousin, Neville Whisper asked them. Hard to believe, isn't it? Melody giggled. But you'll notice she has the same silver eyes as us. You will also see the similarities if any of us lose out temper, Krynos added. Neville was about to start. No, me dumping mashed potatoes on other students does not count, Krynos interrupted. I can do a whole lot worse than that. He can, Harry and Melody said. Neville nodded, now a little scared about what the three were capable of if their cousin says that she could curse everyone in the room. He was thinking, in the back of his mind, if they would ever do anything to Snape in the future. You and I have things to discuss, Lockhart. Olivia got onto the platform. Snape, having no idea who he is about to mess with, stood in front of her and blocked her path. Merlin knows that egotistical people like you don't handle orders too well. He started with his usual social grace. But you are not welcome here, and threatening a professor just might get you on a one-way boat ride to Azkaban. Olivia didn't even blink. That was a shock to the students to not see someone surrender to their intimidating potions teacher. I am not sure you know about this, but there is this fantastic thing called shampoo, Olivia remarked. The entire room was shocked, but also had to force down their laughter. You should try it. Judging by that hair, you've never heard of it. The trio silently high-fived each other. Go, Olivia, Harry whispered, now naming her his favorite cousin in his mind, while throwing away the fact that she was their only cousin. You're nothing but an arrogant brat, just like Potter and his good-for-nothing F.A. Snape could not finish his insult. Hi, Y.A., Olivia cried out. She grabbed him by the arm and judo flipped him over her shoulder. The students dashed away as she had flipped him right off the platform. Wow, Neville gasped. Just makes me love her more and more with every passing second, Krynos smirked. Agreed, Harry and Melody snickered. And we haven't even gotten to the good part yet. Melody rubbed her hands together like an old-school villain. Makes me wish I actually could summon some popcorn, Krynos said. Fred and George know where the kitchen is, Harry remembered. Where are those twins when you need them? Hopefully pranking Lockhart's office so that he goes bald when he touches the doorknob, Melody giggled. The sibling trio all snickered, clearly planning to make Lockhart's time at Hogwarts hell if he is still here after Olivia gets through with him. Though, by the look in her eyes, they were not sure he would even survive whatever the time mage was about to do to him. If you had any brain in that head, you'd know by now that his name is Potter Gardiner, Olivia said, flipping her hair back over her shoulder. That made the students start realizing that this woman knew Harry and most likely the twins as well. She attacked a teacher, Hermione gasped, clearly horrified by the judo flip while most of the other students were celebrating it. Snape clearly deserved it, says Blaise Zabini, a Slytherin of all students, to tell her that. He needs to learn that not everyone will take that horrible attitude of his lying down. He was clearly insulting her. If I had been her, I would have done something worse than simply flipping him, Daphne Greengrass, ever the Ice Queen, said. The siblings shared a look between them. These two were some of the few Slytherins that didn't verbally attack other students, nor seemed to think that being pureblood made them above the first and second generation magic users. Plus, Melody liked them because they were the two top students in Slytherin, meaning that they got on Granger's nerves because they got better grades. He's a teacher. He deserves respect. Hermione argued with them. Respect is earned, not given. Daphne crossed her arms. You can respect the position, but not the person in that position. Couldn't have put it better myself, Blaise agreed. I'm starting to like those too, Harry said, the twins nodding in agreement. Okay, now that the greasy sorry excuse for a professor is out of the way, Olivia turned back to the cowering moron. It's your turn. Lockhart was actually so terrified that he tripped when he attempted to make a break for it. But he froze midair and Olivia had her hands up. The trio shared terrified looks with each other. What the Hades is she doing? Harry whispered, panicked. Is she trying to expose the entire Gardiner family as mystic souls? Olivia is a lot smarter than that, Melody whispered back. She would never put us in any kind of danger. And outing a mystic soul in the middle of magical England is pretty much the most dangerous thing that could happen. Wizards in this country are generally idiots, Krinos reminded. All we have to do is tell them that Olivia is a prodigy at wandless magic, and they will eat it up. Plants are harder to convince than these people. Most magic users can't talk to plants like you, Nos, Harry chuckled. In fact, most would find something like that strange, says the one that can talk to animals. Krinos threw back. Olivia's walking over to Lockhart. Melody brought the two back to the subject at hand, the time which made her way over to the frozen moron. She stood about a foot in front of him before unfreezing him with a flick on her wrist. He immediately resumed falling, crashing right at her feet. When he looked up, he was both shocked and terrified that she had suddenly appeared in front of him. That is what happens when you try to escape the hammer of justice. Olivia crossed her arms. The siblings all facepalmed. Olivia, Harry scolded, don't mention that hammer. The last thing we need is for Thor to come crashing through the ceiling. 1. Because not even this castle can hold his giant ego, Krinos commented. And 2. This school's roof has already been through enough this year. Melody finished the list. That last line from the music mage made Ron turn red in embarrassment, while some of the students snickered and giggled at the reminder of his start of the year grand entrance. But their lines also got them the attention of the crowd. It seems that it was now very obvious that there was something connecting the trio and this woman. But when they got a good look at her, the resemblance was uncanny. They all shared the same silver eyes. They weren't exactly the hardest things in the world to miss. Even among witches and wizards, silver eyes were not normal. Did you three really think that I would do anything other than this once I found out what he did? The blonde looked at them. Being completely honest, we expected this to happen, Harry admitted. I was hoping for it, actually. Mate, Neville asked them. The three looked at the students, all staring at them. Their powers were one thing, but they could still tell them about their family. Students of Hogwarts, meet Olivia Gardiner, Melody introduced. Our cousin that is practically our sister, as well as the newest member of the Greek Magic Council. The what? Ron stupidly asked. Read a book, Bottomless Pit. Krinos rolled his eyes, annoyed and earning some laughter from the crowd, and Ron went red again. Olivia is also the scariest out of our entire family, Harry snickered at his cousin's playful glare. She knows how to put the fear of the Olympians into people. Can't argue with that, Olivia smirked, a hand on her hip. Lockhart finally got some type of courage to try and stand up, even if he looked about ready to wet himself from just looking at the Greek witch. How did you do that? He stuttered, scared of her. Some sort of ultra witch that can apparate inside Hogwarts? You can't apparate inside Hogwarts? Hermione shrieked, really not liking anyone questioning what she has read. It says so in Hogwarts, a history. Olivia, while you're here, you wouldn't happen to know a permanent silencing spell we can use on the Gryffindor harpy, would you? Harry asked. The students laughed again, and the annoying bookworm went red as well. She was really starting to hate the three. But in her delusional mind, there was always a chance that she could prove that Harry was the hero that she read about. In her mind, only she could get him to act how he should be acting. I am not a harpy, Hermione yelled. Yeah. Whatever, harpy. Krinos waved her off. The student laughed again. The bookworm looked about ready to explode from how angry she looked. I do not think that Hawke and Haley would be very flattered by the comparison, you three, Olivia commented. Well, maybe she needs to stop harping at people all the time. Melody looked very calm and was actually looking over her nails. Hermione was redder than a Weasley's hair at this point. Olivia shared a look with the three, hoping to gain ideas on what to say, so that they don't expose their powers. Wandless magic, Melody mouthed to her without anyone else noticing. It is simply wandless magic. Olivia used the idea. He was simply frozen in time until I decided to unfreeze him. A very handy skill, Harry smirked, seeing that her lie was believed by the students. If anything, that made the students more terrified of their cousin. The thought that could freeze them in time, and only she could undo it, was truly terrifying to them. It'd be terrifying to anyone that knows she can do that to them. Now, back to you. Fraud of the year. Olivia faced the blonde peacock again, making him weak in the knees. Krynos tapped each of his siblings on their shoulders. Looking at him, he gave them both bowls of potato chips. Only the bowls were made from giant leaves. They gave him strange looks. What? He asked. Potato chips can be made with fresh potatoes. Popcorn cannot be made from fresh corn on the cob. My magic can only do so much with edible things, you know? The siblings just chuckled/giggled, and they simply ate the chips as they watched the show unfold in front of him. Olivia looked the fraud right in the eye, only making him more terrified than he already was. Not sure how that was possible, though. All right, Mr. I don't know the meaning of the word no. She spoke so sharply that her words could cut like a knife. Why on Demeter's green earth should I not vanquish you right here and now for removing the bones from my cousin's arm after he told you not to try and heal him? He told you no multiple times. Neville felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned and saw Harry offering some of his chips. How are you three so calm? He asked, taking a few chips. We're Gardiners too, remember? Harry smirked. We all have a hidden temper just like our dear cousin. Once you've seen one of us lose our temper, then you don't really get scared of our tempers ever again, Krynos said. And being completely honest, Krynos is a Hades of a lot scarier than any of us can ever be, Melody giggled. I repeat what I said last Yule, that I can still turn you into a tree, Melody. Krynos playfully pouted at his giggling twin. I can barely tell the difference between you two and an old married couple, Harry remarked, earning him some chips thrown his way much to the amusement of Neville. Lockhart was trembling as he tried to come up with something to get him out of this situation. He couldn't obliviate her like he had so many others because of all the students that would witness him doing it. And even if he got her alone to erase her memory, he would have to then quickly find and obliviate the Gardiner siblings because they could easily contact her again if they suspected anything. Especially if he got out unscathed with her being this angry at him. He needed to be healed. Lockhart tried to change this around. There must be something about him that messed the spell up. Oh, he should not have said that. Krynos shook his head. Olivia now looked like she was about to burst. Lockhart seriously had the nerve to try and blame Harry for the spell going wrong. Her eyes flashed and her hands twitched. The trio knew that she was itching to use her molecular combustion to blow him to kingdom come. You did not just say that. She was truly pissed off now. Sit back and enjoy the show, Neville, Melody tells their friend. Cannot believe that the twins are missing this, Krynos said. And what are we, Fred started. Supposed to be missing, George finished. The sudden appearance of the two made Krynos, Melody, and Neville nearly jump out of their skins. They also saw that the two had brought Percy. When did you three get here? Krynos asked. Harry sent a mirror message, saying to come to the Dueling Club, Percy tells them. Looking at their brother, he smirked as he held up his mirror phone. You think of everything, don't you? Melody giggled. Generally, yes, Harry snickered. The American saying of a Boy Scout, always being prepared, doesn't even come close to how often I have everything we need. Gotta love our Harry Bear, Krynos teased. That nickname is for Olivia's use only. Harry playfully flicked him in the forehead. Krynos responded very maturely by sticking his tongue out at him. So, who is? Fred started. The angry blonde, George asked. That would be our cousin Olivia, Harry explained. She wasn't very happy when she heard about the board doing nothing over what he did to my arm. The fact that she came all the way from Greece to Hogwarts really says how angry she is, Krynos said. We're just enjoying the show. Chips. The twins gladly took some chips from them. Percy looked at them like he was wondering where they got them, but he shrugged it off. We were about to start making bets on whether she'll kill him or not, Harry was half joking and half serious, especially since Lockhart just tried to say that him getting the spell wrong was somehow Harry's fault, Melody added. My bet is death. The twins laughed, but Percy and Neville actually wondered if there actually was going to be a murder. Olivia eyed a side room next to the Dueling Club room. She literally dragged Lockhart into the smaller room as he was kicking and screaming. With Snape still KO'd on the floor and the students terrified of her, no one did anything to help him. For about 10 seconds, there was silence. That alone was a lot scarier than anything else. But that was quickly broken by loud screaming, both by Lockhart's screams of pain and fear as well as Olivia screaming swears, insults, and threats in Greek. Some of the words that she was saying made even the sibling trio cover their mouths. Do we even? Fred started. Want to know? George finished. Some things are best left untranslated, Harry responded. There were about 20 minutes of screaming before things quieted down. Olivia came out of the room, not a scratch on her, and straightening her clothes and hair. She went right to her cousins. Might want to tell your headmaster that he is in need of a new data teacher, Olivia tells them. Mostly because I'm dragging that fraud back to Greece to face the council. Chapter 29. Court is in session. Chapter 29. Court is in session. A gavel was banged by the head of the Magic Council. They were gathered in the main courtroom of Council Hall in Athens for Lockhart's trial. The courtroom was a giant room set up for trials like this. There was a long table for the council to sit at on one side of the room. Against the right wall was the area where those like the court scribes sat, but separated from the high-ranked officials and lawyer interns that sat there to gain courtroom and law knowledge. Where the trio sat was the area for witnesses and their family members. Between the council table and the benches for court trial observing people was the stand for where the accused would be for the trial. This was the courtroom for the worst criminal cases, especially those that have managed to avoid being arrested and were fugitives for over a year. Around the room were security guards in case something went sideways, and people needed to be either kept safe or taken down. Olivia sat at her seat on the far right side of the council table. Dumbledore had come to Greece with the siblings, excusing for the weekend so that he could see what kind of person the governors forced him to keep on staff. Luckily, there were no classes on weekends. Probably some planning had done by Olivia. He left the heads of houses in charge of the school while he was gone, and a little selfishly, he wanted to catch a glimpse of the mystic soul community of the trio's home country. Olivia was only one of 12 members of the Magic Council. The other members were not nearly as young as her. She was 21 while the rest were no younger than 35. The trio was quick to explain the rest of the council to their headmaster to keep him up to date on anything he might see if emotions ran high and powers may react. The council was evenly split between males and females. Next to Olivia was Lux Heavens, a 35-year-old woman. She was a guardian angel mystic soul, meaning that she had angel-like abilities with a slight hint of light manipulation. Next was Daisy Marvel, a 38-year-old healing mage. She was in charge of the most well-known magical hospitals in magical Greece. Third was Selena Breeze, a 50-year-old mermaid mystic soul. Having the powers of a mermaid enabled her to act as an ambassador of sorts to the merepeople community. The fourth female is Cynthia Vale, a 43-year-old woman with weapon creation magic. Her family owns a weapons shop that most requipped mages go to buy new weapons or armor. The final female is 60-year-old Talia Summers. She was the first ever woman to be born with a mostly male-dominated power of King Arthur magic, which is a knight-centered power. The men started with 36-year-old Kamui Machine, a technopath. He had the power to control technology and used it to create technology magic hybrid devices. Next to him was Draconis Smoke, a businessman of 70 years of age. He owned a very successful glass workshop, using his power to bend glass, until he decided to retire and become a member of the council. Third was Austin Thanatos, a 35-year-old ghost mage. He runs a business to help lost souls move on to the afterlife with his abilities over ghosts. The fourth man was Ritus Guard, a 41-year-old mystic soul that could create any type of force field or shield. He is the head of the Greek version of the Aurors. Then you have Aragon Archer, a hunter mystic soul at 37 years of age. He is a teacher at the Delphi School. Last is the head of the council, Lion Mythica, a 48-year-old with the ability to channel the powers of mythical creatures, and is also the former headmaster of Delphi before he started to focus on politics. That is quite the array of people on your council. Dumbledore tells them after the trio finish introductions. Unlike in Britain, equality is a big here, Melody says. Like for the heads of third-generation families, there is always a matriarchy or every patriarchy. There are also elections to choose first-generation mages to be a part of that council as well. Not to mention that Crystal Rose and Delphi both allow students with creature blood into their facilities, Harry reminded. We have not met any Vila yet, but there are a few harpies, sirens, and other part creatures that we have met. The system here is the same for every other Mystic Soul community in the world, Krinos said. We've been to the communities in New Orleans, Tokyo, and Rio. They are all quite amazing. Most purebloods would have a heart attack at the idea of those with creature blood being treated as equals, Dumbledore says. Maybe we should introduce the idea just to get rid of them then, Melody smirked. Less egotistical blood purists to deal with. Pretty sure we'd be taking our more than 3/4 of Britain if we do that, Harry snickered. As much as Dumbledore wanted to deny what they were saying, he was not one of those people that were in denial about the number of people in his home country that believed that anyone not a pureblood was nothing more than dirt under their shoes. He even knew that it didn't matter if they were Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff. They could be from any house and from any family, light or dark. Anyone want to take a bet on whether or not some ministry idiots will try and barge in? Krinos crossed his arms, smirking. That's a fool's bet, and you know it, Nos. Harry playfully slapped his shoulder. That country is so convinced that this fraud is a hero that they do anything to keep his reputation clean. I think the fact that he screamed like a teenage girl in a horror movie when Olivia dragged him into that back room already did plenty of damage, Melody giggled. We'll also pay whatever amount it takes to repair that room, Headmaster, Krinos tells Dumbledore. It is no worry, my boy, Dumbledore responds. That was just an abandoned storage room that has been collecting dust for decades. Maybe now you can put a sign on the door saying this is the room where an egotistical fraud had his, but handed to him by a girl, Harry smirked. Dumbledore was fighting to keep himself from laughing. There was no chance in hell that Britain would survive the amount of sass that these three produce if they lived in the country. They all had their own sense of sarcasm and wit that showed that they could make anyone annoyed or annoyingly confused with any way that they say something. Dumbledore saw how they dealt with people like Draco Malfoy, Hermione Granger, and the youngest Weasley boy. They never let anything they say really get to them. The closest that any of them got to losing their tempers were Krinos' potato incidents. He did admit that he never tried to force any type of punishment onto Krinos when he does that. He mostly seems to do it when someone insults their way of life. When he had done it to Zacharias Smith at the welcoming feast, Sprout had learned that the Smith heir had insulted him by saying that he was an idiot for believing that the Olympians were real. Bring in the accused. Lion bangs his gavel again, then 3 more times. He loves using his gavel, Melody whispered to Dumbledore, giggling. A couple of guards brought in Lockhart. Thankfully, he was in the plain gray prisoner jumpsuit instead of one of his awful colorful robes. His hair was also messy instead of the usual combed-back golden locks that he preferred. He was put in magical chains that locked him to the stand for accused people. Unhand me, you scoundrels! Lockhart pulled on his chains. Do you have any idea who I am? No, and we don't care, one guard said. You're a criminal. That's all we need to know, the other guard says. The literal dumb blonde looked like a fish with how his mouth kept opening and closing as the guards walked away, and to stand at the nearest wall to him. Gilderoy Lockhart, you are accused of illegal travel to magical Greece, attempted memory wiping of a Greek citizen, attempted fraud of their heroic act, fraud, attempting to sell your tall tales as facts, assault on a Greek citizen by means of removing the bones in his arm, evading arrest for 2 years, and resisting arrest, Lion listed. That was when Dumbledore got a better idea of why this court case was taking place here instead of them trying to get the British ministry to do something. Lockhart was already a fugitive of magical Greece. Even though Olivia was understandably pissed at Lockhart for what he did to Harry, it also gave her the perfect excuse to drag Lockhart back to Greece. He figured that would have made a very talented Slytherin if she had gone to Hogwarts. I'm innocent, innocent the first tell you, Lockhart yelled. Anyone that accuses me of anything is lying. They are all just jealous that I am a hero and they are nothing. Hearing a grrr behind them, Dumbledore noticed the mother and daughter pair sitting behind them. Well, it was obvious they were mother and daughter from how they had the same shade of dark brown hair and dark blue eyes. It seems that the daughter was not very happy with what Lockhart was saying. "Silence!" Lion yelled, banging his gavel about half a dozen times. "He really loves that gavel," Harry chuckles. "The prisoner will speak only when spoken to," Draconis firmly tells Lockhart. "No pathetic British wizards to save you this time, fraud." Lux looks a little too happy about this. As a guardian angel mage, Lux has a deeper hatred of criminals than most would. Krenos whispers to his headmaster. He nods in understanding. Lion was about to restore the calm again with his gavel when the doors to the courtroom opened. Everyone turned to see who was coming in. "Sorry, I'm late," Headmistress Jaiwei apologized, quickly making her way over to the witness area. "No worries, Headmistress," Talia says, the council allowing her to sit before they continued the trial. "Nice to see you again, Albus." Jaiwei shook his hand. "Been far too long, Amaya," Dumbledore responds. "When Olivia informed me that you were coming with my favorite students, I just had to come," Jaiwei tells him. "Plus, the person who he attempted to mind wipe is a former student of mine. You always have been protective of even your former students." Dumbledore smiled at the headmistress. "I am a mystic soul that can talk to animals," Jaiwei reminded. "If there is one thing that any animal mage will tell you, is that we value loyalty above all else." "She's right," Harry grinned. "Hello, Miss and Mrs. Zodiac." The headmistress greeted the two behind them. "Gia, headmistress," the mother greeted. They then turned their attention back to the trial. "If you need me to freeze him again, I would be more than happy to," Olivia tells her fellow council members. "I am very thankful for your powers, Council Member Gardiner," Austin tells her. "Most are, Council Member Thanatos," Olivia responded. Lockhart noticeably shivered as he was reminded of her wandless ability to freeze people in time. The trio had no idea how he was stupid enough to fall for such a thing, but they were not going to question small miracles. But before they could continue the trial, the doors burst open again. Everyone turned and saw another guard come running in. "I apologize for the interruption, but we could not stop them without exposing us as mystic souls," he says immediately. "Stop who?" Selena asked. The question was answered when Fudge barged in with all the subtleties of a 2-ton elephant. He also has a team of his personal picked Aurors, which basically translates into those that do whatever he says no matter what, even if they break their own laws in the process. The only one that wasn't on his side that came with him was Auror Shacklebolt. He had volunteered to come in order to watch what the Greeks would do to the moron that he was forced to call the Minister of Magic. "Who let the oversized leprechaun in here?" Aragon asked. Literally, everyone in the room, except for the British people, had to cover their mouths in order to stop them from laughing out loud. Even Kingsley looked to be having a hard time keeping himself from laughing. "I am the Minister of Magic." Fudge had gone red in the face. "You are the British Minister," Daisy reminded. "Your title means nothing here. This country's magical community is run by the Magic Council." Fudge did not look like he cared very much about the differences in governments. He thought that being minister meant that his word was law, no matter where he was. He didn't seem to notice that there were 12 people in this room that had just as much, maybe even more, political power than him. "You will let this man go immediately," Fudge ordered. "He is an international hero and does not deserve to be treated like a common criminal." "Then maybe he shouldn't be a common criminal if he didn't want to be treated like one," Olivia countered. "Aurors, arrest that girl for assaulting Mr. Lockhart," Fudge yelled. The British people, except Kingsley, missed the light flashing in Talia's eyes. Suddenly, every guard in the room gained a sword. And they were King Arthur-level strength swords that glistened in the light of the room. The guards were not fazed by the sudden weapon in their hands, probably used to things like this happening, and held the swords up. "Try anything and you will find yourselves without heads, Queen of Hearts style." The councilwoman had dangerous look in her eyes. "No one's ever accused us of going only halfway," Melody giggled. "Can I be the one to yell off with your heads if the guards do have to do that?" Harry playfully rubbed his hands together like a cartoon villain. "Okay, no more Alice in Wonderland for you," Krenos commented, making Harry playfully pout. "How dare you threaten us?" Fudge yelled. The fact that they were way outnumbered and even more outskilled seemed to have not occurred to him. "Whatever," Olivia rolled her eyes. "How about you shut up, you leprechaun wannabe?" shouted the girl behind them that was next to her mother. "We're here to finally put this fraud behind bars for what he tried to do to my mother, not to hear you pathetic Englishmen yell things that we will never listen to." "Angela," Her mother pulled her daughter back into her seat, but seemed more upset about her speaking out and not at the words she said. Amaya, Dumbledore implied the question to his fellow school head. The woman is my former student, Artemis Zodiac, Jaiwei explains to him. And that's her daughter, a current student, Angela Zodiac. Artemis passed on her magic to her daughter when it became clear that Angela also had it. They both have what it called celestial spirit magic. They use enchanted keys to call spirits from the celestial world, home to spirits based on the zodiac and constellations. Angela was given her golden zodiac keys by her mother. Dumbledore was once again amazed by the power mystic souls have. As he did a quick sweep of the room, he knew that even a single one of these people could take out all of Britain's aura force without even breaking a sweat. They would get creamed if Fudge's attitude caused magical Grease to go to war with them. The adults are talking, little girl. Fudge sneered at Angela. You did not just sneer at my daughter, Mr. Rounds, as a bowling ball. Artemis was reaching for one of the silver keys on her belt. Order! 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 Lion called, banging his gavel. Man, does he love that gavel? Krinos shook his head. Minister Fudge, Lion's voice boomed with authority. You have entered this court and this country without being invited and without any permission at all. This man might be an English citizen, but he has broken Greek laws while in Greece and caused harm to a Greek citizen. So he shall face Greek justice. Never has anyone said the name of our country and what we are defined as in a single statement, Austin chuckled. You will release him now. Fudge actually believed that they would do as he says. He is an international fraud and con man, Olivia interrupted. The only things he knows how to do is erase memories and tell a good story. When it comes to everything else, he is pretty much like as useless as a wet paper bag. How dare! Lockhart tried to yell. I believe this can all be handled quite easily, Aragon says. Council Member Gardiner, if you would. With pleasure, Council Member Archer. Olivia smirked wickedly before chanting her spell. For those who want the truth revealed, open hearts and secrets unsealed. From now until it's now again. After which this spell will end. Balls of light surrounded Lockhart and then vanished as if they were never there. What in the name of Merlin did you do to him? Fudge yelled. Truth spell, Olivia answered. Now, for the next 24 hours, he can speak nothing but the truth to every question he is asked. Other than Kingsley, the British wizards were very shocked. Veritaserum was their only way to make criminals speak the truth in their country. And the truth potion definitely did not last for an entire day. Its effects only lasted an hour. Gilderoy Lockhart, did you attempt to erase the memories of one Artemis Zodiac? Lion asked the blonde idiot. Yes. Did you attempt to take credit for her heroic act of vanquishing a flock or angry furies? Yes. Did you do anything you said you did in your books? No. Did you erase the memories of all the people that actually did the things you claim that you did? Yes. Did you purposely assign your useless books to your students just to make a profit even though you knew they had no educational value? Yes. Did you attempt a healing spell on Harry Potter Gardiner? Yes. Did you attempt the spell even though Mr. Potter Gardiner told you no multiple times? Yes. Did you know the spell would remove his bones? No. Have you ever been anything other than a con man? No. The trio had no idea what was more satisfying to look at. The shocked look on Fudge's face, the smug look on Olivia's, or the horrified look on Lockhart's. They ended up deciding all three were the best. Chapter 30. You'll Time Trouble. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter 30. You'll Time Trouble. If there was one thing that Harry and Melody loved, it was that Krinos can be terrifying when he wants to be. When the trio had gotten back to school, it seemed that the Daily Prophet had published a story of Lockhart's trial. They guessed that Olivia had threatened them as well, because there was not a single lie in the story at all. They took a vote, and that girl was now their favorite member of the family. But since the truth about Lockhart came out, the students flocked to them, trying to get the inside scoop about every detail of the trial. The prophet only had a story saying that he was truly guilty with quotes of his truth spell forced confession. Krinos, of course, let loose that they had all they needed to know. Lockhart was guilty. He shouted that they did not need every detail, and if they kept trying to pester them, it would not end well for them. He held a bowl of mashed potatoes in each hand, just to tell how serious he was. That sent students running in every direction. Fred and George bowed at his feet in a joking way, saying silly things like, "Teach us how to make people run from us." a wise one. The older students actually were very happy to see Lockhart gone. Cedric had personally thanked the trio because now they could get a real defense professor before his OWL year that was happening the next year. Oliver certainly agreed with the Hufflepuff, even though he took his own OWLs the year before. Percy was of the same opinion, shocking his twin brothers since he usually has the most respect anyone could have for people in positions of authority. The only ones that seemed to be upset were the Gryffindor Harpy, Human Garbage Disposal, and Slytherin Peacock. Most of the students were starting to be able to tune them out at this point, but they were still annoying. Granger seemed to believe that there was some type of conspiracy against Lockhart. She would constantly rant about there being no way that he was guilty, and it was impossible for any spell to make him say such lies. She was of the mind that there was no such thing as a truth spell, because she never read about one. Malfoy was upset over there is another thing that they did better than him: politics. He was raised to think that he had all this power and would be a lord and unstoppable in the world of politics. Except that the trio outsmarted and outplayed every English magical lord and lady, and the Greek politicians were definitely not afraid of them in the least. Weasley hates that now, instead of just acting out stupid things in Lockhart's books, they were now going to have to do actual work when they get a real teacher. He was about as lazy as a person can be, and he hated that he would now have to do more schoolwork. Since it was going to be Yule/Christmas break soon, Dumbledore did have time to find a proper defense professor. But in the meantime, he was teaching the class himself. The trio noticed that he was very comfortable at the front of a classroom, probably bringing back good memories of when he was just a teacher instead of the headmaster. Some of the more idiotic Gryffindors, Ron Weasley, believed that he would favor his old house, but Dumbledore treated everyone the same. Even if he spoke more fondly to those like the trio, he didn't favor anyone, but did seem to pick the students that had always displayed the best behavior in the past. Yule time once again. Melody lounged in an alcove they found in the back of the library. How is it that we were just home 2 weeks ago, yet I am still happy to be going home? Harry asked, chuckling. Because it's home, Harry, Krenos snickered. When you act like that, then you know the place you are happy to be going to is home. We do also have to take the midterm exams at Crystal Rose, Melody reminded. You just had to ruin the peaceful moment, didn't you? Krenos playfully groaned. Krenos, you know we will pass the tests. We always do, Harry reminded, smiling. Just because we are good at taking tests does not mean that we have to enjoy them, Krenos countered. Logic bomb. Drop the mic, Melody giggled. Krenos jokingly did the mundane drop the mic motion, all three of them laughing. No third-generation mage from this country would ever know that reference, Harry laughed. They are about as behind the times as a witch or wizard can get. Some people are just not fit for advancements, Melody shrugged. You just know that there are those types of people on the board of governors for Hogwarts, Krenos says. You saw how the headmaster was amazed by the Magic Council and our magical country. He'd jump at the chance to start an international magic course here, like the one we have at Crystal Rose. Not to mention how Professors Sprout and Flitwick looked when they saw us use our powers last year. They're so illogically proud of their own country that they almost train everyone to believe that there is no place as advanced as here, Melody complained. They're all idiots, plain and simple, Harry stated. Well, other than some exceptions, but generally the people of this country are idiots. I've met monkeys that would make a better minister of magic than that fudge guy. Too bad Olivia's not an English citizen, Krenos chuckled. She'd whip this country into proper shape in no time. I would pay so much to see that happen, Melody laughed. You and probably every other mystic soul back home, Harry commented. The siblings all laughed as they heard that. They were about to make fun of Britain's magical population when Melody suddenly sat up straight. She put her finger to her lips, silencing her brothers. She got up and the boys followed her. Melody was the one out of the three of them that had the super hearing, so they knew better to listen to her when he says, or signals, that she has heard something. The three crept behind a bookcase, keeping as silent as possible. They could hear two people talking on the other side of it. The polyjuice is finally ready. They heard Hermione's voice on the other side. That statement alone made the siblings share a look. They knew that polyjuice had to be some type of potion, but considering Snape couldn't teach to save his life, they had no idea what it was or what it will do. It's about bloody time. Ron's voice was heard next. Language, Ron. Hermione scolded him as if she was his mother. Now we can get proof that Malfoy really is the heir of Slytherin, Ron said. The siblings shared another look. There had been a lot of conspiracy theories about who the heir of Slytherin could be, but this was the first that they heard of Draco Malfoy being a suspect. He was always just an idiot with a superiority complex that made it loud and clear how he felt about mudbloods. Who are we even going to be? Ron asked. I already got my hair. Hermione sounded proud. Millicent Bulstrode. I managed to snag a hair off of her when all that stuff happened at the Dueling Club. You don't expect me to actually go up to one of those slimy snakes, do you? Ron sounded like he wanted to throw up. The three rolled their eyes. The prejudice that people have about Slytherin was so annoying to them. Labeling an entire house of students to be evil and future Death Eaters sounded both stupid and heartless to them. They label a fourth of this country's children evil simply because of the house they are sorted into. Beyond ridiculous. Get a grip, Ron, Hermione snapped at him. It's for the good of the school. Why not just tell Dumbledore that Malfoy's the one attacking people? Ron groaned at having to go near a Slytherin. It's obviously him. You heard him when that stupid cat was petrified on Halloween. You'll be next, mudbloods. Headmaster Dumbledore, Hermione corrected in her bossy tone. We need proof that it is him, or no one will believe us. I mixed a sleeping draught into this biscuit. Just get Crabbe or Goyle to eat it and grab a few hairs from him. Those fat lugs are always staying behind to eat more in the Great Hall anyway, Ron said. That made the trio roll their eyes again. As if the human garbage disposal had room to talk about other people's eating habits when he looks like an actual pig when he eats. Even if that comparison is insulting to pigs. Fine, Ron grumbled, still not happy. Since Malfoy is staying for Christmas and everyone else is leaving today, then we can use the potion tomorrow, Hermione tells Ron. Melody, as quiet as she could, looked over the shelves that they were hiding behind. She pulled out Advanced Potions 101 from a shelf. The three flipped through the pages, looking for this Polyjuice potion. They found an entrance about the potion near the back of the book. The Polyjuice potion, which is a complex and time-consuming concoction, is best left to highly skilled witches and wizards. It enables the consumer to assume the physical appearance of another person, as long as they have first procured part of that individual's body to add to the brew. This may be anything, toenail clippings, dandruff, or worse, but it is most usual to use hair. The idea that a witch or wizard might make evil use of parts of the body is an ancient one and exists in the folklore and superstitions of many cultures. The effect of the potion is only temporary, and depending on how well it has been brewed, may last anything from between 10 minutes and 12 hours. You can change age and race by taking the Polyjuice potion, but not species. They looked at each other, now knowing more about what the two idiot lions were up to. They were going to use what was basically a shapeshifter potion to become Slytherin students and essentially break into the Slytherin common room to get information out of Malfoy. Finally, we will save this school and prove that we don't need famous Harry Potter. They could hear Ron sneer. Quiet, Ron. Hermione snapped again. Harry will come through eventually. All the books say that he is a great hero. Can't you give it a rest with the books? Ron groaned. Even Potter's told you that they are fake and he did nothing in them. Books don't lie, Hermione yelled at him. After that, the two were kicked out of the library by Madame Pants for being too loud. Did we really just hear what I thought that we just heard? Harry asked the other two. They looked at each other. Dumbledore, Melody asked. Dumbledore, her brothers agreed. Melody put the book back on the shelf and left for the defense classroom. To say that Dumbledore did not like what he heard would be an understatement. By lunchtime, before everyone leaving on holiday would leave, he was fuming. It seems that he sent a house elf and he had found a potion bubbling in a mostly abandoned bathroom. Mr. Weasley and Mississippi Granger, he boomed, coming into the room. Never in all my years of being at Hogwarts have felt more ashamed of two students in my life. To my office now. Ron and Hermione were both shocked and speechless. They had no idea how they were caught. As the headmaster led them out of the Great Hall, they passed the trio. All three of them had slight smirks on their faces. By the end of lunch, Gryffindor was down 200 points, and the two idiots were going to be in weekly detention for the rest of their second year, once they got back from break. Serves them right, Percy groaned as they all sat on the train before he was to begin his prefect duties. Not even we are stupid enough, Fred started, to try and sneak into another house's common room, George finished. I'm surprised that Granger was even able to brew a Polyjuice potion, Lee says. She probably used the book word for word, Treating it like it was a Bible or something, Melody said. Do not even get me started on that, Krinos says. How on earth can that girl still believe in her God when that Bible says that witchcraft is a sin and will cause God to kill us? Religion was the excuse mundanes gave during things like the Salem witch trials, Harry grumbled. This is why first-generation mages are brought into the magical world once it is confirmed that they are magical back home. We always give them the option, Melody said. There are even a few magical orphanages for magical children that either lost their parents or were abused. If I remember correctly, our Aunt Angelina was a very big part of running one of the bigger orphanages before she passed away, Krinos says. Oh, Merlin, we're sorry to hear about her, Neville tells them. We're fine, Melody assures. I wish there were magical orphanages here, Lee says. Do you guys remember a few students going missing when we went into our second year? Now that you mention it, Fred started. There were some students that didn't come back, George finished. It didn't really occur to me until now, but they were all Muggle-born, Lee said. They were probably abused, Krinos stated. Modern statistics say that there are roughly 8.5 million abused children/people in the world, and 90% of those people are abused by someone they know and or are related to. Reality sucks, doesn't it? Fred stated. There is as much good in the world as there is bad out there, Harry said. Reality works both ways. You get that out of a fortune cookie, Melody giggled. Maybe, Harry chuckled. I'm telling Waylon, Krinos playfully threatened. The trio laughed with each other, confusing the other 4 people in their compartment. Melody was the first to notice their confusion. Oh, Waylon is a friend of ours back home, she explained. She's from China, so we always joke about fortune cookies with her, even though those cookies were invented in America, which most of us find ironic and funny, Harry chuckled. I'm now craving Chinese food. Krinos rubbed his stomach. Thanks a lot, bro. Hey, I love Chinese food just as much as you, Nos, Harry said. Especially a good beef stir-fry or a pork lo mein. Delicious. The rest of us are very confused. You know that, right? Percy told them. We're basically triplets, Melody reminded. Talking in circles is what we do. As the second set of twins in the compartment, we have to agree with that statement, Fred and George say. Hope you guys are excited for Yule this year. Harry changed the subject. After last year, we are just happy to spend the holiday at home, Percy said. The trio was still salty about how their mother just excluded them last Yule. Fred and George talked a lot about their brother Charlie, making it obvious without saying it that they were very proud of his career at the Dragon Reserve. No matter what their mum has said about him needing to work at the ministry, he chose his own path and is on his way to being one of the most successful beast tamers in Europe, and at his young age as well. So, have a performance for this year, Krinos? Lee asked, a slight smirk on his face. Singing and mashed potatoes. Krinos shook his head. Is that going to be all that I am known for my entire time here? Probably, Harry chuckles. But you can blame the singing part on Melody. As if on cue, a soft guitar melody started playing around them. Looking at their siren sister, she had her wand out with a slight purple glow on the end. She was hiding her mystic soul powers quite well. Melody, Krinos growled at his twin. What? Your voice is amazing. Melody gave him an innocent look. You know what? Fine. Krinos gave into the music. He did think that mundane Christmas music was always nice to sing, even if he personally didn't celebrate the holiday. Gather near. Our hearts are full of cheer. We wish you happy holidays and blessings for the year. They all listened as Krinos started his song. It had only been 3 lines, but it was already getting them in the holiday spirit. Bells in the tower start ringing carols from high on the ridge. So gather your loved ones around you as the year comes to an end. Not to sound cliché, but Krinos' voice was magical. As he sang, his amulet glowed. But he made a show of moving his wand around just to keep their secret. Christmas plants of light were created around the compartment. The Weasley twins opened the door and let the magic out. Soon, the mistletoe, pine tree, branches, and snowbells that resembled actual bells were spreading throughout the train. Doors started opening as students heard the music and saw the plants. For those who cannot be with us, those who are traveling afar, we'll sing of first to your safe return and keep you close in our heart. Gather near. Our hearts are full of cheer. We wish you happy holidays and blessings for the year. Gather near. Our hearts are full of year. We wish you happy holidays and blessings for the year. The train was buzzing with excitement and bliss as they heard the very merry melody. They were starting to look forward to each of his performances. This is the third one that he has done, and they love each and every one of them. Gather near. Our hearts are full of cheer. We wish you happy holidays, and blessings for the year. We wish you happy Yule, and blessings for the year. Once they saw that they had an audience, again, Krinos was annoyed at music getting the better of him again. Melody, he yelled. What? She asked. You need to share your voice, bro. I bloody love these three, the Weasley twins said.